I'm the son of a billionaire. However, in order to train me, my family threw me into a dilapidated county town, forced me to hide my identity, changed my name to Lin Chun, and made me live a poor life. Unexpectedly, Xiao Na, the daughter of Jiangzhou's underworld, relied on her family background to torture me beyond recognition. Lin Chun, a loser like you dare to resist me? My father is not someone you can afford to offend. But she was wrong. I am not an ordinary person, but the heir of the most powerful family in Kyoto. Before Joanna could react, I slapped her in the face and she was in a mess. When my identity was exposed, the four major families instantly fell into chaos. Keep your head down. That little devil is back. Chapter 1. In Jiangzhou City, at the Jiangda cafeteria, I stood at the back of the food window, bowl in hand. The people in front of me were shouting louder than the others, the atmosphere like a battlefield. Auntie, give me some meat. My brother's bachelor life is ruined. Sister, don't shake. We're almost as hungry as a temple. We just need this spoonful to turn things around. They stomped their feet and banged the table. The sound was deafening, as if they were about to riot. I glanced at my watch. It was half an hour until noon. Just another 30 minutes, and this year of hell would be over. Yes, I don't belong to this world. The protagonists in time travel dramas are all super cheats. But when it comes to me, I become a max-level character who is cast down to earth, and I go from being a prince to a poor and dirty student. My father is a big shot in the military and political circles of Manhwa, and my mother is the head of the Qian family in Kyoto. As for me, Gu Tian, I have always been so arrogant since I was a child that even my ancestors' graves are burning with anger. As a result, a family rule kicked me off to Jiangzhou, changed my name to Lin Chun, and began a year of commoner training. This rule can be summed up in one word: endure. Break the rules? Defer your sentence. Poor performance? Forget about returning to Kyoto. So, I've been living like a dog, a textbook case of depression. The security guard in the residential complex where I live has a background as a special forces soldier, and the auntie in the cafeteria is a retired female soldier. Every time she serves food, she moves like she is defusing a grenade. The atmosphere is ridiculously tense. But fortunately, this kind of life is about to end. I stared at the aunt who was serving the food. In the past year, I was her test target for almost every meal. She served me clear soup in turn. She was simply a master of purifying rice. But today, she unexpectedly gave me a big spoonful of braised pork and said to me with a smile, "Mr. Gu, this is your last meal. I hope you will eat and drink well." I was almost moved to tears. If it wasn't arranged by my father, I really wanted to treat her to a big meal to thank her for her training for a year. Just as she was about to leave with the plate, someone suddenly bumped into her from behind and the sauce spilled all over her skirt. "Are you blind?" The voice was sharp and piercing. I looked up and my heart skipped a beat. It was Xiao Na, the queen-level figure in Jiangda University and the only daughter of Qiao Lao San, the underworld boss of Jiangzhou. The red gravy on her skirt was like a verdict, making the air instantly quiet. I apologized subconsciously, but she raised her hand and slapped me. The people around me gasped. My face was burning with pain, and I clenched my fists, but I knew I couldn't do anything yet. There were still 15 minutes. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and was followed by two tall and strong thugs, as if they could tear me apart alive in the next second. "Do you know how much the skirt costs? Can you afford to pay for it?" she demanded. I pulled the corner of my mouth and said, "I'm sorry, I've never worn something so cheap." The whole place went into an uproar. Xiao Na's face froze, and then she laughed out loud in anger. Beat him until he can afford to pay." Two thugs rushed over and kicked me hard. I gritted my teeth and didn't fight back. After all, my father had taught me a lesson with a steel stick since I was a child, so I had the confidence to withstand beatings. "You dare to laugh at me for wearing cheap clothes?" She stepped on my face and almost crushed my bones. My face was pressed to the ground, sweat dripping down my face. I counted the time silently in my mind. 3 minutes. She looked down upon him like a proud queen. "Now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will pretend that what happened today never happened." More and more people gathered around, holding up their phones, taking photos, recording videos, and live streaming. I knelt and waited without saying a word. Until my watch rang, 12 o'clock. My eyes flashed, and I suddenly grabbed her ankles and pulled hard. She screamed and fell to the ground. Her whole body split into two parts. Her black stockings creaked, and the air seemed to freeze. "Is this guy crazy?" "She's Jonah." The onlookers were shocked. Some took pictures, and some were ready to run away. Her face was twisted in pain, and before she could recover, she roared and called two thugs. "Xiaopeng, Wang Shuai, kill him." The two strong men from the boxing club came to their senses and rushed over. I took a step back, having already calculated the angle. Bang! A spinning kick sent Zhao Peng flying, knocking over 2 tables and knocking him unconscious on the spot. No way, the boxing club president was killed in an instant. I didn't stop, turned around and punched Wang Shuai in the nose, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't even make a sound, but fell to the ground twitching, with blood all over the ground. No one dared to take pictures anymore and put away their phones. The atmosphere was depressing and terrifying. I stood up slowly and glanced at the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to look me in the eye. They simply couldn't understand how the wimp who had just been beaten without fighting back could suddenly turn into a tiger. Oh, the prince of my Gu family is not a spoiled brat. I have been training in the special operations camp since I was a child. How can I be your punching bag? Xiao Na's domineering face was now filled with fear. You're crazy. I sneered and kicked her in the face. She flew out and rolled on the ground in a mess. The whole audience was stunned. That's too cruel. She's a woman. Why didn't you say anything when you stepped on my face and slapped me just now? Just when everyone was silent, my phone rang and I picked it up. Go ahead. The familiar male voice on the other side said with a faint smile. Not bad. Your performance in the past year has received unanimous praise from 3,000 informants. Even your second uncle said that you have changed. I rolled my eyes. 3,000 eyeliner? Do you think I'm on a variety show? Stop talking nonsense. I'm going back to Kyoto. I'm going to the hospital to treat my injuries first. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Who hit you? Who else could it be? The 3 examiners you arranged. I was too lazy to say more, so I took a selfie of my bruised face with my phone, then turned the camera to take pictures of Zhao Peng and Wang Shuai and sent them together. If you want me to act, then I'll let you see how your actors perform. I stood in the crowd, covered in blood, as if I had just come down from the battlefield, but my eyes were exceptionally clear and calm. The crowd was completely silent, not even daring to breathe loudly. Dude, you're messing with the daughter of the Qiao family. Run away. Qiao Laosen is no joke. He conquered all the territory in Jiangzhou. I listened to these kind reminders and suddenly chuckled. Jiangzhou Qiao family. Underground forces? Do you really think I'm an ordinary student? Oh, thank you for your wonderful performance in this scene. And thank you, Uncle Air, for giving me this test. Criminal gangs, school violence, gang fights. These records are the death warrant for your second uncle's career. Don't you want to climb up? Then I will personally send you off and see how high you fall. I put away my phone, glanced at Jonah, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Before returning to Kyoto, let this farce become a visiting gift to your second uncle. In Kyoto, at the restricted area Gu family villa, the long rosewood table cracked instantly, and hot tea splashed. Gu-jun, you call this exercise? My son was beaten like this. Are you trying to cultivate his talent, or are you trying to kill him? As soon as my father roared, the whole audience fell silent, and all the powerful people lowered their heads. The photo slammed onto the table, and my horrible face became the trigger. Second uncle's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. His original exercise plan had completely collapsed. Jiangzhou is a small city and should be safe. He only arranged for campus training. But who would have thought that the fire would set the whole network on fire? Not only did I beat up the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, I also caused the entire school forum to explode and became the headline of social news. My father roared, Gu-jun. It was like a cannonball coming down, and I could imagine that my second uncle was almost unable to stand. He was in a dilemma. If he admitted that he had arranged it, he would be slapped away by his sister-in-law. If he denied it, he would be considered derelict in his duty. His face turned pale and his Adam's apple rolled, as if he was about to spit out his heart. At the same time, I walked into the counselor's office of Jiangda University. As soon as the door opened, Fong Ting's face turned green. Her eyes were filled with horror, and she took 2 steps back as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at the documents on the table with trembling fingers. The withdrawal and resignation procedures have been approved. Stay away from me. I didn't say a word, but she was shaking like she was afraid I would pull out a gun. Judging from the speed, even the security guard was helping her with the process. I originally thought she was an informant arranged by my father, but it turned out that she was really scared. The daughter of the Qiao family was kicked out by me. Rumor has it that her father is a school director, and even the principal took leave overnight. I grabbed the withdrawal documents, turned around and left, throwing the stack of papers into the trash can. Goodbye, Jiangda. The sun shines on my body, and I breathe a sigh of relief lazily. 100 million pocket money has arrived in my account, and my identity has been unblocked. I finally don't have to play the role of a miserable rich boy anymore. Next stop, back to Kyoto. Just as he reached the school gate, he heard a roar from behind. Gu Tian, stop right there. I tilted my head, and lo and behold, it came. Joanna was wrapped in bandages. Her face was a palette of colors, and she was chasing me with a group of gangsters. She screamed hysterically, "Kill him! Don't leave him alive!" I smiled softly and flicked my wrist, and the students around me gathered around me as if they were watching a reality show. Gu Tian still dares to stay in school? Is he crazy? Kiana looks like she's going to bleed. The next second, I turned around and ran. Oh my God, he ran away. Wasn't it quite cruel just now? I understand. A true boss doesn't have to be tough. Running away is the key. I rushed towards the school gate like the wind, shaking off all the tails, and even the delivery guy couldn't catch up with me. It's only been a few minutes since I regained my identity. There's no need to fight with a bunch of trash. My IQ won't allow me to stay. When I return to Kyoto, I will take out the list of names and see who dares to touch my hair. Xiao Na was furious and pointed at my back and yelled, "Surround him. Don't let him get away." I was about to rush out of the school gate when suddenly a group of boys who looked like students blocked the exit. They carried school bags, had stern eyes, and moved in unison. "Everyone, listen up, protect young Master Gu. Everyone else, take them down." "Yes." Bang! Dozens of school bags fell to the ground at the same time. Batons popped out, stab-proof back panels protected the chest, and the sound of metal was deafening. The students watching the excitement around were shocked. Fuck, how can this be a student? Is this the military? Gu Tian also has a non-staff team. Before Joanna's gang of thugs could react, the people on the opposite side rushed over. Bang! The sticks danced, the strikes were precise, and the movements were as smooth as in training drills. 3 seconds, 3 sticks, no repetition. Help! Sister, my face is crooked. They're not students, run. Joanna's face turned green, and before she could even shout to retreat, she was knocked to the ground by a stick. I stood in the middle of the chaos, not lifting a finger, like a director watching a play. A squad leader stood at attention and saluted. "Report to Master Gu. Support is in place." At that moment, the entire Zhengda University was questioning life. Where do I, Gu Tian, come from? Meanwhile, word of my conflict with Jonas spread throughout the city. Hashtag Jiangzhou University Fighting Incident hashtag became the #1 trending search. Hashtag girls step on boys' faces in public to humiliate them hashtag followed closely behind. The comment section exploded. Some people called me a coward, some called Xiao Na crazy, but more people focused on one key word, the Qiao family. That night, the Jiangzhou Municipal Building was completely blown up. Mayor Wang Hong and Secretary Li Quan were standing at the door waiting in person. They all knew that this matter had become a big deal, but no one expected that. Handong Governor Gu Jun arrived in person overnight. It wasn't a phone call or sending a secretary, but he came in person. When the A8 convoy slowly drove into the city government compound, both of their faces turned green. The car door opened, Gu Jun's face turned pale, and everyone was stunned. There was a clear slap mark on his face. This, Gu Sheng was slapped. Could it be a family member? No one dared to ask. How would they know that it was my aunt who did it herself? I was beaten so badly that my dad said, it was an accident during exercise. As a result, my aunt came and slapped me twice. Gu Jun suffered a loss and had to pretend that nothing was wrong. He came to Jiangzhou overnight to clean up his mess. The pressure in the city hall meeting room was suffocating. Gu Jun took his seat and glanced at him coldly. I've seen the video. Who will explain? Mayor Wang laughed dryly. It was just a little misunderstanding between the students. The food got spilled, and they got carried away. Secretary Li quickly responded. Yes. The boy spoke a little hastily, and the girl lost control. It was just a misunderstanding. When I heard these two people performing, I really wanted to hand over the microphone and let them choose. Actors, please take place. Gu Jun narrowed his eyes and nodded. What's the result? The air suddenly froze. Mayor Wang turned pale and stammered. Secretary Li reacted quickly and immediately lowered his head. It has been sent to the police station, and the press release is ready. We have also arranged to have a talk with the principal and make serious corrections. Gu Jun was finally satisfied. Very good, keep up the strength. As soon as I left the house, the phone rang and he called me directly. Gu Tian, I'm here to pick you up. Me, I'm at the airport. Gu Jun, Jiangzhou. Me, Kyoto Airport. Gu Jun was silent for 3 seconds. I'll send someone. After hanging up the phone, his face turned as pale as ink and he arranged for people to change the route. This governor will probably be busy all night. At this time, the atmosphere in the Qiao family mansion was also in an uproar. Qiaosen watched the video that went viral on the internet and crushed the teacup. Joanna was lying on the sofa with bandages all over her face, surrounded by a group of beaten-up men. He roared, "Who did this? Who dares to touch anyone from my Chow family? The servants came in one after another carrying ointments and ice cubes. When they saw Chow Na's appearance, they all gasped. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. Her arms and calves were covered with bruises. Her wrists were bandaged, and she walked with a limp. If you weren't an insider, no one would believe that this was the daughter of the Chow family. She looked more like a homeless person who had crawled out of a garbage dump. Chow Laosan smashed the coffee table with one slap, and the men were so scared that they all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. You can't even protect a woman? What are you supposed to do with yourselves? He was furious. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and the air pressure in the room was so low that it seemed like it was about to explode. Joanna fell to her knees with a thud, tears instantly bursting out. Her face was covered with makeup, and she felt aggrieved like a bullied child. Dad, they're all here. That kid is really good at fighting, and he brought a bunch of people with him. He kicked me over in front of the whole school and made me do the splits in public. After saying that, Joanna held her swollen face and continued to sob, her tears soaking the gauze. As the jewel in the Chow family's crown, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? This was not just a beating, but also a loss of dignity and face. Her crying made Chow Laosan so angry that he trembled all over and uttered a word between his teeth. I will make that boy regret being born. Investigate. Dig deep to find this brat. If he dares to touch my daughter, I'll see how he can survive in Jiangzhou. Chow Laosan roared and sat back in his armchair, his face as gloomy as the night. Although he didn't like to show off his fatherly love, he couldn't suppress his anger when he saw Chow Na in this state. At this time, a subordinate's voice came from the door. Boss Chow, Mayor Wang is here. Humph, you came just in time. Let him see with his own eyes what a beating my daughter has suffered. Chow Laosan put down his teacup with a sneer, leaned back in his chair, and looked cold. Mayor Wang walked in, sweat on his forehead, and panted as he gulped down a cup of tea. Mr. Chow, your daughter is in trouble this time. The internet is going viral. It exploded. Chow Laosan slammed the table and almost broke it. My daughter weighed 110 pounds, but now she's swollen to 130 pounds, and there are bruises all over her. You actually told me it's a big deal online. Mayor Wang was stunned. He turned his gaze to Chow Na and saw her swollen and deformed face. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Chow Na forced a smile with her swollen lips. Uncle Wang. Okay. Mayor Wang laughed dryly and exchanged pleasantries perfunctorily, but he felt it was ridiculous in his heart. The daughter of the Chow family usually beats people even more cruelly than this, but every time she does it, she just makes a little money and lets it go. I actually became a victim today. It's so weird. Mr. Chow, I understand your anger, but this matter must be dealt with. The province is keeping a close eye on it, and an announcement must be made tonight. Otherwise, you and I both know the consequences. Mayor Wang stopped talking mid-sentence, his eyes looking meaningful. Chow Laosan was silent for a few seconds, his eyes narrowed. Okay, I can send a few people out, but there is a condition. You say? Lin Shen, you must find it for me. After the official process is completed, let me handle it. Mayor Wang knew from the look in his eyes that this was not a discussion, but an order. Finally, he nodded. Okay. At the same time, Jiangdao was also thrown into chaos by the sudden arrest operation. Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai and others were all taken away by police cars, each with wounds on their faces from yesterday. There was a sensation in the school. A few hours later, the Jiangzhou police station released an announcement, and the content immediately became a hot topic on the internet. The announcement stated that a fight broke out at Jiangzhou University, in which students including Zhao and Wang escalated their dispute into a physical conflict. They are currently being investigated and dealt with according to law. At the same time, the notice solemnly stated that the so-called evil forces and large family background are all rumors. In an instant, the internet exploded. It's so funny. Even a fight can be blown up into a gang feud by marketing accounts. The official cleanup was so quick that the Chow family's daughter lost even her name. Strange. Why is Jonah not in the announcement? Brothers, wake up. No one named Chow has mentioned anything. This is too complicated. However, these doubts were quickly drowned out by the Jiangzhou media's coverage, and dozens of positive publicity messages drowned out all the rhythm. And I was sitting on a flight from Jiangzhou to Kyoto, drinking red wine, feeling extremely comfortable. Two stewardesses in black stockings knelt beside my legs and rubbed them, while the other one whispered behind me, Mr. Gu, is the strength okay? The co-pilot standing nearby had a stiff face, and he looked as if he was facing a great enemy, even breathing cautiously. Just before boarding, the airline suddenly received a notice that a super VIP guest would book the entire first-class cabin. They tried to search for my information in the system, but found nothing. Even the name Lin Chun did not exist. The flight attendant personally boarded the plane to try to sell me their membership system. I just smiled and replied, I'm already a member. Then, I took out a black gold card, their top-level airline card that had been discontinued for a long time. I was leaning on my first-class seat when I suddenly heard a scream from the front, followed by a phone call from the flight attendant with a trembling voice. Captain, come out and greet us. This VIP guest has an amazing identity, black gold card. When the co-pilot heard those 3 words, his hands trembled and the plane almost lost altitude. Black gold card? That's the airline's highest level of membership, with global access and status equivalent to the chairman's father. The co-pilot was stunned on the spot and rushed out of the cockpit without even having time to put on his flight cap. The flight attendants were so panicked that they didn't even wear shoes and ran over barefoot to serve me, for fear of neglecting me, the most precious of the precious. When they heard that my last name was Gu, the flight attendant's face changed and his legs went weak, and he took a step back. My surname is not Lin. My real surname is Gu, the Gu of the prince of the Gu family. They immediately understood. Who else could it be except the Gu family in Kyoto who could produce the black gold card, was young, and had the surname Gu? The flight attendants immediately put away their professional smiles, put down their tea, and started scrambling to massage my shoulders and legs. My mother is the head of the Qian family, and the major shareholder of the airline is the Qian Group. As for my father, they don't even dare to mention his name. At this moment, I couldn't help but let out a groan. Don't press there, it hurts. It turned out that there were still a few bruises on my back, and the flight attendant had pressed them down, and the pain made me shiver all over. This scared them silly. The flight attendant who pinched my shoulders burst into tears and knelt on the ground, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I really didn't know where not to press. I'm sorry. The co-pilot was so frightened that his face turned pale and his voice trembled. Why don't you go down? Write a 300,000-word self-criticism and don't come here again. I saw that the flight attendants were almost frightened and could only put down their wine glasses with a wry smile and comfort them. Don't panic, I'm fine. I just have some bruises from the beating I got earlier. I pressed the wrong spot. After hearing what I said, the flight attendant who had been crying like a little cat immediately stopped crying and hurriedly ran barefoot to get ice cubes and ointment. The co-pilot was relieved to see that I didn't get angry. If I had really pissed me off, this route might have been canceled. At the same time, the atmosphere in the interrogation room of Jiangzhou police station was suffocating. Zhao Peng, Wang Shuai and others were still stubborn at first, but after a wave of operations by the police, they quickly confessed everything. Originally, this matter could be closed as a conflict between students, but 2 suspicious points made the whole case complicated. First, the school was able to find information about Lin Chun before, but now it can't find it, as if it had evaporated from the system. Second, their confessions mentioned that the methods I used when I called that group of people to fight were extremely professional. The interrogators watched the video and found that the baton was used like a movie special effect, with 6 or 7 swings per second. They specifically target non-lethal parts of the body with such precision that they can instantly render the victim incapable of combat. They don't look like thugs at all, but more like a professionally trained action team. The question is, who am I? Where did these people come from? Why is there not even a clue as to their identities? There is no file, no background, no connections. It's like he appeared out of nowhere. On the other side, it was just dawn and my flight had already landed at Kyoto Airport. The moment the plane landed steadily, I stood up, straightened my suit, and took a deep breath. Finally back. Compared to the humidity in Jiangzhou, I prefer the early morning in Kyoto, where the air is chilly with a hint of dew. The moment I stepped out of the cabin door, the crew members behind me all breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved. They knew that this voyage was not for passengers, but for a prince. Not far away, several Audi A8s drove up in a line, drifted close to the ground, and stopped in front of me. As the car door opened, a row of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses got out quickly and stood in neat rows. Everyone bowed their heads, stood in silence, and said nothing. And their license plates, Dragon A88888, Dragon A99999, Dragon A77777, are all leopard numbers. The passengers around were all stunned and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Oh my God, the leopard. These government cars can even be driven onto the tarmac? Who can resist such treatment? But before he could take 2 pictures, the man in black silently pressed the phone. Sir, please do not take pictures. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone was shocked by this invisible sense of oppression. Just then, a Ferrari SF90 came speeding and drifted to a stop at my feet with an extremely graceful movement. Secretary Wang's face darkened. It seemed that he had not arranged this car at all. The car door opened, and a young man with a crew cut jumped out, smiling and waving at me. Brother Tian. I was stunned for a moment, then I smiled. How's he? How did you know I was coming back today? Wang Hao is my best friend who I grew up with. Our relationship couldn't be closer. Hey, my dad drank too much last night. I secretly looked at his phone and found out that you returned to Beijing this morning, so I quickly came to pick you up. Wang Hao put his arm around my shoulders while laughing and grumbled quietly. Your return has become a secret. I only found out about it after I peeked at my dad's phone. He then sighed. So you've been hiding in Jiangzhou. I've been looking for you for a year, but there's no news. I smiled too. He had changed a lot after not seeing him for a year. He is less carefree and more steady than before. It's obvious that he has really grown up. I glanced at him and asked, how's Kyoto doing this year? Can your club still hold up? As he started the car, he sighed. After you left, the club's business went downhill. Although he is responsible for the operation of this club, I am the real shareholder behind the scenes. My mother saw me playing and fighting outside every day, so she spent 200 million to build a private estate for me in the city center. Outsiders think it is a high-end entertainment venue, but it is actually a private social area for Kyoto's powerful circles. It is not open to the public and does not make money from customer flow. It relies entirely on background and lineage to get in. Nouveau riche and upstarts are not accepted here. All who come here are the true heirs of the major families. She wanted me to play safely in my own territory and make some reliable friends. But ever since I was sent to Jiangzhou, the entire club seemed to have lost its backbone, and the circle became deserted overnight. Wang Hao whispered. The day you were sent away, the entire Kyoto world seemed to have been paused. Those second generations who were always living a life of luxury have all become cowards. I turned to look at him and smiled. It's only a year. I'm not dead. Why would they care? He gripped the steering wheel tightly, but his tone was serious. Brother Tian, you don't know how ruthless your father's move was. Even my dad said that Mr. Gu was serious this time. As soon as you left, all the dandies from the Qin, Du, and Zhao families who were used to courting death were sent abroad for further studies. No one dared to show up. Even the guys in our club who are most capable of causing trouble are now focused on their jobs. I casually took the cigarette that Wang Hao handed to me and took a look at the packaging. It was the kind specially supplied internally. After lighting it, I leaned back in my chair and sneered. Isn't the old man of the Qin family the most protective of his children? He's also scared. Wang Hao sighed as he turned on the turn signal. As soon as you left, Mr. Qin held a meeting at home and told anyone who caused trouble again to get out of the house. The Du and Zhao families were even more ruthless. They simply hid those troublesome children away and forbade them from appearing in public for a year. I thought this was outrageous enough, but he suddenly said, the most ruthless is the Xie family. I narrowed my eyes. Xie Juanhao? That old guy Xie Yong fought fiercely with my dad back then and almost got him fired. In the end, he was able to turn the tables thanks to 3 key votes. Wang Hao nodded. When you first left, Xie Juanhao got drunk and said in front of a bunch of people that since you're gone, he'll be the new boss of the circle. As a result, the next day, he was sent to the North Pole. I nearly blew out the cigarette in my mouth. The North Pole? Are you kidding me? Would he be willing to give up Xie Yong's precious treasure? Wang Hao shrugged. Why would I lie to you? My dad came back from an internal meeting the next day, his face pale. I heard that Xie Yong bowed his head and admitted his mistake in front of your father. The scene was like a grandson. I couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It turned out that this year, my dad really reshuffled the entire city. The entire circle was beaten into submission. As we were chatting, Secretary Wang caught up with us, panting, and knocked on the car window. Mr. Gu, please take my car. Governor Gu personally asked me to pick you up. I squinted my eyes and looked at him. A playful smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Hey, my second uncle still remembers me? You threw me out like a stick all year long, and now you're giving me a candy and sending someone to pick me up? My second uncle has always loved me. When I was a child, he protected me even when I beat Gu Tong. But this time, my second uncle was also involved in the exile to Jiangzhou, which really disappointed me. Secretary Wang waved his hands repeatedly to explain. Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. Provincial Governor Gu has been secretly watching you. He urged your father to take you back many times and even shed tears secretly. He's genuinely worried about you. I raised my eyes and said in a cold tone, he cares about me? Oh, I can't lose my temper in front of my dad, but I can settle the score with my second uncle who plotted against me. I smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for your concern. But my friend has come to pick me up, and I'm taking his car. Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the car started slowly. I threw a sentence to Secretary Wang. Please go back and tell my second uncle. Jiangzhou City is indeed a good place worth remembering. Also, tell Gutong not to come to Kyoto to play, otherwise I will beat him up every time I see him. After saying that, I gently closed the car window, closed the door, and the Ferrari roared away in an instant. Secretary Lu Wang stood there, his face pale, unable to speak for a long time. He knew that this time Master Gu was really angry. If Gu Tian really holds a grudge, he will beat anyone up, even if it's someone from the Gu family. I've seen this kind of madness before. He once said he would take Gu Tong on a trip, but ended up leaving her at the Antarctic base and returning home by boat alone. Wang Hao and I drove that cool Ferrari and took a leisurely ride on the main road of Kyoto. It was the morning rush hour, and the road was filled with luxury cars, with Bentleys and Maybachs everywhere, as if they were on sale. But as soon as they saw our red Ferrari, all the cars gave way and no one dared to get too close. Who wouldn't recognize the Wang family's car? Who would dare to stand in the way of Mayor Wang's son? Some people on the roadside even whispered, "Wow, isn't this young Master Wang? He's out so early in the morning." Huh? That figure in the passenger seat. Why does it look so familiar? When they recognized me sitting in the passenger seat, their eyes widened as if they were struck by lightning. Holy shit, that's him. Is it really him? God is back. Wang Hao noticed the movement, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car out of their sight. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the private club in a prime location in Kyoto. I got out of the car and walked leisurely towards the main gate, while Wang Hao drove to a nearby parking lot. I glanced at the door and saw a row of Bentleys and Rolls-Royces coming more actively than before. You still say business is slow? It's obviously booming. I snorted coldly, having already seen through his intention of making up stories about the book deficit. The men and women at the door all looked like new faces in the circle of power and wealth. It was obvious that a lot of people had been removed from the circle in the past year. As I stood there observing, two receptionists in uniform came up. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" They smiled professionally and spoke in a gentle tone. I paused, glanced at them calmly, and patted my suit jacket lightly. "You didn't need an appointment to come here before." They were stunned for a moment, then began to look at me subconsciously. A custom-made suit, Berluti leather shoes, and an outfit starting at least 2 million, but they couldn't find my information in the system. This person was dressed modestly, but every detail concealed the ultimate luxury. The key point was the calmness he showed when he stood at the door. He looked more like a host than a guest. Suddenly, something clicked in their minds, and they both bowed slightly. "Excuse me, are you here to see Mr. Wang?" When I heard this, my face turned black. How did this club become Wang Hao's territory? Before I could say anything, Wang Hao just came jogging back from the parking lot. When he saw me happily chatting with the two young ladies, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought I was going to be angry, but he didn't expect me to be so calm. "Brother Tian, why don't you go in?" he rushed up and asked. "Brother Tian?" The receptionist's expression froze instantly, as if the program had frozen. Their pupils suddenly shrank. "Gu Tian? Gu Xiao?" Of course, they had never actually seen me, but this name was like a god in the club. Even their manager, Sister Sue, has mentioned Gu Tian's legend countless times, her words full of awe. And today, the legendary master was standing right in front of them, and they just asked me if I had an appointment. Both of their legs went weak, and they almost fell to their knees. "Gu, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. We didn't mean it." I waved my hand, not intending to argue with them, and casually said to Wang Hao, "These two are very good at reception. Give them each a bonus of 50,000 yuan." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the two receptionists froze instantly. 50,000. Their normal salary is only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, so they are grateful if they can receive 1,000 yuan in tips from customers. Now, just because you mistook me for once, you're giving me a 50,000 yuan bonus? "Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu." They were almost crying and bowed repeatedly. I smiled, said nothing more, and walked into the club with my hands in my pockets. But the next second, the scene made me stunned. The lights in the hall were flashing and the DJ's bass was deafening. The center of the dance floor was packed with handsome men and beautiful women DJing, and the atmosphere of decadence and extravagance almost came out of the floor. Wait, is this my club? I remember that before I left. This was the core area of the most private and stylish circle in Kyoto. Now, it has been directly upgraded into a luxury nightclub? Howsy, explain to me what the hell is this? I stared at him, my scalp tingling. He quickly waved his hands. "Brother Tian, listen to me. I just changed it a little bit, added a dance floor, to make the atmosphere more lively." "How dare you cause trouble?" I said as I gave him a slap on the face. Ouch. He covered his head and cried out in pain. "Brother Tian, don't worry. I'll be back to normal when you come back." I shook my head. knowing that no matter how brave this kid was, he wouldn't dare to do anything really reckless. But just seeing this originally elegant and noble club being ruined like this makes me feel upset. Looks like I have to come back and clean up the mess. As Wang Hao drove, he kept muttering, "During the year you were away, the Kyoto community has become more restrained. Even our club's business has declined." I looked at him with a complicated expression. "So, in the end, you turned the club into a nightclub?" The bustling dance floor and the nightclub-like venue design in front of me made me laugh and cry. If my mother knew about this, she would probably give him a good beating. Wang Hao waved his hands hurriedly. "How dare I, Brother Tian? This is your club. I dare not touch it casually." But no one comes, and business is losing money. Even if it's about to go bankrupt, I still have to maintain my reputation. You see, I can only lower the membership standards and let in the rich second generation, coal bosses, and the like. He pointed to the surroundings and said, "We've added bars and discos, which are open 24 hours a day. We didn't have these before." I froze for a moment, glancing around, my gaze unconsciously fixed on a woman in the middle of the dance floor, dressed in what looked like little more than lingerie. How dare they turn this into a nightclub? Look for yourself. Who in Kyoto today would dare to enter a place like this? Wang Hao sighed. I have no choice. They force me to change every day. Really? As he spoke, he pointed at Manager Sue standing by the reception desk. I forced her to dress that way. She said if she didn't wear that, she wouldn't get any customers. Those who come here to drink are not short of money. This left me speechless. What are you talking about? Are you just selling sex appeal? Wang Hao laughed awkwardly. Okay, it's a bit exaggerated, but there's nothing we can do about it. Business is so slow. Just as I was about to speak, Manager Sue came over. When she saw me, she screamed, then rushed over and hugged me, tears streaming down her face. "Mr. Gu, you're finally back. Mr. Wang actually asked me to use my sex appeal to attract customers. Look at what I'm wearing now. He even said I don't have enough character and asked me to dress more boldly." She was crying so hard that her face was covered in tears, but she didn't even notice it and was still holding me tightly. At this moment, some young people who were spending a lot of money stopped drinking and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Oh my God, is Manager Sue crazy? She's hugging a man. They were all stunned. After all, Manager Sue didn't drink with anyone or entertain guests, and everyone had a dignified and steady impression of her. They hadn't expected her to actually hug me in public. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu." Manager Sue immediately let go of me and apologized quickly. I chuckled. "Okay, don't panic." Just as he was about to speak again, Wang Hao interrupted him with a helpless expression. "Brother Tian, forget it. I forced her to dress like this. You feel a little guilty?" I interrupted him directly, looking at Manager Sue with a slight smile. "Since that's what you said, then fine. Reward you with a bonus." Reward? Manager Sue was stunned. I casually picked up a stack of bills from the table and handed it to her casually. 50,000 each. "Thank you for your hard work." She was stunned, as if she had been electrocuted. Looking at the 50,000 in her hand, tears almost fell again. Wang Hao was stunned. 50,000? Is this because she accidentally hugged you? I smiled and said, "She's worked hard, so of course she should be rewarded. Good work pays off." Manager Sue quickly lowered his head and thanked him excitedly. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my duties." I waved my hand and walked into the club, followed by Wang Hao. "Brother Tian, don't you want to go in and take a look?" "What are you looking at? Can this place compare to my previous club?" I asked with a bit of a smile. Walking into the hall, my eyes widened. The lights here are like a nightclub, neon lights are flashing, and the heavy bass on the DJ booth is shaking the ground. In the dance floor, men and women were dancing wildly, and the atmosphere was much more lively than before. How can this be my original club? It has become so messy. I couldn't believe my eyes. Wang Hao hurried over. "Brother Tian, listen to my explanation. Let's renovate this place and add some entertainment projects. After all, you know the current situation." I glared at him. "You've ruined the atmosphere. Now it's become a nightclub. How are you going to explain this to me?" He smiled bitterly. "Brother Tian, it's really not my fault. But it's good like this now. Business is good." I snorted coldly. "Business is good? What's that?" I earned my position through connections and good taste, not these things. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Wang Hao hurriedly opened the door and saw a waiter running in. "Boss Wang, there's a guest making trouble outside, insisting that Manager Sue accompany him for drinks." My face darkened, and I stood up. "Let's go and take a look." I casually took out a silver-black Beretta pistol from the drawer. Wang Hao was stunned. "Brother Tian, you even brought a gun?" I didn't reply and walked straight to the door. With my position, if others dare to touch me, I will make them feel what regret is. What the hell? I spent over $1 million here, and there's not even a single special service. The fat man was cursing and shouting in the booth, banging the table. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have the service you requested. The waiter kept explaining, but he picked up 2 bottles of Spade Ace, and then, bang, a bottle of wine was poured directly on the waiter's head. Isn't your manager smiling and greeting others? Why can't I? He shouted angrily. The guests around were stunned, and no one dared to interrupt. I sat aside, glanced at the fat man who was causing trouble, and thought to myself, how dare he cause trouble in a place like this? Damn it, this is the place. If I don't destroy it today, I'll be a grandson. He angrily threw the bottle to the ground with a deafening sound. Suddenly, a charming voice came. Hey, guest, why are you so angry? Manager Sue walked down the hall in high heels, her waist twisting. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Manager Sue is worthy of his name. He really has a vision. The guests around him murmured and teased. But just then, I saw someone's eyes widen. Mr. Gu, a man pointed at me with trembling hands. In an instant, the guests around seemed to have pressed the pause button, and everyone fell silent. Hi, it's really Mr. Gu. My lord, I have seen the real me. They were all stunned and stood up, but no one dared to step forward to say hello. At this moment, Manager Sue happened to walk up to the fat man, raised her red lips slightly, leaned over, and lifted his chin. If you want me to drink with you, at least get a membership. The fat man was immediately shocked by her posture, staring at her with his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Do it. I must do it. Get the top-level membership. He hurriedly took out his wallet. Wang Hao smiled on the side, obviously used to this kind of scene. Sir, you must have spent a lot of money, right? Manager Sue smiled and handed the fat man the membership card. What is this? The fat man was stunned. Looking at the price on the card, his face changed instantly. Top black gold member? Minimum consumption is 100 million. The fat man's face turned ashen. He suddenly became anxious. This is impossible. You are robbing me. Manager Sue was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and whispered in the fat man's ear. If you really want to accompany drinking, why not save up 100 million first? Her words made the atmosphere around them suddenly quiet. The fat man's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he instantly exploded with anger. I'm going to smash your store. Before he could continue yelling, I pulled out the Beretta from my waist and pointed the gun at him. What? You're not going to keep shouting? I asked coldly with a cold look in my eyes. When the fat man realized what was happening, he was so frightened that he could only shake his head silently. Weren't you arrogant just now? Keep shouting. I moved the gun in my hand slightly, and the pressure made him no longer dare to be arrogant. He could only lower his head, uttering choked sobs, completely losing the ability to resist. I sneered, my voice getting colder and colder. Keep shouting, answer me. Woo-woo. The fat man could only moan softly. I turned and gestured, and the music in the entire club suddenly stopped. A gunshot rang out in the darkness, and almost no one heard it. The lights came back on. I took out a tissue from the drawer and calmly wiped the blood. Take him away and pick out a luxurious stove. I ordered calmly. Manager Sue immediately nodded obediently, a trace of admiration and awe flashing in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Gu. Back in the office, Wang Hao came over with a tablet, a smile on his face. Brother Tian, we've checked the background of that fat guy. His family runs a coal mining business in Hanxi. They only let the accident go after someone died. My eyes lit up when I heard this. Coal mine. Wang Hao nodded. Yes, there was a coal mine accident at home, and we paid 10,000 yuan in compensation, but the matter was not handled cleanly. I smiled faintly and said, go and blow up his father's mine. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange it right away. Just as I was about to pack up, my cell phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar caller number, I swiped to answer. Hello. A girl's hysterical roar came from the other end of the phone. Lin Shun, come out here. I was taken aback when I heard this. That tone sounded familiar. You know who gave me your phone number, right? Shen Yao? I beat her up. The girl continued to laugh wildly. Just wait. When I find you, I'm going to kill you. I frowned and responded in a deep voice. Shen Yao? Are you crazy? Dare to bully her. I will make you pay the price. The girl roared and hung up the phone. Wang Hao was stunned after hearing this. No. Brother Tian was only exiled for a year. How did he get into trouble with a woman? Your name is Joanna, right? I asked coldly. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly stopped. 3 seconds later, an angry voice came again. You don't even know who I am? My father is Qiao Lao-san. Just wait. My father is going to settle accounts with you. And I'm going to settle accounts with you too. Listening to the other party's hysterical shouting, I smiled calmly and turned on the speakerphone. What's your father's name? I asked in a calm voice. Xiao Lao-san. The other man was so angry that he almost gnashed his teeth. If you dare to show up in Jiangzhou, my father will send people to find you, both black and white. As soon as these words came out, Wang Hao and I looked at each other, and Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out. Both black and white. I sneered inwardly. This seemed like quite a fuss. If I were to pursue a career in politics now, this old third Xiao could provide me with a lot of political capital. Okay, I get it, I said calmly. I'll show up in Jiangzhou in a few days, and you can come and chop me down. As soon as I finished speaking, I hung up the phone, turned on airplane mode, and threw my phone into the fish tank. Bang, water splashed everywhere, and the huge alligator gar bit the phone and swallowed it directly. Wang Hao was confused and came over to ask, Brother Tian, is this your ex-girlfriend? Or some crazy woman from somewhere? I couldn't help but laugh. If you want to know about Shun Yao, listen to me. I immediately began to tell him about the past between Shun Yao and me. When I mentioned her, I felt a little complicated. Shun Yao didn't have a smooth life in Jiangzhou. Her family was incomplete, and she had no sense of existence at all, but her innocence made it difficult for me to ignore her. Why didn't you help her at that time? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask with heartache. I immediately got furious and rushed over to give him a slap on the face. I was even poorer than she was back then. She had a scholarship, but I had to pick up cardboard bottles and sell them on the street. Why don't you understand the situation? I said, a little excited, and my voice became louder. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening. What did you say? Have you ever picked up junk? I nodded, my tone still fiery. Yes, I'll go to the street to pick up junk. Ordinary cardboard is 60 cents a pound. You really picked it up? Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out. I sneered. Do you think I'm kidding? But now it's okay. I paused. I have a reason to help her. Joanna's situation is pretty bad anyway. Wang Hao was even more excited at this moment, and even began to imagine the future situation. Brother Tian, if you can handle this matter, you can use it to enter the official career. After hearing this, I was furious and kicked Wang Hao's chair hard, causing him to fall to the ground with his legs spread out. With your current level, you still want to work together as a government businessman? I snorted coldly. Wang Hao stood up and kept explaining. Brother Tian, if your parents don't give you pocket money in the future, we have to think about our way out. I didn't say anything, opened the drawer and took out my cell phone. Wang Hao saw my expression change and hurriedly reminded me. Brother Tian, turn off the internet. Your phone is about to explode. I did see a lot of messages pop up. Lu Weiqi. Brother Tian, when did you come back? I heard you saw him at the club? Su Jinsheng. Brother Tian. The picture you sent from my brother in Jiangzhou looks like you. Is it you? Su Wanhua. Brother Tian. This message was sent by a sister from Jiangzhou. It looks like you to me. Is it you? Lu Qinwei. Brother Tian, are you in Jiangzhou? The way he got beaten looks so much like you. Tell me now? Seeing these messages, I was stunned for a moment and instantly annoyed. I spread it online. Wang Hao looked at my furious expression and quickly searched on his tablet. Brother Tian, the video has indeed spread. The footage of you being beaten has gone viral. I sighed helplessly, clicked on the video, and looked at the comments. Damn, that was a brutal beating. Victim blaming. This is ridiculous. My face was hit like that, and it turned into a cheating scene? What kind of atmosphere is this? I was shaking with anger. Me? Brother Tian, you don't have to go over there. Leave this to me. Wang Hao gritted his teeth in anger as he stared at the video on his phone. This is too much. Even if I am just a piece of trash, I cannot let my dignity be trampled upon like this. Suddenly, he leaned over with his head tilted slyly. Brother Tian, what are you going to do? Xiao Na is still being arrogant, claiming that her family has a background in the underworld. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth, and I couldn't help but reply lightly. Mafia background? Suddenly, a person from a few years ago flashed through my mind. The last person who dared to claim to have a gang background is still lying in the river. Xiao Na, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I want to give you a perfect reason to show up in Jiangzhou. I finished speaking slowly and dialed the number. Hello, this is the Douyin Exclusive Administrative Center. I'm looking for Zhang Ming. A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you? Mr. Gu Tian. I responded concisely, my voice flat. There was a sudden rush of voice from the other end of the phone. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. I will arrange it right away. Less than 3 seconds after hanging up the phone, Director Zhang called and said in an extremely respectful tone, Mr. Gu, no problem. I'll arrange what you said right away. Oh, that's troublesome. I responded calmly, and after hanging up the phone, Wang Hao looked at me in surprise. Brother Tian, you are awesome. Hee. I smiled lightly, having already made follow-up plans in my mind. A minute later, my news, went straight to the trending search. Headlines appeared one after another. Jiangzhou University shocked the entire internet. A vicious incident of campus bullying was exposed. Gangster background? Xiao Na, the daughter of the Qiao family, reveals herself, and the campus female devil shocks the audience. Oh my god, Brother Tian, this is too fast. Wang Hao was surprised and checked his phone nervously. I picked up the wine glass, took a sip calmly, and said with a slow smile, I can't take this beating in vain. He laughed and said, Brother Tian, this is really cruel. Now, the members of the Jiangzhou Legislative Council will have to keep their eyes open. My plan has quietly started. In Jiangzhou, a series of news reports fermented, the media went crazy, and even some legal bloggers began to speculate on my possible sentence, and the comment section became a mess. Fuck. What the hell is this? I clenched my fists. Victim blaming? Me. I cursed under my breath, seething with rage. Soon, the atmosphere in Mayor Wang's office became even more solemn than before the thunderstorm. He stared at his phone, his face filled with anxiety. Didn't we already release the announcement? Why is it trending again? His words heightened the tension. The secretary handed over the latest data report. Mayor, public opinion is spreading too quickly. The backend shows thousands of accounts simultaneously pushing relevant information. Not only public opinion, but even official media followed suit, the secretary added cautiously. This is really a big deal. Mayor Wang smiled bitterly and instantly became deeply worried. He hurriedly instructed, Go, find Lin Chen for me. You must make him release a clarification video, saying this isn't that serious. Even if it's just a script, that's fine. At the same time, Qiao Laosan's face was gloomy on the phone, and he smashed the teacup fiercely. How dare you threaten me? How can I, Qiao Laosan, be scared? He gritted his teeth, obviously exhausted by my actions this time. Mayor Wang asked us to keep a low profile, otherwise I won't be able to handle his tactics. He roared angrily, his tone on the phone very heavy. At this moment, I am planning my next move. If you dare to act, be prepared to bear the consequences. Wang Hao was silent for a moment and looked at me. Brother Tian, how are you going to deal with this? I said calmly, let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Inside the office, Gu Jun's face was pale, filled with anxiety. How long had he been in office? How could such a mess have already occurred? As an official who had just taken office, he was actually involved in a family scandal. To make matters worse, this incident involved his eldest nephew. Although the outside world was unaware, Gu Jun knew that the root of the problem was his arrangement. To give his eldest nephew some training, he sent him to Jiangzhou, hoping that this experience would not only allow his nephew to grow, but also allow him to demonstrate his abilities in front of his elder brother. If this was successfully completed, he would surely be praised and his future career would be further promoted. However, the current situation is far more complicated than he expected. Things are far beyond his control. The emergence of evil forces is completely beyond his expectations, and his brother's trust is shaken. At this moment, Gu Jun was sitting in his office, documents scattered across the floor. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Seeing the word brother on the caller ID, his heart sank. He quickly stood up, walked quickly to the door, and locked the office. Hey, brother, it's so late, haven't you rested yet? A voice with a hint of laughter came from the phone. Hey, Gu Jun, why didn't you rest? This sentence made Gu Jun's legs almost weak, and he almost knelt down. He quickly regained his composure. Despite years of experience in government, he was still nervous when facing his elder brother. He knew this was more than just an ordinary conversation. It might concern his future political fate. Brother, this Qiao family. I really didn't expect them to be so bold and act so recklessly. Gu Jun explained hurriedly, the sweat on his forehead already soaking his temples. The laughter on the other end of the line grew clearer. Gu Jun, why are you so nervous? You just took up your new position, and I've been thinking about giving you a suitable gift. Gu Jun was stunned by his brother's words. Jiangzhou, just consider it a gift from me to you. Starting from Jiangzhou, we will gradually expand to the entire Handong province. As for the specific arrangements, you have to make them yourself. The eldest brother's tone was calm, as if he was in control of everything. Gu Jun suddenly opened his eyes wide. It turned out that his elder brother had already made plans, and his own situation was just a part of his elder brother's layout. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see your special proposal on the crackdown on organized crime at the cabinet meeting. Do you understand? Gu Feng's voice was still steady, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. This completely shocked Gu Jun. It turned out that his eldest brother had orchestrated all of this. The public opinion storm was just a deception. The real purpose was to get him to support his eldest brother's plan. Brother, this, public opinion, is it? Gu Jun hesitated, feeling a little doubtful. There was a sneer from the other end of the phone. Public opinion? Haha, maybe it's Xiao Yan's work. Gu Feng's tone was like that of a behind-the-scenes manipulator who controlled the overall situation, making it impossible to refute. This nephew, is he also serving Big Brother's plan? Gu Jun had new doubts in his mind, but then he realized that if it was really as Big Brother said, all this was not an accident. But it's just right. We can show the court Xiao Yan's determination, Gu Feng added calmly. It suddenly dawned on Gu Jun that his elder brother had already used this incident to clear his nephew's name, and he had become a pawn in the game. I understand, brother. Thank you. Gu Jun's mind was clear, and after hanging up the phone, his eyes became unusually firm. He picked up the phone on his desk and made a quick decision. Notice now, all cadres, call a meeting immediately. Anyone who is late must submit their resignation tomorrow. Following the telephone call, the political atmosphere in the entire Handong province changed dramatically. The next morning, I sat in the car, my lips slightly raised, and my eyes swept deeply across the street scene outside the window. I know that today, the future of Jiangzhou City will be completely changed. As the motorcade entered Jiangzhou Avenue, everyone's eyes turned. The most striking thing was the coaster, its black body and flashing hazard lights shattering the quiet street. The motorcade was so impressive, it felt like a grand spectacle about to unfold. Mr. Gu, a woman in a business suit approached me, tablet in hand, gracefully strode over to me. Two young women beside her immediately stood up and respectfully made room for me. She is Tang Lan, the Gu family's personal secretary and my personal bodyguard. She served in the Dragon Kingdom's Women's Special Forces, skilled in firearms, combat, and intelligence gathering. After retiring, she joined the Gu family, specifically responsible for my safety and travel arrangements. We're still 10 minutes from Jiangzhou International Hotel. Tang Lan's voice was calm and steady. The hotel has been fully booked and the area has been cleared. Counterterrorism teams A and B are already deployed around the area, and peripheral personnel are also in place. I nodded calmly without saying anything else. Everything was under my control. The roar of the convoy echoed through the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by. Oh my God, whose convoy is this? A passerby muttered. The coasters are flashing their hazard lights. What kind of a show is this? When did such a powerful person come to Jiangzhou? Another person asked in confusion. There is a saying that is often circulated on the internet. I'm not afraid of a Rolls-Royce carrying an umbrella, but I'm afraid of a coaster turning on its hazard lights. Today, the citizens of Jiangzhou City finally witnessed this scene. At the same time, two men in executive jackets were anxiously making phone calls. Mayor Wang, it doesn't look like this is from higher-ups. The configuration of this fleet is completely wrong. One of the men shouted anxiously. Who owns the convoy? Wang Shi asked anxiously on the other end of the phone. They knew that, in theory, local cadres would be notified in advance of the arrival of any leader. But today, there was no sign of this convoy at all. Mayor Wang, there's a coaster in front, 3 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars in the back, and 4 or 5 Land Rovers behind them. The license plates are all Dragon A and Leopard numbers. The voice on the other end of the line breathed a sigh of relief. Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Land Rover? Leopard numbers? This definitely isn't the leader. Mayor Wang relaxed a little, but his tone quickly turned serious again. Who are the people in the team? The man in the executive jacket said in a voice filled with extreme panic. Wang Shi, the problem isn't the convoy. The people in the cars are not simple. What? Who is in the car? Wang Shi's voice became nervous again. The coaster's windows are not clear. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming heavier. But the windows of the Mercedes-Benz G and Land Rover Defender are not completely black. We saw, sitting in the car, it turned out to be a group of people wearing black helmets and holding the truth. What? Wang Shi almost lost his mind, and the phone almost fell to the ground. He immediately rushed out of the office, shouting, "Contact Jiangzhou Police Station immediately. Ask them to mobilize all police forces." Immediately, his eyes were full of fear and doubt, and an indescribable premonition surged in his heart. "Miss, I really don't dare. Dragon A's team." I heard Xiao Na's command from the passenger seat, her voice piercing. Her face was livid with anger, and she ordered mercilessly, "Pass." There was no room for negotiation. The driver was clearly hesitant. He knew he was just a laborer, and risking his life wasn't worth it. If the convoy ahead was truly a major player, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. "Miss, should we just forget about it?" the driver asked tentatively, his voice trembling. Xiao Na ignored him and slapped the driver. "Say it again, pass." Her eyes flashed with icy anger. "In Jiangzhou, no one dares to drive in front of my Qiao family's car. Cars outside. If they see me, they have to give way to me." The driver gritted his teeth, finally decided to step on the accelerator and turn the steering wheel sharply. The Rolls-Royce instantly reversed and crashed into the lane. People on the roadside were amazed. It seemed that the Chow family's car was indeed powerful. I raised my eyelids slightly and took a look at what was happening. I said calmly, "Go check and see what this convoy is all about." Tang Lon looked at me, frowning slightly. "Mr. Gu, do you mean to investigate them?" She obviously didn't expect that I would choose to investigate. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce deliberately braked suddenly. I knew it was a provocation. "Team C, attention. Track the target," Tang Lon commanded immediately, his eyes filled with coldness. "Go beyond, and fire if necessary." Just as he finished speaking, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly accelerated and rushed out, crashing into the Rolls-Royce. Bang! With a loud bang, the Rolls-Royce lost control and veered away, causing Joanna in the car to scream. The driver struggled to keep the car steady, but the convoy had already vanished into the distance. I couldn't help but chuckle, then casually said, "These guys are just stupid local tyrants." I raised my glass of red wine and said, "They're just stupid local tyrants." The convoy continued to drive towards the Jiangzhou International Hotel, while the police station on the other side also launched an emergency operation. Several police cars quickly drove out, with a clear target, to track our convoy. "Name?" I asked coldly. "Li Shan," the police officer answered, looking a little nervous. "Occupation?" I continued to ask. "Investigating police officer from Jiangzhou Police Station." His voice trembled slightly. Then, another police officer also replied in panic. "Wang Fei is also a police officer. We are colleagues." 20 police officers stood at attention, each with a look of terror on their faces. Before them were men in black clothes with the logo of the Long Yu Special Forces Brigade clearly printed on their chests. "Captain Long, how is the interrogation going?" I heard the voice and turned to ask the men in black. "Mr. Gu," Lung Feng replied with a respectful tone, "we have already obtained some intelligence, and the next step is to process it further." I nodded, expression calm. "Deal with these people and continue to track down the forces behind them." Meanwhile, the situation inside the police station became increasingly chaotic. More and more police officers were brought into the hotel, and the chief of the Jiangzhou police station was also taken into the interrogation room. "Who are you? Which unit are you from?" the director shouted angrily. "Huh." The man in black calmly slammed a document in front of his face. The stamp on the document gleamed brightly. It was a Cabinet Special Operations Certificate. The director was stunned for a moment, not daring to say another word. He finally realized that this was not just a minor incident in Jiangzhou, but a storm that was about to sweep across the entire city. I turned and walked out of the interrogation room, my eyes falling on the busy Lung Feng. "Go. Take over Jiangzhou's transportation, hospitals, and police forces." Lung Feng and the deputy captain looked at each other and quickly raised their hands. "Yes, Master Gu." I sat in the presidential suite, slowly shaking my glass of red wine, drinking the red wine I brought from Kyoto. It tasted just right and was the right temperature. This time, Tang Lon arranged all the catering services at Jiangzhou International Hotel from Kyoto, with only one purpose, to ensure absolute safety. Just when I was enjoying myself, my cell phone rang. The caller ID made me smile. It was my timid second uncle. I deliberately dragged my voice and continued. "Hey, uncle, why did you suddenly think of me?" The person on the other end of the phone suddenly stuttered, his voice full of nervousness. Shouted on. "Are you in Jiangzhou?" I lazily uttered two words. "Guess." There was silence on the other side for a few seconds. I heard him swallow his saliva, and then he was so anxious that he almost cried. "Don't guess. Second uncle doesn't dare to guess. Second uncle is afraid." I suppressed my laughter and kept silent, but he was already scared out of his wits. He must have heard the news. The mysterious convoy from Kyoto appeared in Jiangzhou, and then the Jiangzhou police station was paralyzed, and even the mayor could not be contacted. If it were me, he would have guessed something. If Jiangzhou were in chaos, how could he continue his anti-gang work? I listened to his trembling voice and felt funny in my heart. I had no intention of letting him go at this time. A few seconds later, he was completely anxious, his voice pleading. "Xiaodian, don't do this. I know you're angry with me, but what happened back then? Second uncle really couldn't do anything. I was just following your father's instructions. I thought I could take care of you nearby since you were in Jiangzhou. I didn't expect your father to be so cruel." It's not that I didn't recognize the truth in his words, but for me, these explanations were too late. The suffering I have endured cannot be offset by a few apologies. Now, I'm back, and none of those who have stepped on my head will be able to rest in peace. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, uncle, I won't do anything rash. I will prepare a big gift for you when the time comes." Without waiting for him to finish, I hung up the phone with a smile on my face. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Chow family villa was solemn. A Rolls-Royce Ghost in the middle of the yard was smashed beyond recognition, with the front of the car collapsed and the lamp shattered. Bang! Chow Laosan threw the teacup angrily, his face darker than the sky. This car was the face of the Chow family, but now it has become a piece of scrap metal. He growled, "Who did this? Who dared to touch my Chow family car in Jiangzhou?" Chow Na cried and shouted, pointing at the driver kneeling on the ground, her face full of tears. "Dad, they hit my car directly." She said "bastard" several times and emphasized that it was Long A's Mercedes-Benz and Land Rover fleet. The driver's entire body was shaking, his voice trembling. "Third master, I really don't dare overtake. That's a dragon, a leopard number, all leopard numbers." Huh. Chow Laosan was so angry that his eyes turned red. He slapped him with a loud slap that shook the sky. "What did you say? There's a leopard in Jiangzhou, and you dare to ram my car?" The Chow family had been running rampant in this area for so many years, and who dared to confront them? But today, someone actually overturned the Chow family's convoy. He roared, "Check. Check it out for me." The men immediately rushed into the car, and the entire villa started moving in an instant. At this time, Chow now received a call. A hurried female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sister Chow." Lin Chen showed up at Jiang University. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked up at Chow Laosan. Murderous intent flashed in both of their eyes almost at the same time. He finally showed up. "Take people. Go to Jiangda. I will kill him this time." After yelling, Joanna tore off the gauze on her face and rushed out of the courtyard with murderous intent. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards followed closely behind, carrying tactical bags. The door of the villa garage opened, and more than a dozen modified Toyota Prados roared out and headed straight for Jiangzhou University. At this time, I was sitting in the main driver's seat of the G-class, and the convoy drove into the gate of Jiangnan University in an orderly manner. The students were stunned and stood on the side of the road with their eyes wide open. "What's going on? Oh my God, so many cars. Which god has arrived?" When the passenger window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face, the crowd was instantly excited. "What the hell? Lin Chen. Isn't he the guy who was beaten beyond recognition? That's the dragon, a leopard." The people in this car look like a counter-terrorist unit. There was a commotion on campus, and almost no one had time to take out their phones. Everyone was stunned by the row of black cars in front of them. The convoy drove all the way to the entrance of the Finance and Economics Department. The security guard just woke up and saw so many cars and wanted to stop them. "Sorry, this is an outsider." Before he could finish his words, the passenger window of the G-class rolled down and a Desert Eagle was thrust directly into his forehead. "Raise the bar." Tang Lan's voice was cold and her eyes were sharp. The security guard woke up instantly, and when he saw the row of team members in the back row equipped with tactical equipment, he was so scared that he pressed the button. Click. The guardrail rose, I stepped on the accelerator, and the G-class drove in first, followed by the fleet of cars. "Hurry up and take pictures. Take a clear picture of her face." Several girls with heavy makeup surrounded Shen Yao, shouting excitedly as if they were playing with an object. Her wrist was grabbed tightly, and she couldn't move. Her white shirt had been torn into pieces, revealing her fair skin. Shen Yao cried so hard that her face turned pale, and her voice was filled with despair. "Please, let me go." She is weak by nature and is most afraid of conflicts, but she happened to get involved with Jonah and her group of crazy people. They were like mad dogs, always looking for trouble when they saw Shen Yao, as if bullying her had become some kind of pleasure. A girl with purple hair suddenly grabbed her collar, slapped her in the face, and yelled with contempt. "Shen Yao, don't you understand what you did wrong? If you had handed over Lin Chen's phone number, would this be the case?" Sister Chiao said, "I'll punish you every time I see you." The girls around her continued to cheer her on. "Take a picture, post it on the school forum, and let everyone see what happens when she pretends to be innocent." Shen Yao struggled desperately, trying to protect her clothes, but the more helpless she felt, the more complacent these people became. This scene happened to be witnessed by the principal who was standing by the window of the office building. But he couldn't move at the moment, being held down by two men in black, his face full of fear and cold sweat. He pressed his teeth against the window sill and whimpered, "Lin Chen, young Master Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong." He was drinking tea and working in the office when suddenly a scream came from outside. Immediately afterwards, several fully armed men in black kicked the door open, throwing out their special operations certificates, and more than a dozen black guns were instantly pointed at his forehead. I was standing behind him at the time, staring at him. He was so cold that he was shivering all over and didn't even dare to breathe heavily. "Principal, Didn't you say there's no bullying in your school? Then look at what those people are doing outside the window. His face was as white as paper, and all he could say was nonsense like, I don't know, and I didn't mean it. I didn't have the patience to listen to nonsense and gave Tanglon a look. The next second, she chopped down fiercely and kicked the old man directly on the back. Click. The principal's front teeth hit the windowsill with a sound so sharp that it hurt, and blood spurted all over the floor. He screamed like a slaughtered pig on the spot. Ah! I looked at the old dog lying on the ground with blood all over his mouth expressionlessly and whispered, take him downstairs to have a good look at the school he's in charge of. Yes. Tanglon accepted the order. The man in black grabbed the principal by the collar and dragged him out. Many teachers in the corridor looked out and were so frightened that they immediately closed the door and retreated into their offices, trembling. Fuck, was that the principal? All your front teeth are knocked out. Who are these people? They even want to touch the principal. On the other side, Xiaona's convoy also drove into Jiangzhou University. Her posture was no less aggressive, and just as the security guard was about to stop the car, a shotgun extended from the passenger seat was pressed against his head. He took a closer look and saw that the passenger seat was Qiao Laosan's daughter. He was so frightened that he quickly lifted the barrier to let her pass, and did not forget to flatter her. Miss Qiao, take care. After the convoy drove away, the security guard immediately returned to his booth and began to write his resignation letter. In just 2 hours at noon, he had already experienced 2 life-and-death moments. Who would dare to be a security guard like this? Who wouldn't want to die? In the woods, Shen Yao was grabbed by the hair fiercely. A girl sneered and pulled her and shouted, remember, call me Sister Ran from now on. Shen Yao screamed in pain. Her hair was pulled into a mess, her neck was covered with red marks, and she looked so pitiful that it was heartbreaking. Her struggle and fear became the spice of others' amusement. Some boys even stared at her with their eyes wide open, licking their lips and whispering, TSK, TSK, this woman is really awesome. If I could. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. I saw the iron gate of the playground in the distance being knocked away by a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The car door slammed to the ground with a clang, and dust rose up. The convoy drove in forcefully, crushing the grass and heading straight for the woods. The crowd of students watching was instantly excited. Sister Qiao is here. This lineup is amazing. The girls who were bullying Shen Yao were also very arrogant. Shen Yao, you are dead. Sister Qiao will come to take you away personally. Just as they laughed, the car door suddenly opened and a blood-stained figure was thrown out of the car. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Isn't that the principal? When they looked up again, the person who got out of the car made everyone completely furious. Gu Tian. I, Lin Chen. The man who was humiliated in public and beaten like a dog a few days ago now looks like a king returning. I was wearing a suit and walked slowly out of the car with a cold look in my eyes, as if the whole campus was frozen because of me. Several girls covered their mouths in horror, their faces turning pale. No way. Wasn't he beaten down a long time ago? Shen Yao stared at me with a dull look in her eyes, her lips trembling slightly. When I saw the girl who was bullied with tears on her face, my heart was shocked. It was Shen Yao? Shen Yao, I blurted out. She suddenly pushed away the girls who were surrounding her and ran towards me crying, her eyes red and her voice choked. Lin Chun, I didn't mean to give them your phone number. They forced me to do it. They're still looking for you. I sent you many messages and called you many times, but you didn't reply. Oh. As she spoke, she rushed in front of me. I subconsciously protected her behind me and didn't want to hear these explanations. The young ladies in front of me were in a highly active mental state, their faces clearly filled with panic and their eyes wandering around. They never imagined that I, a person who was once trampled on the ground, would be the ruthless person who led a convoy to break down the door. Their faces were instantly filled with regret, and the red marks on Shen Yao's neck made me even more furious. I asked coldly, who did it? My hand had already touched my waist, and the air suddenly froze. Several girls' faces turned pale, and their legs were shaking. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely depressing. Most of them just rely on Joanna's reputation to bully others. If they really meet a ruthless person, their mentality will immediately explode. Just at this moment, someone who wanted to show off stood up and wanted to win back a game for Sister Qiao. I hit it, what's wrong? She raised her head and took a step forward with determination. My eyes darkened, and without further ado, I pulled out my Beretta from my waist. Bang! Before she could even scream, she fell straight down, and the bright red liquid splashed all over the face of the person next to her. The whole audience exploded. Ah! Everyone was holding their heads and screaming. Some were kneeling, some were crawling, and they fled in all directions. But before they could escape a few meters, my voice came coldly. Move again, try. I stood there with my gun raised, my face eerily calm. Those spirited young ladies were afraid to move in an instant. Some of them collapsed with fear on the spot, while others burst into tears. Even Shun Yao was frightened by this scene. She subconsciously let go of the corner of my clothes, and her face turned pale. She looked at me in shock, as if I had become a complete stranger. The carefree and heartless Lin Shun in her mind disappeared, replaced by a murderous stranger. She was stunned. Everything she saw completely overturned her perception of me. Just when she was in a trance, a hand gently pulled her. Ms. Shun, Mr. Gu has something to do here. Let's go back to the car first. Tang Lan came to her side at some point, her tone gentle. Xin Yao nodded blankly and was pulled into the car by her. I looked at the principal covered in blood, reached out and pulled up his chin and gave him a sarcastic smile. Principal, I'll discipline these students for you. Would you mind? With his face covered in blood and his front teeth missing, he nodded frantically, not daring to express any opinion. I waved my hand, and the doors of several Land Rovers opened at once. Dozens of men in black rushed out in an instant, holding batons, and beat up several young girls who had no time to escape. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another from the edge of the woods. While the fight was going on, Joanna's convoy arrived late. More than a dozen cars surrounded me aggressively. As soon as the car door opened, a group of thugs armed with machetes and shotguns rushed down, ready to fight. But the next second, they stood there in a daze as if they had seen a ghost. His hand trembled, and the machete fell to the ground with a clang. Fuck, this is counterterrorism. They have the truth in their hands. These people suddenly panicked. The fully armed men in black stood in a row, wearing helmets, masks, and tactical vests. They were not people they could afford to mess with. They originally thought they were here to help Sister Qiao crush her enemies, but now it seemed like they had accidentally entered a battlefield. Everyone was so frightened that they dared not breathe, and some even collapsed with weak legs. What the hell are you guys standing there for? Charge! Joanna jumped out of the car and roared angrily. But her younger brother was already terrified. Sister Qiao, we might have hit a wall. Get the hell out of here. Joanna angrily pushed them away and rushed forward. The next second, she froze. A cold gun was pressed against her forehead, and the air suddenly froze. Are you looking for death? She just opened her mouth to curse, but the moment she looked up and saw Tang Lan, her whole body trembled suddenly. Tang Lan's eyes were cold, like a knife piercing into her bones. There was no anger, no hatred, only a condescending contempt that made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Joanna subconsciously wanted to look back, but accidentally saw my row of tactical troops, and her pupils contracted instantly. These people are not thugs, not a bodyguard. That outfit is like the special forces that only appear in movies. Just as she was completely in despair, I walked over. Joanna, I said softly. She looked up and her face turned pale instantly. You, Lin Shen? I nodded. Didn't you say you were going to chop me up? Your sisters are quite rampant. I waved my hand, and several spirited young girls were dragged out like torn sacks and thrown in front of her. One by one, they were beaten with broken bones and blood all over their faces, and some were already dead. Xiao Na was dumbfounded on the spot. Her face changed completely, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Yu. Her lips trembled, and the next second she collapsed to the ground. Only now did she realize that Lin Chun, whom she had teased in the restaurant that day, was not someone she could touch. No wonder her father kept saying recently that he felt the Qiao family was being secretly targeted by some force. Now it seems that's me. She finally understood who she had offended. Put down your weapons, everyone. With an angry shout from the man in black, a bullet was fired directly into the air, and the scene became quiet in an instant. Those hooligans who were still pretending to be tough suddenly became cowardly on the spot, dropped all their weapons, squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, as if they had been acupunctured. In the face of absolute strength, they couldn't even protect Jonah, and they had only one thought, to stay alive. I raised the truth and pointed the gun at Jonah. Her eyes collapsed instantly, and she cried and begged me to let her go. Lin Chun, I was wrong. Let me go. I will listen to you in everything, please. I squatted down with interest, gently lifted her chin, and there was a chill in my smile. You want me to let you go? It's not impossible. Just find another place to live. She nodded frantically as if grasping at a lifeline. I'll go anywhere. Just tell me. I sneered. Then, let's go underwater. What? Before she could react, I elbowed her in the neck and knocked her down. Several men in black had already taken action, throwing her and the people on the ground into sacks one by one and loading them into the truck. Watching them struggling in fear, I felt no pity. Master Gu, how do we deal with these people? I didn't say anything, just raised my hand and gestured at my neck. Clear. As the convoy drove out of the playground, a burst of dense firecrackers sounded. The thugs from the Chow family were liquidated on the spot. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. Shenyao's body was trembling slightly, her fingers tightly clutching the corner of her clothes, and she said nothing. Although she was in the car, she saw everything clearly. Every shot, every strike, every command I gave was unlike the sloppy Lin Shen she knew. Tang Lan had just told her my true identity as arranged. They said my actual name was Gu Tian, that I was kidnapped when I was a child and had just been found, and that my biological parents were both well-known figures in Kyoto. Although she accepted this identity, she was still uneasy in her heart. No matter how powerful the Chaebol is, they won't be as decisive and murderous as they were just now, right? Lin Chun. Her voice was a little trembling, and her small voice seemed to have used all her strength. What did you do to them? Only then did I notice that she was also sitting in this car, so I smiled and showed a gentle expression. Nothing. I just bought a ticket for them. Ticket? She looked at Tang Lan with doubt in her eyes. Tang Lan turned around and smiled, with a playful look in her eyes. Yes, a ticket to the underworld. As soon as the words fell, Shun Yao shuddered and trembled with nervousness. She stopped asking questions after that. Fortunately, Tang Lan comforted her patiently, and I didn't put on airs, so the atmosphere gradually eased. Sister Tang, do you know? Lin Shun. No, now we have to call him Gu Tian. He used to be a scoundrel. Shun Yao's mood gradually relaxed, with a slight smile on her lips. Tang Lan looked at her with interest. How is it a rogue method? Shun Yao immediately counted on her fingers. First, he always likes to borrow my meal card. Every day he either says he doesn't have a meal card or doesn't have any money and eats my food, and he talks so pitifully. What happened? He ate 2 servings at once. He almost ate up all my scholarship. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her with her hands on her hips. Tang Lan also looked very interested. I was indeed poor then. I shrugged innocently. Another time, I went to his house to look for him because he didn't come to class. When I opened the door, he was lying on the bed with bruises all over his face and asked if I had any band-aids. I went downstairs to buy it for him, and he even complained about the one I bought because it had a bear pattern on it. Tang Lan covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Master Gu, you were already like that back then, and you still picked sticker patterns? I rolled my eyes. All she bought were pink bears and Sailor Moon. It's embarrassing to post this. Shun Yao giggled nonstop, her eyes sparkling. He has a pink bear on his face and Sailor Moon on his knees. Tang Lan laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Master Gu, your time in Jiangzhou was really wonderful. I shook my head helplessly. All right, let's not talk about this dark history. Shin Yao rolled her eyes and suddenly sighed. Alas, I specially saved some cartoon stickers for you to use, but it seems that they won't be used. I was about to laugh and fight back, but suddenly I remembered the important matter and looked at her seriously and said, Shin Yao. She raised her little head with an innocent look on her face. Are you still planning to stay at Jiangzhou University? If not, come back to Kyoto with me and I'll send you to Kyoto University. My tone was calm, but as soon as I said this, Shin Yao seemed to be frozen. She opened her eyes wide, and her clear almond-shaped eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Chapter 19 Xiao Laosan collapsed. Ah, Shin Yao pointed her pink finger at herself. You said, you want me to go to Kyoto University? Kyoto University is the top university in the entire Dragon Country. The top student in Jiangzhou City did not get into Kyoto University at that time. Not to mention her. How can you get in just by saying so? Seeing her silly and cute face, Gu Tian couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Why? Are you reluctant to leave Jiangzhou? Shin Yao pursed her lips, feeling mixed emotions. Of course, she wanted to go to Kyoto University, which was her dream school. But how to get there? The other party let her go with just one word? Seeing Shun Yao shook her head in denial, Gu Tian smiled and looked directly at Tang Lan. Go, contact the president of Beijing University and ask them to add an additional enrollment quota. Send Shin Yao's information and apply for a new student registration. Okay, Mr. Gu. Tang Lan nodded with a smile. She also liked this girl named Shin Yao. Since you have helped Mr. Gu before, you should be helped. While Shin Yao was shocked, Tang Lan called the president of Kyoto University. In less than a minute, it was done. That's it. Come with me to Kyoto. Looking at Shun Yao, who was still immersed in shock, Gu Tian's voice became much gentler. Shin Yao bit her lip, seeing that the other party really had no intention of joking at all. She would rather follow Gu Tian than Kyoto University. She used to be very self-conscious. But since she met the carefree and extremely optimistic Gu Tian, she has gradually become optimistic and generous. After thinking for a few seconds, Shin Yao took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Yes. I'll go with you then. Gu Tian raised a satisfied smile. That's right. Tang Lon chuckled and clapped her hands. Congratulations, Miss Shun, for successfully taking the first step towards the heavenly palace. Shen Yao shyly smoothed the hair beside her ears. Maybe her world really is going to be different. But then again, if Lin Shen leaves, no? Gu Tian leaves, then she really has nothing to be nostalgic about in Jiangzhou. Evening. Qiao family villa. Wreaths were placed around the courtyard, and the air was filled with white candles. Who did it? Who did it? Who the hell did it? My daughter. My daughter. Seeing his daughter already dead in the sack that was still leaking water, Qiao Laosan burst into tears. There were dozens of corpses covered with white sheets lying around. The Qiao family's men were wearing white flowers, their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. They didn't dare to look up at the scene. They had been following Qiao Laosan and bullying him for many years, and had seen countless bloody storms, but they had never seen such a scene. This was the most tragic downfall in the history of the Qiao family. In the afternoon, Miss Qiao brought a large number of people to kill a man named Lin Chun. The result was evening. All of them were buried in the Jiangzhou River. The thugs were beaten to pieces. Miss Qiao was drowned in a sack. What's terrifying is that until now, no one in the Qiao family has even seen the shadow of the other party. How terrifying is this? This is not an ordinary vendetta, but an act of destruction against the Qiao family. An invisible giant hand is quietly devouring the Qiao family's power bit by bit. Check it out for me. Who did it? I want his entire family to be killed without a burial place. Qiao Laosan has fallen into madness. The words fell. One of his men stood up tremblingly, his voice shaking so much that he almost cried. Third Master, we checked. What did you find out? Qiao Laosan suddenly grabbed his collar, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. The subordinate swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his face. Lin Chun. This guy called Lin Chun. He is not an ordinary person at all. We can't find his file. According to witnesses, the people he brought with him were all well-trained soldiers. And, also, the police station has been completely replaced with a new group of people this afternoon, including the hospital guards and traffic officers. They are all new people. Boom. Qiao Laosan felt dizzy and his vision went dark. But the pain of having his daughter taken away from him did not allow him to retreat at all. I don't care. Even if he's the king of heaven, I'm going to get revenge. Find out for me. Who are these people? And where is Lin Xin now? Following Qiao Laosan's roar, the entire Jiangzhou fell into unprecedented panic. Just when Qiao Laosan mobilized all his forces to look for Gu Tian, a very special meeting was also held in Kyoto, a huge conference room. 20 cabinet members were discussing the topic of the meeting in whispers. Hey, Lao Wang, you're here quite early. Everyone's coming here so late. Could you please give us a heads up? How would I know that? I just received the notification and came here. How could you not know? Your son and the crown prince are playing so well together. You should be able to get some information, right? That's right. Come on. I haven't spoken to my rebellious son in a long time. How would I know this? After a long wait, the door of the conference room was slowly opened by a concierge in a well-dressed suit. Everyone looked up at the door. A majestic and tall figure walked in with steady steps. Any decision made by these cabinet members in important positions can influence the direction of the economy and people's livelihood. However, at this moment, they stood up in unison and looked at the figure with great respect. Of course, this figure was none other than someone else. It was the old Deng father that Gu Tian mentioned. Gu Feng, the second-generation leader of the Dragon Kingdom and the current second-in-command of the cabinet. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Gu Feng slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. His voice was not loud, but it was full of authority. The next second, applause broke out in the huge conference room like thunder. Then there was silence again, and every member of parliament was on edge, waiting for the person on the stage to speak again. Gu Feng slowly opened the document in front of him, and his eyes stopped at the first page. I'm sure you've all heard about the beating incident at Jiangzhou University in Handong Province. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the audience began to discuss. Some people know a little, some know very little. But no matter what, it was thousands of kilometers away, and no matter how big the matter was, it was just a local incident. But Gu Feng said the next sentence. The audience immediately exploded. The one who was beaten was my son. The words fell. The big screen behind him suddenly lit up and showed photos of the scene. Boom. Dozens of congressmen opened their eyes wide in unison, looking in shock at the young man with a bruised face and nose being stepped on by the girl on the screen. What the hell? Prince. The one who was beaten was Mr. Gu's son. Oh my god. Chapter 20. Xinyao, are you polite? Mr. Gu, being treated like this? Are these perpetrators still alive? No. Who is the counselor for this place? Do they have to choose their own burial site now? All the members of parliament widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This is simply a fairy tale. Facing the excited crowd, Gu Feng said indifferently. This incident happened in Jiangzhou. My son was surrounded, beaten, and humiliated by a group of evil gangs. Not only that, they even filmed the video and uploaded it online for their own entertainment. As far as I know, the Jiangzhou police and the school have all chosen to remain silent on this matter. His voice was very calm, but every word he spoke made the hearts of the people in the audience tremble. Everyone knows that Mr. Gu's anger is definitely not something to be trifled with. What's more, the person who was beaten was Mr. Gu's only son, Gu Tian. That legendary little devil, the little living king of hell. For a while, the faces of many congressmen turned ugly in an instant, and some even began to tremble. Some of them had reported Gu Tian's bad behavior to the first generation, and this scene at this moment seemed as if it was meant for them to see. Everyone. Gu Feng slowly stood up and glanced at the members of parliament below the stage. This isn't just about my son. Jiangzhou is plagued by rampant gangs, bullying on university campuses, and local government dereliction of duty. This is a cancer, and I believe it exists in many places. Now is the time to deal with it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience felt a chill down their spines. They understood. Jiangzhou is completely finished. But what shocked them even more was Mr. Gu's attitude. This is not just about revenge for his son, but also about thoroughly cleaning out the evil system everywhere. Just when many members of parliament were immersed in shock, the secretaries then sent the documents drafted by Gu Jun to the members of parliament below one by one. The cover clearly reads, Proposal on launching a special operation to crack down on gangsters in Manhwa. The content of the document is aimed at all evil forces in Manhwa. The members of parliament opened the documents one after another, and when they saw the first item, many people's faces changed instantly. Article 1. Starting from Jiangzhou, a comprehensive operation to eliminate criminal gangs was launched. Dig deep into the hidden evil forces in various places, eradicate them completely, and thoroughly investigate the umbrellas behind them. Article 2. Article 3. The MPs became more and more frightened as they watched. This is not an ordinary anti-gang operation, but an unprecedented thorough investigation. Looking at the signature of Gu Jun on the proposal, who would dare to disagree? I'm so angry. How can these evil forces be so rampant? I agree with this proposal. I agree to. Agree. Handong Province Councillor Gu Jun's proposal hits the nail on the head. I think he should be the head of the Special Operations Team. I agree. I agree to. At the same time, after learning that the Kyoto cabinet meeting passed his proposal, Gu Jun excitedly slammed the table. This gift from Big Brother is simply too big. Not only was he allowed to make the first few moves as a new official, but he was also directly appointed as the head of the anti-gang task force. He simply fed the food that entered the cabinet into his mouth. If this operation is carried out successfully on a large scale, he can be directly promoted to the cabinet member level in the next step. As Gu Jun issued orders one by one, a large number of investigation teams, police station members, and anti-terrorism members were urgently dispatched to Jiangzhou. In addition, the bank immediately blocked the Qiao family's gang-related forces, froze their funds, sealed off their industries, and confiscated all illegal assets according to law. Late at night, one after another, hot searches appeared on the major social media lists, directly detonating the entire Dragon Country network. #shocked. The victim of the Jiangzhou beating incident turned out to be Kyoto's crown prince, Gu Xiao #Qiao family's evil forces members exposed #good boy. The Qiao family hit a wall this time #the most mysterious prince of Kyoto appears. The person who was beaten in Jiangzhou turned out to be him #the whole network is in tears. Kyoto's prince, Master Gu, is so pitiful, being bullied by evil forces #. As these ranking topics soared in popularity, thousands of netizens flocked to the comment section. Oh my god, Mr. Gu's son? Damn it, too arrogant. It turns out Mr. Gu's son is just like us. He gets bullied too. Fuck, these evil forces are so rampant. They even dare to bully Master Gu. Oh my god, isn't Crown Prince Gu too low-key? Inside Jiangzhou International Hotel. Looking at these trending searches and the unanimous sympathy in the comments section, Gu Tian showed a long-lost smile. This is the effect he ultimately wants to see. Daddy already has a high status, and with this fermentation of public opinion, wouldn't his prestige in the hearts of the people be even higher? As a son, he should be of prominent status. But he ended up being bullied by evil forces in Jiangzhou. Isn't the main point here the contrast? Especially those members of parliament in Kyoto, their respect for their father and their Gu family will definitely be further enhanced. The most important thing is, can he still reshape his image in the power circle of Kyoto? As for the Chiao family in the future, whether he destroys 3 or 9 clans, even if it gets out, no one will say anything about him. At this time, the bathroom door slowly opened, steam pouring out. Xinyao walked out wearing the hotel's pure white bathrobe. The bathrobe outlines her slender figure, and the slightly open neckline reveals her collarbone and fair skin. Any man would have a lot of fantasies. When she saw Gu Tianzheng half lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, he had completely forgotten to get her clothes. Xinyao raised her little face and said softly, "My dear Mr. Gu, have you forgotten my clothes?" If it were another girl, she would definitely not just walk out in a bathrobe, especially in front of a man. But Xinyao and Gu Tian are too familiar with each other. In her heart, the two of them are like the most tacit friends, and sometimes they even ignore each other's gender. So she had no guard against Gu Tian at all, and she didn't realize how much her outfit aroused people's imagination. Gu Tian turned his head at the sound and almost dropped the red wine glass in his hand. Such a scene is really pleasing to the eye. It's in the bedroom closet, get it yourself. As Gu Tian spoke, he tried to avoid looking at the slightly open collar of her bathrobe. But the little girl had no idea of her own lethality at the moment. Instead, she blinked her pure and beautiful eyes and came over curiously. "Hey, why are you blushing? Is the room hot? Gu Tian, are you polite? Look at what you were wearing before asking me this question." I drank a lot. Xinyao pouted, but didn't think much about it, and turned to walk towards the bedroom. As the slender calves under the bathrobe swayed, the hem of the skirt was gently lifted, revealing delicate and white skin. Seeing this, Gu Tian kept rubbing his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl is lucky to have met me. If she had met another man, huh? Chapter 21 Dragon Royal Special Forces. Open the bedroom closet. Xinyao covered her mouth and widened her clear and beautiful eyes. Oh my god, the entire wardrobe is filled with top luxury brand clothes, and even the tags haven't been removed. Chanel, Dior, Givenchy, Hermes, Armani. The value of any one of her clothes is probably more than her entire year's scholarship. She originally thought they were just a few ordinary pieces of clothing, at most a little more expensive than what she usually wore, but she never imagined they were such top-tier brands. These clothes, did you prepare them all for me?" Gu Tian sat lazily on the sofa, shaking his red wine glass casually. "Well, just pick out a few to wear. A drop of kindness is repaid with a spring." He made up his mind at that moment. Young Master Gu will satisfy all the wealth and glory that Shun Yao wants for the rest of her life. Just pick a few. Xin Yao was completely stunned. This is a top-tier luxury product, and he's talking about it so casually. She felt that she could not understand the world of the Chable young master at all. 10 minutes later, Xin Yao changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, tight jeans, and Chanel white sneakers and walked out of the bedroom. The whole person instantly transformed from an ordinary little girl into a fashionable rich girl. If she hadn't walked so timidly. If you don't know, you might think she is some rich girl. Look at this, is it okay? Xin Yao's heartbeat quickened a bit. For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever bought her clothes. Her clothes are either secondhand or bought for a few $dozen at the night market. No one had ever bought her clothes that were so carefully prepared, with the right size and style. Yeah, not bad, it suits you well. Gu Tian put down his wine glass, stood up, and looked at Shun Yao with interest. Come on, let's go downstairs and eat. They have already prepared dinner. We don't need to eat rotating hot pot to improve our meals anymore. Shun Yao's little face turned red instantly, not knowing whether it was because of shyness or an indescribable emotion surging in her heart. Before, every time she received her part-time salary, she would ask Gu Tian out for dinner. Due to limited funds, the two of them could only go to eat at the rotating hot pot restaurant. I have to say that Shun Yao is suitable for wearing this fresh style. It does not require excessive embellishments or the blessing of expensive jewelry. Just such a simple outfit is enough to make people unable to take their eyes off it. Shun Yao was stunned for a moment, and it seemed as if somewhere in her heart was touched gently, making her feel tingling. Then he lowered his head and nodded softly, quickly following Gu Tian. The two of them walked all the way to the top restaurant of Jiangzhou International Hotel. After taking her seat, Xin Yao stared blankly at the extremely luxurious dinner in front of her. Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, abalone sashimi, premium steak, bird's nest porridge. The wine is Romanicani. Just one bottle would start at hundreds of thousands at auction. She had never seen such a scene, not even in her dreams. And that's not all. There were 5 or 6 well-trained waiters standing around her with gentle eyes, ready to provide meticulous service at any time, and they were just about to feed the food directly into her mouth. Xinyao froze, her pink hands resting awkwardly on her knees. You, did you always eat like this before? Gu Tian glanced at her lazily. Anyway, as far as I can remember, this is everyday life. Xinyao? She felt as if her worldview was being completely refreshed. But what Gu Tian said was true. There are countless servants and waiters in the Gu family villa, and there are always people serving food to them during meals. When he was a child, servants fed him food. Later, when he grew up, he was always traveling and often stayed at his own Tianqi hotel. The same goes for the waiters there. Every time he eats, he always has a big table. The other side. Gu Jun brought the investigation team and a large number of police officers from the police station to Jiangzhou. As a result, all their vehicles were stopped at the service area. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter Jiangzhou right now. A young man with a crew cut in the toll booth said this expressionlessly, while pointing to the large number of official vehicles behind the investigation team. This is the order from young Master Gu. Take over the entire Jiangzhou city and strictly control the vehicles entering and leaving to prevent members of the evil forces such as Qiao Laosin from escaping. At the same time, it also prevents him from calling for reinforcements and outsiders from interfering in the matter. Upon hearing this, the staff of the inspection team became instantly angry. Good job. When their inspection team shows up, not to mention you, a small toll station worker, even the mayor of Jiangzhou would be so scared that his legs would go weak. Who gave you the courage to stop our car? Don't you know who's sitting in the car behind you? Why? We are from the investigation team. The inspection staff directly took out their inspection work certificates. In his mind, he must have seen the cashier being shocked and then quickly apologizing in the next second. Unexpectedly, the young man with a crew cut took out his walkie-talkie and reported without blushing or getting nervous. Less than 10 seconds. A large number of anti-terrorist vehicles and densely packed anti-terrorist team members all gathered here. The angry inspection team staff's eyes suddenly cleared. Comrade, excuse me, which unit are you from? I'll report back to our leader in the car. The young man with a crew cut remained expressionless. Sorry, no comment. This way. Gu Jun in the car was getting a little impatient waiting, and without paying attention to his secretary's dissuasion, he got out of the car directly. What's going on? What's going on? Jiangzhou City is so rampant, they won't even let our vehicles pass. But after getting off the car, his mouth widened instantly. That's right. They were actually surrounded by a dense crowd of men in black wearing black masks and tactical equipment. Even the anti-terrorism captain he brought with him lowered his head and did not dare to look up at these people. No, have other units already settled in Jiangzhou? Gu Jun's heart suddenly tightened and he walked over slowly. Not far away. Lung Feng has trained all the inspection teams and police officers like his grandsons. Jiangzhou City has been taken over by their cabinet special operations team. At this critical juncture, you still want to force your way in? Are you involved with the evil forces in Jiangzhou? Hello, may I ask which unit you are from? Which unit allowed you to be stationed in Jiangzhou? Gu Jun walked straight towards Lung Feng with an unhappy expression. Which unit is so arrogant that they don't even say hello to him and go straight to the city under his jurisdiction to carry out the mission? Who would have thought? As soon as the words fell, Lung Feng directly took out the credentials of the Cabinet Special Operations Group and held it in front of him. Boom. Gu Jun's expression changed from displeasure to astonishment and then to complete shock. Chapter 22: The Fear of Unknown Strength. You are. Before he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lung Feng's badge. What? Dragon Royal Special Forces. This is Big Brother's personal guard, the highest level secret guard force directly under the cabinet. And now, this top-tier mysterious force actually appeared in Jiangzhou. What's even more terrifying is that Big Brother never mentioned sending the Longyu Special Forces to Jiangzhou. This is obviously the work of my eldest nephew. It's over. It's over. Gu Jun only felt cold sweat on his forehead, and the hairs on his back stood up. He finally realized what his nephew meant when he said he wanted to give him a big gift. According to Longyu's style, once they take action, they will never drag their feet and will definitely suppress it with thunder. Isn't the Qiao family already devastated? His special task force to crack down on organized crime had just been formed. Even the collection of specific evidence of the Qiao family's crimes has not begun. If the Qiao family was being annihilated by the Longyu Special Forces right now, what was the point of him investigating? What evidence are you collecting? What kind of political achievements can be achieved in this operation? Excuse me, have you already started the action? Also, is the person directing you Gu Tian? Seeing Gu Jun's nervous look, The other council members nearby all looked up in astonishment. What unit is this? Even Province Gu is so scared, but they were also very fortunate. Fortunately, there was no conflict with the other party just now. Lung Feng's eyes were as cold as a knife under the black mask. He put the certificate into his tactical pocket and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I have no comment." Gu Jun. He was so frustrated that he didn't have time to be angry. Of course, he had no right to be angry and dared not be angry. After walking away from the crowd, he immediately leaned over and called his eldest nephew's cell phone. "Hey, nephew. My dear nephew. Your gift has been received by your uncle. It is truly priceless. Can you please let your uncle enter Jiangzhou now? Second uncle will help you get revenge, okay? You don't need to get involved in the Chow family's affairs. They are just a bunch of flies and sparrows. It will really dirty your hands." Gu Jun's tone was extremely respectful, first referring to the emperor and his subjects, then to uncle and nephew. To combat a criminal gang, they dispatched the Dragon Imperial Special Forces? This is no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Let me give you a simple example. He dispatched so many police officers to Jiangzhou because he was afraid that these evil forces would rise up in resistance. But the Longyu Special Forces Brigade is different. Once the evil forces resist, the Longyu Special Brigade only needs a detailed coordinate. Well, there will be shooting stars in the sky. Hearing what his second uncle said, the person on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. "Okay, uncle, go ahead and discuss the terms. Nephew, you tell me the conditions. I'll agree to any of them. If I know what your father thinks of you in the future, I'll tell you the first time. No matter what happens, I'll stand firmly with you. Even if you make a mistake and poke a hole in the sky, second uncle will support you unconditionally. If your father punishes you, second uncle will be the first to disagree. If he dares to do something like this again, your second uncle, I will cut off all ties with him." To be honest, Gu Tian didn't have any conditions for his second uncle. "I just wanted to play a good trick on my second uncle, now that my goal has been achieved." Besides, second uncle's tone was so pleading, what else could he say? "Okay, second uncle. We'll discuss the conditions later. I'll ask them to let you enter Jiangzhou right now." "Oh my nephew is the best. He's just saying this to you. From now on, if you come to Handong Province, just give him a call, and he'll personally go to the airport and carry you home." Gu Jun hung up the phone. Lung Feng received a call and immediately let them go. In this way, the huge convoy drove into the territory of Jiangzhou. The other side. Impossible. Impossible. How is this possible? Xiao Laosan sat on the sofa, holding his cell phone with trembling hands, his face as pale as a ghost. The scenes in the video are either. #shocked. The victim of the Jiangzhou beating incident turned out to be the Prince of Kyoto. #Xiao Laosan is panicking. The Terminator of evil forces has taken action, and Jiangzhou is about to usher in a major reshuffle. Xiao family's dark secrets revealed. The former local tyrant is now a lamb to be slaughtered. Where all the police officers in Jiangzhou would stand in a row and sing Tears Behind Bars in chorus. To be honest, he had always felt that Lin Xun, whom his daughter had provoked during her lifetime, was not a simple person. Otherwise, my daughter wouldn't have suffered losses one after another. But who could have imagined that her background would completely shatter his perception? In the video on the screen, those fully armed men in black, holding the truth, blocked traffic and police stations. How the hell is this a crackdown on organized crime? This is clearly a battle to annihilate the entire family. The most terrifying thing is that it is clearly written on the badges of those men in black. Longyu Special Forces. Thump. Xiao Laosan lost his grip on the phone and it fell to the ground. At this moment, he really wanted to find a rope and hang himself on the beam. At the same time, all the henchmen of the Qiao family who followed Xiao Sen were also scared out of their wits. Third Master. There are special forces outside now. The truth is loaded. Third Master, do we need to run away? Some shrewd thugs have already started packing their bags and preparing to run away with the cash. As a result, he was captured by Gu Tian as soon as he drove into the city. Under the black muzzle of the gun, these fleeing thugs were so scared that they pissed their pants on the spot. They didn't even dare to fart and squatted on the ground, trembling with their heads in their hands. "Brother, I was wrong. Please, give me a way to live. I have a wife and children at home. I don't want to be in the Qiao family either." It was Xiao Laosan who forced me to follow him. However, the black team remained indifferent and their guns remained motionless. In the end, these people were taken away in black escort vehicles. In the face of absolute strength, any struggle is futile. Xiao Sen also understood this very well. His identity as the Crown Prince of Kyoto alone explains everything. Inside Jiangzhou Hotel. Report to Mr. Gu. The Qiao family compound has been sealed off, and all those who escaped have been apprehended. Should we launch an attack next? A man in black walked into Gu Tian's room and stood at attention. Oh, these people didn't resist. Gu Tian sat up from the bed lazily. Joanna is so arrogant and relies on her father to do whatever she wants. How come her father doesn't even struggle now? This is really meaningless. There was no resistance. No one at the scene resisted. The man in black said bitterly. To be honest, in the execution of missions throughout history, no matter how high the position of the other party is or how powerful they are, just hearing the name of their Longyu Special Forces Brigade is enough to scare me. What's more, what about the addition of Mr. Gu's son? Now it's just a local evil force? Dare to resist? Haha, not to mention that the 9 generations of the clan will be in danger. Even the chance of reincarnation in the next life will be directly wiped out. Chapter 23 Arrest Scene. For the citizens of Jiangzhou. For such a big thing, I have to be there to watch the show. No one can resist watching a large group of special forces on duty. So many people came over to watch. The Qiao family villa is located right on the bank of Jiangzhou River. Even though it was late at night. But the other side of the river was already crowded with people who were enjoying the melons, some in slippers and pajamas, some even holding watermelons. Oh my god, have you heard? Qiao Sen offended the crown prince of Kyoto. Is this true? The prince of the capital? Mr. Gu's son? No wonder the anti-terrorist forces are here this time. How can this be called a counter-terrorism force? How can a counter-terrorism force have such good equipment? Goodness. The crown prince could have killed Qiao San with just a sneeze, so why all the fuss? Hey, don't stand there. That's where they'll salvage Jonah's body. Pa, what a fucking bad luck. At the same time, a large number of police officers drawn from other places also rushed over. When I saw this scene, my mouth opened wide instantly. Their members were armed with pistols, but the black-clad counter-terrorist team members were carrying assault rifles, and some were even carrying rocket launchers. Inside the presidential suite. Nephew, my dear nephew, can you give your uncle a chance? Can you please let second uncle handle this matter? Looking at the sleepy Gu Tian, Gu Jun sat beside the bed and kept begging. Right now, he had an extraordinary admiration for his nephew. When their investigation team first started investigating the Qiao family's evil forces, Gu Tian's men directly brought in a lot of organized files. Even those involved in the Qiao family's evil forces were arrested. Their investigation team and the police officers who were transferred over were all completely confused. The speed and efficiency of this action are really too high. They came all the way here and just eat ready-made food? Oh, second uncle, that Qiao Sen hasn't run away yet. He's still in the Qiao family villa. The information and charges are all ready. Why don't you just take people to arrest him? Gu Tian yawned and sat up against the headboard. I had just slept for 2 hours when my second uncle woke me up again. No, nephew, it's easy for you to say, but without your order, they wouldn't let us in. Didn't they try to go in and capture him? As a result, before they got close to the Qiao family villa, they were stopped by members of the Longyu Special Forces. Hey, nephew, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Why don't you just come with me? At least let Qiao Sen die with a clear conscience. Seeing Gu Tian's eyelids twitching, Gu Jun panicked instantly and urged again. Okay, I'll go. Second uncle, you owe me this, remember that. I've given you all the information and files. I've caught all the fish, big and small, for you. It'll save you a lot of effort. Oh, I remember. Thank you, nephew. That's all. After getting up and dressing neatly, Gu Tian got into his second uncle's white plate A8 and drove towards the Qiao family villa. There were a lot of police cars following behind him. This way, the lights in the Qiao family villa were bright, but at this moment the lights were terribly dim. Qiao Laosen had gone mad. Under the horrified gaze of several of his death squad brothers, he tied detonators to his body bit by bit. He no longer had any choice. He originally planned to surrender obediently. It would be as easy for the other party to kill him as it would be to step on an ant. But then he thought, if he died, what would happen to his daughter? So even if he killed someone, it would be a comfort to his daughter's spirit in heaven. But he didn't dare pick up the gun directly. The person opposite is not an ordinary police officer. Once he is found to be a threat, he will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Since you're going to die, take a few people with you to be buried with you. With a ferocious look on his face, Qiao Laosen connected the last detonator fused together. He made his fortune in mining, so blasting technology was easy for him. Of course, these explosives are also his strongest trump card to call the shots in Jiangzhou and establish a huge network of officials and businessmen. The investigation team had come to Jiangzhou for investigation before, but as soon as they checked into the hotel, he sent his men with detonators tied all over their bodies to say hello. The next day, The investigation team left in disgrace. Therefore, the water in Jiangzhou has never been something that ordinary people can stir. But this time, the other party didn't even show up and drain Jiangzhou's water. He gambled his entire fortune, yet he didn't even have the basic qualifications to resist. Captain, we can just go in and have a midnight snack after we go back. A member of the black team couldn't help but ask Lung Feng. It's no use for them to just keep surrounding us now. It's just a local evil gang. Even a small group of them could blow up the Chow family villa. But now they are making such a grand move. Don't be anxious. Wait for Mr. Gu's order. Lung Feng said in a deep voice. He had no idea either. Maybe Master Gu had a delicious dinner? Or maybe he fell asleep. Or maybe he had forgotten about it. Since Master Gu didn't give any orders, they could only do this. At this moment, there was a loud noise coming from the opposite bank of the river. Dozens of police officers quickly ran over to maintain order at the scene. I saw several autos with police lights leading the way, followed by an 8-8 slowly driving towards this side. Such a scene. The crowd at the scene instantly went wild. Many people craned their necks to look inside the car. With such a grand ceremony, he must be a big shot. Nephew, it all depends on you, Gu Jun said with a smile while holding the steering wheel. He has a driver wherever he travels. This time I acted as a driver for my eldest nephew. I don't know, maybe I'm just curious. Gu Tian yawned and casually pressed the window halfway down. In an instant, there was a burst of exclamations from outside. The crowd along the entire riverbank was in an uproar. Oh my God, it's him. Oh my God, am I dazzled? Isn't that the prince they mentioned on the news? Oh my God, is he really the prince? What a scene and style. Oh my God, I'm actually breathing the same air as the prince. Many onlookers were stunned and exclaimed one after another. Some live streamers, just because of that shot, their live streams have been flooded with over 100,000 viewers, appearing directly on the social platform list. Hashtag shocked. The Prince of Kyoto personally visited the scene where Chao San's gang was arrested. Hashtag. Fortunately, Gu Tian closed the car window in time. Oh, it's all up to you, Gu Jun teased. Gu Tian curled up the corner of his mouth into a lazy smile and tapped lightly on the window sill with his fingers. They didn't come to see me. They mainly wanted to see Chao Lao San for the last time. After arriving at the scene, Gu Tian got out of the car and walked into the Chow family villa. Lung Feng was so frightened that he waved his hand, and a dense crowd of black-clad warriors surrounded him and didn't leave. Gulp. Gu Jun swallowed hard in shock. No, just going like that? My nephew is too fierce. Chapter 24: The Death of Chao Lao San. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Chao San held two of his younger brothers hostage, pressed the detonator, and yelled madly at Gu Tian and others. The two younger brothers were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak. No, Third Master, didn't you say you were just pretending? You're not really going to explode, are you? Fuck. Third Master, just surrender. There's no point. There's no point. Oh, so you are Chao Lao San. Gu Tian walked forward without blushing or beating his heart. The men in black and snipers within a radius of 500 meters were all in a panic. What the hell is this operation? In fact, all he needs is an order from Master Gu. They can kill this Chao San in minutes, as easy as one. But Mr. Gu didn't give them any instructions. This feeling is like a cat catching a mouse and playing with it before eating it. When he saw Gu Tian, Chao Lao San was startled and began to step back subconsciously. The smile in Gu Tian's eyes grew even wider, but his voice was chilling enough to make people shudder. I heard that you are very arrogant. I heard that you are rampant in Jiangzhou and no one dares to mess with you. Oh, by the way, have you found your daughter? Every word that entered Chao Lao San's ears made his breathing heavier. For the first time, he felt fear deep in his bones. The identity, background, and means of the person who came were completely overwhelming him. One finger could crush his entire family. You, don't come over here. If you come over here again, I will. It seemed that Chao Lao San was about to collapse and explode. Gu Jun panicked instantly and went up to grab Gu Tian, preventing him from moving forward. With so many detonators tied to his body, it looks dangerous and is actually very unsafe. He was holding a detonator in his hand and had two hostages between his elbows. This is going to explode. Wow. A banquet is being held in Jiangzhou and also in Kyoto. At Gu Jun's urging, the negotiation expert hurried forward and began negotiations. Chao Lao San refused to let the man go no matter what was said, or he could exchange two people for his two younger brothers. As a result, the negotiations entered a stalemate. Just then, Lung Feng came over with several documents and called Gu Tian to the back. The document clearly stated the dark history and crimes of the two younger brothers that Chao Lao San had held hostage. Any one of them is enough to satisfy your hunger. Gu Tian glanced down, then suddenly raised his head and slammed the document at Lung Feng. Even after hearing such a crime, why waste time talking to him? He is a heinous criminal. Bring the bazooka. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene was silent for 3 seconds. Lung Feng, black team member. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly. Mr. Gu, are you serious? Lung Feng pulled the mask beside his ear and asked cautiously. Gu Tian glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. Do you think I'm joking? Lung Feng took a deep breath and immediately waved his hand. Go. Bring the bazooka to Master Gu. The 2 black-clad team members immediately ran to the special vehicle behind them and took out a long black metal box from the back. Another one took out the bazooka inside. Gu Tian took it and carried it on his shoulder and walked over. The negotiation experts in front are still struggling with their words. Suddenly I noticed that Xiao Laosan's expression was full of fear and he kept backing away. When everyone turned around and took a look, they were so scared that their heads almost spiraled off. My damn. Bazooka? No. Was the death sentence pronounced directly? Run. Keep a safe distance. Fuck. Nephew. Interrogate him first. Gu Jun rushed forward to dissuade them, but was dragged away by others the next second. Xiao Laosan. Farewell. Gu Tian pulled the trigger directly. Boom. The rocket, with a long tail flame, flew straight towards Xiao Laosan. The negotiation expert who had been trying his best to persuade the client a second ago was so frightened that he jumped up on the spot. He's been talking so hard. And the result? Fire directly. Xiao Laosan let out the most desperate roar of his life. The next second there was a loud bang. Flames exploded and loud noises shook the sky. The huge airflow knocked down many people present. Even Gu Tian flew 1 meter away. The police officers who were maintaining order not far away were shocked by the loud noise. Oh my god. Am I dazzled? Holy crap. Is that really a bazooka? No. If we have this equipment, wouldn't suppressing evil be a dimensionality reduction strike? Oh my god. I'm actually going to see the evil forces being physically killed by a bazooka in my lifetime. It was worth it. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared. Everyone stumbled to their feet from the ground, brushed off the dust on their bodies, and their heads were buzzing. What the hell? Who would have thought that in order to deal with evil forces, a rocket launcher would be needed? Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. Lung Feng was the first to react. A large number of black-clad team members also ran over to help. Gu Tian stood up, his face covered in dust, and his hair was slightly sticky. Cough, cough, cough. The bazooka is pretty powerful. What kind? I like it. After saying that, he scratched his ears and turned to look at Lung Feng. Next time before you fire the bazooka, remember to remind me to wear earplugs. Lung Feng. The police officers were even more stunned. Mr. Gu, can you please give priority to your own safety? If anything happens to you, we'll have to use machine guns at the execution ground. Gu Jun had just recovered when he saw the Qiao family turned into a sea of fire and almost fainted on the spot. It's over. It's over. How the hell am I going to write this report? You can't just write that during this anti-gangster campaign. The nephew threw a rocket launcher at the other side? Thinking of this, I looked at the time and quickly called my brother. Beep, beep, beep. When the call was connected, Gu Jun patted his dusty hair with a bitter look on his face. Brother, ahem, the Qiao family is gone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds, and then Gu Feng's voice sounded faintly. I know. Let Gu Tian handle it. The Qiao family will have no chance of survival. Gu Jun. So, what should we do about this? Gu Feng smiled meaningfully. Ask Gu Tian about this. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gu Jun was left alone looking at the messy Qiao family villa with a raging fire not far away. Nephew, with you messing around with this, how am I supposed to handle the reports from my subordinates? Gu Tian slowly lowered the car window and smiled. What else can we do? Xiao Laosan was strapped with explosives and took hostages, and then the natural gas in the villa accidentally exploded. Gas explosion. Do you think others are fools? Okay, uncle, I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. Lung Feng, notify the logistics department and help them clean up the mess. Lung Feng, yes. Mr. Gu Jun. So, under Gu Jun's confused gaze, Gu Tian calmly got into the A8 and left the scene in a dashing manner. Chapter 25 Jiangzhou ends. Early the next morning, the entire Dragon Country's social media platforms exploded. One after another, heavyweight hot searches appeared on the list like cannonballs and soared rapidly. Hashtag shocking. The Jiangzhou Qiao family's evil forces were taken down by the Kyoto Prince in one fell swoop. Hashtag Jiangzhou crackdown on gangs. Qiao family destroyed. Kyoto Prince hates evil. Hashtag. All social media went viral for a while. The video footage shows Gu Tian standing at the scene and communicating with police station members from the side or background. Especially when he stood up after the explosion and was covered in dust, the cameraman filmed him from various angles. The photo captured his tired figure, but not his face. There is no doubt that netizens were furious. Oh my god, is this really the Crown Prince of Kyoto? The Crown Prince of Kyoto is also here. This shooting angle is amazing. Not showing the face makes it even more mysterious. Oh my god, is it so dangerous? And it's on fire? The prince is actually here in person? Give the photographer a bad review. Basically say goodbye to the photography industry. Many netizens are frantically searching for a frontal photo of Gu Tian, but they can't find a single one. At the same time, Jiangzhou City also issued a related notice. The Qiao family's evil forces have been officially destroyed, and the members involved will be dealt with seriously. All the teams in Jiangzhou were dismissed and replaced. Many citizens applauded this result. Many people even posted videos saying that the prince is a great judge. But netizens are focused on the real power and capital crushing. And who would have thought that the Crown Prince of Kyoto was actually studying at Jiangzhou University? The Qiao family was so arrogant, but they couldn't even last 1 minute? Jiangzhou International Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Gu Tian sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the scene of luxury cars driving in downstairs. These people were not here to pick him up, but to send him off. Mr. Gu, it's time to prepare to return to Kyoto. Tang Lan walked forward with a smile and handed over a glass of wine. Everyone in Jiangzhou sees you as a hero. In just 2 days, you changed the fate of a city. Gu Tian shook his wine glass and chuckled. Thank you. It's just to get rid of a pest for the people. He knew in his heart that Jiangzhou was just a small appetizer. At the same time, inside the Gu family villa, in the study, a thick pile of documents was placed on the carved counter, and Gu Feng was reviewing them meticulously. At this time, the study door was gently pushed open. A lady of distinguished temperament was holding a cup of steaming hot tea, and her every gesture and movement exuded the calmness and elegance of a prominent family. You said that this time, you didn't take Xiaoyan's little thoughts into consideration? Hearing this, Gu Feng stopped writing and snorted. Little thoughts. I've guessed his little thoughts since the moment he returned to Jiangzhou. Should I say it or not? Although he guessed his son's little thoughts. But what his son did raised his prestige to an unprecedented level. In everyone's mind, he was high above everyone else, looking majestic and mysterious. But now, his son actually lived an ordinary life in Jiangzhou, suffered hardships, and was trampled underfoot and humiliated. In the end, he not only eradicated the evil forces with his own hands, but also broke through the order of Jiangzhou with thundering means, and finally returned to glory. These things undoubtedly further established his prestige, allowing the outside world to see not only his supreme power, but more importantly, his stepping out from ordinary people and returning to ordinary people. Qianhui covered her nose lightly and was amused by her husband's words. A hint of tenderness and pride spread in her beautiful eyes. So, at least our son has changed. Changed? Huh. He just learned to play the cat and mouse game. Gu Feng gently picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued. However, he is indeed more mature than before. Qianhui nodded, a look of relief on her face. It's always a good thing when the child grows up. I'm going to give him another 5 billion to help him invest in a startup project. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng instantly became anxious and quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Starting a business is not an option. Kyoto University has already accepted him. Let him finish his studies first. Looking at her husband's determined eyes, Qianhui nodded. That afternoon, the cabinet and Xinlong Society officially issued a joint announcement and announced 2 major decisions. Item 1, legislative revision of the law on school bullying. The bill clearly states that in order to protect the healthy growth of students, any bullying behavior, regardless of whether they are adults or not, once verified will be severely punished in accordance with the Dragon Law, and serious cases will be subject to the death penalty. Don't bully. Bullying will be punished by death. Item 2. Plan for launching an 8-month special operation to crack down on organized crime. Effective immediately, the cabinet has established a special inspection team, led by Comrade Gu Jun, to conduct a large-scale review of all localities and issue a corresponding questionnaire. As soon as these 2 decisions were announced, they instantly caused frenzied media coverage. The outside world's eyes were all on Gu Tian. As soon as the mysterious prince took action, the cabinet made 2 new decisions. Netizens were discussing it crazily, and the comments section completely exploded. Oh my god, the crown prince is so cruel. He just ordered the cabinet to amend the bill overnight. This is the real big shot. What AKWZY and Kyoto rich boy? Only young Master Gu is the real young master. That's it. Who dares to join the underworld from now on? Who dares to bully? Just eat peanuts. No. Does anyone have a high-definition photo of the Crown Prince's face? Late at night, the lights on the ground at Kyoto International Airport were on, and the area was blocked by heavy cordons. From time to time, the light of a sniper scope flashed on the top of the terminal building. Security personnel holding the truth are patrolling silently around. A special plane with 9 dragon patterns painted on it slowly landed in the sky. This flight was the special plane of Lin Guixian, a first-generation leader who had just returned from visiting various countries. As soon as the plane stopped, the hatch slowly opened, and an elegant figure appeared at the entrance of the gangway. The densely packed parliamentarians below the stage all said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lin. You've worked hard, too." Lin Guixian's eyes swept across the crowd fiercely, his tone calm and steady. After saying that, he got into the car under the escort of the guards. Watching the convoy leave, the parliamentarians breathed a sigh of relief. Some quietly returned to their cars and left, while more gathered together and talked in low voices. You should know that Mr. Lin's original plan for his overseas visit was to last for 2 months. Now he has returned a month earlier. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. As members of the cabinet, they are well aware that once you enter the officialdom, it is like entering a deep sea, and the slightest disturbance may lead to huge waves. What happened? Didn't Mr. Lin's visit go so smoothly? That shouldn't be the case. Judging from Mr. Lin's amiable expression, the visit should go smoothly. Could it be that the 2 decisions announced by Mr. Gu are at odds with Mr. Lin's related ideas? That shouldn't be the case. These 2 decisions are in line with people's wishes, and there's nothing wrong with them. Oh, stop discussing it. It's meaningless. Do you think Mr. Lin visited his daughter during this foreign visit? How would I know? I don't even know the name of Mr. Lin's daughter. Call Lin Shusi. Remember this. Take note of it in your notebook. Chapter 26, See Where the Old Slave is Tied. No, this is your home. Looking at the magnificent hotel in front of her, Xinyao opened her mouth wide after getting off the car, her little face full of shock. I thought Jiangzhou International Hotel was quite grand. As a result, after arriving in Kyoto, Gu Tian brought her here. This magnificent building is surrounded by guards holding the truth. Any normal person can realize that this hotel is not a place for ordinary people to stay. Yeah, let's go. Gu Tian walked in front. Behind him, Tang Lan, Lung Feng, and others were pushing several suitcases. These are not Gu Tian's things, they are all Xinyao's things. No way. The little girl couldn't bear to throw this or that away. This made Gu Tian very helpless. Since they still didn't realize how arrogant he was as a rich young man, he might as well take them all with him. The steps in front of the Tianxi Hotel were already filled with waiters wearing OL black stockings. Seeing Gu Tian walking up the stairs, everyone said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Gu. Welcome home, Mr. Gu." Such a charming and respectful voice made Shun Yao dazed for a moment. She basically doesn't watch TikTok. I don't pay attention to news on the internet. Even though it has been confirmed online that the Lin Shun, who was beaten, is the Prince of Kyoto and the son of Mr. Gu. But she didn't get any of these. In her mind, Gu Tian was a child from a wealthy family in Kyoto. As for how rich he was, she had no idea at all. Maybe a monthly living expense of 4,000 or 5,000 is the life of a rich young man. As Gu Tian just walked into the hotel lobby, Manager Xia rushed out of the elevator at a speed of 100 meters, and his shoes almost fell off. "Master Gu, you are back. I missed you so much." He has watched Gu Tian grow up since he was a child. At that time, Gu Tian always stayed out all night, and Tianxi Hotel was his second home. Of course, the Tianxi Hotel is also an asset of the Qian Group. The only difference is that the composition of this hotel is very complex, and the guests it receives are either rich or noble. Many of them are members of the Beijing Circle or overseas guests who choose to stay here. "Hey, go away. Why are you so excited? We haven't seen each other for just a year." Gu Tian pretended to be disgusted and pushed Manager Xia aside. "Okay, Mr. Gu." Manager Xia immediately jumped away and said with an apologetic smile, "Then where do you think it would be best to tie this old slave up? Are the rooms ready?" "Ready." Manager Xia nodded like pounding garlic. "How many rooms?" "2. Your room has never been touched, and a princess suite has been specially prepared for Miss Shun." When Manager Xia reported this, the girls in black stockings around him looked at Shun Yao with envy. The recruitment threshold of Tianxi Hotel is very high. Not only does one need to have a delicate appearance and a slim figure, but there are also very high requirements for academic qualifications and background. It is stricter than many airlines in recruiting flight attendants. So they came here for the interview, on the one hand to get a high salary, and on the other hand to gain the favor of the prince. If you are noticed by the prince, you will reach the peak of your life in a matter of minutes. If she were pregnant with the prince's child, Aowa, they didn't dare to think any further. It had to be a dragon seed. A mother's status depends on her son. What a pity. Although they performed very hard, the prince never looked at them straight in the eye. After arriving in the room, Shen Yao was as excited as a happy little bird. The lady in black stockings brought various fruit plates and drinks, and affectionately called Gu Tian Mr. Gu. Shen Yao followed suit and ran to Gu Tian crying. I can't call you by your name anymore. Do I have to call you master too? Looking at the other person's cute and adorable face, Gu Tian couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch it, raised his eyebrows and smiled. You can call me whatever you want. Anyway, I will repay you with 1,000 times the gratitude you've shown me. Shen Yao felt warm inside when she heard these words. Her eyes turned red, and Gu Tian caressed her face with a look of enjoyment on his face. How could she have the honor to meet such a noble person? Her fate was changed in an instant. From now on, no matter what, you must stay by each other's side and be doubly nice to each other. Thinking of this, Shen Yao suddenly raised her head, with determination in her clear eyes. Master Gu, oh no, Master Gu, I will definitely follow you from now on and treat you extra well. Oh, follow me. Then how are you going to treat me well? Shen Yao pouted her lips, pondered for a few seconds, and then showed the persistence and determination of a young girl. You've done me a favor, so of course I have to repay you 1,000-fold. I can pour you tea, give you a massage, and even, whatever you say, I'll do it. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly became ambiguous. Shen Yao also realized that she had made a mistake, and her little face turned red. Seeing this scene, I looked at the two young ladies in black stockings next to me with envy. This girl is really amazing. Would young Master Gu really fall for this and give him a black card? If young Master Gu falls for this, then they will have to be more docile in the future. Gu Tian was stunned for a moment. The other party's expression of loyalty was indeed a bit too sudden. He didn't do anything. Okay, in that case, will you listen to me from now on? I'll be obedient. Although the girl's face was full of doubts, she nodded firmly. Okay, since you're obedient, go to school tomorrow. You have been accepted by Beijing University. Gu Tian casually handed the documents on the table to Shen Yao. As soon as I heard about going to school, the two girls in black stockings almost laughed out loud. After sweet-talking Mr. Gu, he ended up going to school. But the next second, when they heard the word Kyoto University, their beautiful eyes widened instantly. What? Beijing University? Good guy. I cried and got an admission letter from Kyoto University. Okay, I will report to Peking University tomorrow. Shen Yao nodded obediently. Now Gu Tian has become an omnipotent big boy in her heart. Since the other party asked her to study in a top university, then she had to go there obediently and not let herself become a worthless burden. After telling Shen Yao about taking her shopping tomorrow, Gu Tian left Tianxi Hotel and headed for the club. When Wang Hao called and said he was back, the circle in Kyoto instantly became active again. Many children of powerful people came to the club to take care of business. Even some people in the circle who had been overseas for a long time rushed back just to meet him and toast him with a glass of wine. Brother Tian, where are you? Hurry up. People from the Qin, Zhao, and Du families have all arrived. Everyone has become a top-level member. When I clicked on the voice message, I heard Wang Hao's excited voice. Okay, got it. Gu Tian stepped on the accelerator and a Ferrari SF90 disappeared on the street. Chapter 27 Mr. Gu's Daily Life. Unique license plates coupled with limited edition luxury cars. The road leading to the club is unobstructed, and the cameras will automatically fail when they see the license plate. Less than 30 minutes. Gu Tian arrived at his destination, but just turned the corner. The whole street suddenly started playing, Welcome to Kyoto. The roads have been cleared. More than 30 Cullinans spontaneously formed a welcoming convoy, with their headlights flashing in Morse code. Congratulations on Gu Xiao's return. At the entrance of the club, as soon as he saw Gu Tian's car coming, Wang Hao picked up the horn and started shouting. Brothers and sisters, welcome back our Master Gu. In an instant, the huge crowd at the entrance of the club all started shouting, just like a celebrity support meeting. Master Gu, it's really Master Gu. Master Gu, I just passed the deep-water lifeguard exam. Is your pool short of people fishing for gold bars? Mr. Gu, your license plate, long A8888, is clearer than my life plan. Mr. Gu, the exhaust from your luxury car smells better than the perfume I'm wearing. Even the cleaning lady waved her broom like a glow stick. Seeing such a carnival scene, although Gu Tian was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Just like when he was in Kyoto before. Those people partying at the door were not qualified to enter the club, so they could only attract his attention in this way. Maybe he'll be in a better mood someday. As Gu Tian got out of the car surrounded by bodyguards, the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak. These people waved their hands wildly, as if they had seen the sun. However, almost no one took out their mobile phones to take pictures or send Douyin messages. First, I didn't dare to post it for fear of displeasing Mr. Gu. Second, a signal jammer was installed on site, and there was no network at all. Brother Tian, everyone is here to welcome you. Wang Hao ran over excitedly and pointed at the people behind the security fence. Gu Tian snorted and laughed. Didn't you call him? He can see through Wang Hao's little business tricks. Apparently, the news of his return to Kyoto was released by Wang Hao. Young Master Gu will come to the club tonight. Everyone come and spend money. You'll have a chance to get a signed photo with Mr. Gu to use as your screensaver. Hence, we have these celebrities and handsome guys cheering excitedly outside the stadium. Oh, it's all about business. If these people come in, wouldn't the business in the hall be booming? Gu Tian thought about it and nodded. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and shouted to the crowd outside. Great. Master Gu is in a great mood tonight. Everyone can come in and spend money. The words fell. The security guard opened the fence directly, and everyone rushed in cheering. What you are consuming is not money. What you are consuming is the ladder to the upper class. Just as Wang Hao said. As soon as we entered the VIP room of the bar, all kinds of powerful and wealthy people came to greet us with wine glasses in hand and worshipful expressions on their faces. Mr. Gu, do you still recognize me? I am Director Sun's son. Master Gu, do you remember me? You beat me up when we were in high school. Oh, that beating really woke me up, and I'll never do that again. Master Gu, and me. You beat me too. After all these years, I still remember that beating so vividly. You changed my life. These people are all children of powerful people in the Kyoto circle, and their parents are all in the capital system. But in front of Gu Tian, they are all younger brothers. I remember you all. Gu Tian took the wine brought by the waiter, raised it high to gesture, and then took a sip. Seeing this, the crowd below also raised their glasses in response, and then drank them all in one gulp. It gives me a sense of déjà vu of the Liangshan uprising. After drinking, it is natural to take a group photo. Of course, Gu Tian also readily agreed. When entering the VIP room, everyone has recharged 10 million, so he has to give them some face. But for these people, it is not just a photo. Sometimes it can even be regarded as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Let's go, Brother Tian. Continue, there are still people inside. Wang Hao grabbed Gu Tian's arm and pushed him inside. Damn it, how many people did you call? There were at least 500 people in the hall just now. There are more than 200 people in this VIP room. Is there anything still in there now? According to this scale. Good job. Wouldn't it be a huge profit tonight? At the same time, the Kyoto finance minister was woken up late at night by a call from his secretary. As soon as the call was connected, the secretary's excited scream was heard. Minister, our Kyoto GDP has suddenly exploded. No, why did it suddenly increase? Please give more details. The minister widened his eyes. The economy is a bit. It's impossible for it to become active without any warning? Yes. Kinchi Club, Kinchi Hotel, the property of Chien Group, the secretary on the other end of the phone reported in a hoarse voice. What? Kinchi Club? The minister cried out in surprise, but quickly recovered. Good job. The prince is so awesome. Not long ago, it could make all evil forces tremble with fear. Now returning to Kyoto, the GDP of this city has increased directly. It's really amazing. When Gu Tian opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The only thing in my mind was the scene of many people toasting each other last night. There are also some fragments of Tang Lan driving to pick him up after he got drunk. At this moment, bang bang bang. Come in. Gu Tian sat up in a daze and leaned against the head of the bed. The door was pushed open, and a delicate little face quietly peeked in. Shen Yao blinked her clear almond eyes, looking for him. Mr. Gu? Young master. Hey, it hasn't woken up yet. Seeing that Gu Tian was still lying on the bed, Shen Yao ran away with light steps, holding a cup of warm water in her hand. It's time to get up. The sun is almost shining on your butt. Gu Tian reached out and ruffled her hair lazily, his voice a little hoarse from a hangover. Why are you here so early? How did you sleep last night? Shen Yao raised her little face and said angrily. How dare you ask me how I slept last night? Who told you to drink so much last night, Sister Tang Lan, and I took care of you all night? Gu Tian smiled awkwardly when he heard that. He really didn't remember, but he still pinched her cheek symbolically. Oh, really? Thank you so much. I must take you on a tour of Kyoto tonight. Great. Shen Yao spun around excitedly, making people feel soft-hearted. After having dinner at the hotel, the two drove to Kyoto's most prosperous shopping district. As soon as the car was parked, We started shopping, eating, and having fun. When leaving the entertainment city, a jewelry store next to it caught Gu Tian's attention. I have the impression that this is an Hermes store. The owner is very nice. Whenever there is a new limited edition product, he will specially pull a card over and let him choose first. Hey, Xinyao, do you like jewelry? Upon hearing this, Xinyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, panicked instantly and quickly pulled at the corner of Gu Tian's clothes. I don't like it, not at all. Let's go back, I'm a little tired. She was already frightened by Gu Tian's horrible consumption concept. When buying her a bag, ask her which one she doesn't like. She had no idea what it meant, let alone the prices of the bags, so she just randomly pointed at a few that she didn't like. Then Gu Tian waved his hand and took all the things except those and sent them to Tianqi Hotel. Just swipe the card. A full 3 million. Let alone 3 million. Even 1 million is an astronomical figure for her. So she really didn't want to go shopping now and just wanted to get back to the hotel quickly. Chapter 28, I Want It All. Oh, but I like it. Before Shun Yao could react, Gu Tian put on sunglasses, opened the car door, and walked out. How could it be impossible for a little girl to like jewelry? On the way to Kyoto, he threw away the plastic bracelet that Shun Yao had made earlier. Now is the time to buy each other some truly luxurious and beautiful jewelry. Since it was Gu Tian who wanted to buy it, Shun Yao had nothing to say and could only follow him in a daze. Walk into a jewelry store. A warm-hearted clerk came over. You two are here to see gold and jewelry. Our jewelry store is newly opened, and we have great discounts. In between conversations, her eyes swept across Shun Yaoqing's face like an X-ray, and then she began to look at Gu Tian, who was wearing sunglasses. The girl is very beautiful and pure, and her clothes are very expensive. But his eyes were a little evasive and cautious. But this man wearing sunglasses is different. He looks calm and casual. Especially watching these jewels move from time to time is like buying vegetables at the market. So her analysis is, this man must be very rich. This woman, perhaps a female student, may be the one kept by this man. Moreover, this man is a married man, or has a girlfriend, so he wears sunglasses. That's the case. Then her main target must be this girl. As long as the girl is persuaded and she whines, the man will definitely pay without any hesitation. After all, if it's a little slow, the original wife will come back and kill him, right? While Gu Tian was visiting other counters, the female salesperson leaned over slightly, took out a beautiful necklace from the booth, held it up, and looked at Shen Yao. This necklace is priced at 68,000 yuan and is a favorite among many socialites and beautiful women. Many dogs would buy this one for their goddess, even if they have to eat instant noodles. So she was sure that the other party would like it. Who would have thought? Shen Yao didn't even look at it, shaking her head like a rattle. I don't like it. I don't like it. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile froze on her face instantly, and she cursed in her heart. Fuck, is this a high-end game? Then he brought out several models one after another, and his smile became more and more exaggerated. But what I got in return was still Shen Yao's words. I don't like it. I really don't like it. After all the trouble, the female salesperson's waist was almost broken. It also attracted the attention of many customers. The other female customers were so stunned by the sight of these jewels that they could not walk. But the girl just kept shaking her head and said she didn't like it. Are you too rich to look down on it, or are you simply unable to afford it? But why come into shop if you can't afford it? For a moment, many people began to talk about it. What? That was my favorite one just now, and that woman didn't like it. Goodness, could this girl be some rich girl? She has such high standards. Hush, what's that? Qianjin, you're shaking your head like a rattle, and you're rejecting people politely. Ha ha ha. The saleswoman felt particularly happy listening to the sniggering and mocking voices of the customers nearby. As the store's top seller and a professionally trained person, even if a poorly dressed person comes to buy jewelry, she will respond warmly and generously. Even if she looks down on the other person in her heart, she cannot say it out loud. In the current situation, she was very angry, but she had to hold it in. I don't like this one, and I don't like that one either. So which one do I like? Is he deliberately torturing himself, or what? So the female salesperson smiled and started to set traps and ask questions. My dear miss, you have quite high standards. What is your budget today? Shen Yao is a naive person. How could she understand such words? And it was Gu Tian who wanted to come here to buy it, and she was just accompanying him. Huh? I don't have a budget. My budget is 0. I can't afford such expensive jewelry. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them burst into laughter instantly. Ha ha. I thought it was some kind of rich girl. My expectations were in vain. Haha, you dare to come in even though you can't afford it. You're quite brave. I'm dying of laughter. I thought she was going to bring up the most expensive jewelry. My expectations were completely in vain. The saleswoman was even more delighted to hear the customer's sarcastic words, feeling as if she had gotten revenge. Miss, you're such a jokester. You don't dress like someone who can't afford it. Could it be that the man in sunglasses over there bought all those designer clothes you're wearing? Yeah, how did you know? These clothes were bought for me by him. Xin Yao nodded in a silly way and admitted everything. You have no money, but you are so beautiful. The man who came with you was wearing sunglasses. This is obviously a third party. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. In less than a moment, Shun Yao became the focus of discussion among several customers at the counter. Coupled with the saleswoman's cliches, everyone around burst into laughter. Gu Tian at another counter also noticed this scene and walked over with a puzzled look. What's wrong, Xin Yao? Oh. Hearing Gu Tian's voice, Xin Yao turned her head and blinked her clear eyes in confusion. No. Have you picked out the jewelry you like? Gu Tian didn't have time to answer. A man who looked very wealthy walked up and patted Gu Tian on the shoulder, giving him a look that all men understood. Brother, not bad. Your girl is so pretty and pure. Which university did you find her in? 3. Which university did you find it from? Gu Tian was completely confused. When he looked up, he saw other customers looking at him as if they understood, and the saleswoman smiling smugly. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, Gu Tian did not get angry on the spot. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Shen Yao. Didn't you choose the jewelry you liked just now? What were you talking about? Shen Yao immediately repeated what she had just talked about with the female salesperson. When Gu Tian heard this, his face instantly darkened. He raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the scheming saleswoman and the several customers around her. The saleswoman immediately began to explain hypocritically. It's okay, sir. This lady just now didn't like this or that. I recommended 16 of the most popular styles, but she didn't like any of them. She couldn't tell me which style she liked, so I communicated with her more and tried to define what she wanted. Who knew that Gu Tian didn't even give her a chance to be hypocritical? Since they're the most popular, I want all 16 of them. Let's pack them all up. The words fell. The surroundings instantly fell into deathly silence. The saleswoman opened her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. The customers who were still sneering around all turned their eyes to Gu Tian, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 29. If you don't apologize, you'll die. Wait a minute. Sir, you just said to pack up everything this lady has seen, right? When the saleswoman reacted, her voice was trembling. You should know that what she recommended just now was from cheapest to most expensive. From the initial 60,000 to 600,000 later. The total value of these dozen items is more than 5 million. Now the other party wants it just because he wants it. If she knew the other person was really so generous, she would never make fun of him no matter what she said. Gu Tian was wearing sunglasses, so his eyes couldn't be seen at all. He said coldly, yes, pack everything up and swipe the card. Seeing this scene, the customers around him suddenly started whispering to each other, and their expressions when looking at Gu Tian were still all shocked. The wealthy man was embarrassed and quickly pretended to be a good guy. No, brother, are you serious? For a girl? This girl? Which university can't find her? Should I say it or not? The total amount of his bank account savings is less than 5 million. I originally wanted to ask the other party sincerely where he found it. As a result, the other party's lavish spending habits instantly made him lose face. Hello, she's not a mistress. Please don't be so rude and point fingers at others behind their backs. Gu Tian slowly turned around and looked at the man wearing the gold chain with a smile. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill anyone. If the other person is jumping around in front of him like a clown, he doesn't mind satisfying the other person. This remark made the chain man blush, and he was unable to refute it for a moment. Soon, several salespeople carried out more than a dozen exquisitely packaged jewelry boxes. While the scheming saleswoman was shocked, Gu Tian generously swiped his card to pay the bill. There was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air all around. More than 5 million. Just brush it off. Isn't that too arrogant? Just when the scheming sales bitch was fantasizing that she would be the top seller again this month. Gu Tian walked forward slowly, said with a forced smile, I have already bought the things, and your service just now was not in vain. Now, should I talk about my apology? What? Apologize? The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what this meant. She certainly couldn't apologize, because if she did, she would definitely be admitting her sarcastic remarks. She's the best seller. She's the best seller. So many eyes are staring at her. Absolutely cannot be admitted. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Is it that my service just now is not good? If you think my service was not good, I can apologize for it. There was nothing wrong with her service. Apologizing for poor service means the other party is being unreasonable. Gu Tian is not a fool, just tell the truth. How did you ask her the question just now? Your questions seem to make the customers around you laugh a lot. Even this customer is still asking me where I found this mistress. After hearing these words, the scheming salesperson got a little panicked. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. The man with the chain felt confident at this time. The other party had embarrassed him just now, and now he was teaching him a lesson? This is undoubtedly an opportunity for revenge. So he immediately put on his identity as an experienced person and started to educate him. Hey, young man, I didn't say anything about being a mistress. Why should I apologize? You spent so much. Why are you being unreasonable now? Your spending habits are a bit inconsistent with your words and deeds. Also, speaking of mistresses, I'm the one asking you about this. Look at this girl. She's so pretty and innocent. She looks like a college student, and you're wearing sunglasses and taking her to a jewelry store. This one glance can make people think of a mistress. After saying this, Lianzi looked at the other customers proudly. Not surprisingly, the other customers nodded in agreement. People like to stick together. You spent more than 5 million. We just watch. Now we must stand together. Oh, so you all think she is my mistress. Gu Tian stuffed the card into his wallet and raised his head lazily. Many people nodded in unison, their faces full of agreement. Gu Tian looked at the saleswoman again. The female salesperson also nodded, but when she came to her senses, she quickly shook her head. But it's too late. Gu Tian took off his sunglasses and looked down upon the crowd with a cold gaze. In an instant, boom, everyone in the jewelry store felt like they were struck by lightning. The next second, an unprecedented gasp of shock erupted. My damn, the Prince of Kyoto. How could they not be familiar with this face? Everyone was stunned, and some even began to tremble. Some even retreated to the door of the store and then ran away. Not to mention the chain man. The moment he saw Gu Tian's face, he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. What? You're not going on anymore? Weren't you just gossiping nonstop? Isn't she a mistress? Gu Tian glanced at everyone with a cold gaze. The inherent fear made everyone swallow their saliva continuously, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Look at the prince straight in the eye. Who has the courage? I'm sorry. Mr. Gu. I was wrong. The scheming bitch saleswoman kept talking and apologized with her head down. Were you worried that you might not get the sales crown after apologizing? Now, if you don't apologize, I'll be killed. Seeing this scene, Shen Yao's beautiful eyes were greatly shocked. She didn't quite understand why everyone was so scared after Gu Tian took off his sunglasses. Could it be that Gu Tian's family is involved in the underworld like Xiao Na's? But seeing Gu Tian's serious expression, she didn't dare to step forward. I'm sorry, Master Gu. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I can't speak. The more Gu Tian didn't react, the more terrified the chain man became. He simply knelt on the ground and started slapping himself in the face. Stand up right there. Gu Tian grabbed his dog chain and lifted up the frightened man with the chain. The other party just admitted that she was the mistress he mentioned, and shamelessly asked him where he found the mistress. Begging for mercy now? Too late. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Followed by a plea for mercy that gradually became louder. Gu Tian held the chain man's head and slammed it against the counter. Crash. The counter glass was shattered all over the floor. The man in the chain sat on the ground with blood all over his head. He didn't even dare to wipe the blood off his face, but kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Gu Tian took out a black gold card and handed it to the salesperson. Compensation according to the price. How dare such a scheming salesperson take the call? Even if the boss knew that it was the prince who did it, he would not dare to hold him accountable. Seeing the scheming salesperson waving her hands in fear and refusing, Gu Tian directly shouted, "Give it to me." A roar. The scheming bitch was so scared that she had a mental breakdown and fainted on the spot. What the hell? Who's causing trouble? Qin Shi, who had just parked his car on the side of the road, saw this scene happening in his store from a distance and ran over directly. He is in a very bad mood today. When he heard that the Crown Prince of Kyoto had returned, he immediately went to the Tianxi Club to toast him. As a result, Wang Hao tricked him into becoming a member and deposited tens of millions of yuan into it. What's the result? Didn't even see Mr. Gu last night? And he was completely drunk. Chapter 30 Fearful Qin Shi. Who's causing trouble? Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my place? Young Master Qin. Qin Shi ran in aggressively. As a result, I was completely confused after entering the store. The shop assistants and customers were all like they were under a spell, and apart from trembling all over, they did not react at all. Just as he was about to ask what happened, he turned around and saw Gu Tian with a gloomy face. Qin Shi exclaimed in his heart, "Fuck." The next second, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. There is no meaning. It's just an innate fear. Goo, goo, brother Tian, brother Tian. Qin Shi suppressed his inner fear and stumbled forward. Brother Tian. Who? Who made you angry? This is my gold shop. Whoever offended you, I will kill him. Looking at the young man in front of him who could not speak clearly and whose legs were trembling, Gu Tian raised his eyelids slightly. Oh, you know me. I know him. I know him. I know him. Brother Tian. It's me. Me. Qin Shi. Your little brother. Your little brother. Qin Shi's mind went blank and he nodded repeatedly, trying to imagine Gu Tian's memories. Seeing his boss looking terrified in front of the prince. The fear in the shop assistant's hearts rose several degrees. The kid from the Qin family? As soon as he saw that the other party remembered, Qin Shi instantly showed an expression of surviving a disaster. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Tian. I am the kid from the Qin family, Qin Shi. Oh, Qin Shi. Gu Tian finally remembered. This is the Qin Shi that Wang Hao mentioned last night, and the one who said he had brought a girl with him. But he was drunk last night, and probably didn't say hello to the other party. It's nothing. It's just that your salesperson spoke rudely, and there was a misunderstanding. I have already compensated for the broken ones. Gu Tian stepped forward and patted the other person's shoulder, showing the expression of an older brother comforting a younger brother. Who would have thought? Qin Shi instantly became furious and started cursing at the shop assistants. Who? Which salesperson made my brother Tian angry? Stand up and I'll spare your life. Gu Tian smiled and pointed under the counter. Here, the one who fainted from shock. When Qin Shi stepped forward and saw this scene, he took a breath of cold air. Fainted with fear. So it's understandable that I was frightened to my knees just now. Come on, some people. Carry this salesman out and throw him to the side of the road. Qin Shi took a step back and sternly ordered the dumbfounded shop assistants next to him. Boss, she is. What about her? She's useless. Qin Shi slammed the counter. Afterwards, I had to fire all these salesmen no matter what. You're already on the brink of death, and you still can't tell the situation. She is Sister Wang, the sales champion. A clerk said in a trembling voice. What is a sales champion? One person could support an entire jewelry store. The clerk finished speaking. Qin Shi jumped up and roared. Fuck. I hate sales champions the most. Get them out of here. Only then did the shop assistants react as if they had just woken up from their dreams and hurriedly rushed forward to drag the scheming salesperson away. Just as Qin Shi turned around with a smile on his face and prepared to please Gu Tian again. But I found that Gu Tian was already walking outside with a bag of jewelry in one hand and the girl in the other. Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu. Qin Shi chased him out of the store. Gu Tian had already opened the car door neatly and waved at him casually, making a gesture as if to say, It's okay. Please go back. I'm leaving. But because of the different angles, in Qin Shi's eyes, it was clearly the action of wiping the neck. In an instant, boom. Qin Shi only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and his whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning. Spicy. I'm dying. 5 minutes later, Qin Shi came back to his senses from the huge shock and took out his cell phone from his pocket tremblingly. Dad, I seem to have provoked the crown prince. Boom. An angry roar instantly erupted from the other end of the phone. What are you talking about? Say it to me again. On the way back to the hotel, Xinyao had 100,000 questions and kept asking Gu Tian why he was so scared after those people saw his face. I even became curious about how wealthy his family is. More extravagant than Ma Yun? More extravagant than Ma Huadeng? Hee. Gu Tiandu laughed. With no other choice, I could only ask her to search for news and download Douyin. Driven by strong curiosity, Xinyao obediently did as she was told. 1 minute later, unprecedented screams erupted in the car. At the same time, the president of Kyoto University was sweating profusely as he looked at the documents on his desk. The prince arranged for someone to study at Kyoto University, so he had to arrange the best service. The most basic operations will definitely not work. You must give the other party the best. Are there any vacancies in the single room for our PhD students in finance? No, principal. The logistics director shook his head and reported truthfully. Are there any double rooms for master's students left? No more. What about the triple room for graduate students? No more. Upon hearing this, the principal slammed the table and said, You don't have this. You don't have that. How am I supposed to arrange accommodations? Do you want to eat peanuts? Seeing the principal suddenly furious and hearing the words, eating peanuts, the logistics director straightened up suddenly. Principal, excuse me, who's going to move in? A girl arranged by the prince. Boom. The logistics director's hand shook and the tea spilled all over the floor. Yes. Principal. Yes. Yes. The prince's men. Even if he has to sleep on the street, he still has to make arrangements for the other party. Otherwise, you really have to eat the peanuts. The logistics minister didn't care about the pain of the burns and quickly made a phone call. Hey, give me a private room in the doctoral room. What? No more? Do you want to eat peanuts? Give me an excuse. Let her graduate early. Night. The restaurant at the Tianchi Hotel is very elegant. After an entire afternoon of shock, Shen Yao gradually accepted the reality. After learning Gu Tian's true identity in the car, she was so frightened that she fainted 3 times. It was only when Gu Tian pinched her philtrum that she woke up. Although she accepted it, she still felt a little dazed at this moment. Who would have thought? Lin Chun, who had squeezed into the subway with her, borrowed money from her, and even went hungry. His true identity is actually the Crown Prince of Kyoto. Mr. Gu's son? Gu Tian, no? Master. Shen Yao's face flushed red as she poked the food on the plate with a fork, making a sound as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. You. In the future, if I make you unhappy, will you do something to me? She has already seen the relevant marketing accounts and comment sections. Everything about Jiangzhou is known. Xiao Na was stoned and drowned. Those spirited girls who bullied her were beaten to a pulp. Besides, she didn't dare recall it anymore. Gu Tian looked at her with amusement. Didn't this little girl promise herself that she wouldn't be afraid? Didn't she say she had accepted it? Why are you like a frightened little rabbit now? Hey, eat. What can I do to you? You were so nice to me before. Seeing Shen Yao raise her head timidly like a little deer, Gu Tian curled up a wicked smile. But, if you don't behave, I'll spank you. How about that? As soon as the words fell, Shen Yao's face turned red instantly. Oh, you're annoying. Chapter 31 Meeting at the Qin Family Mansion. Compared to the lively atmosphere of Tianchi Hotel, the Qin family mansion is obviously much more depressing. Many luxury cars came in and out. Old Master Qin, the head of the Qin family, sat on the armchair in the middle of the lobby, leaning on a cane with a gloomy face. Those sitting around were all important people in the Qin family. Some talked in low voices, some looked solemn, and more remained silent, waiting for the coming storm. The old man had repeatedly warned everyone in the Qin family, young and old, not to mess with anyone from the Gu family. It's okay now. They already knew the ins and outs of the gold shop very clearly. Normally speaking, this time they really were ignored. It was all because of those scheming salespeople who acted so much and brought disaster upon themselves. Grandpa, I was wrong. This is all my fault. It's all because I didn't train my employees well enough. In the hall, Qin Shi fell to his knees with a thud, looking sad. There was an obvious red slap mark on his face, which was obviously caused by his father. Upon hearing this, Qin's father burst into a rage. You unfilial son. What's the point of saying this now? Even if the training wasn't adequate and caused trouble, this is completely trivial. Why did you rush into the store aggressively, yelling at anyone who dared to cause trouble in young Master Qin's place? Who do you think you are? Answer me. Normally, these uncles would definitely come forward to plead for mercy. But this time is different. This brat Qin really got into trouble this time. He sent the Qin family to the guillotine in front of the crown prince. There is only one young master in the whole Kyoto. That's Mr. Gu. There is only one crown prince of Kyoto in the entire Kyoto. That is Prince Gu. No matter how powerful you are or how rich you are, you have to step back. This is basic common sense. But Qin Shi actually claimed to be the eldest son in front of Gu Tian and acted like a local boss. Is this any different from slapping the prince in the face in public? Fortunately, he apologized in time. Otherwise, the prince would have pulled out his gun and shot him like a peanut. Cheer, you really disappoint me this time. Old Master Qin slowly opened his eyes, and his low voice was filled with endless sighs. Qin Shi shuddered suddenly. Grandpa was never like this. If you sigh, it means this matter is really tricky. Seeing this, other members began to offer their suggestions. If this matter is not handled properly, everyone will be doomed. Dad, I think it's best if we take the initiative on this matter. Qian's Real Estate, a subsidiary of the Qian Group, has taken a fancy to our commercial land. Why don't we just give it to them? Yes. Just give it to them. Dad, how about this? I'll contact a few financial tycoons privately and pay a visit to the Qian Group. I have a few big projects that can be directly given to the Qian Group. Yes. Just give it to them. Everyone was talking at once, and old man Qin tapped his cane. Everyone, be quiet. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Qi'er has offended the crown prince, and he is the only one who can resolve this matter. None of your suggestions are acceptable. Is the prince short of money? Is the Qian Group short of land? Short of projects? After the scolding, everyone fell silent. Grandpa, what do you think I should do? What do you think I should do? Hearing this, Qin Shi felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and knelt down beside old man Qin, crying. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Mr. Qin slowly expressed his thoughts. The money, land, and various expensive gifts had no sincerity at all. He had already investigated the background of the girl that the prince was with. She was pretty and a complete amateur. But the prince treated her very well, buying her all kinds of gifts and even sending her to study at Peking University. That proves that the prince is now a vegetarian. Since they are vegetarians, they must serve the best vegetarian dishes. Okay, Grandpa. I'll do as you say. Looking at Qin Shi's leaving back, everyone's heart was in their throat. The future of the Qin family depends on what Qin Shi does next. The second day. Today is the day Shen Yao reports to Peking University. Originally, Gu Tian wanted to take Shen Yao to school personally. But Shen Yao felt that it was a bit too high profile, and she could just take the subway alone. But Gu Tian was worried, so he sent a driver to take him there. Should I say it or not? Kyoto University is indeed a top university. Those who can enter here are either rich or noble, or have excellent academic performance. Before I even reached the school gate, many luxury cars sped past. These young men all go to school here, and it is basically thanks to their parents' families. Some donated a large library, some sponsored scientific research projects, and some donated hundreds of millions of dollars in scholarships. The world of the rich is truly beyond my comprehension. After the car stopped, Shen Yao opened the door and got out. Her outfit today is simple and fresh. She wears a slim-fitting white dress and white sneakers on her feet, which makes her look very girlish. Before leaving, she thanked the driver sweetly. Thank you for taking me to school. This action moved the driver to tears. Oh, Miss Shen, you are so polite. It is my honor to send you to school. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm happy to serve you. There must be at least dozens of drivers serving the prince, but he didn't remember any of them. If Miss Shen thanks him now and mentions it to the crown prince afterwards, his fate will change in a minute. After the driver left, Shen Yaoka became nervous. She looked up at this magnificent institution of higher learning, and her breathing became slightly rapid. This is the hall that many students dream of entering. And now she came in. Everything that happened these days seemed like a dream. In order to calm her excitement, Shen Yao clenched her little pink hands into fists, straightened her chest, and secretly cheered herself up. Yao Yao, you can do it. After saying that, he walked towards the school gate with brisk gestures. Such a scene. He was seen by a few rich second generations who were chatting next to a luxury car at the school gate. Look, girl, I've never seen anything like this before. Is there something like this at Kyoto University? She's even prettier than the school beauty, Su Nanxue. Where is it? Xiebin suddenly emerged from the big bowl and began searching with his eyes like cameras. No, it's right there. The one wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Oh my god. So pure. I love it. Xiebin swallowed subconsciously. These people are typical playboys. Although he did not cause any big stir in the outside world, he relied on his family's power to act recklessly on and off campus. It is common to skip classes, fail exams, and flirt with girls. When they heard that there was a new girl at the school gate, they all became excited instantly. Chapter 32, Let's Go to Kyoto University. Without a doubt, Shen Yao, whose inexperience was written all over her face, attracted the attention of many passing students as she walked into the campus. Wow, could it be prettier? Which department are you from? Isn't he from the art academy? She really doesn't look like an internet celebrity. She looks more like a top student. So cute. I want to pinch her cheeks. In addition to some people whispering, some have already taken out their phones to try to take a sneak shot and post it on the confession wall. But Shen Yao didn't hear any of these discussions at all. Her attention was entirely on the navigation map in her hand and the detailed guidebook that Gu Tian had given her. Finally, I found a bicycle and rode it directly, carrying my small backpack and setting off into the morning light. The breeze blew through her long hair, and her girlish figure moved easily around the campus. Wherever he passed by, many people turned back. Shen Yao went to school. Gu Tian suddenly felt a little bored. Wang Hao also turned over lazily in bed. Brother Tian, the club's business has been booming lately. Do you have any plans for the future? What plans can I have? It will definitely be the same as before. What? Do you have any ideas? Gu Tian leaned lazily on the sofa. I have almost finished all the food and things to do in Kyoto. Except for the first 2 days when I came back and felt fresh, I am really bored now. What can I think? But my dad said he was going to send me to school. Wang Hao recalled the message his father sent him yesterday. He dropped out of school early, so according to his age, he should be a freshman in college. Of course, it doesn't matter to him whether he goes to school or not. It's just an extra place to have fun. The club business still needs to be run. Hearing that Wang Hao was going to school, Gu Tian smiled instantly. Stop talking nonsense. You're the only one still in school? Don't go to the teacher. TSK. If I go to school, I can get the school cafeteria business and other school projects. Wang Hao raised his chin and said proudly. Others look at the essence through the surface, but Wang Hao looks at the money through the surface. No matter what it is, the first thing he considers is whether he can make money from it. Forget it. You are really obsessed with money. Gu Tian turned over on the sofa and continued to play with his mobile phone. After the Jiangzhou incident, the trend of public opinion on the internet changed completely. All news about him has almost disappeared. The posts that discussed his identity being exposed and the bloodbath in the Qiao family have now been completely cleared, replaced by news about his second uncle Gu Jun launching a crackdown on organized crime in Longhua. Hashtag Handong Province Zhao Ruilong is completely destroyed, and the Zhao family's power collapses. Hashtag Jinghai City Gao Qiqiang and the network behind him were uprooted. Hashtag Gao Mingyuan's business empire in looting city is paralyzed, and the dark side of collusion is thoroughly investigated. Hashtag Binjiang City Wei Tianlang and others arrested. The umbrella involved surfaced. Hashtag Gu Tian was reading the news and was really impressed by his second uncle. With such a record, wouldn't my second uncle be transferred directly to the cabinet in a matter of minutes? At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call was connected, my father's deep voice came. Why aren't you going home now? What are you doing outside? Gu Tian rolled his eyes and said casually, What can I do, Dad? I'm just staying in the hotel. Dad is still the same as before. I always feel that if a child is too quiet, there must be something wrong. Then a meaningful laugh came from the other end of the phone. Oh, you're staying? How about I find something for you to do? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. What my father arranged is definitely not an ordinary thing. It is obvious that my second uncle's achievements were given to him by my father. If his father found him something to do, wouldn't it be just as high-end? What are you doing, Dad? I'm always at your service. Then the person on the other end of the phone just uttered 3 words lightly. Go to school. Boom. Gu Tian's head suddenly buzzed. What? Going to school? What kind of joke is this? Is he the kind of guy who should go to school? I don't have the genes to go to school at all. Besides, given his current status, which university would dare to recruit him? Are you planning to let him hide his identity again? No, Dad. It's okay if you let me do something else, but can't we discuss this matter of school? Discuss? Stop hanging around outside. If you don't want to go to school, then go work at your mother's company. Work? He has no interest in going to work. But at this moment, Wang Hao was beaming and whispered, Brother Tian, going to school is good. If you go to school, then I will go too. Tell the truth. Regarding the matter of going to school, he and his father would have no room for negotiation like Brother Tian did. If Tian Gu also goes to school, he can ask his father to let him enter the same university as Tian Gu. Forget it. If I go to school, I'll only cause trouble for the university, don't you think? Who would have thought? The person on the other end of the phone obviously expected Gu Tian to say this. What's the problem? Several universities are vying for you. Beijing University has the best attitude. Your mother was so happy that she donated a building to them. It's called Tianxi Building. They'll send the notice right away. Please finalize this matter for me as soon as possible. I'm going to a meeting now. After saying that, he hung up the phone, leaving Gu Tian confused. Dad, I want to go to Peking University too. Wang Hao directly dialed his father's number and asked like a child. Go to Peking University. With your level of education, you should go to Beijing Polytechnic. The admission letter has been sent to you. Please register as soon as possible. Wang Hao's father's tone sounded quite disappointing. Wang Hao held up his phone and looked at Gu Tian aggrievedly. Although he felt aggrieved, he was still very smart. There was no possibility for Brother Tian to refuse what his father arranged. So it has been decided that Brother Tian will go to Peking University to study. As for whether he can go to Peking University, I can only ask Brother Tian for help. At this time, Gu Tian's brain was working at high speed. After thinking for 2 seconds, he picked up the phone handed to him by Wang Hao. Hello, Uncle Wang, I'm Gu Tian. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's father's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously flustered. Next second, Hey, Gu Tian. Hey, Uncle Wang hasn't seen you for a long time. When will you come to Uncle Wang's house for dinner? It's okay, Uncle Wang. I'll go when I have time. Gu Tian refused with a smile and continued. Uncle Wang, don't worry about Wang Hao's schooling. I have to go to school too. Then we can go to Kyoto University together. These words were spoken. How could Wang Hao's father have the right to refuse? Oh, that really troubles you. Just make your arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao rushed over with tears in his eyes. Brother Tian. Godfather. Roll. Bang. Ouch. Chapter 33. The Cold School Beauty, Su Nanxue. Oh my, why is Qin Shi so polite? Oh, no problem. This time, your brother Hao will definitely arrange everything for you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao looked at Gu Tian seriously. Brother Tian, the Qin family is coming to our club again. Qin Shi has deposited another 20 million. I have to toast you no matter what. Qin Shi? Which one? Oh, I see. He had almost forgotten about this person, but when Wang Hao mentioned it, he instantly remembered the incident at the gold shop. It must be said that he quite likes this kid, who is very capable. After smashing the other party's counter, the other party was not only very respectful, but even ran out to wave goodbye to him. This vision and tolerance, well, are comparable to his. Great. Since school starts tomorrow, it's okay to go out and have some fun tonight. Gu Tian picked up the notice on the table and threw it at Wang Hao. It only takes a few words to arrange for Wang Hao to be included. The president of Kyoto University simply signed and stamped the notice and faxed it over. They can just fill in whatever major they want. Kyoto University. The dormitory was filled with smoke. How's it going? Are there any good ones? Xie Bin and a few good friends were smoking and discussing the number of girls they saw today. There's nothing good to look at. Only the one wearing a white shirt today is good looking. The speaker was Zhou Yu, a native of the imperial capital. His father, who ran a real estate business in the imperial capital, built a dormitory building for Peking University, which allowed him to barely meet the admission threshold. Moreover, Zhou Yu's academic performance was not too bad, so he came to Kyoto University to study. The other brothers also nodded in agreement. Obviously, everyone's attention was focused on the new student Shen Yao. I agree with what brother you said. It's rare to find someone with such a clean temperament. Yeah, not like those who wear heavy makeup. I don't know which department he's from. I've asked someone to find out. The atmosphere in the dormitory gradually became lively. Then, Zhou Yu suddenly changed the subject with a smile, his tone a little teasing. Hey, Brother Bin, how's your relationship with that school beauty going? To be honest, he really looked down on Xie Bin before. When they first met, the two had a conflict. Later I learned that Xie Bin was from the Xie family in Kyoto. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and later the enemy became a friend. Plus, he is 1 year older than him, so he calls Fang Bin brother. When Zhou Yu brought up this matter, Xie Bin waved his hands impatiently. Oh, don't mention it. That girl doesn't care about me. She won't listen to me. After saying that, he flicked the cigarette butt away. The next second, screams were heard downstairs. Fuck. The people in the room looked at each other and then laughed. Xie Bin shrugged without any guilt. She's the school beauty after all. How could she be so easy to win over? Zhou Yu walked forward with a smile and patted Xie Bin on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Chasing women requires strategy. I still believe in my brother Bin's ability. The school belle they talk about. It was Su Nanxue, a freshman in the Department of Finance and Economics. When the school just started, she became instantly popular among the freshmen with her cold and cool appearance, and was directly elected as the new campus belle by the students of the finance department. Countless people launched a mad pursuit of her. But so far no one has been able to really get close to her. Xie Bin is the most active one among the group of pursuers. But right now he needs a new goal to ease the frustration of recent setbacks. And the one at the entrance today is obviously the most suitable one. The white shirt and neat temperament are completely different from those delicate and exquisite rich girls. Like a stream of fresh air. So he thought, the other party's reaction would definitely be interesting. The other side. Inside the Qin family villa. Brother, you want me to go drink with your friends? Are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I'll tell my aunt. Su Nanxue sat on the sofa, crossed her arms with her white fingers, and looked at her cousin with displeasure. Qin Shi had a miserable look on his face and almost knelt down to Su Nanxue. Can you help my brother this time? Ordinary people can't participate in this game. This person has great influence in Kyoto. However, Su Nanxue said nothing and looked at him coldly. Drinking companion? Are you kidding me? At that time, relying on his status as the top scholar in Suzhou, he went directly to Peking University to study. Her aunt in Kyoto was worried that she wouldn't eat well or sleep well at school, so she let her live here. Everything was fine at first. Who knew that the annoying cousin came back from abroad? So the next scene happened. He forced her to go out with her cousin's friends to eat and drink, and even asked her to accompany them for drinking. Haha, she has no interest in eating and drinking with friends, let alone drinking with others. She is naturally cold and arrogant. How could she be used as a bargaining chip by others? Brother, I'll say this one last time, it's impossible. Su Nanxue stood up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes full of impatience. I don't want to be in your circle, and I have no interest in your circle. Stop making such ridiculous requests, otherwise I will tell my aunt and go back to school. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, Qin Shi took a hard approach and suddenly reached out and picked up a fruit knife from the table. Brother, what are you doing? Put down the knife. Su Nanxue was shocked by this scene. Was her cousin going to kill her? Qin Shi raised his knife in despair. Since you won't help me, what's the point of me living? After saying this, he pretended to stroke his arm. Elder brother. She was not a fool. She would not allow her cousin to force her to confront her in this way. He must have offended someone outside who he shouldn't have. You have to know that the Qin family is very powerful in Kyoto. They can make my cousin so panicked that they even let her go to accompany him drinking. Then they really can't afford to offend. Brother, put down the knife. Who did you offend outside? Their Su family is very powerful in Sudo, and her cousin Qin's family is even more powerful in Kyoto. So she is very curious about the rank of this big shot her cousin mentioned. Qin Shi avoided his gaze guiltily and didn't dare to explain too much. If he had explained it clearly, my cousin would never have dared to go. Let me ask you again, will you help me with this favor or not? No, brother, please explain it clearly first. Su Nanxue frowned and wanted to ask again, but the moment she finished speaking, swish, Qin Shi really picked up the fruit knife and cut his arm hard. Elder brother. Su Nanxue screamed in shock. Her pupils contracted, and she watched the scarlet blood flow down Qin Shi's arm. I'm going. Bro, I'm going. I promise you, I'm going. Chapter 34. The school beauty is drunk. Night. Tianchi Club. There were still huge crowds of people just like last time. Hey, Brother Tian. Long time no see. Brother Tian. I'll drink this glass of wine. Please do as you please. Brother Tian, do you still remember me? Faced with the flattery of these powerful children, Gu Tian responded with a smile, as usual. This is the room. Qin Shi and the others are in here, and they brought a beautiful girl with them. Wang Hao led Gu Tian to the door of the VIP box, then turned around and went to greet other people. Gu Tian didn't think too much about it, turned around and pushed open the door. The atmosphere in the box was quite relaxed. But the moment Gu Tian appeared, whoosh whoosh, Qin Shi and several of his younger brothers stood up quickly as if they were equipped with springs. Brother Tian, I finally see you. Qin Shi quickly pulled out a chair and walked over with a smile on his face, while constantly waving his hands to signal Su Nanxue to stand up and say hello. Brother Tian. Hello, Brother Tian. Hearing this voice, Gu Tiankai shifted his gaze from Qin Shi to the girl. Just as Wang Hao said, she is indeed very beautiful. She has a pretty oval face, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, skin as white as jade, a somewhat cool temperament, and a good figure. At first glance, she is a daughter of a powerful family. Gu Tian looked at Qin Shi and asked casually, "Who is this? Your girlfriend?" He doesn't have a girlfriend yet, and the other party brought his girlfriend over? Showing off your love is illegal. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue looked at Qin Shi helplessly. To be honest, ever since she arrived here, she had been curious about how big this big man was. In her imagination, is he the gangster with an unshaven beard and 9 dragon tattoos? Or the kind that looks like a killer wearing sunglasses? But why didn't she think of it? This important person is so handsome. The most important thing is that he didn't say much, but he exuded a sense of majesty that was difficult for her to describe. What's more, my cousin was still bowing and scraping in front of the other party. So her heart was beating really fast at this moment. Oh no, it's my sister from my aunt's family who goes to school in Kyoto. I said I wanted to come to the club tonight, and she insisted on coming, so I brought her here. Qin Shi said this with a smile on his face, and subconsciously pulled up his sleeve to cover the wound on his arm tightly. Well, that's good. Gu Tian smiled slightly and sat down. And then nothing happened. The 2 younger brothers Qin Shi brought with him didn't dare to look up at Gu Tian at all, and they didn't even dare to breathe because of the nervousness. I was afraid that if I said something wrong, I would be thrown into the river with concrete. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Pour the wine. Toast. Let's liven up the atmosphere. Qin Shi's face turned pale, and he gestured to Su Nanxue with his elbow. Young Master Gu doesn't say anything? What's going on? Aren't tens of millions of dollars wasted? He originally wanted to use this opportunity to apologize to Gu Tian, but now he didn't even offer a toast, and the atmosphere became so awkward. Seeing Qin Shi's urgent and uneasy look, Su Nanxue took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and looked at Gu Tian beside her. Brother Tian, my name is Su Nanxue. It's our first meeting. I'm glad to meet you. The sudden scene left Gu Tian confused. Before he could react, Su Nanxue picked up the Remy Martin Louis XIII on the table and poured it into her own glass. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A full cup. Such a scene. Qin Shi's face turned pale, and he kept screaming in his heart. Silly girl. How come you are so full? Pour as much as you drink. Do you dare to take a sip of wine and put it on the table? What you are drinking is not wine. What you are drinking is my future. But Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He really didn't understand how this was done. After all, this foreign liquor is all about meaning. Just pour it twice symbolically and it will last for a long time. But the other party was so satisfied. Although I didn't understand, she obviously had her reasons. Maybe he can drink a lot? So, without thinking too much, Gu Tian picked up the bottle of wine on the table, poured a little into his glass, and then raised it up. Hello, I'm Gu Tian. Nice to meet you. After saying that, he gently touched the other person's cup and drank it all in one gulp. Su Nanxue had never drunk alcohol before. In her mind, those who were drunk must have drunk several bottles. So it's just one cup, no problem. So he also picked up the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. This scene, everyone was shocked by what they saw. The two younger brothers Qin Shi brought with him almost popped their eyes out. This is Remy Martin, Louis XIII. 270,000 per bottle. At least 100,000 in one gulp. Of course, the price is not a problem. But this, his drinking capacity and drinking style, is so domineering. Under the surprised gaze of Qin Shi and Gu Tian, Su Nanxue put down her wine glass and slowly sat back in her chair. But the moment she sat down, her whole face turned red. It wasn't just a slight blush, but she was completely stained with a layer of delicate crimson, burning from her ears all the way to her neck, making her look charming and drunken. Huh? Bro, why are you looking at me like that? Su Nanxue blinked her lost almond-shaped eyes, revealing a silly and confused feeling. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Shi swallowed his saliva in shock. The cup they just drank was not much for men. But for girls, it's probably a bit too much. Qin Shi, your sister can drink quite well. Gu Tian looked at Su Nanxue with interest. He had never seen a girl with such a contrast. He was so dignified and cool one second, and then he just picked up the glass and drank it all the next? Interesting. Yes, yes, yes. I can drink a lot. Qin Shi nodded repeatedly, his tone more attentive than before, and he almost applauded Su Nanxue. Mr. Gu praised Su Nanxue, which shows that his mood has improved. Doesn't this prove that Su Nanxue made the right decision to come tonight? As the atmosphere gradually became lively, Gu Tian started talking more and chatted with Qin Shi about some things in the Kyoto circle. There was constant laughter in the box. At this time, Su Nanxue was already a little drunk, but she didn't notice it herself. Instead, she felt that the atmosphere was becoming more and more lively, so she simply raised her glass and drank one glass after another. She was originally sitting next to Gu Tian and unknowingly leaned over to the side. In the end, she even blinked her beautiful misty eyes and leaned on Gu Tian's shoulder like a lazy kitten. But Gu Tian still smiled and toasted with Qin Shi, completely unaware that there was a drunk cat on his shoulder. Drink to the end. Everyone at the table collapsed. Besides Gu Tian, there was also Su Nanxue, who was already lost in thought. She blinked her hazy almond eyes and said coquettishly, Brother Tian, continue. Why? Why do you always drink with my brother and never with me? At this time, the door of the box was pushed open. Sorry, I'm late. It's really outside. Wang Hao was stunned when he opened the door. Qin Shi is drunk, nothing. The key point is this cool and beautiful girl that Qin Shi just brought in. At this moment, she was like a drunk fox, completely exposing her soft, cute, and innocent side. Chapter 35. If the road is blocked, go to the sky. Gu Tian stood up and supported Su Nanxue. She was limp all over and leaned on him staggeringly. She was completely drunk and unconscious. Qin Shi and the others. Let's arrange for them to stay in the guest rooms. This girl, send her to the Cullinan Hotel. Qin Shi and the others will undoubtedly have no problems here. But it is obviously not a good choice for this girl to stay here. Brother Tian, you don't want to. Wang Hao showed a look that all men understood. Gu Tian didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just supported Su Nanxue and walked out of the box tremblingly. Tang Lan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, walked forward and saw Su Nanxue's delicate face with a drunken look, and then glanced at Gu Tian. Oh, Mr. Gu, this drunk kitten is so beautiful. Gu Tian glanced at her unhappily and said, Stop talking nonsense and send her to Tianxi Hotel and arrange accommodation for her. Tang Lan shrugged her shoulders without asking any more questions. She helped Su Nanxue, whose face was flushed and her body was weak, up and left. The next day, at the gate of Beijing University, Xiebin started to make trouble. My brother Ben has so many strategies for pursuing women, he will definitely succeed. Zhou Yu's words inspired Xiebin. Just then, the girl in white appeared on a bicycle, and she immediately blocked her way with a fierce look. But unfortunately, his driving skills were not good enough, and the rear end of the car directly hit the bicycle. Squeak. Bang. Look at you. Look at you. How do you ride a bike? Do you know what kind of car this is? I can't even afford to pay for it even if I sell you. Siebin opened the car door and rushed out with great momentum, instantly attracting the attention of many students. Shinya was a little frightened by the scene just now. She stood timidly beside the bicycle with a flushed face. She was riding well, but suddenly a car rushed out from the side, drifted in front of her, and blocked her way. Now the other party is saying that she crashed his car? This is clearly a scam. Although Shun Yao thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to say it out loud. She could only bite her pink and tender lips and blink her big watery eyes. I'm sorry, how much is this? I'll compensate you. It's just a small scratch. No matter how expensive it is, it won't cost more than 1,000 yuan. She still has 3,000 yuan in her card, which should be enough. As soon as Siebin saw the other person's pitiful appearance, his eyes lit up. Ouch. I just like this one. Okay, since you want to pay for it, I can give you a discount. Such a small scratch would cost at least 100,000 yuan. I'll charge you 60,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Yao's face was full of astonishment, and her little hands subconsciously tightened the bag of her school bag. 60,000? She's not worth that much money even if I sell her. The students around also started talking. Wow, what a ridiculous price. 100,000 for such a small scratch? 5,000 is the limit. Ha, isn't this Siebin? Holy crap, how come my brother Bin is so good? Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Siebin did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he became even more proud. I originally thought that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. It doesn't seem so now. It's easy to deal with if you can't afford the compensation. Just be his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Siebin took a step forward and looked Shun Yao up and down with narrowed eyes. If you can't afford to pay, I have other options. What method? Facing Siebin's obscene eyes, Shun Yao subconsciously took a step back. She just thought that this person had bad intentions, and now it turned out to be true. I didn't expect that there are people like this in Kyoto University. Siebin narrowed his eyes and smiled, thinking he was very handsome. Be my girlfriend. What else can I do? As long as you're my girlfriend, you don't have to pay a penny. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Yao was completely stunned. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? What's wrong? Isn't this method good? Siebin stepped forward, and the Dragon King looked at Shun Yao slowly with a crooked mouth. Xin Yao took a step back and suddenly remembered what Gu Tian had told her before. If she encounters someone with bad intentions or who bullies her, she can just call them. Thinking of this, Xin Yao took out the cell phone from her bag and started calling without any hesitation. Seeing this, Siebin laughed again. What? Are you asking your family for money? Sure. That'll be 100,000 yuan, no less. Seeing this scene, the students watching around were also talking about it. Goodness. Siebin is trying to blackmail me. Really? Isn't it just because he's from the CF family? No. Can this be worth 100,000? Such a cute girl is being harassed by someone like this? When I received a call from Shun Yao, Gu Tian was still stuck in traffic in the downtown area. Of course, he could just call the transportation department and have the entire road cleared for traffic. But at this time, he was driving a sports car. If the lights were green all the way or there were police officers guiding him, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. It's okay, Shun Yao. Don't worry. Just wait for me there. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian started searching through his phone's address book. Since we can't go on the road, let's go to the sky. While he was making the call, the drivers around him noticed that his Ferrari was struggling to move and started to make fun of him. Hey, handsome guy, you're stuck in traffic with such a nice car. Ha. Traffic jams don't discriminate. Handsome guy, is your car really wasting gas in traffic? See, this is why I don't buy luxury cars. I still get stuck in traffic. Ha. Stop teasing me, or I'll get out of the car and beat you up. As soon as the phone was connected, Manager Xie's extremely respectful voice came over. Hey, Mr. Gu, what's wrong? I'm always waiting for your orders. Gu Tian said casually. Hey, is our hotel's helicopter in use now? No. Okay then. I'm stuck in traffic on Kyoto Avenue right now. Tell them to pick me up in 5 minutes, or I'll break their legs. Okay, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian unbuckled his seatbelt and sat in the car waiting. There seemed to be a traffic accident ahead, which caused a big traffic jam here. Many drivers also got out of their cars and tried to observe the situation ahead, but most of them just chatted. Gu Tian's Ferrari undoubtedly became the topic of their discussion. Hey, handsome guy, why did you buy such an expensive car? Aren't you still stuck in traffic like us? Exactly. It would be great to start a business with this money, but instead of buying such an expensive car, you still end up stuck in traffic. Handsome guy, you rented this car, didn't you? And why aren't you wearing a seatbelt? Gu Tian listened to these words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said lightly, you can only be stuck in traffic, but I don't have to be stuck in traffic all the time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. They had no idea that Gu Tian had called a helicopter and thought he was bragging. Haha, brother, are you going to fly away? Handsome guy, you're such a joker. I have this car at home too. I have this Ferrari or something like that at home. I use it to buy groceries, but I don't even pretend like you do. That's awesome. I can still comfort myself when I'm stuck here. Just then, suddenly, there was a roar of propellers from the sky not far away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 36, Skydiving. I saw a black business helicopter flying slowly from high in the sky. The smooth lines show the noble temperament. What the hell? What is that? No way. Which big boss travels by helicopter? What's going on? Why is it flying towards this side? As everyone looked on in astonishment, the helicopter flew over the Ferrari and slowly began to descend. Oh my God, why are you here? Oh my God, could it be that they are really picking someone up? Isn't it really about picking up this handsome guy? As everyone looked shocked, the cabin door slowly opened and a silver electric rope ladder slowly descended to the ground. Gu Tian also walked out of the car, reached out to grab the ladder, and slowly climbed up. At this moment, everyone was completely blown away. Holy crap, this handsome guy is serious. Did this guy really call a helicopter? No. What kind of identity is this? Many drivers at the scene jumped out of their cars and started taking pictures with their mobile phones, their faces full of disbelief. They were still stuck in traffic, but someone else took a helicopter away. Don't you want the car anymore? Mr. Gu, please sit down. We are going to raise the price. Your car will be taken away later. Seeing Gu Tian climbing up, a worker in a suit in the cabin immediately reached out respectfully to help him steady himself. Okay, let's go to Kyoto University. The words fell. The helicopter suddenly rose and rushed into the sky with unparalleled momentum. The drivers on the ground were already stunned and completely speechless. Holy crap, is this really a big shot? How arrogant. Awesome. This is awesome. When have I ever been treated like this? As for the lady who had just boasted that she had a Ferrari at home, she had already gotten into the car in shame. There is no comparison, absolutely no comparison. At the same time, more and more people gathered at the gate of Peking University. I don't care. Today's 100,000 yuan can't be less than a penny. Who told you to be so careless? You're riding a lousy bike and you don't even look at the road? Where are the people? Did the person you called deliver the money? Xiebin looked righteous and his voice grew louder and louder, obviously trying to use the crowd to put pressure on Shen Yao. As for Shen Yao, her face turned red with anger and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. No, it was you who bumped into me, and it was you who was drifting. Gu Tian taught her not to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. And she has now realized that this person has bad intentions and is deliberately making things difficult for her. And Gu Tian is also on the way, so she also has to show her strength. The students watching around nodded and whispered to each other. Isn't it obvious? It was the sports car that hit the other car. Yes, this is obviously a rogue act. This guy must have taken a fancy to this junior girl. Haha, exactly. He just told her to either be his girlfriend or pay him 100,000 yuan. Holy crap. Is this true? This guy is so weird. SHHHH. Keep your voice down, CF family. Although many students saw what happened just now, Xiebin was not angry when he saw Shen Yao's angry and stubborn look. Instead, he found it even more interesting. At this moment, the sound of a sports car roared from not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a Ferrari SF90 driving towards this side at high speed. Just as the students were stepping back to make way, the Ferrari drifted and stopped steadily in the parking space. Then the car door opened. Wang Hao, holding the notice under his arm, walked out of the car with a ruthless step. Hey, the gate of Kyoto University looks really impressive. Hey, so many people. To welcome my fan club. Seeing Wang Hao coming over, everyone made way for him and looked at the young man with a buzz cut and sunglasses in front of them in confusion. Oh shit, are you so pretentious? More pretentious than me. Xiebin tugged at his collar impatiently and was about to go forward to see where this arrogant social beast came from. When he saw Wang Hao's face, his expression changed instantly. Hey, Mani, Hao Ji. Wang Hao, his father is the top leader of Kyoto City. Although he is the second young master of the Xie family, his family is involved in business and official career. But in terms of position, overall it is still slightly lower than the opponent. Hey, isn't this my brother Xie? What are you doing here? Wang Hao turned around and took out Huazi from his pocket and handed it over. Xie Bin is Xie Juanhao's younger brother. The two have met several times. Although they are not close friends, they can at least talk to each other. Xie Bin took the cigarette with a smile and pointed at Shen Yao, who was standing next to the bicycle with a blushing face. Oh my, there was a collision at the school gate. Look, this little girl hit my car with her bicycle. Wang Hao looked in the direction of the finger, and his eyes lit up instantly when he saw Shen Yao. Ouch. She has nice white skin, a round face, and is a little bit arrogant. She looks soft, like a little kitten. My trip to Kyoto University was definitely worth it. They're quite cute. After saying that, he turned to look at Xie Bin. What do you mean? Xie Bin took a puff and pretended to be helpless. What can I say? 100,000 yuan. Wang Hao doesn't pay attention to these at all. Since he knew Xie Bin, he had to say a few words for him, so he walked unsteadily to Shen Yao. Hey, if you damage someone else's car, you have to pay compensation, 100,000. As soon as the words fell, Shen Yao's little face suddenly turned even redder with anger. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she looked up at Wang Hao angrily. Humph, what do you care? This is none of your business. And I didn't hit his car. He was the one who brushed against my bike. Me? So fierce. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and laughed. Sudden. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deafening sound of propellers came from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Holy crap. A helicopter. No. Why are there so many rich kids this year? Oh my god. He really came to our school. No. Coming to school in a helicopter? The crowd of onlookers exploded instantly. Especially Xie Bin's face turned black. Damn it. Why are there still people pretending to be cool? He thought he was the most capable person in Kyoto University, but today he was overshadowed by so many people. Not to mention that he met the son of Kyoto's top leader, and now another high-profile person comes? Compared to the shock of the crowd, only Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the helicopter that was getting lower and lower. This seems to be Brother Tian's. Today was the day he had agreed to come to school with Brother Tian, but Brother Tian said there was a traffic jam on the road. Based on Tianji's personality, he would definitely find other ways to come to school. Inside the cabin at this time, the pilot's face was filled with worry. Mr. Gu, let's land at the school playground. There are too many students watching at the gate. It's not safe. What's unsafe? Is there a paraglider on the plane? I'll jump out. Kyoto University is so big. I heard before that the school playground security guard broke up with the restaurant lady because they couldn't accept the long-distance relationship. If he landed on the playground, he would have to walk for a long time to the teaching building. And when he looked at the sports car below, it seemed to be Wang Hao. If you can't land, just parachute down. As soon as the words fell, the man in the suit handed over the umbrella bag. Mr. Gu, we have a parachute ready for you. Do you want to jump now, or go a little higher? Gu Tian. Chapter 37. Restricted Area in the Classroom. As the cabin door slowly opened, the students watching below exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, what is this for? Look, there's someone coming out. Oh my god, is he going to jump down? Wow, that's so brave. A real-life version of PUBG? Next second. What the hell? With a huge exclamation from the crowd on the ground, Gu Tian jumped down. Wang Hao was still wondering if it was Gu Tian. Now, who else is this? It's definitely Brother Tian. Crash. The parachute bag is open. Gu Tian dived towards the ground at a rapid speed. At this time, Xie Bin was still staring blankly at the approaching figure, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Get out of the way. We can't stop the car. Gu Tian shouted in midair. But it's too late. Bang. Xie Bin was kicked out by Gu Tian, who had landed. Ah! Xie Bin screamed, flew several meters away, and crashed into the Lamborghini with a loud bang, losing consciousness. Such a scene. Hiss. All the students watching gasped, and then burst into unprecedented exclamations. What the hell? What's going on? Base jumping. Using people as cushions. Marura. This Lamborghini is completely ruined. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth twitched wildly. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak as he watched Gu Tian slowly unpacking his backpack. The parachute that fell to the ground covered Xie Bin tightly. Brother Tian, you are so cool, so special. Just when Gu Tian was about to ask if he had bumped into someone just now. Gu Tian. An excited female voice came. Shen Yao dropped her school bag and rushed over like a kitten, hugging Gu Tian directly. Onlookers. Wang Hao. No. Do you know each other? Wang Hao was completely confused. His mouth was so big that an egg could fit in it. Yes, I know him, Shen Yao. What? Did you just meet? Gu Tian's attention was instantly diverted here, and the incident of bumping into someone was forgotten. Wang Hao. Seeing the other party swallowing his saliva in fear, Shen Yao's beautiful eyes turned smartly, and she went up and held Gu Tian's arm. Yes, we have met before. He just greeted me and said he was your friend. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's originally desperate expression instantly revived. Auntie, you really are as tolerant as a prime minister. If the other party complains to Brother Tian now, he will definitely be beaten up. Yes, yes, yes. Is she the one called Xin Yao? I recognized her at first sight. Wang Hao immediately responded. No wonder the other person looked so familiar just now. After a long time, it turned out that the other party was the Xun Yao that Brother Tian had described before. That's quite a coincidence. Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in sudden realization. Hee. Xin Yao smiled sweetly and blinked her beautiful eyes mischievously at Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood immediately, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clasped his hands together, and nodded vigorously. This girl was brought back from Jiangzhou by Brother Tian. He really can't afford to offend. He remembered this favor. At this time, the students watching around were in a state of shock. What's going on? Do they all know each other? No. Wasn't this the guy who just paid for the compensation? Why is he bowing and scraping now? Do you think skydiving is cool? What's going on? What's the connection? Gu Tian didn't bother to pay attention to these discussions and glanced at Wang Hao indifferently. Let's go to school. Walk. Just like that, under the gazes of everyone, the three of them swaggered into Kyoto University, leaving only a group of onlookers standing there in a mess. At this time, Zhou Yu and others also rushed over after hearing the noise. Brother Ben, Brother Ben, Brother Ben, where are you? I saw several people rushing into the crowd in panic. Everyone raised their fingers and pointed at the Lamborghini covered by a parachute not far away. Zhou Yu. The other people reacted and ran over quickly. Xiebin was seen lying on the car with his arms and legs spread out, spitting from the corners of his mouth. Don't move. Don't move. It's broken. It's broken. The other side. In the finance classroom. The scene of helicopter parachuting at the school gate has been fermenting in forums and major groups. Various videos and screenshots began to go viral. Many students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding their mobile phones and discussing. Oh my God, who is this guy? He's so fierce. You really think this school is a battlefield? Jumping here exactly. Is this a student from our school? He has to learn how to skydive to come to school. So fierce, this guy was kicked away? Isn't this guy a special forces soldier? Just as everyone was talking about it. Click. The door of the classroom was pushed open and a figure walked in. The originally bustling classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were drawn over there. Su Nanchua walked in wearing a slim white shirt and high-waisted jeans. Especially that cold and elegant face, which carries an aloof feeling that keeps strangers away. The boys' gazes froze instantly, and some of them even swallowed their saliva secretly. Isn't this too beautiful? School Beauty Sue, School Beauty Sue. School Beauty Sue is my motivation to come to class. Oh my God, I'm glad I didn't skip class today. And the girls are also eager for it. For them, Su Nanchua's appearance has left them far behind. The key point is that Su Nanchua is very good at dressing. She can wear any outfit to exude the aura of a celebrity model. Beautiful. Even a girl like me is jealous of her beauty. I really like that she's a lesbian. Does that give me a chance? She's so beautiful. It's rare to have classes with School Beauty Sue. Su Nanchua ignored all the looks. Mainly because she was in a bad mood today, she walked straight to the back row with a cold and unhappy expression. Some girls and boys in the back row consciously moved their seats and sat far away. First, Su Xiaohua has a cold aura, which makes it easy to catch a cold. Sitting next to him, the pressure is extremely great. The second is that the suitors of Su Xiaomei are either rich or noble. What if I sit too close and get misunderstood by some young master? Wouldn't that make me a target? So everyone chose to keep a safe distance. So a very strange scene formed in the classroom. In the crowded classroom, the area around Su Nanchua was the only restricted area that no one dared to approach. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk so much last night. Why am I so stupid? As soon as Su Nanchua sat down, she held her face, frowned slightly, and had a terrible headache. Chapter 38 Report to the Classroom. At this moment, Su Nanchua bit her pink lower lip tightly, and her fingertips unconsciously tugged at her hair. She really didn't have the face to recall what happened last night, or even this morning. Last night, she only remembered going for a drink with Qin Shi, and then she poured a full glass when toasting. Then what? I can't remember anything after that. Did she lose her composure at the dinner last night? Did the young man do anything while she was drunk? Thinking of this, Su Nanchua's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her palms began to feel cold. What made her even more ashamed was, she actually woke up at the Cullinan Hotel this morning. Although she was not from Kyoto, she knew that the Tianchi Hotel was the top hotel in Kyoto. How did she get there, and who sent her there? The moment she woke up in the hotel, she was completely stunned and frantically lifted the quilt to check herself. Fortunately, the clothes were intact, and there was nothing unusual on the bed. But even so, she felt an unprecedented shame. Damn, what the hell did I do last night? Su Nanshua lowered her head, her black hair falling down her shoulders, covering her blushing face. Seeing this scene, many boys quietly covered their chests and forcibly suppressed their pounding hearts. School beauty Su is so beautiful. Accompanied by the ringing of the school bell, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually became quiet. The other side, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were still wandering around the campus with their notices. Look, brother Tian, there's a girl. Wang Hao was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, full of curiosity about everything. But this is normal. He dropped out of school early, and returning to campus was a completely new experience. But Gu Tian is not. I used to be a freshman in Jiangzhou, and now I'm at Peking University, so I should start from freshman year. That's all you can do. Gu Tian found a pavilion to sit down and casually took out the notice and a pen. Which department? Which class? Just fill it out. The principal and the deans of each department have already signed the notice. They can fill in the college, department, and class they want to go to. How would I know? I'm not even proficient in addition and subtraction within 100, and you want me to fill out the application. Wang Hao handed the pen to Gu Tian and asked Gu Tian to fill in first. But Gu Tian didn't know what application to fill in. But I just heard Xin Yao talk about which department she is from. In that case, why not just study one major? Thinking of this, Gu Tian filled in the Department of Finance and Economics in the major column. The finance department is great. It sounds like it's about money. I want to study finance too. Wang Hao took the pen and followed suit, writing Department of Finance on his own letter of admission. After filling in the major, the next step is to choose the class. Gu Tian originally wanted to be in the same class with Xin Yao. But Wang Hao, the military strategist, said that one should think twice before acting. To put it bluntly, just go to the class with more pretty girls. Hey classmate, which teaching building is the finance department located in? Wang Hao suddenly stood up and called out to a student passing by. Seeing Wang Hao's short hair and nonchalant look, several students were frightened and quickly walked away. Those who knew about it thought he was here to study, while those who didn't thought Wang Hao had just been released from prison. Hello, classmate. Which teaching building is the finance department located in? Gu Tian also randomly asked a few girls passing by, but the other party's reaction was completely different from Wang Hao's. Finance. Finance. Finance is in building E. The girl with a school bag on her back looked at Gu Tian with a crazy look on her face and stuttered when she spoke. Okay, thank you. Gu Tian smiled slightly. The thanks instantly made the girls overjoyed, and they looked back at Gu Tian every 3 steps as they left. Let's go to teaching building E. Looking at Wang Hao with a resentful face, Gu Tian smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. There's nothing you can do about it. Appearance is given by your parents. The average appearance of the Gu family members is still very good-looking. Beijing University Affiliated Hospital. On the hospital bed, Xiebin's abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and he looked in a miserable state. Brother Bin, what happened? They said you were knocked out by Superman. Zhou Yu and several brothers said hurriedly beside the bed. Everyone likes to eat melons. Even friends are no exception. Xiebin had 2 or 3 broken ribs, and his sports car, the Maverick, also needed major repairs. Now they are curious about what happened at that time. How could it be possible that someone jumped down from the sky and knocked Xiebin away with one kick? Hearing this, Xiebin became instantly excited. How the hell should I know this? I saw a guy jump out of a helicopter and then whoosh Duan. Then I didn't know anything. By the way, have you found the person? Zhou Yu and several of his brothers shook their heads in unison. After the incident, they rushed to the scene immediately and sent Xiebin to the hospital. As to who hit the car, the investigation has not yet begun. Upon hearing this, Xiebin gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I must find this guy and tear him into pieces." In fact, he remembered this incident very clearly. The reason why I didn't explain it clearly is because it was too embarrassing. You were flirting with the girl just fine, but then it just took off? So many people were watching, and Wang Hao was still there. I wonder what people in the circle will say about this behind my back. The other side. Wang Hao and Gu Tian have already arrived at the teaching building, wandering around like ghosts. Not long. The two of them came to the large classroom where Su Nanshua was. Everyone knows. The so-called large classrooms usually have several classes taking classes together, so the number of people seems a little larger. When Wang Hao looked through the window, his eyes lit up instantly. Brother Tian, there are a lot of girls in this class. Let's go to this class. Gu Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was indeed as Wang Hao said. The classroom was packed with students, and there were obviously more girls than boys. And there are really several that look quite outstanding. Okay, I don't mind. After getting Gu Tian's nod of agreement, Wang Hao immediately took out the wrinkled notice from his pocket and walked over with big strides. Gu Tian followed behind unsteadily. In the big classroom, the old professor spoke with great enthusiasm, ranging from macroeconomics to international trade, and even brought in some historical background. It seemed that he could talk about whether the chicken or the egg came first in the next second. But the students below were drowsy, their minds full of thoughts about which milk tea shop to buy after class. The atmosphere was quiet and lifeless. At this moment, report. A loud voice suddenly exploded at the door. The old professor was caught off guard, and the plane in his hand almost flew out. The students below almost jumped up on the spot, and some of the sleeping souls were almost scared to death. What the hell? Whose general is so fierce? No. What are you shouting about? What ancient tradition? Everyone's eyes turned to the door. Wang Hao had a harmless smile on his face, one hand holding up the notice and the other hand resting on the door frame. His posture was so sexy. Who are you? The old professor threw the chalk and directly regarded Wang Hao and Gu Tian as people who disrupted the classroom order. Chapter 39. Gu Tian arrives. Facing the aggressive old professor, Wang Hao smiled and raised the notice in his hand. Teacher, we are new students and we are here to register. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole classroom exploded. Oh my God, when is it time to report? No, what's so weird about this? School has already started for so long. Are you here to register? What? Reporting? Such a niche word. The old professor was also completely confused and subconsciously looked at Gu Tian, who looked more normal. Gu Tian nodded slightly. Are you kidding me? The professor complained, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the security guard. Hello, security? There are students disrupting class. But Wang Hao didn't take it seriously and continued to hang around with the notice. No, why would I lie to you? Just take a good look. The old professor hung up the phone, took the notice in confusion, and wanted to continue scolding. But when his eyes swept over the contents of the notice, his whole body froze instantly. Good job. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. There were tons of stamps on the notice. The signatures of the principal, the dean, and the managers of various departments almost filled up the entire paper. If an ordinary person saw such a notice, their first reaction would definitely be that it was fake. But the old professor is no ordinary person. He has dealt with all kinds of people and has worked at Peking University for decades. He can still see these things. No, what the hell is going on? Is this person from a prominent background? The old professor's fingers trembled unconsciously twice, and his expression became solemn. Just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly discovered a key problem. The notice doesn't even specify which class I'm from. Hey, classmate, you are. Before he could finish his words, he saw Wang Hao walk into the classroom without paying any attention to him and casually patted the shoulder of a boy in the front row. Hey class, which class are you from? The boy was completely confused. Huh? We are from the finance class 1. Good. Under the shocked gaze of the entire audience, Wang Hao snatched the notice back from the old professor's hand, picked up a pen and wrote, Finance Class 1, in the class column. Such a scene. Old professor? The whole class. What's going on? Writing a notification impromptu? The old professor's mind is in a mess. These days, can freshmen choose their classes at will? He has been teaching for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen such a cool operation. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Wang Hao casually handed the pen to Gu Tian, smiling brightly. Brother Tian, right. Finance Class 1. This class girl is pretty. Puff. The old professor almost vomited blood. So you guys came to this class just for the quality of the girls. Before he could get angry, the students in Class 1 started cheering. Holy crap. This guy really knows what he's talking about. Haha. Awesome. This guy is so funny. Never mind. Welcome. This brother has good taste. Wow. School beauty Sue is in our class. The quality of our girls is really amazing. Some men even clapped and blew up their masks. The professor stood at the door and watched these two geniuses come from nowhere, and just like that, he wrote himself into the class. Just then, hey, where is the person who disrupted the class discipline? Several security guards ran over, but they met Gu Tian's face head-on. Seeing this extremely familiar face, he was so scared that his head almost spiraled off. Isn't this the guy who jumped out of the helicopter today? The one who knocked the Xie family members away? Although they are security guards, they are not idiots. He was able to come to school by helicopter, knock the Xie family members away, and then leave as if nothing had happened. That must be the big Buddha whom they cannot afford to offend. Without waiting for the old professor to call them, several security guards turned around and left in unison, pretending not to see anything and talking to themselves. You've come to the wrong place. Disrupting class discipline shouldn't be happening in this building. Can we go in now? Wang Hao looked at the old professor with a half-smile. Yes, you can go in. The old professor took 2 steps back. Can we still not let him in under this situation? Their admission letter is ridiculously awesome. You can just fill in the name of the class you want to join. The security guard turned around and ran away when he saw them. How could he stop them? That's all. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Wang Hao and Gu Tian walked in. Just when Gu Tian walked in, the class suddenly became restless. At first, standing outside the door, the students inside could not see his face clearly. Now I can see everything clearly. Oh my god. So handsome. What the hell? This is ridiculously handsome. Wow. This is kind of cool, guys. Oh my god. Why? Why are you going to class 1? Let's go to class 2. Many girls held their breath instantly and stared at Gu Tian with crazy looks on their faces. The old professor stood on the podium, watching the scene with his eyes wide open. Are they here to study or participate in a campus beauty pageant? Handsome guy. Sit here. Handsome guy. Sit here with me. Come here. I have a spot. Several girls even waved to Gu Tian. Wang Hao thought someone was calling him, and his heart instantly blossomed with joy. Brother Tian, I'm going to sit over there. After saying that, he ran over happily and sat among the girls. Several girls, straight face hashtag. Because the seats in the front were quite crowded, there were few empty seats at a glance. Since Wang Hao was so obsessed with beauty, Gu Tian could only move on. Without a doubt, the area surrounding Su Nanxue caught his attention. But at this time, Su Nanxue lowered her head, trying hard to smooth the hair by her ears to cover her blushing face, and she even wanted to shrink under the seat. She had already recognized the other person. That's the big shot I drank with last night. Who would have thought that the other person is also a student at Kyoto University? What kind of evil fate is this? Did you come here to watch her embarrassing joke? And did she lose her composure last night? Did anything happen between the two of you? Su Nanxue's heart was beating wildly as she prayed that the other person would not sit next to her. Click. Folding stool opened. Gu Tian sat down next to her, then lowered his head, took out his cell phone, and started playing leisurely. Su Nanxue? Didn't you recognize her? Isn't it directed at her? Chapter 40 Being Called in Class. Su Nanxue secretly turned her head and looked at Gu Tian gently. The other person looked casual, leaning loosely on the back of the chair, as if he was just looking for a random seat to sit down. Seeing this scene, her shame and embarrassment surged up again. She went there to serve drinks last night. Although she tried her best not to admit it, she was still taken by Qin Shi to please the man in front of him. The other party now looks like a young master on a leisurely vacation rather than a student coming to class. Just then, the new guy, the one at the back, answered this question. Could you please explain what the core concept of modern economics, Inchenism, is? How does it influence economic policy? All the students in the class turned around at once, their attention focused on Gu Tian. What? Answer the questions? When the old professor suddenly called his name, Gu Tian stood up with a confused look on his face. He didn't even answer the stupid question in the textbook. What is the core economic concept? He didn't understand at all. The old professor narrowed his eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come to my place for lessons. I want to see whether you are here to study seriously or just to waste time. You have to let me see how much you are capable of. At this time, many boys had already laughed softly, and many girls held up their books and tried to hint to Gu Tian which pages the answers were on. The professor is really cruel. Is he deliberately trying to embarrass him? Haha, this guy doesn't even have a book. How can he answer the questions? Hey, this guy looks familiar. Is he an internet celebrity? Handsome guy? Textbook, page 93, line 6. Just when Gu Tian was about to smile awkwardly to say that he didn't know how to do it. Sand. An open textbook was pushed in front of him. A pair of slender white hands pointed at a few lines of words in the textbook. Gu Tian was slightly stunned and subconsciously turned his head to look at the girl next to him. The other person lowered his head, his eyelashes trembled, his face was slightly red, and his beautiful hands were still on the lines of words in the textbook. Is this the answer? Very good. Very helpful. Gu Tian smiled slightly, then spoke calmly according to what she pointed out. The core concept of Keynesian economics advocates using fiscal and monetary policies to respond to economic cycle fluctuations and avoid the negative impact of market failure on society. Having said that, Gu Tian roughly understood what he meant, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. Simply put, the economy is like an emotional investment. Management from above is like a boyfriend, and the market is a girlfriend. Overdoing it will drive the other person crazy, while ignoring it will cause an imbalance in the relationship. So, the key is how to balance it. Just like in a relationship, you can't be too clingy or too free-spirited. Otherwise, the market will collapse, and people will collapse. After Gu Tian finished speaking, he raised his head proudly. But the whole classroom fell into a brief silence. Next second, the applause was like thunder. Oh my God, this metaphor is awesome. Oh my God, this metaphor doesn't feel out of place at all. This is amazing. This can actually be related to love. The old professor in the audience was also shocked. It really is true that you can't judge a book by its cover. That's a good answer. Sit down. Amidst the praises and admiring gazes of the crowd, Gu Tian sat down casually and glanced sideways at the girl next to him. Thank you. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Nanshue's ears turned red instantly, and she subconsciously put away the textbook and retracted her hand. This scene caused the boys not far away to go crazy instantly. Oh, School Beauty Su is really someone who only cares about looks. School Beauty Su just took the initiative to help this boy. Wow, wow, wow. School Beauty Su, why are you helping him? Is it just because he's handsome? I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken. School Beauty Su actually helped this boy and even blushed. At this time, Gu Tian was looking at the girl in front of him with interest. He wouldn't peek, but would look openly. Although the other person kept stroking the hair by her ears, covering half of her face, her profile was still extremely gentle and beautiful. Hey, why don't you say anything? Are you mute? Gu Tian held his face with one hand and teased lazily. Su Nanxua. She thought the other party recognized her, and she was even mentally prepared to talk about what happened last night. But when the other party opened his mouth, he actually asked her if she was mute. This is a huge contrast to the majestic and handsome figure last night. I am not mute. Su Nanxu gently bit her lower lip, her voice soft and light. But after she said this, she regretted it. Why do you want to follow this sentence? She could have completely ignored him. Hearing this, Gu Tian was stunned. This voice. It seems like I've heard it somewhere. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be? Gu Tian leaned back and looked at the girl in front of him again. You don't know until you see it, and you will react instantly once you see it. Good job. Isn't this figure the one that Qin Shi brought to the box last night? It seems like he didn't even change his clothes. After waking up at the Tianxi Hotel last night, he went straight to Beijing University to study. Su Nanxue also realized that the atmosphere was a little unusual, and she once again hurriedly smoothed her hair by her ears to hide her panic. But the next second, a handsome face suddenly came close. Gu Tian moved his face closer. Su Nanxue. There is no sense of boundaries. She leaned back in panic, but the back of the chair was pressed against her back, so she could only face Gu Tian's playful eyes. Hey, why does that voice sound so familiar? So we've already met last night. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, Su Nanshue's face was flushed all the way to her ears. Okay, that's good now. What is coming has finally come. Hello, 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 Brother Tian. What a coincidence, you also go to school here. Gu Tian straightened up, and the mockery in his eyes became more intense. Several boys who were listening attentively not far away suddenly exploded. What the hell? What's going on? My goddess calls her brother? It's over. It's over. No wonder my goddess is ignoring me. Wow. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. I need a little girl or a mature lady to talk to me. Just when the air was filled with awkwardness, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. The professor left with the textbook. Su Nanxue breathed a sigh of relief instantly, but her fingertips were still clenched on the corner of her clothes as she answered haltingly. Yeah, I go to school here. It's a coincidence. Gu Tian nodded without saying anything. Just as I was about to get up and go find Wang Hao, who was chatting enthusiastically with the girl in the front row. Sudden, Sun Wei led a group of younger brothers and hurriedly walked into the classroom, heading straight to the back row. Su Nanxue. Su Nanxue. Hurry, hurry, go to the hospital. My brother Ben is in the hospital. You have to go see my brother Ben. Such a scene instantly attracted the attention of other students. It's over, my goddess is going to be harassed again. What? Xie Bin is in the hospital? No. What does it have to do with my goddess if he's in the hospital? Chapter 41. You wait. Facing Sun Wei and others who suddenly surrounded him. The shyness and embarrassment on Su Nanshue's face in front of Gu Tian disappeared instantly, replaced by a sense of indifference that kept strangers away. What does his hospitalization have to do with me? Why should I go? Please move aside and don't gather around me. Should I say it or not? Su Nanshue's tone was terrifyingly calm, and even the look she gave Sun Wei was filled with bone-chilling indifference and disdain. Gu Tian couldn't help but pull his clothes. Cold. Why is it so cold? Sun Wei was glared at by her and took a step back unconsciously, but he still forced himself to explain. But, Brother Ben has been pursuing you. You know, Apart from Mian Bei and Brother Bin, no one is willing to pour out their heart and soul for you. Phew. Everyone tried hard to hold back their laughter. After all, Sun Wei is very ugly, and this is very weird, giving people the feeling that this is no longer something that can be solved with a handful of glutinous rice. Su Nanxue raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at the other person coldly. Oh, it's his business if he pursues me. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I have no interest in his life or death. Now please get out of my way. To be honest, she really annoyed these people. Especially this guy named Xie Bin, who relied on his family's wealth to form gangs and recruit followers in school. In order to pursue her, I tried many ways. At first, it was all kinds of cheesy love words, sending flowers and milk tea. Later, he followed her more and more, and even asked his subordinates to investigate her whereabouts and create an encounter with her. In short, there is no way to describe all the weird ways. Sun Wei's face changed when he heard Su Nanxue's words. What's the meaning? What Bin Ji's affection was met with was a double blow of ignorance plus contempt from school beauty Su. Su Nanxue, I don't allow you to curse my brother like that. My eldest brother is in the hospital. It's just that a skydiving guy bumped into him today. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Tian, who was originally eating melons, raised his head on the spot. Good God, if the other party hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about hitting someone while skydiving today. He was rushed to the hospital, and it looked pretty serious. But judging from the attitude of these people, the person he bumped into today was not a good person either. At this time, the students watching started talking. Wait, is the person who was hit in the video Xie Bin? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Is it that outrageous? Oh my goodness. Is the reason for hospitalization so bizarre? Being crashed into the hospital by a skydiver. Who is it? Who is so bold? They actually bumped Xie Bin into the hospital. While everyone was discussing it, Wang Hao, who was originally eating melons, suddenly stood up and exclaimed at Gu Tian. Oh my God, looks like you hit him pretty hard. I know that guy. Should I go to the hospital to see him? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent instantly. Etc. What are they talking about? Sun Wei and his younger brother's eyes suddenly focused on Gu Tian. Wait, what are you talking about? It was quite a big collision. Did you hit my eldest brother? Su Nanxue's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Gu Tian in disbelief, as if waiting for his confirmation. But at this time, Gu Tian was speechless. What a stupid teammate. What a stupid teammate. He was originally looking forward to seeing how Su Nanxue would deal with these people. But in the end, he became the protagonist? Tell me, is that you? Did you hit my eldest brother? At this moment, other brothers also ran over and exclaimed when they saw Queen Gu. Oh my God, it's you. It's you, Brother Wei. It's this guy. It's this guy who jumped out of the helicopter and knocked Brother Bin away. When they heard the helicopter, the students watching were stunned. What? Come to Kyoto University by helicopter and then skydive? I know all the words in this sentence, but when they're put together, why do I feel like I don't understand? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did this handsome guy come here by helicopter today? Come to school by helicopter and then parachute out? Knock Xie Bin away. Oh my God. Isn't this way of going to school so fucking niche? While everyone was talking, Sun Wei's face had turned completely black. His elder brother Xie Bin was rushed to the hospital by the boy in front of him and had 2 broken ribs. And this guy is still sitting next to the school beauty, Su, as if nothing happened? The 2 charges combined are enough to kill him. Damn it. You were the one who sent my brother to the hospital, right? That's you, kid. Sun Wei angrily raised his fist towards Gu Tian. The younger brother next to him stepped forward and stopped him quickly. There are so many students in the classroom. If a fight breaks out, they will be expelled in minutes. Since we know who hit the car, just tell Brother Bin afterwards and let him clean it up. They are just thugs, and Brother Bin is not here now, so there is no need for them to show off their abilities. Fuck, Sun Wei is really angry. We're not going to fight right in the classroom, are we? Wow, is this new guy so fierce? No, don't you think this new guy looks familiar? As everyone was talking, even Su Nanxue looked at Gu Tian with a complicated expression. This had absolutely nothing to do with the image of the great man she had seen last night. Can you do something as bizarre as skydiving and hitting someone? However, she didn't have any good feelings towards Xie Bin, so at this moment, she inexplicably felt like laughing. All right, you're a brave boy. I'll remember you. I'll let my brother Bin take care of you. Sun Wei, who was stopped by his younger brother, was so angry that he raised his hand and pointed at Gu Tian fiercely. Just wait for me. But his finger had not yet been fully extended. Alpaca, how dare you point at my brother Tian? Bang. A shadow suddenly rushed out. Wang Hao suddenly flew out and kicked Sun Wei in the chest. Sun Wei was unable to dodge and was kicked directly onto the desk behind him. With a clang, the whole place was silent for a moment, and then exploded the next second. Holy crap, the fight just started. Fuck, this new guy is so fierce. Just kick it away. The atmosphere in the classroom exploded instantly, and everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that someone would take direct action. Before the younger brother could react, Wang Hao rushed up and grabbed Sun Wei by the collar. Who the hell are you referring to? Who the hell do you think your brother Ben is? You dare point your finger at my brother Tian again? Believe it or not, I'll make you stay in the same ward with him now. The sudden scene made Sun Wei's face turn green, and his momentum was gone in an instant. Gu Tian sat there calmly, watching Wang Hao make amends for his mistake. After all, he was just calmly watching the show, but Wang Hao's words directly dragged him into it. Su Nanxue was also stunned. It was the first time she saw someone kick Sun Bin's younger brother in public. How dare you kick me? I'm going to. Sun Wei reacted immediately and stood up to fight back. The words haven't been finished yet. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. The old professor walked into the classroom carrying the textbook. When Sun Wei and others saw that something was wrong, they turned around and left, not forgetting to point at Gu Tian and Su Nanxue before leaving. Just wait for me. Chapter 42, I'm in charge of this. The old professor was speaking at the podium again with a lively expression on his face. But the students in the audience were not paying attention to this at all. Instead, they turned back from time to time to look at the expressions of Wang Hao and Gu Tian. However, seeing the two of them playing with their phones calmly, many people gasped. Good job. Are you so calm? Could it be that they don't know Xie Bin's identity? They are a famous and powerful family in Kyoto. Including Sun Wei's family, they also work in the Kyoto Finance Bureau. Although the courage of these two freshmen is commendable, they really did not consider the consequences. When they thought of this, many students began to sweat. I'm afraid that the end of this class will be the death of these two people, right? Perhaps Sun Wei has already gathered a lot of his younger brothers near the teaching building. Su Nanxue was also a little nervous, even though she knew that the other party's power background should be higher than Xie Bin's. But the situation just now would have been different if the class bell had not rung in time. Sun Wei will definitely give them a good beating with his numerical advantage. Aren't you worried that Sun Wei and the others will come and cause trouble for you? Hearing Su Nanxue's voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Gu Tian turned his head with interest. Oh, you think I'd be worried? Worry? Hee. To be honest, he didn't regard the people opposite him as human beings at all. He could kill a large number of them with just a kick. As for the brother Ben the other party was talking about, he had never heard of him. No, what I mean is. Su Nanxue bit her lip and waved her hands repeatedly, fearing that Gu Tian would misunderstand her meaning. It's okay, look over there, they are all my people. Gu Tian leaned back lazily. Su Nanxue was stunned and subconsciously followed his gaze to the right rear row. You don't know until you see it, and it's really shocking when you see it. There was no one sitting in the right rear row. But in this class, there were many more boys with crew cuts sitting there. They were all big and strong, and their eyes were very sharp. Seeing Su Nanxue looking over here, these guys with crew cuts subconsciously reached for their waists. Such a murderous action scared Su Nanxue so much that she quickly turned her head back. Don't worry, no one can touch a hair on my head today. And I'm taking care of your business as well. Just consider it as a reward for the teacher asking questions in the last class. Gu Tian yawned lazily, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But when Su Nanxue heard these words, they struck her heart like a muffled thunder. Is this repaying her? Just because she helped the other person in the last class, does that mean the other person has to help her deal with Xie Bin and his gang? To be honest, she really wanted to resolve the entanglement with Xie Bin. But she was well aware of the Xie family's capabilities in Kyoto, and she was living with her aunt. Judging from my cousin Qinqi's temper, once he knows about this, he will definitely make trouble for Xie Bin. If it is not handled properly, it will undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble for my aunt's family. So she chose to endure this matter. But I didn't expect that the person in front of me would actually. Su Nanxue only felt a warmth radiating from her chest, and even the tips of her ears were quietly stained with a faint blush. Thank you. Seeing Su Nanxue taking a deep breath and lowering her beautiful eyes slightly, Gu Tian curled the corners of his mouth. Thank you for what? Why are you still arguing about this between us? Could it be that you have forgotten what happened last night? Upon hearing this, Su Nanxue was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red the next second. She really couldn't remember what happened last night, and she didn't have the courage to ask if that was what happened. Wait a minute. What is she thinking? Seeing the strange expression on Su Nanxue's face, Gu Tian frowned instantly. What he meant was that the two of them had a very happy chat last night. We drank so much that we almost became sworn brothers. So now that you are helping the other party to settle this matter, There is no need to say thank you at all. But looking at the other party's behavior, it seems that I am overthinking it a bit. I haven't forgotten. Su Nanchua nodded with a red face, and then said nothing more. This was the first time she dropped her disguised indifference in front of others. Just as Su Nanchua took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and listen to the class carefully. Sudden, she caught a glimpse of Gu Tian next to her. He turned his head and looked around. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he slowly bent down and put his hand into his pants. Su Nanchua's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her face flushed red, and all kinds of outrageous images flashed through her mind. No, what is he doing? He sat next to me to reward himself. How could he be such a person? What kind of weird hobby is this? But Gu Tian didn't notice Su Nanchua's shocked look and continued to reach into his waist and dig. Ouch, it's so stuck. I should have taken it out and put it in the desk earlier. Gu Tian muttered softly, his brows full of helplessness. After hearing these words, Su Nanchua's expression became even more confused. What? Take it out and put it in the desk? This. In fact, Gu Tian just wanted to take out the Beretta pistol from his waist and check the safety and the number of bullets. But because the truth holster was fixed close to his body and he was sitting there, it was difficult to pull it out for a while. But how could Su Nanchua know all this? Just as she forced herself to look away, fearing that she would faint if she looked for another second. Sudden crack. Gu Tian pulled back his hand and finally took the thing out from his waist. A Beretta pistol with shining silver and sharp metal lines. Oh my god. Truth. Su Nanchua froze completely and subconsciously covered her mouth. Skydiving to school. Bringing bodyguards to class. Now you're pulling out the truth? At this moment, Su Nanchua finally had a concrete idea of the big shot that cousin Qin Shi was talking about. After all, the truth is forbidden in Dragon Country. No matter how powerful you are, it is not allowed. But the other party. In contrast to Su Nanchua's panic and nervousness, Gu Tian remained calm. With a click, he began to disassemble the magazine and the number of bullets. The whole movement is smooth and steady like an old dog. At this time, do you have wipes? The sudden words petrified Su Nanchua instantly. Do you want to clean your gun? Yes. Why is your face so red? Are you hot? Gu Tian turned around and found that Su Nanchua's face was strangely red and asked in confusion. Su Nanchua. The only thing she wanted to do now was to keep a safe distance from the other person. Although she was a little scared inside, Su Nanchua still took out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. Gu Tian was not polite at all. He opened the package, took out a piece of paper, and started to wipe the Beretta. Su Nanchua sat next to them, watching the scene with a flushed face. She wiped her sweat, and he cleaned his gun. Her heart rate was 180, his was 80. Chapter 43. Sun Wei reveals his identity. The other side. Sun Wei immediately told Xie Bin about these things. Without a doubt, Xie Bin was so angry that he jumped up from the hospital bed and gave Sun Wei an order on the spot. No matter what, he had to bring the bruised and battered Gu Tian to see him. It would be best if we could also bring Miss Su here. He wanted to feel the loving touch of Su Xiaohua, which would help his injuries recover faster. With Xie Bin's nod, Sun Wei immediately led a large group of younger brothers to the teaching building. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. As soon as the professor left, Sun Weiko rushed in with all his younger brothers. Boy, stop. Who kicked me last class? Stand up for me. Faced with the aggressive Sun Wei and his many younger brothers, many students were frightened and ran out of the classroom. Those who stayed behind were the ones who were brave enough to take the risk and eat the melons. At this time, Wang Hao was very confused. Xie Bin knew him and was very humble in front of him. But the other party's younger brother didn't even recognize him. I kicked him. What happened? Wang Hao pushed aside his chair and walked out, squinting his eyes as he looked at the person in front of him. Are you okay? Su Nanchua asked worriedly as she looked at Gu Tian, who was about to stand up. Gu Tian patted the bulging Junli on his waist, raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's okay. Seeing him so calm, Su Nanchua gasped on the spot. In her impression, conflicts between boys often end in fistfights at best. But the other party directly took out hot weapons? Of course, for Su Nanchua. She didn't think Gu Tian would really use it. At best, he would just scare the other party. Besides, she wasn't sure whether this truth was real. Maybe a lighter? In short, I'm both nervous and curious. At first glance, both of them stood up. Sun Wei and his many younger brothers involuntarily took 2 steps back. Normally, when so many of them appear, the opponents usually start to apologize and beg for mercy. But this time, not scared at all. In this way, the 2 sides began the confrontation phase. Sun Wei and his younger brothers glared at Gu Tian and Wang Hao, and the atmosphere became tense. And at the same time, The bodyguards in the right rear row also began to stand up slowly, some with their hands reaching to their waists, and some with their hands reaching inside their shirts. As long as the other party dares to attack Mr. Gu Tian nodded, and they quickly rewarded each of these people with a peanut. What's wrong? Haven't you seen anyone so handsome? Do you know what your brother Ben calls me when he sees me? Call me Brother Hao. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of me? Although Wang Hao did not take action, he was very ruthless in his words. He looked at Sun Wei while attacking him mentally. Certainly, Wang Hao also had a selfish motive in his heart. As long as the other party dares to attack him, he can bring this matter up when he talks to Xie Bin in the future. For example, hey Xie Bin, you're doing pretty well now. Last time, your little brother used your name to attack me. Xie Bin must be full of apologies, maybe even going to the club to become a senior member. Hearing Wang Hao's words and the other party's arrogant expression, Sun Wei was so angry that he gritted his teeth. When did you ever waste so much time talking before a fight? And being severely ridiculed by others? Don't you even take Brother Ben seriously? Who gave you the courage? Shut up, damn. Sun Wei was so angry that he punched Wang Hao. Fuck. You're here to sneak attack. Wang Hao dodged sideways and took several steps back. I'm telling you, if you knew who I was, you would definitely kneel down and apologize to me. Xie Bin always called him Brother Hao in front of him. And this group of people in front of him not only don't recognize him, but also call him Brother Ben. From this we can see that the rank is definitely super low. After cursing, Wang Hao also punched the other person in the face. In terms of combat effectiveness, Wang Hao is not inferior at all and serves as Gu Tian's sparring partner all day long. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I have seen pigs run and learned a lot of their moves. Bang! This straight punch hit Sun Wei directly in the face, causing him to stagger with his eyes covered. You're just pretending. If I reveal my true identity, you'll have to kneel down before me. What are you all standing here for? Beat him to death. Okay, Brother Wei. Several younger brothers quickly recovered from Su Nanchua's beauty and attacked Wang Hao with their fists raised. Wait. Wang Hao is not a fool. The more critical the moment, the clearer his mind becomes. The other party's aura is very much like that of a fellow practitioner. In that case, let him reveal his identity. Go ahead and tell me. If you're awesome, I'll kneel down for you today. How could a creature like Sun Wei, with strong limbs and a simple mind, know that the two people in front of him were real Buddhists? I want you to know who I am before I die. Sun Wei slowly stepped forward and said sternly, I'm not going to change my name or surname. It's Sun Wei. My father is the second in command of the Kyoto Finance Bureau. What can you compare with me? As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao calmly took out his cell phone and made a call. Contact the second in command of the Kyoto Finance Bureau and tell him that his son is acting arrogantly at school, intimidating female students, and leading many students to fight against gangsters. It's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach well. It's best to check it out. Also, check if there are any economic anomalies at the Finance Bureau and follow the clues to find out the cause. This scene left everyone stunned. Damn it, are you from the audit committee? Sun Wei was also shocked by Wang Hao's actions. After all, at Peking University, throwing a brick randomly can hit several children in the system. It's nothing more than a matter of status. But his father's position. There are really not many people in Peking University who can surpass him. Even if there are, they would have known about it long ago. Maybe the other party is just pretending? Huh, you're such a show-off. Who the hell are you? Are you from the audit committee or the supervision group? How dare you investigate my dad? The students watching nearby also started talking about it. Holy crap, this is the child of a high-ranking official. Haha, interesting. Sun Wei's background is so strong. No, I parachuted to school today by helicopter. Oh, that's different. Riding a helicopter means you have money, but you don't have power. Facing Sun Wei's rebuttal, Wang Hao did not say anything, but looked at Gu Tian. Gu Tianza smiled helplessly. The two of them looked at Sun Wei as if he was mentally retarded. The call has been made, so let the bullets fly for a while. Unfortunately, Sun Wei couldn't wait any longer. He has already revealed his identity, but the other party is still showing off. In this case, let the other party taste the power of their fists. Brothers, stop talking nonsense with them. Come on. Following Sun Wei's shout, the younger brothers responded again and rushed forward, quickly surrounding the two of them. Sudden, ding dong ding dong ding dong. A hurried phone call rang out. Chapter 44, Large-Scale Recognition of Big Brother. In an instant, the whole classroom seemed to be on mute. Everyone's eyes fell on Sun Wei. That pressure was enough to evaporate him on the spot. My phone. Oh my phone, huh? At this moment, Sun Wei was already a little uneasy. After all, the caller was his father. Could it be that the other party is even more awesome than him? Is he really someone who inspects the system? Does he really have the right to investigate his father? Just when he was thinking, oh my God, you're serious, the phone was connected. Fuck you. You rebellious son. What the hell are you pretending to be? You're embarrassing yourself out there, aren't you? And now I'm under investigation. Do you know what the other party's background is? How much trouble have you brought upon me? From today on, you don't have me as your father. I don't have you as my son. Get back here tomorrow. Let's go to the notary office and sever our father-son relationship right there and then. Bang. The phone call was hung up by Sun's angry father. Boom. At this moment, Sun Wei felt as if he was struck by lightning. Holy shit, man, are you serious? Everyone was stunned and looked at Wang Hao with shock in their eyes. Holy crap, are you serious? No. Did you really check? Oh my God. What's the background of this new student? So awesome. Holy crap. This is a bit outrageous. At this time, Wang Hao put one hand in his pocket, turned his mobile phone in the other hand, and looked at Gu Tian smugly. That smug look seemed to be saying, Brother Tian, did you see that? You don't have to do anything. I can handle everything. Just when everyone was discussing Wang Hao's background. Bang! There was a dull sound of table slapping. Everyone looked back in shock, only to see Sun Wei slamming the table, his entire body trembling and his face ashen. This is obviously a prelude to transformation. Just when the students were curious about him turning into a Hulk scion. Brothers, I don't have a father anymore. Sun Wei roared, his roar shaking the heavens. Beat him to death today. Whoever dares to come forward will be rewarded 50,000. 50,000. Holy shit. 50,000. How many people can you find who don't eat cilantro? There was an instant commotion in the classroom, and everyone's jaw dropped. These days, some people are poor, while others are powerful. When they heard that there was money to be made, the brothers who were hesitant just now immediately became excited. Damn it. How dare you mess with my brother Wei's father? I'll beat you to death. 50,000. Brothers, he's not a god. He's just a human. Seeing Sun Wei leading the young man rushing towards them aggressively, Wang Hao's face changed, and he turned around and prepared to run away. Brother Tian, run. As long as there is life, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Phew. Gu Tian laughed out loud on the spot, and the next second he took out the truth from his waist and put it directly on Sun Wei's forehead. Sun Wei slammed on the brakes and froze in place. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. Holy crap. Truth. No. Oh my God. Is this the truth? Oh my God. Classmate. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Wait. Is this the truth? Or is it a lighter? When the younger brothers who rushed over saw that Sun Wei did not catch up, they subconsciously turned their heads around and were scared to death by what they saw. You, how come you have this thing? When asking this question, Sun Wei's Adam's apple kept rolling and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He kind of wanted to gamble on whether the other person's truth was true or false. But I'm afraid of losing the bet. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Kyoto, and he is really a little afraid of meeting the real ones. Oh, why can't I have this thing? Gu Tian said indifferently. This calm and disdainful expression made the surrounding students question their lives. Is there any way to continue studying this? Just 2 freshmen came. Can a freshman call and dispatch an audit team to investigate the Kyoto Finance Bureau director? Another freshman can pull out the truth with a backhand. If you have any sense, take your people and get out of here, and don't harass this girl anymore. Gu Tian pointed casually. Su Nanxue beside him was trembling slightly, her face flushed, and she didn't know if it was because of fear or some other emotion. As for that brother Bin you mentioned, go back and tell him. If he continues, then I don't mind sticking with him until he gets to the bottom of this. As soon as these words were spoken, the students who had been silent and just watching the show started talking again. Especially the phrase, pull out the radish and bring out the mud. The implication is obvious. No, this new student seems even more impressive than the one who just called. Oh my God, does he mean he can take over the CF family? Didn't someone just say that the CF family has a background in Kyoto? My concern is whether his truth is true or false. In fact, the reason why Gu Tian said this, that's because I just heard my classmates talking about how Xie Bin is very powerful in Kyoto. Since his surname is Xie, he must be from the Xie family. He is not in Kyoto, so you people from the Xie family can be as arrogant as you want. Now that he has returned to Kyoto, are you still so arrogant? Sun Wei had already made plans to retreat in disgrace. And the murmur of this truth that didn't seem real just happened to reach his ears. In an instant, a word can wake up the dreamer. Yes, this is Kyoto. Brother Bin is so awesome, but he can't get the truth. You can get the truth? Are you kidding me? Besides, if you are really that awesome, why do you come here to study? Thinking of this, Sun Wei's eyes lit up, and he turned his head suddenly as if he had picked up the fragments of his dignity and raised his hand to wipe away the truth on his forehead. Shoot if you dare. Don't scare people with a lighter. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. Bang! There was a deafening gunshot, and a hole was blown in the ceiling. Lime fragments fell down. Next second, Sun Wei fell to his knees on the spot, his angry eyes instantly clear, and he blurted out, "Brother, don't kill me." The contrast came so fast, like a tornado. At the same time, when everyone in the classroom realized what was happening, their faces turned green with fright. Fuck. Truth. Run. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god. How can he have the real truth? It took less than a moment. All the onlookers in the classroom ran away, and some even lost their shoes. Who dares to move? Gu Tian's cold rebuke frightened several of his younger brothers who were about to slip away and made them freeze on the spot. In the face of the fear of truth, any resistance is futile. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, it has nothing to do with me. It was Sun Wei who asked me to come. Brother, don't. Brother, I will hang out with you from now on. If one person is timid, everyone will follow suit. A moment's effort. All the younger brothers who had been so arrogant and allowed Sun Wei to order them around just now had rebelled and started to show goodwill to Gu Tian. The scene instantly turned into a large-scale scene of recognizing the big brother. Sun Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to say a word. For a long time, a bitter smile was stretched on the corner of his mouth. Brother, can I follow you in the future? Oh, you should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, my brother Tian wouldn't be like this. Wang Haozai, who was looking around not far away, slowly walked forward, patted Sun Wei on the shoulder, and smiled happily. But it's not too late to tell me now. At least I'm still alive. The reason I was watching from afar just now was because I was afraid that brother Tian's truth would go astray. Chapter 45, Revenge. If anyone else said something like that, they would be joking. But for Sun Wei, this was no joke at all. Most people would be so scared by the sound of the truth that they would cover their ears, let alone use it. But the person in front of me, not only did he take it out from his waist with his backhand, and the shooting posture is so skillful that it is terrifying. To put it bluntly, the other party must have used the truth to defeat others. As for the other party's identity, he is no longer curious. The only thing that is certain is that he is definitely more awesome than Brother Bin. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Tian, for not killing me. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Tian. Sun Wei clasped his hands together and began to express his gratitude, with an expression of having survived a disaster on his face. The younger brother next to him followed closely behind and kowtowed to Gu Tian as if he were a god. Brother Tian. Thank you, Brother Tian. Brother Tian, we'll be hanging out with you from now on. Brother Tian, from now on, if you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west. Brother Tian is so awesome. Amid the crowd's surrender, Gu Tian slowly put the truth back into the holster at his waist. At this moment, it was like a swordsman putting away his sword. But the pressure has not diminished at all. Okay, since you recognize me as your big brother, will you listen to me from now on? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the next second they said in unison, "Be obedient. From now on we will only listen to Brother Tian." Hearing this, Gu Tian showed a playful smile. Okay, good. Since you're all obedient, let's go to the hospital and beat up that Brother Bin. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. This. Beat Brother Bin. Isn't this a bit bad? Just when the younger brothers were hesitating. Bang! Sun Wei stood up suddenly, stamped his feet, and his face turned red. Damn it! You bastard Xie Bin. He dares to set his sights on my brother Tian's woman. I'm going to break his third rib today. After saying that, Sun Wei looked up and bowed deeply to Gu Tian, then clenched his fists and rushed out of the classroom at full speed. This scene made Gu Tian and others look dumbfounded. Why did he have two faces? The crowd of onlookers were also a little dazed. Wait, is it changing so quickly? No. Why is Brother Wei suddenly so indignant? Shit, I get it. Brothers, beat up that damn Xie Bin. Let's go. Walk. Many younger brothers followed closely behind and rushed out of the classroom. Is Xie Bin awesome? Awesome. But does Xie Bin have the truth? No. Could Xie Bin have Sun Wei's father sever his ties with him with just one phone call? He couldn't. And what about Brother Tian and his friends? One phone call shook the finance bureau. When the shot was fired, the whole class almost recognized their roots. So it is obvious who is more powerful between the two. And why did Sun Wei suddenly run out with an angry look on his face? Obviously, this is the best token of allegiance to Brother Tian. They were still hesitating, but Brother Wei had already demonstrated his loyalty through his actions. No wonder he can be the little big brother. In less than a moment, the classroom returned to silence again. Wang Hao touched his chin and couldn't help but teasing. Brother Tian, you came here to simply attend school, and Jingda University instantly became noisy. Gu Tian ignored his teasing and looked at Su Nanxue. It can be seen that the other party was quite frightened just now. Although he tried to remain calm, his fingertips were trembling and his eyes were drifting, and the nervousness was written all over his face. How was it? Did it scare you? Su Nanxue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the other party would suddenly care about her. No, it's just a bit unexpected. She originally thought that he was just like what her cousin Qin Shi said, a cold and arrogant young man from a powerful family. But the scene just now was not only shocking, but also kind of handsome. Especially the sentence, "It's your business, I'll take care of it." How to put it? It was as if a stone was suddenly thrown into her calm heart, causing ripples. Looking at her shy look, Gu Tian's smile deepened. Don't worry, they won't dare bully you anymore. Anyway, he has already said it now. Sooner or later, it will reach Xie Bin's ears. If the other party had a little common sense, he would definitely restrain himself. If there is no restraint, it means that you don't take him seriously. At that time, he didn't mind losing another family in Kyoto. Su Nanxue lowered her head and said nothing, but her face turned red from her ears to her neck. At this time, Wang Hao's stomach started to growl. Brother Tian, shall we go eat? Gu Tian took out his cell phone and saw that it was already lunchtime. Su Nanxue, are you going to eat? How about joining us? How could Su Nanxue refuse? Being with each other really gives me a sense of security. Unlike before, she had to be nervous while eating, fearing that Xie Bin would suddenly come to the restaurant with a big bouquet of flowers and confess his love to her. It's so embarrassing. Okay, let's go together. That's all. The three of them walked out of the teaching building and headed towards the Kyoto University restaurant. The scenery along the way was unique, attracting many students to stop and watch. What's going on? Why is School Beauty Sue with someone of the opposite sex? Oh my god, is School Beauty Sue in love? Oh my god, this is the first time. This is the first time I see School Beauty Sue with a boy. Hey, who is School Beauty Sue's boyfriend? The one with the buzz cut or the other handsome guy? Damn it, are you blind? It's obviously not the one with the buzz cut. The other side. Xie Bin was still waiting for Sun Wei's triumphant return in the school hospital. As a result, the door of the ward was kicked open with a bang, and Xie Bin was so scared that he jumped up from the bed. Sun Wei walked in with his younger brothers, looking unfriendly. Sun Wei, what the hell are you doing so jumpy? Are you trying to scare me to death? Xie Bin scolded impatiently, not noticing the strange look on Sun Wei's face at all. Where are the people? Where are the people I asked you to take with you? Did you fail to get the job done for me? Just as Xie Bin was trying to stretch his neck to look back. Fuck it. Call me Brother Wei. Sun Wei went up and slapped Xie Bin in the face. Snap. This slap stunned Xie Bin. Even the younger brothers behind Sun Wei gasped. Nima, Brother Wei is awesome. This guy really stood up. Tell the truth. Following Xie Bin is really like being ordered around by him like a dog. They have long wanted to find another big brother. Unfortunately, Jingda is very low-key and will never show up. Even if they show up, they can't get in touch with people of their level. And right now, Brother Tian is obviously much more awesome than Xie Bin. Are you fucking crazy? How dare you hit me? Xie Bin covered his face and subconsciously prepared to get out of bed and fight back, but the pain in his abdominal ribs made him give up decisively. Who would have thought that the words had just fallen? What's wrong with hitting you? Snap. Sun Wei went up and slapped him in the face again, and it was a clean and decisive slap. But it was more like venting all the previous anger. This scene undoubtedly made the younger brothers behind him excited, and all kinds of dissatisfaction broke out at this moment. Fuck him. Brother Wei is awesome. Damn it. I've disliked him for a long time. Fuck. You're treating me like a dog. Damn it. They even said they wanted my dad to be the village chief. Brothers, let's take revenge today. Let's take revenge. Sun Wei was full of murderous intent. He picked up the stool next to him and turned to say to the younger brothers behind him. Chapter 46 Exclusive Seats for School Leaders. Watching his former younger brother suddenly rebel, Xie Bin was completely panicked now. A gentleman does not stand under a wall. This situation is obviously the most unfavorable for him. Sun Wei, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Have you been brainwashed by someone? Do you know who I am? I am from the Xie family. Thank your mother. Sun Wei threw a bench over and interrupted Xie Bin's pretense. Oh. The stool hit Xie Bin's second brother, and he instantly bent like a shrimp. Before he could react, Sun Wei howled. Brothers, give Brother Tian a token of your loyalty. Beat him up. The younger brothers responded and rushed forward. For a moment, Bin in the ward screamed continuously. The bed creaked, the pillows fell apart, and even the infusion stand fell over. The restaurant of the School of Finance and Economics is grandly decorated, with high ceilings and an elegant environment. But there are too many people. But it was lunchtime and the hall was packed with people, as lively as the spring festival travel rush, and even the corners were filled with students. The three of them stood there looking left and right. Brother Tian, I'll just go over and tell them to get out of here. Wang Hao muttered, looking unhappy. When do you need to find a seat to eat? I really need to report this to my dad later. Despite the huge amount of financial funds allocated to Kyoto University every year, the restaurant is so overcrowded that you can't even find an empty seat during meal times. This situation must be thoroughly investigated and verified. Gu Tian turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Why are you so impatient? You're so impatient. Since you're here, you should behave like a student. How can you be so impatient and aggressive all day long? Wang Hao blushed on the spot and opened his mouth, but knew how to refute. What fighting and killing? Wasn't it the time when you just put the truth against someone's head? These words made Su Nanxue cover her mouth and laugh. She didn't expect the other party to be so humorous and funny. Once again, it formed a huge contrast with the one holding the truth in the classroom. Hey, there's space there. Gu Tian suddenly pointed to an empty area not far away and said, just when everyone was helpless. Gu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to a place not far away. Hey, there's an empty seat over there. There was an area not far away where no students were sitting. Before he finished speaking, Wang Hao rushed over, shouting, take a seat. You guys chat slowly. I'll go grab a seat first. Only then did Gu Tian look at Su Nanxue and saw that she was still standing there without moving. Let's go. What? You don't want to eat? Su Nanxue bit her lip and said softly, that place is not very good. It's not suitable for us students to sit there. That's the exclusive seat for student leaders. To facilitate the classroom leaders' meals. Each restaurant has separate dining areas for students and faculty. The most important thing is that the school leaders have very bad tempers. If they come over and find that the seats are occupied by students, at best they will go up and scold them. In serious cases, they will kick you and use some kind of teacher-student relationship to criticize you until you are speechless. Gu Tian was stunned for a moment. Leader? Su Nanxue nodded and lowered her voice. Well, yes, it's better for us not to go over there. Haha, interesting. So, do I have to prepare my own seat? After saying that, Gu Tian strode over. Su Nanxue hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally took small steps to catch up. As expected, this scene has attracted the attention of many students. No way, they really sat there? Are you crazy? Those are the exclusive seats for the principal and the dean. It's over. The dean will definitely give them a good scolding soon. Wow, is school beauty Su so brave? These two students seem to be the same ones in the finance and economics classroom, right? Amid the discussion, Gu Tian had already walked to his seat and sat down calmly on any chair. There are signs on the table saying exclusive for the principal, exclusive for the dean, etc. Gu Tian picked it up and threw it to the ground. It was really an eyesore when placed on the table. With a click, not to mention the students around. Even the lady serving food at the window stretched her neck to look over here. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up with admiration. Brother Tian, your aura is so awesome. I want to kneel down. Although Su Nanxue also sat down, she was obviously much more reserved than the other two. She looked at the restaurant entrance, then looked around, and kept praying in her heart. Please don't let any school leaders come today. Gu Tian also has a gun on his waist. To be honest, she was really afraid that some leader would scold Gu Tian. As a result, Gu Tian fired a shot with his backhand just like he did in the classroom. She didn't dare to think further. Let's go and see what to eat. Wang Hao stood up slowly and walked towards the food window. Gu Tian followed closely behind. Well, let's see how the food is in the restaurant at Kyoto University. It took less than a moment. The three of them returned to their seats with their plates. Compared to the hungry Wang Hao who wolfed down his food, Su Nanxue and Gu Tian were obviously more elegant and chewed their food slowly. Hey Hausie, how much does the budget allocate to Peking University every year? A restaurant this big, and there's a shortage of seats? I think it's time you asked your father to investigate where all this money was spent. When Wang Hao heard this, he instantly became energetic. This sentence undoubtedly touched his heart. Brother Tian, if you want to check, I'll just tell my dad. I'll have Beijing University's financial account books sent to you in less than a day. Su Nanxue listened to them discussing these things casually, feeling a little confused, even a little regretful. If she had listened more to her cousin Qinshi talk about things in the Kyoto circle at that time, she would definitely know more about this big shot named Gu Tian. I wouldn't be as confused as I am now, being shocked hundreds of times a day by the other party's daily operations. The three of them were enjoying lunch. The restaurant suddenly became noisy. The low-pitched discussions became even louder, and hundreds of eyes were cast straight in their direction. Hey, 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 look over there. Mariela, Mariela, school beauty Sue Mariela. Oh my God, the school leaders really came to eat. Oh, I've run into a gun. Run, run. Why aren't they running? At the restaurant entrance, a group of people rushed in, and they looked extremely hungry. The leader was a fat, middle-aged man, followed by several college and department-level cadres, all dressed in suits and with unfriendly expressions. Wherever he passed, students lowered their heads, kept quiet, and ate their meals silently, fearing that they would be called out and lectured in the next second. Seeing this scene, Dean Zhang instantly became unhappy. His face darkened, and he threw his sleeves. Don't you even say hello? Don't you even say hello to Dean Zhang? Huh, these students. They're not serious about studying, but are only interested in eating. They're like starving ghosts when get out of class is over. Those who knew it thought it was the dining hall of the top university, Peking University. Those who didn't would think it was the imperial court distributing disaster relief grain. The followers behind him nodded in agreement. Dean Zhang is absolutely right. Oh, Dean Zhang's description is simply wonderful. Vivid, accurate, imaginative. These students need to be taught more, otherwise they won't even know their own names. This is not flattery. This is a step to success. This is the name of the school. Chapter 47. Dean Zhang is angry. Before Dean Zhang and his group got closer, they caught a glimpse of the scene at the long table area that belonged to the school leaders exclusively from afar. The student-only coordinate sign for the internal seats that was originally placed next to the table was kicked over. The identity plate on the table was thrown to the ground. What's even more frustrating is, there were 3 students sitting at that table, eating happily, looking like they didn't care about the reserved seats at all. Dean Zhang exploded on the spot instantly, and his face turned as black as liver. Good, good, good. These students are becoming more and more lawless, aren't they? He even dared to sit on my head while eating. Before he could even flick his sleeves, he stepped forward aggressively. The subordinates behind him rushed forward. You guys, which department are you from? Do you know this is a reserved seat? Who told you to sit here? Go sit somewhere else. After such a roar, the chicken leg in Wang Hao's hand stopped in midair instantly. He glanced at Gu Tian and said slowly, Brother Tian, this bureaucracy is quite serious. Gu Tian's face remained calm as he sneered. Yes, it's really serious. I just sat down for a while, and the school leader is already furious. Faced with the indifference of the two, Su Nanxue sat there with her face flushed, not daring to breathe. As a girl, it would be really embarrassing for her to be scolded by the school leaders. Who? Who threw these on the ground? Stand up. Dean Zhang walked forward, pointed at the 3 people, and questioned them viciously. What was thrown away was the sign, but what was lost was his dignity as the dean. If a student dares to throw his identity badge today, a faculty member will dare to talk back to him tomorrow. How will the work of this school of finance and economics be carried out in the future? You 3. Now. Immediately. Stand up. Dean Zhang's voice became more and more excited, and he even slammed the table. Wang Hao's temper instantly flared up, and he picked up the plate and was about to hit the other person in the face. Gu Tian suddenly reached out and held his arm and gave him an impulsive look. The other party said that he was also the principal's leader. If a bowl of rice is spitted on the other person's face, then they are the ones who are at fault first. Now the question at hand is, why are the seats in the restaurant so limited, and why do the school leaders have their own dedicated seats? Speak up. Are you pretending to be mute? And you, a girl, you're hanging out with 2 boys. Seeing the indifferent expressions on Gu Tian and Wang Hao's faces, Dean Zhang directly pointed the finger at Su Nanxue. Such scolding words were said to Su Nanxue, but they hurt the hearts of the boys around her. Whoa, damn Dean Zhang. How dare you criticize my goddess? Zhang Yuanzi, you old man. I don't allow you to call me a goddess. What do you mean my goddess is a girl? As long as my goddess is happy, she can have dinner with anyone she wants. Zhang Laoding, I'll report you for sexism later. Su Nanxue lowered her head, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly with her hands, and even tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. It's not like she hasn't seen Dean Zhang's face before, but this was the first time he was singled out and humiliated in public. Seeing this situation, Gu Tian suddenly raised his head, glared at the other party, and fought back. What are you arguing about? You're talking so much just for a meal, huh? What do you mean by exclusive? There's not even a seat for dinner. How can you call it a restaurant? The higher-ups gave Kyoto University such a huge amount of funding, and you embezzled it all, right? Boom. As soon as these words came out, The air exploded. Everyone. Su Nanxue. Wang Hao, holy crap. Even the subordinates behind Dean Zhang couldn't help but take a step back. Nima, is this a face-to-face attack? Dean Zhang's face turned purple after being confronted. He frantically took out a bottle of quick-acting heart pills from his suit pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. I have been the dean here for so many years. I have never seen such a fierce student. His words are so shocking. The students around were stunned. Fuck, isn't that too intense? Oh my god, did the dean have to take medicine? This is the rhythm of sending the principal to the hospital. This scene is so fucking exciting. After a few seconds, Dean Zhang finally recovered. His face flushed, and he gritted his teeth. Tell me, which college are you from? Which department? Which class? Who is your counselor? Such students who have no respect for their teachers must be reported and expelled. He had just finished yelling, and before Gu Tian could respond, Wang Hao at the side lowered his head and fiddled with his phone and said lazily, "It's from class 1 of the finance department. The counselor doesn't know who it is yet." With such a casual tone, he didn't take the school leader in front of him seriously at all. He is now contacting people to check the leadership structure of Beijing University and find out who is the person who dares to yell at Brother Tian and him. Dean Zhang's face instantly darkened again. Did I really meet a stubborn student this time? What about you? Which class are you in? Su Nanxue shuddered and instinctively lowered her head, but before she could speak, Gu Tian beside her suddenly smiled, raised his eyebrows and added, "She's also in class 1 of the finance department, as are all 3 of us." The subordinate beside him couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Gu Tian and scolded him. "Did I ask you? Did Dean Zhang ask you?" Dean Zhang asked her, "Why are you butting in?" Gu Tian suddenly raised his head and looked straight at his subordinate with cold eyes. "What's wrong? Are you picking on the weak?" This remark made the subordinate blush. The 2 students in front of them were tall and strong. If they wanted to show their authority as faculty members, they could only scold the girl in front of them. But I didn't expect to be seen through so easily. Go, call the counselor of finance department class 1 over here. I'll give him 3 minutes. Tell him to get up here right now. Dean Zhang hadn't finished speaking. Wang Hao stood up suddenly, holding his cell phone, and looked at Dean Zhang slowly. Your name is Zhang Qichuan, right? You're the dean of the School of Finance and Economics. You have a cousin who works in the academic affairs office. You own 3 apartments in Kyoto, a bus, and a Mercedes-Benz for private business use. That Qingxi Lake villa of yours is in the name of your wife's brother, to avoid taxes. It was just renovated last year. As soon as these words were spoken, Dean Zhang was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh shit, how the hell do you know this? Even the other party in the villa knows about it? Who is this student? Did you open my box? Dean Zhang swallowed, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. Phew. Gu Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. He was almost dead, but he was still wondering whether the box had been opened. Who the hell are you? How do you know all this? Dean Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a step forward. The subordinates behind him looked at each other, completely confused as to what was going on. They had never seen Dean Zhang so panicked. Could it be that these students in front of me are from important backgrounds? Haha, you ask who I am? Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look at who I am. After Wang Hao said this, he directly called his father, the municipal party committee. Hey, Dad, my brother Tian asked you to send someone to check on Dean Zhang Qichuan of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Gu Tian. Damn, did I ask you to check? How many words did I say during the whole process? Chapter 48. The principal is here. Right? Brother Tian told your people to come here in half an hour. No, I told you to come here in 10 minutes. Snap. The phone was hung up. Wang Hao suddenly raised his head and looked at Dean Zhang and his subordinates who were already stunned with disdain. In 10 minutes, I'll let you know who I am. Exclusive dining seats? Don't eat if I can't finish it. Grass. Wang Hao picked up the dinner plate and slapped it directly on Dean Zhang's greasy old face. Snap. The hot soup spilled and the vegetable leaves flew everywhere. Ouch. Dean Zhang's face changed and he jumped up on the spot because of the burn. Oh. The whole restaurant exploded instantly. Holy crap. This will be recorded in school history. This is crazy. This is awesome. Holy crap. This guy is really fierce. Oh my god. You're treating Dean Zhang like a Sakura countryman. Su Nanxue covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She originally thought that this friend following Gu Tian wouldn't be so crazy and would just pull out the truth at any time. But I didn't expect. The other party was not inferior at all. This scene is a bit crazy, but it seems to be quite satisfying. The subordinates behind him quickly came over and took out tissues to wipe Dean Zhang's face. 2 more subordinates went up and prepared to pull Wang Hao and Gu Tian away. You two, come on. Follow me to the academic affairs office. In the end, both of them stretched out their hands. Suddenly, two black shadows rushed out from the side and kicked General Yu. Bang! The two subordinates were kicked out and fainted on the spot. When the two dark shadows stopped, everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths in shock. Holy crap! Who brings bodyguards to school? Kind of handsome. Mr. Gu, are you okay? The young man in black clothes and a crew cut walked forward and stood at attention and asked. Gu Tian's face darkened. Who told you to do this? When asked this question, the two immediately lowered their heads like elementary school students. One of them answered quietly. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I just felt that there were bacteria on the other person's hands. Su Nanxue. Gu Tian looked helpless. Okay, be careful next time and wait for my eye contact or gesture. Okay, Mr. Gu. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the two young men in black clothes and with crew cuts turned and left, as if they had made some kind of decision. After seeing this scene, the subordinates beside Dean Zhang no longer showed the aggressive attitude they had just shown. Except for Dean Zhang, who was slumped in his chair, wiping the food off his face and cursing. Ouch! What kind of world is this? What kind of student is this? He threw food in my face. Ouch! Is this fair? The principal was unaware of what was happening in the restaurant and was still busy working. Sudden, with a clang, the office door was slammed open. The person who came was the department secretary of the School of Finance and Economics. Principal. Oh no. Oh no. There's a fight in the Finance and Economics College cafeteria. That student spit the food directly into Dean Zhang's face. As soon as these words were spoken, the principal slammed the table and stood up. What? Which class? Expel them. They must be expelled. But after the roar, the secretary of the finance department still stood there and did not go over to do it. What's wrong? Why are you standing here? Go down and make this happen for me. No, principal, this student. What happened to this student? Was he beaten by Dean Zhang? The principal stepped forward and asked. Dean Zhang has a bad temper, which is well known to everyone in Beijing University. If Dean Zhang took action first, then this matter would indeed take some time to deal with. But the next words from the finance department secretary scared the principal so much that he collapsed in his chair. No, principal. These two students are Wang Hao and Gu Tian. Their notices were signed and issued by us personally. Boom. A huge thunder suddenly sounded in the principal's head. Oh my god. How did Dean Zhang offend such a great Buddha? And there are two of them. Especially the one named Gu Tian. With just one word from him, I guess Kyoto University can be flattened. Dean Zhang's ID card has probably been cancelled, right? No. Why didn't you remind Dean Zhang? The principal picked up the car keys on the table and walked out. The secretary of the finance department had a bitter look on his face at the principal's words, but only after the principal ran out did he reveal a gloating smile. Yes. Why didn't he remind Dean Zhang? By the way, why did he go to remind Dean Zhang? Now that the dean is gone, doesn't that mean he is the dean? In the restaurant, the atmosphere was tense and funny. Dean Zhang still had rice grains on his face, and his subordinates behind him just stood there stupidly, not daring to step forward and take action. Everyone saw it clearly. They were the first to start fighting. I was just fulfilling my duties as a faculty and staff manager, but they beat me, insulted me, and even led others to resort to violence. This guy with a buzz cut even opened my box. I don't know anything about the villa he was talking about. If I were really that rich, would I come to the school to eat in the cafeteria? Also, these so-called exclusive seats are only for management purposes and are not mandatory. Zhang Yuanzi gave a long and arrogant explanation, changing the concepts in various ways. The students around sneered after hearing this. Damn, do you really think we are fools? Didn't you just say that we were all starving and it was shameful, and that the imperial court was issuing disaster relief? Soon, all the school leaders came to the restaurant. Several big shots who usually acted high and mighty walked over quickly one after another. In particular, the principal at the front didn't even have time to tidy up his suit, and he walked around anxiously looking for Gu Tian and others. Dean Zhang took a look from a distance and was so surprised that his eyes lit up instantly. He was planning to go to the principal to complain, but he didn't expect the principal to come to him on his own initiative. Principal, you've arrived just in time. These two students are disorganized and have no respect for discipline. They actually... Bang. Before Dean Zhang could finish his words, the principal threw a big bag in his face. Shut up. The students watching were all stunned by this scene. What's going on? The principal came up and beat the dean? Oh my god. Has the light this guy strived for really shone on us? Dean Zhang was slapped so hard that he almost spun around 3 times, covering half of his face. No, principal. It's him. Bang, bang, bang. The principal waved his hand and slapped them 3 more times, and everyone was stunned. Dean Zhang was stunned by the beating and almost cried. But the principal completely ignored him and walked quickly towards Gu Tian and Wang Hao with the leaders. Especially his expression instantly changed from gloomy to respectful and humble. "Oh, Master Gu, Prince Wang, I've heard so much about you. How come you came to the restaurant to eat in person? If you want to eat, I can ask the restaurant to give you a separate table." "Oh, you said that. How rude and disrespectful." The principal sat directly next to Gu Tian, and his intimacy made everyone doubt their lives. They did not hear clearly what the principal called Gu Tian and Wang Hao, but just watched this exaggerated scene from afar. "Oh my God, what kind of identity is this? Oh my God, when have you ever seen our principal be so humble? No, what's going on? Is this our principal? Who are these two people? They really are big Buddhas." Chapter 49 Restaurant Meeting. Without a doubt, Dean Zhang and several of his subordinates were also shocked by this scene and broke out in cold sweats. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What are the identities of these two students? Oh my God, did I really kick the steel plate? Faced with the principal's flattery, Gu Tian did not say anything, but just glanced at him indifferently. "Principal, this Dean Zhang is quite interesting. He even wants to take us to the academic affairs office." The smile on the principal's face froze instantly, and he turned around suddenly 3 seconds later. "Zhang Qichuan, come here. Explain to me what happened." This shout frightened Dean Zhang so much that he almost ran away. He is the dean of the School of Finance and Economics, and he really holds a high position of power. Now the principal beat him like a grandson in front of two students. But just now, someone just made a phone call and fiddled with his phone and completely wiped out his background check. So, there is only one truth. These two students are people that even the principal cannot afford to offend. "Principal." The three of them came to the cafeteria for dinner and sat in the area reserved for faculty and staff. Before he could finish his words, the principal interrupted him sternly with a wave of his hand. "All right, I get it. You're wrong. Now apologize to Master Gu and Prince Wang." A call of Mr. Gu and Mr. Wang. Dean Zhang almost exploded on the spot. "Oh my God, Mr. Gu, Prince Wang, aren't these the two freshmen signed by the entire university, Gu Tian and Wang Hao?" With the status of these two people, he wouldn't dare to breathe even if they sat on the staff seats to eat, let alone sit on his head to eat. Realizing the extraordinary status of the two, Dean Zhang quickly started to make up for his loss and walked forward and bowed continuously. Master Gu, Prince Wang, I was wrong. Master Gu, I was wrong. The subordinates behind him were now stiffer than each other, with cold sweat pouring down their faces. It can make the principal so humble and the dean so frightened. So, are the identities of these two students classified as confidential by Kyoto University? Seeing that Gu Tian and Wang Hao did not express any opinion, the vice principal quickly gave the secretary a look. The secretary immediately nodded and turned around to take out his phone. Immediately convene a special meeting of the School of Finance and Economics. Dean Zhang Qichuan and the rest of the leadership team must immediately cease accepting inspections. Upon hearing this, the subordinates behind Dean Zhang turned pale instantly and widened their eyes in disbelief. Just eating and losing your job? Compared to them who were in a trance, Dean Zhang was still apologizing continuously. Seeing that he was about to cry, Wang Hao waved his hand lazily. "Okay, stop acting like an electric fan. It's making me dizzy." After saying that, he looked at Gu Tian and Su Nanxue. "Brother Tian, how about we go? We're done eating." Upon hearing this, the principal instantly became excited and immediately bowed and extended his hand. Yes, yes, yes. Come to my office, let's talk." At this time, another group of people wearing executive jackets came over. The one in the lead had a stern face, giving people an impression of being upright and incorruptible. The principal looked over subconsciously, and his eyes almost popped out the next second. Fuck. Audit committee. No. What are these people doing here? Under everyone's shocked gaze, the man in the executive jacket who was leading the group walked forward and immediately pulled out his inspection certificate. "Hello everyone, we are from the audit committee. May I ask who is Zhang Qichuan?" The words fell. The principal, the vice principal's secretary, and others looked at each other and pointed at Dean Zhang at the same time. This matter has nothing to do with them. It was Dean Zhang who provoked these two big Buddhas, and he cannot have anything to do with them. Based on the real name report we received, which involves issues such as positional abuse, abuse of power, and misconduct of teachers, please cooperate with our investigation. Now, come with us. As soon as the leading administrative man finished speaking, the other two younger administrative men stepped forward and grabbed Dean Zhang. No, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Dean Zhang's legs went weak, and before he could explain much, he was carried out like a chicken. Even the principal was dumbfounded by this scene. There is no doubt that this is Mr. Gu's way of doing things. The students watching were also excited, and their words were full of curiosity about the identities of Gu Tian and Wang Hao. No, this is too awesome. I thought he was just an ordinary rich kid. Oh my god, Dean Zhang is really finished. Check it out. Check the identities of these two students. This is too intense. What Prince Wang? What young Master Gu? Is there a Gu family in Kyoto? Some students with quick minds suddenly shifted their gaze from their phones to Gu Tian's face when they heard about the Gu family. After looking at it carefully for a few seconds, he exclaimed, "Oh my god," and ran away without looking back the next second. Only the unsuspecting students were left guessing about his identity. TSK, I told you to get out a long time ago, but you refused and forced me to find someone to come and get you to leave. Wang Hao shrugged and looked at Gu Tian. Brother Tian, let's go. Don't worry, the matter is not yet resolved. Gu Tian lazily raised his head and looked at the principal with a smile. Principal, do you have time? The principal suddenly shuddered and quickly came over, smiling. Time? Yes, of course I do. As long as Master Gu needs it. I'm available 24 hours a day. He is considered an old native of Kyoto. Although he doesn't know Gu Tian very well, he has heard a lot of rumors about him. As the saying goes, if you smile, life and death are unpredictable. Although this statement sounds exaggerated, it is definitely not groundless. What's more, that smile from Mr. Gu just now didn't look friendly at all. Gu Tian looked at his cautious appearance and raised his hand to point casually. Go, call all the restaurant's senior executives, as well as the school leaders who haven't come yet, to come for a meeting. I'm not particularly happy with my meal today. Let's solve this problem right here and now. Meeting. Not happy with your meal? The principal was stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately nodded his head like pounding garlic. Okay. If you say so, I'll open it. I'll go over and arrange it right away. Then he suddenly came to his senses and started scolding the vice principal and the secretary. What are you all standing there for? Go tell everyone. Everyone, show up. If anyone doesn't come, write me a letter of resignation immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the leadership team is facing a serious enemy. Those who knew Gu Tian's identity ran the fastest, and those who didn't know Gu Tian's identity ran after him even though they were confused. Why are you running back? In addition to notifying those who are absent, they also need to bring notebooks and pens. Less than 10 minutes. The restaurant's senior management and key school managers all arrived, under the stunned gaze of other students. The principal, vice principal, academic director, logistics director, catering department director. Those with higher positions sit down, while those with lower positions can only stand aside. Even the kitchen chef was standing trembling in the corner in his white coat, not knowing where to put his hands. This was his first time attending a meeting of such high level with so many leaders present. But why is the person sitting in the main seat a student? Chapter 50. Remember, I make the following deployment. Gu Tian sat in the middle. Wang Hao sat beside him, with his legs crossed and a smile on his face. He really wanted to experience his father's daily life, and today he finally found the opportunity. Su Nanxue sat cautiously on the other side, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The originally noisy atmosphere in the restaurant gradually quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear what this student with background would talk about with the school leaders. Everyone is here, right? Okay, I'll just say a few words. Gu Tian raised his hand and knocked on the table. The sudden aura made everyone subconsciously straighten up. On the way here, the vice principal had already revealed the identities of Gu Tian and Wang Hao. Good job. When they heard Gu Tian's identity, several leaders were so frightened that they staggered and fell several times on the way over. This is the first time I've come to school to eat today. I was really looking forward to it. But what happened? There were no seats. Oh, by the way, I finally found a vacant seat. But you guys are still making such a fuss about it, saying it's only for leaders. Faced with Gu Tian's words, the principal and others did not dare to say a word and could only lower their heads and wipe the sweat off their foreheads. The director of logistics was shaking in his legs, and the restaurant manager's face turned pale. If his restaurant has hygiene problems, he will generally be punished at most. But in this situation, I guess I'll just have to eat peanuts, right? You're the manager, right? Tell me, the lack of seats in the restaurant is not a dereliction of duty on your part. Gu Tian began to call out the names of these people according to their positions on their name tags. The restaurant manager stood up suddenly and bowed 90 degrees, almost hitting his head on the table. It's my fault. I'll rectify it immediately. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I'm sorry. Gu Tian didn't say anything and looked at the principal again. You're the principal, right? From now on, you'll have to clearly instruct your faculty and staff to curb that shred of superiority. If you want good dining, why not just build a cafeteria specifically for faculty and staff? Why would you compete with students for food? And why are they only for leaders? What are you planning to do? Become a local tyrant? Do you want me to give you a special dragon throne later? These words were spoken. The principal was so scared that he almost peed himself. This is not an accusation. It is clearly a warning before death. Who can sit on the dragon throne? The answer is obvious. How dare he? A mere principal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I will definitely correct the issues you raised. I will definitely correct them tomorrow. No, I will correct them today. Correct them today. The other leaders looked ashen-faced and nodded repeatedly along with the principal. Mr. Gu is right to criticize. Mr. Gu, you are absolutely right. We will rectify this immediately. We will rectify this immediately. Gu Tian waved his hand to stop them, then looked at the secretary in a white shirt. Hey, you're a secretary, right? Yes, yes, yes. I'm the secretary. I'm the secretary. The female secretary was so frightened by Gu Tian's sudden call that she shook her body and quickly picked up her notebook and paper. Okay, since you're the secretary, please take note of this. I'm going to make the following adjustments to the restaurant at Jingda University. Okay. Mr. Gu, just tell me. I'll remember it. I'll remember it. The female secretary nodded so fast that her glasses almost fell off her nose. First, the cafeteria needs to be expanded to include more windows for students to eat and get their meals, as well as tables, chairs, and seats for dining. Second, build a restaurant exclusively for faculty and staff, but the food should be the same as for students. Don't give me any special treatment. Third, after saying that, Gu Tian did not forget to threaten them again. If these things aren't rectified, and I see students without seats and staff with reserved seats, you're really wasting your time. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale again. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I will personally take care of this matter. I will definitely treat it as a top priority. Although the principal's legs were weak, he still stood up tremblingly and promised. Seeing that Gu Tian had no intention of talking anymore, Wang Hao raised his head and snapped his fingers proudly. Okay, the meeting is over. You can leave. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen leaders at the scene stood up immediately as if they had been pardoned and bowed in unison. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Prince. The next second, they all fled in panic, fearing that if they stayed for even a second longer, they would be killed. And at this time, the students around the restaurant were all stunned, especially the students who were watching the show recently. They looked at Gu Tian as if he was a god. Who could have imagined that a student could make the entire top leadership of Kyoto University bow their heads to listen to lectures, stand for meetings, and then retreat in disgrace? Is this still a student? Isn't this the principal's father? Is this the financial backer behind our Jingda University? What's this Mr. Gu, Mr. Wang? Why can't I find anything? Many people frantically swiped their phones, trying to search for Mr. Gu and Mr. Wang, wanting to know their backgrounds. But the news on the internet is ridiculously clean. That's awesome, Brother Tian. Are you really going to create a new rule for Jingda now? Gu Tian narrowed his eyes and said lazily, the rules are not important. What's important is who makes the rules. Let's go, Su Nanxua. Do we still have classes in the afternoon? Huh? Do you still need to go to class? Su Nanxua's face was full of question marks, and she looked at Gu Tian in disbelief. We are already at this level. We have already treated the principal like a grandson. Is attending class still important? Do credits still matter? Gu Tian put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and stood up. Of course we have to go. We are students. Do your job well in your position. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the restaurant exit. Wang Hao scratched his head with a bitter look on his face and said to Su Nanxua, my brother Tian is really. He's the most pretentious when he's not pretending. Su Nanxua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she heard this, but she still followed obediently. On one side was Xie Bin's younger brother, who was threatening him with a gun. While scolding the top leaders of Kyoto University like their grandsons, he also claimed that he was a good student who followed the rules. What kind of personality does this person have? Chapter 51 Students should combine work and rest. The afternoon sun is shining brightly. The three of them walked side by side, with Gu Tian in the middle. Su Nanxua's beauty and Gu Tian's good looks make Wang Hao look a bit like a clown. However, Wang Hao did not pay attention to the strange looks of the passing students, but kept muttering. Last time, I crashed into someone while skydiving and sent them to the hospital. I gained a bunch of followers by using the truth. I scolded the school leader like a grandson over a meal. My brother Tian's ordinary day is the life of so many people. When Su Nanxua heard this, she tilted her head slightly and looked at Gu Tian's profile. her beautiful eyes filled with inexplicable admiration. Gu Tian noticed her gaze and tilted his head to smile. What? Why are you looking at me? Su Nanxue was caught red-handed. She lowered her head delicately and muttered softly. I just feel. You said you were here to study, but in fact, the entire Beijing University. I'm afraid it's not all about you, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Tian was instantly happy. What? Are you scared? Su Nanxue's face flushed immediately, and she retorted softly. No. No. Gu Tian said no more, just smiled and continued walking forward. The sunlight fell on his shoulders and also into Su Nanxue's heart. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao at the back kept curling his lips. Whispering sound. I am going to get a facial in the future, and I will definitely charm thousands of girls. At the same time, the scene in the Peking University restaurant has gone viral on various WeChat groups, clubs, and forums on campus. Hashtag mysterious rich boy takes action. Peking University's dining table system is completely abolished. Hashtag the rich boy's words made the principal sweat profusely. Hashtag the president personally apologized. The vice president offered tea, and the top figure of Peking University was exposed. Hashtag. The students' discussions in the comment section were also boiling. Many people are speculating about his identity. Some people just posted his identity in the comment section, but it was deleted right after they knew it. Among the inner circle of the powerful people in Peking University, all the children of the powerful fell silent the moment they saw that face. Gu Tian, the eldest son of the Gu family, the only son of Mr. Gu, and the real prince of Kyoto. That ruthless man who was able to turn Handong province upside down and even change the dragon law has now returned in a low-key manner and come to study at Peking University? Oh my god, has the crown prince really appeared? This isn't treating this university like a university, it's using it as a stage, right? Marura, I drove a sports car to school yesterday. Now that I think about it, was that a bit too much? Let's study hard in the future and don't be too high profile. Otherwise, even our own father won't be able to protect us. I don't want to go to Kyoto University anymore. I'd rather go to University A. At the school gate, there is a gentle breeze. Any cigarettes? Gu Tian suddenly stopped and glanced sideways at Wang Hao. He originally wanted to go to class, but as he was walking, he wandered to the school gate. In that case, just have a cigarette, accept your fate, and go home. Yes. Wang Hao immediately took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket and handed them over, then continued to look around for the beauty. Gu Tian took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, covering it with one hand, and holding a lighter and phone in the other hand. Sizzle. Unfortunately, the wind was too strong at the school gate, and the flame was blown out as soon as it jumped out. It failed to light up even after several attempts. Fuck. I keep stealing lighters from the front desk at the club, and they're all just some windproof junk. Gu Tian muttered something and was about to turn around and try again. A faint fragrance suddenly wafted across my face. Gu Tian was slightly stunned and subconsciously raised his head. Su Nanxue walked up to him, lifted up his shirt with one hand, and leaned out half of her body to block the wind for him. Under the shirt is a tight-fitting white short-sleeved shirt. The collarbone is delicate, the curves are exquisite, and the chest contour is slightly undulating. The other party didn't think much about it, and simply helped Bong Feng light his cigarette. Instead, Gu Tian was confused and his mouth was stammering. Thank you, I don't want to eat. Su Nanxue? No, I was just blocking the wind for you. Su Nanxue turned around suddenly, her face flushed to her ears, and she quickly lifted her shirt back up. Ha ha, just kidding. Gu Tian awkwardly tried to smooth over his wrong words. Although Wang Hao did not see this scene, but many boys saw it, and their expressions were full of indescribable envy, jealousy, and hatred. Wow, my goddess actually lifted up her clothes, letting the other person, my goddess, why are you like this? I hope it's just to block the wind and light a cigarette. The wind at the school gate has not stopped yet. Gu Tian had just lit a cigarette when Wang Hao came over like a salted fish, yawning and complaining. Brother Tian, how about we skip classes this afternoon? I'm really sleepy, and I feel like my brain is going to explode. Gu Tian glanced at him sideways, exhaled a puff of smoke, and replied slowly. It's better not to go. It's a good combination of work and rest. How can I be tense all day long? Su Nanxue stood beside. No, just now you were saying with a righteous look that we should do our job and that we are students, and now you are saying that skipping classes is justified? However, she didn't dare to tease the other person. After all, they were not that familiar with each other. But a thought couldn't help but emerge in my mind. If he doesn't go to class, then I don't want to go either. Hey, Su Nanxue. Gu Tian suddenly turned his head and glanced at her. Are you having classes this afternoon? Huh. Su Nanxue was stunned by the question. After thinking for 2 seconds, she shook her head and said, "They are all small classes. The teacher doesn't call the roll. I plan to go home." "How are you going back? Did you drive here?" Gu Tian asked as he stretched out his hand towards Wang Hao. "He flew here in the morning, and the other party sent the car to him without any hesitation. Now I can only drive Wang Hao's car back." "No. If you drive away, what should I drive?" Wang Hao rolled his eyes, but resigned himself to his fate and took out the Ferrari keys from his pocket. "No, no. Take the bus, or take a taxi," Su Nanxue said in a low voice. In fact, if she made a phone call, the driver would come to pick her up, but she didn't want to trouble others. "Let's go. I'll take you home." Gu Tian took the key and walked towards the car without looking back. Aye. Su Nanxue's face turned red and she wanted to say something, but Gu Tian had already walked away. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she had to follow him. Wang Hao looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Damn it. You came to school by helicopter, left in my car, and now I'm left alone to squeeze on the bus." The car sped along Kyoto Avenue. Gu Tian was driving the car, chatting with Su Nanxue in the passenger seat from time to time. "Where did you go to school before coming to Kyoto?" "I'm in Jiangnan." Su Nanxue answered softly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "It's not a big place." "Jiangnan is great. That's where the beauties come from." Gu Tian turned his head and glanced at her, a playful smile on his face. "But you are not simple to come to Beijing University from Jiangnan." "Lucky, I was in good shape before the exam." Sunan lowered her head to hide the blush on her face, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The two of them chatted with each other. Su Nanxue went from being nervous at first to becoming more relaxed later on, and their relationship became more familiar. Less than 40 minutes. The car drove towards a villa area. Qin family. There are also security guards in black patrolling the roadside. As soon as I see a strange car coming, I subconsciously want to stop it and ask the purpose of the visit. As a result, I saw Gu Tian's face. Moment. The security guards instinctively straightened their bodies and their movements became extremely respectful. "Hello, Mr. Gu." "Hello, Mr. Gu." Gu Tian just nodded slightly, without slowing down or stopping, and continued to drive in slowly. Su Nanxue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned, her mouth slightly open. "They know you? Do you live here too?" Chapter 52, An Unintentional Planting of Willows. "I think so. The security guards in these high-end villa areas should all know me," Gu Tian said lightly. What he said was absolutely true. He has basically been to all the high-end villa and residential areas in Kyoto. Those security guards and bodyguards must have remembered his face by heart. Su Nanxue was speechless for a moment after hearing what Gu Tian said. At this time, upon learning that Gu Tian would personally send Su Nanxue home, Qin Shi's parents stood at the door of the Qin family villa early. Even the nanny was called out to clean up the fallen leaves in front of the door, as if to solemnly welcome guests. Of course, they were not welcoming Su Nanxue, but the legendary prince of Kyoto, especially Qin Shi's father, who kept straightening his clothes and said to Qin Shi hurriedly, "Son, look, how is Dad's clothes? Is his tie crooked?" "Oh my, Dad, that's enough. Last time was just a misunderstanding. Mr. Gu has no opinion of me at all. You know shit." Qin's father glared at him fiercely. "Do you know the Gu family's status? What does it mean to be a crown prince? If I dislike you, our entire Qin family is finished." When talking about the last time Gu Tian wiped his neck, Qin Shi's face turned dark. If he hadn't scared himself and taken Gu Tian's greeting as a sign that you were finished, the entire Qin family wouldn't be in such a state of emergency. Grandpa didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. What's even more outrageous is that he even arranged for his cousin Su Nanxue to show goodwill. Soon, the Ferrari slowly drove in from a small road in the distance. Su Nanxue carefully opened the car door and got out. She was puzzled when she saw her aunt and her family standing at the door looking at her with smiles on their faces. "Aunt, Uncle, what are you doing?" As a result, the Qin family ignored Su Nanxue and ran towards Ferrari and bowed respectfully. "Oh, Mr. Gu, it is a great honor for our Qin family to have you visit our humble home." Hello. Gu Tian looked at Qin Shi with a serious expression. "This is Brother Tian, these are my parents." Qin Shi was also a little embarrassed by his enthusiastic parents. Oh, hello, Uncle and Aunt." Gu Tian smiled slightly. Hey, I don't deserve it. "Mr. Gu, please come in and sit down. Please come in." Mother Qin had a smile on her face and stretched out her hand to invite Gu Tianxia to get in the car and sit inside the house. Su Nanxue, who was standing aside, watched the scene in amazement. In her eyes, her aunt was always dignified and strong outside, but at this moment, she was like an enthusiastic maid, and even her tone was relaxed several degrees. My uncle is a man who has the final say outside. Even the mayor of Kyoto has to respect him. But at this moment, he bowed slightly and kept smiling. Who is visiting whose house? Su Nanshue's head was buzzing, and she was really confused for a moment. Gu Tian's identity is probably even more terrifying than she imagined. Faced with the family's enthusiastic invitation, Gu Tian could only wave his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to have anything to do with the other party. It seems like just a simple cup of tea, but who knows that there is a big thing behind this cup of tea. It is better to have less trouble than more. Next time, Auntie, I have something else to do. I have to go back. Gu Tian politely refused with a smile on his face, and at the same time looked at Su Nanshua beside him. Then I'll be leaving first. I'll contact you later. Oh, okay. Before Su Nanshua could finish her words, Gu Tian stepped on the accelerator and sped away in a cloud of dust. Only 3 members of the Qin family and Su Nanshua were left at the door, watching the taillights of the sports car disappear into the distance. Hey, Mr. Gu, at least have some tea before leaving. Mother Qin shook her head with regret, but then turned to look at Father Qin. Old Qin, you said that when young Master Gu sent Xiaoxua back, which household didn't see it? When Father Qin heard this, his face suddenly lit up. I saw it. I definitely saw it. No matter what level of department or ministerial level, it can't compare to young Master Gu coming in person. Facing his happy parents, Qin Shi couldn't help but grin. He finally did something right. Before, I was thinking about asking Su Nanshua to accompany drinking and show kindness to Gu Tian, which was a very shameful thing. Now it seems that things are not going that way and everything is normal. Xiaoxua. Father Qin suddenly turned around and looked at her seriously. What is your current relationship with this Mr. Gu? Su Nanshua's beautiful eyes flashed, and 2 blushes instantly appeared on her face. I don't know. Just an ordinary classmate. Can your classmates personally take you home? Qin's mother patted her hands with a meaningful smile. Our Xiaoxua has really found love this time. I was worried about your marriage after graduation. Huh. Su Nanshua stamped her feet with a blushing face and muttered, Aunt, what nonsense are you talking about? We are just ordinary classmates. Okay. Just an ordinary classmate. Let's go? Go inside. Have lunch. Qin's father said happily, but he kept sighing in his heart. It was really an unexpected success. Who would have thought? The old man's words came true at that time. He pointed out that he must find a girl who is pure and untainted by the world, cold and dignified, to introduce to Mr. Gu, and he will definitely like her. Maybe it will resolve the conflict with Qin Shi and even establish connections with the Qin family in the future. Now it seems to be true. Even though young Master Gu casually sent Su Nanshua home, he already felt that the entire Qin family was in a different situation. At the dinner table, Mother Qin was naturally very happy. She didn't know the details, but she just felt that it was incredible that Su Nanshua and Gu Tian knew each other. Hey, old Qin, why did young Master Gu choose to eat our lotus flower? How would I know? It's just fate. Father Qin could only smile awkwardly. He couldn't tell the truth and say that the two knew each other, and it was all premeditated. Qin Shi was also very embarrassed and quickly waved his hands. Mom, can you please stop talking nonsense? My sister said that they were just ordinary classmates, but you still made a big deal out of it and kept talking nonsense. To be honest, he was really afraid that Su Nanshua would tell others about his request for her to drink with him, so he could only keep helping Su Nanshua out of the predicament. Fortunately, Su Nanshua was just shy and focused on eating, ignoring her aunt's teasing. Evening. The backyard of a villa in Kyoto. There are lights in the swimming pool, and several hot bikini beauties are laughing and playing in the water. This should be a scene of decadence and extravagance, but the atmosphere is very depressing at the moment. Xiaobin, with bandages wrapped around his body, lay on a recliner, looking at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face. At his feet lay a huge black Tibetan Mastiff with a ferocious look on its face. Brother Bin, I think Sun Wei must have been backed by someone to dare to rebel. A younger brother lowered his voice, handed over a glass of iced lemonade, and tried to comfort him. Xiaobin took the cup, expressionless. I know. I've already asked Lu Jian to lead people to chase him. As soon as the words fell, 2A8s rushed in, their wheels not yet completely stopped. Lu Jian and several of his younger brothers hurriedly pushed the door open and went downstairs, not even bothering to take a second look at the bikini beauties by the swimming pool. Brother Bin, this is bad. Sun Wei and the others ran away. We chased them all the way to the West Outer Ring Road. Chapter 53, Returning Home. Lu Jian was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. We are not familiar with the terrain over there. We watched helplessly as they climbed onto the bridge and ran away. Bang! Xiaobin swung the cup in his hand violently, splashing lemonade everywhere, and the cup shattered on the stone bricks at Lu Jian's feet. Fuck you. You're trash. You're all fucking trash. Roar. The black Tibetan Mastiff next to him sensed his owner, Xie Bin's emotions, and pounced directly into the air. Brother Bin, don't. Lu Jiangang was about to dodge, but he was still a step too slow. Bang. The Tibetan Mastiff's huge body suddenly knocked him down, and its back hit the stone platform at the edge of the swimming pool with a loud noise. Oh. Lu Jian screamed and tried to get up. Roar. Roar. The black Tibetan Mastiff's blood-red eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light as it bit his arm tightly and tore at it with its head. In an instant, blood was flowing, and one could even hear the sound of bones breaking. The young men and bikini beauties who were watching turned pale, but they didn't dare to say a word. The Tibetan Mastiff that Xie Bin raised cost several million to bring back from the plateau. It is the best breed and is said to be able to fight with lions and tigers. Brother Bin, I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me another chance. Oh. Xie Bin sat on the recliner, taking a sip of his cigar quietly. He only raised his eyes when he saw that Lu Jian's right hand was covered in blood and was basically useless. Black Kong, come back. Woo. The Tibetan Mastiff let out a low growl, suddenly loosened its mouth, and returned to Xie Bin's feet with saliva and blood, baring its teeth, and lay down obediently. Only Lu Jian was left struggling and wailing on the ground with blood all over his face. Xie Bin glanced at the few younger brothers still present and said lightly, "Today's incident is just a reminder for you. If anyone lets me down again, I'll feed them to the dogs." The other side. Gu Tian originally planned to go to Tianxi Hotel to relax. As soon as the car reached the elevated road, he received a call from his mother, asking him why he hadn't brought his son home once after being back for so long. And Grandpa came too. There was to be a family dinner tonight, and if he wasn't there, she wouldn't mind sending her dad into exile again. Good job. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian turned the steering wheel and turned the car around. But what my mother said is right. It's really not good to not even go home after being back for so long. What's more, he suddenly remembered something. When I went to Jiangzhou before, my grandfather sent someone to contact him privately. He said that as long as he performed well in Jiangzhou, he would give him a gift when he returned. So now he is curious about what gift his grandfather will give him. After all, the original shares of my grandfather, who had experienced bullets and real combat, generally make good gifts and have strong commemorative significance. An hour later, the car drove into the most mysterious and inaccessible street in Kyoto, Forbidden Street. The streets are lined with retro houses with no house numbers, and these buildings cannot even be found on the map. Because he was driving Wang Hao's car, there was no doubt that as soon as the car appeared, groups of plainclothes officers immediately surrounded it. Sorry, no visitors allowed inside. Please return the way you came. Hello. No entry allowed. Hello. Please get out of the car for inspection. 6 more soldiers holding truth guns quickly stepped forward, pointing their black muzzles directly at the car. Get out of the car. Get checked. Get out of the car quickly. Get off. Facing the other party's harsh scolding, Gu Tian calmly rolled down the car window. Next second, all the soldiers and plainclothes men were shocked and quickly took back the truth. Oh my God. The prince is back. Do you still need to get off the car for inspection? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Others who came to this street had to show their certificates stamped by the cabinet at the very least, or undergo multiple levels of inspection and be taken into a dark room for questioning in front of a machine gun. If you dare to force your way in. Hee. Even if Sun Wukong comes, he will be beaten. Mr. Gu, welcome home. Everyone immediately stood up straight and saluted solemnly. Buzz. As the Ferrari drove along, there was a group of armed guards standing guard every 50 meters. Every checkpoint is not simple. An identity must be verified, including license plate, iris, and fingerprint, for triple confirmation. However, Gu Tian was an exception. He only needed to show his face, and the soldiers immediately saluted and let him pass. No one dared to stop him. After all, the entire Forbidden City street knew who had returned. Soon, the car stopped at the gate of an ancient house at the end of Forbidden City Street. The entire house adopts ancient and modern design and is heavily guarded, with several black-clad bodyguards wearing headsets patrolling around. Seeing Gu Tian get out of the car, everyone raised their hands in salute. Guard Shishuan was waiting at the door early. When he saw Gu Tian, he immediately came over. Mr. Gu, you're back. Everyone is waiting for you. This is the gift your grandpa brought you. It's awesome. When it comes to gifts, Shishuan's eyes sparkle with indescribable excitement. Shishuan is the bodyguard beside my father, and he is considered to be a man who has seen the world. So excited about a gift? Is that possible? Gu Tian's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is it? Gu Tian asked with interest. Come with me, and you'll know soon. Shishuan led the way with a smile. The Gu family's ancestral home is very large. When you push open the mahogany door, what comes into view is a typical Su-style garden layout, which pays attention to symmetry, borrowed scenery, implicitness, and progressive layers. Passing through the Tinjiuxuan courtyard is Wensong's High, and further inside is the real living area, Yangxinju. The place is surrounded by high walls and tight security, and is only open to direct descendants of the Gu family. What kind of gift is this? Why is it so mysterious? Gu Tian was a little impatient. He had a villa, but insisted on living in the ancestral home. To get home, you have to go through the courtyard 3 times and walk through several winding paths. The gurgling water and exquisite rockery in the courtyard really had no interest for him. Don't be anxious, Mr. Gu. Shishuan turned around and smiled mysteriously. To be honest, even Mr. Gu was surprised by the gift that Mr. Gu prepared. Maybe they are still talking about this gift now. At the end of the courtyard, an antique mansion stands quietly. In front of the mansion, Mr. Gu was wearing a dark blue Zhongshan suit and leaning on an ebony cane. Although he was old, he looked energetic. How is it? How about the gift I prepared for Xiaodian? This gift is called the Return of the King. Gu Feng and Qian Hui looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and helplessness. When a grandfather gives his grandchildren a gift, it's not gold, silver, jewelry, or RVs or antiques, but a tiger. That's right, not a toy or a specimen, but a living Bengal tiger. In the big cage in front of me, an adult Bengal tiger with a golden body and clear black stripes was lying lazily on the straw mat, looking at the scene outside the cage with a strange look on its face. Gu Feng's eye twitched, and he held his forehead and sighed to his naughty father. No, Dad. Other grandfathers don't give their grandchildren a tiger as a gift. Why don't you give another pet, like a cat or a dog? Wouldn't that be nice? Hey, could it be that you were just being playful and got a tiger in Xiaoyan's name? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Mr. Gu's face suddenly turned serious. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Besides, this tiger is not an ordinary tiger. Everything it wore and used when it was a child was Gu Tian's childhood uniform. Even its milk bottle was Gu Tian's childhood uniform. Upon hearing this, everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Qian Hui covered her face helplessly. Dad, you really don't play by the rules. Xiaodian isn't a kid anymore. He's not interested in cats or dogs anymore. And yet you just bring in the king of the forest. Old Master Gu laughed heartily, stood up, and put his hands behind his back, feeling quite proud. It's good that he's not a child. So, giving him a whole tiger is worthy of his status. After saying that, he glared at Gu Feng and continued, if anyone dares to send my grandson out to suffer again in the future, I will let the tiger bite him. Chapter 54, A Tiger as a Gift. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Feng held his forehead and fell silent for 3 seconds. Who in the Gu family dotes on Xiaotian the most? If Mr. Gu says he is first, no one dares to say he is second. His wife Qian Hui's doting on Xiaotian is restrained and refined. It's the type of doting that says, if you get into trouble, I'll cover it for you, but you can just not do it again next time. But Mr. Gu is different. He is decisive and dotes on his grandson openly. He will do whatever his grandson tells him to do. After all, those who have walked down from the pile of dead bodies on the front line will treat the other party as the devils once they get angry. He remembers it very clearly. A few years ago, Xiaodian had a conflict with someone in a bar in Kyoto and got slapped. It was not a big deal. Mr. Gu directly called an officer of the Imperial Guard Brigade directly under the cabinet. Hey, my grandson is being bullied by thugs. Can you lend me a few armored vehicles? The other party was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Old man, don't mention a few vehicles. Even a whole division will do. Good job. In the middle of the night, the bar was razed to the ground, and the bar owner and the people who beat Xiaodian were deregistered on the spot. Fortunately, Xiaodian was in the right that time, and there were criminal gangs behind the bar, otherwise I don't know how this incident would be reported by the outside media. At this time, a hearty greeting brought Gu Feng back to reality. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, your most handsome son is back. Gu Tian was carrying a bunch of gifts in his hands, big and small bags, as if he had just come back from shopping at a wholesale market. He stuffed them all into Shishuan and the servants, then strode towards Old Man Gu. The most fruitful thing about his experience in Jiangzhou was that Gu Tian learned how to change his face. When she saw her family, her little mouth was so sweet, without any of the cold and scary aura she had outside. Oh, my dear son. Qian Hui ignored her usual elegance and reserve and went up to give Gu Tian a big hug. My dear grandson, come on, let Grandpa take a look. Have you grown taller? Old Mr. Gu supported himself with a cane and walked more fluently than usual. Gu Tian was not vague either. He immediately went forward to hold him up, and his words were more eloquent than a runaway motorcycle. "Monty, Grandpa, you look so good, so energetic. I'd believe you just turned 18. The old man was so happy after hearing this that he smiled from ear to ear. Gu Tian didn't notice the big cage not far away, but smiled and started giving gifts to everyone. "Mom, I bought you a limited edition necklace. There are only a few of these in the world. You have to wear it every day to show off." Qianhui covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, son, Mom loves it so much." "Dad, this is for you, a bracelet made of sandalwood, to refresh your mind." Gu Feng was stunned. He wanted to pretend to be a steady and powerful father, but he still smiled and said, "Good job, kid. You haven't forgotten me, your father." But he tilted his head and said, "Wait, are you playing with me? What do you mean by refreshing the brain? Are you implying that my brain is not working well at my age?" Gu Tian stuck out his tongue, took the exquisite pastry handed to him by Shishuan, and handed it to the old man with both hands. "Grandpa, this is a time-honored pastry from Ziga Town, and it's the style of our head chef, Master Zhang. Isn't this your favorite? Forget about the others, just eat it." The old man nodded repeatedly, moved. "My dear grandson, your love is not in vain." But then he thought again and asked, "Wait, didn't Master Zhang pass away a long time ago? What? You dug him out and made this for me?" Gu Tian laughed instantly. Grandpa was still as humorous as usual. "No, Grandpa. I told my grandson to start learning. If he can't do it, he'll be electrocuted." Hey, he learned his grandfather's ancestral craft in just half a year. Hearing this, Mr. Gu and others looked at each other. Especially Gu Feng's face looked very ugly. After all this time, my son's personality seemed to have not changed at all. But considering that today was a family gathering, he didn't want to complain. Just as Gu Tian finished distributing the gifts with a proud look on his face and was enjoying the laughter of his family, the Bengal tiger in the cage, with its back to the crowd, slowly stood up. Gu Tian caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye, was startled, and blurted out subconsciously, "Oh my God, whose dog has skin?" Gu Feng almost laughed himself to death. Qianhui covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and the old man was so happy that tears came out of his eyes. "This is a gift Grandpa prepared for you. Come and take a look." Gu Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the way his grandfather winked at his father and mother. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. "Shishuan, what's in the cage?" Being asked this question suddenly by Gu Tian, Shishuan could only suppress his smile and agreed. "Mr. Gu dog, a big dog with skin, just go over and take a look." Just as Gu Tian walked towards the iron cage with a head full of question marks, the tiger in the cage smelled a familiar smell, turned its head suddenly, and growled. "Roar!" Gu Tian bounced up directly on the spot. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! Nima, who the hell gave a tiger as a gift?" "No, Grandpa, your gift is for me to risk my life." The whole family laughed at Gu Tian's frightened reaction. Qianhui was so happy that she took out her cell phone to record Gu Tian's stunned look. Old Master Gu's beard stood up with joy, and he pointed at the tiger in the cage with his cane. "Didn't you love tigers the most when you were a kid? Grandpa has found you a real one." "No, no, no." Gu Tian pointed at the tiger rubbing against the iron net in the cage, and he was about to collapse. "When I was little, I loved toy tigers." "Toys? This is a real tiger. It can eat people." "Oh my heart." Gu Tian was a little speechless, covering his chest and taking a half step back. "I thought the gift my grandfather sent would be either an imperial seal or something from the Forbidden City, one for me." As a result, a tiger came. No wonder Shishuan had such a weird expression when he talked about the gift. Now, the Bengal tiger actually started to growl and act coquettishly, swinging its tail as it walked around the iron cage, its eyes never leaving Gu Tian. It even raised its paws and rubbed them against the iron cage door, like begging for the door to be opened. "Why are you such a coward? I remember you used to be fearless. Go ahead and touch it if you dare." Gu Feng was laughing so hard that he couldn't stop, but he still joined in the fun. The results just fell. He met Qian Hui's beautiful eyes that were filled with the aura of death. "What did you say? Why don't you touch it?" "Dad, look." Gu Feng is already so old, but he still doesn't think before he speaks. Who would have thought? But Mr. Gu just kept smiling and nodding. "It's okay, it won't bite you. Just touch it, and it won't bite you." As soon as these words were spoken, Qianhui slapped her forehead suddenly and was completely speechless. How come? The Gu family are all like this. But before she could continue complaining, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Tian walking towards the cage door with a lively look. Qian Hui's face suddenly changed, and she shouted anxiously, "Hey, Xiaodian, don't Don't listen to your dad and your grandpa. Gu Feng's face flushed instantly. He was just joking, but he didn't expect this kid to be so brave. Hey. Stop. I'm kidding. Don't go over there. If anything were to happen, wouldn't he and his wife have to delete the game and start over? Be alert. Protect Master Gu. Kill him if necessary. Shishuan reacted quickly, reaching for his waist and running forward. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen special agents armed with live ammunition rushed out, pointing their guns at the tiger in the iron cage. As long as the tiger shows signs of attacking, they can beat it into a sieve in the next second. Originally, Gu Tian was a little nervous, but it seemed that such security measures gave him confidence instantly. Cats and dogs don't eat coriander when petting them, but has anyone ever petted a tiger? The moment Gu Tian stretched out his hand, a miracle happened. Chapter 55 Bite him. The tiger actually tilted its head and moved forward like a big cat. No way, sir. Are you so proactive? Can you really touch it? Gu Tian suppressed his inner fear, reached into the cage, and touched its head. Result. Instead of looking ferocious, the tiger shook its head, closed its eyes, and enjoyed itself, with the corners of its mouth raised, just like an oversized cat. This scene made Xian Hui and Gu Feng break out in cold sweats. Gu Tian, this good boy, he's braver than me. Although the bullet is very fast, the tiger's speed of turning around and attacking is not slow either. Old Master Gu was delighted and boasted proudly. See? I told you I wouldn't bite anyone. This tiger has been targeting Xiaotian since birth. It won't bite anyone but my grandson. Genetically modified. Familiar with the taste since birth. It's an intimate bond, not a paid subscription. What do you mean, Grandpa? Do you mean he thinks of me as a fellow creature? Or perhaps a master? Gu Tian was very puzzled. He didn't expect that his grandfather, who looked so old, would have such a big affair in private. What about gene editing projects? Mr. Gu didn't know how to explain it. After all of this was done by the scientific researchers behind the scenes, and he was just speaking verbatim. Yes, that's what I mean anyway. Oh, Gu Tian nodded after hearing that. Then his tone changed. That means it won't bite me, right? Before his family could react, he walked straight to the door of the iron cage. This scene frightened Gu Feng and Qian Hui so much that they broke out in cold sweats and subconsciously stepped back. Today is a day for a family gathering, not a day for a banquet. Xiaotian, don't mess around. Mom will double your pocket money. Gu Feng, who usually looks high and mighty and has a dignified look on his face, is no longer calm at this moment. Kid, don't believe what your grandpa says. It looks to me like he's showing signs of Alzheimer's. Pity. It's too late. Gu Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of the firmness of I believe in my master, and pressed lightly with his fingertips. Click. The lock of the iron door made a crisp sound. The fence slowly rises. The terrifying Bengal tiger in the cage suddenly stood up and walked out slowly. Seeing this horrifying scene in front of me, Shishuan and other special agents' eyes almost popped out of their heads. I'm fucking crazy. Prince, you are so awesome. Watch the tiger's movements. If it makes an attacking move, immediately. Don't move. The prince is so powerful. It's like a tiger out of its cage. Compared to everyone's tension and shock, Gu Tian stood where he was, looking at the big cat that was slowly approaching with excitement. TSK, it doesn't look that scary. Isn't it just a bigger cat? Gu Feng. Qian Hui. Shishuan. Gulp. My grandson is really so brave. Old Master Gu swallowed his saliva in shock, under the horrified gaze of the crowd. As soon as this majestic Bengal tiger approached Gu Tian, it began to sniff him continuously. Then, like a docile kitten, he rubbed the ground and looked up at the sky without caring about anything. Gu Tian also slowly squatted down and stroked the big cat. Shishuan, get me a dog leash. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was covered in cold sweat. Oh shit, is this even human language? This is a tiger, not a dog. Although he was shocked, Shishuan still obediently found a police dog leash. Gu Tian took it and put it on the tiger in a few seconds. The key point is that the tiger not only did not resist, but also put its head into the collar by itself. The workers were moved to tears when they saw its cooperation. Seeing this, Mr. Gu couldn't help but sigh. Oh, I told you. Our Xiaotian is a god from heaven who has come down to earth. He can subdue ferocious beasts. That Dongwei Emperor. His mount is just a white-browed tiger. Our Xiaotian is definitely the reincarnation of Emperor Dongwei. Gu Feng's face turned dark after hearing this. What Dongwei Emperor? Now the tiger has no aggressive behavior. Obviously it is afraid of the truth, or it has eaten its fill in advance. He is the king of beasts, not a fool. You can definitely tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Dad, when you're bored, Why don't you enjoy some flowers, walk your birds, and raise some fish instead of reading those Western fairy tales? How come there's even a story about the Emperor Dongwa? After saying that, he quickly waved his hand to let Gu Tian come over. Kid, stop playing with those scary things and come inside quickly. Dinner is ready. However, Gu Tian did not rush to look back, but instead curled the corners of his mouth slightly and revealed a smile. My heart skipped a beat. Not good. Gu Xiao smiled. Life and death are unpredictable. As expected, Gu Tian tugged at Tiger's chain and pointed at Gu Feng not far away, saying, "Do you see the man in front? Go, fight him. I'm Nima. Mr. Gu, that's your father. There is no need to worry. That position will be yours sooner or later." Next second, the big tiger that was originally lying lazily on the ground actually stood up and stared at Gu Feng with a fierce look, as if he was doing something for his big brother. Gu Tian was instantly excited. Well done, Bruce. Gu Feng scared Hong Wen again, and he kept backing away. Hey, you really listen. You beast, come over and bite me. I knew your grandfather's scientific research results were unreliable. Shishuan, go. Kill the researchers who studied this tiger. Why are they so aggressive towards me and not everyone else? After saying that, he stumbled towards the stairs, fearing that the tiger might suddenly pounce on him. This scene, old Master Gu sat in his recliner, laughing so hard his cane beat the beat. Ha ha ha, he's worthy of being my grandson. He lured the tiger away without making it visible and scared my father in an instant. Without a doubt, the family had a very happy dinner. Gu Tian liked this tiger very much and named it Gu Baiwan. Of course, he was afraid that his father would take the tiger away afterwards. So at the dinner table, he kept praising Grandpa for the good gift, and he almost coaxed Grandpa Gu into thinking he was his grandson. He directly ordered that no one except his grandson could have any ideas about the tiger. Gu Tian was very happy about his grandfather's statement. He made up his mind that from now on, while others would walk their dogs, he would walk his tiger. Those who offend him will not be drowned in the river, but will be directly sent into Gu Baiwan's mouth to be digested. The poop can be recycled, which is environmentally friendly. At the same time, across the ocean, in a top-notch sea view villa on the west coast of a certain country, the morning sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the soft and comfortable princess bed. A girl with three-dimensional and delicate features and a cold and noble appearance rubbed her hair and slowly sat up. Several blonde maids stood respectfully by. Some people brought water, some brought breakfast, and some held today's latest fashion magazines and stock market dailies. Ms. Mia, the temperature is a little high today. Chanel headquarters just sent over the latest styles of this season. Would you like to wear them out? A maid asked softly. Lin Shusi rubbed his temples lightly and said in a light tone, "Don't go out." Lin Shusi, Lin Lao's jewel in the crown, who has been studying abroad for many years, is the most mysterious goddess-like figure in the entire West Coast upper-class circle. In the words of the outsiders in the study abroad circle, this woman is so beautiful that she is not worldly and is also unkind. She doesn't like socializing, doesn't like noise, and is used to being alone. Some people say she is a noble lady, while others say she is an icy beauty. But no matter which one, no one dares to approach easily. After all, in the upper-class circle of overseas students, any brick can hit someone beyond your imagination, even someone in heaven. To put it bluntly, the more mysterious a person's background is, the more incredible their identity is. Just as Lin Shusi was trying to turn on his brain, the phone on the bedside table rang. Caller, Lin Guisian. Chapter 56. Lin Shusi's concerns. Her father, who was so famous and had single-handedly established the family's power. However, there was no trace of emotion in Lin Shusi's beautiful eyes. Just as if she was noting her full name, she slid her fingertips and connected. Hello. The voice was still clear and cold, like the snow that had not melted in March. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then came Lin Lao's slightly low voice. Shusi, it's time to go home. Lin Shusi raised her beautiful eyes and glanced casually, and the maids retreated very understandingly. Although they couldn't understand dragon language, they felt the voice on the other end of the phone was very familiar. It seems, I seem to have heard it on TV. Elder Lin continued. You should have heard some news. Gu Feng's son has returned to Kyoto. Lin Shusi, so? Gu Feng might be testing me, or maybe he's training Gu Tian. I don't know if you're aware of Jiangzhou's affairs, but there are some things you understand. Mr. Lin stopped talking halfway, as he believed his daughter could understand what he meant. Lin Shusi smiled lightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. So you want me to come back and be your bargaining chip? No. Elder Lin's tone was very gentle. You are my daughter. I want you to come back home. You have been avoiding me for so many years. It's about time you come back. Now you remember that I am your daughter. Lin Shusi smiled faintly, but her beautiful eyes looked very much like her mother, the woman who had once amazed the world. Lin Shusi's mother is Kong Shuling. The eldest daughter of a scholar family in the imperial capital, she is talented and extraordinary. When he was young, Lin Guoxian was deeply impressed by her poetic style and elegant conversation. He pursued her recklessly, and finally the lovers got married. After marriage, Kong Shuling put aside her pride as the daughter of the Kong family and was willing to keep a low profile and manage the household. She accompanied Lin Guoxian throughout his career, and after giving birth to Lin Shusi, she retreated behind the scenes and devoted herself to taking care of her husband and children. It was originally a beautiful story that could be regarded as a model of career and marriage. Who would have thought that it would collapse because of a storm in the Kong family? Kong Shuling's younger brother Kong Xianxing. Relying on his brother-in-law's status as the top leader of the city, he interfered in real estate and investment projects and secretly annexed Longzi, the amount of which was shocking. But at that time, Lin Guoxian had just taken office as the secretary of the Imperial City Committee and was completely at the center of the storm. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion and the inspection team of the Audit Commission, he had to make the decision personally and send his brother-in-law Kong Xianxing to life trial. The Kong family came to an end overnight, and the father-in-law was furious and suffered a relapse of heart disease. Kong Shuling was even more grief-stricken and angry. She quarreled with Lin Guoxian face to face and angrily accused him of being heartless and ungrateful. From then on, the two were in name only, separated, and later secretly went through the divorce procedures. This incident created an unhealable rift in Lin Shusi's heart. In her eyes, Lin Guoxian is a good public servant, but definitely not a qualified father. As far as she could remember, every time she had a meal, she would not ask her mother and herself if they had eaten, but would ask the secretary and the others if they had eaten. Even now, when he called me, his tone was soft. She still couldn't easily let go of the emotions that had been accumulating for a long time. You didn't necessarily come back for the Lin family. Elder Lin paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, "You've grown up now. There are some things you need to get in touch with. That place will never be your home. Besides, I'm worried about you. Come back. My home has always been freedom." Lin Shusi's voice was flat. Just as she was about to hang up, Lin Guoxian's tone changed. "If you come back, I will consider having a good talk with your mother. Also, your uncle's matter. Not finished yet." Lin Shusi hung up the phone. The whole villa was eerily quiet, with only the sound of waves crashing outside the window. It was clearly a threat, but it also felt like a promise. It was clearly a test, but it hit the softest corner of her heart accurately. It's like a rebellious daughter stepping into the track carefully designed by her father. But unfortunately, she was really shaken. Lin Shusi stood in front of the floor-length mirror, her beautiful eyes gazing at the distant skyline, and after a long time, she slowly turned around. "Monica, come here." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed servant who was waiting for orders at the door pushed the door open and came in. "What's wrong, Miss Mia?" Lin Shusi pursed her red lips, her tone soft yet cold. "Notify the president of the Royal Institute of Technology Etherwin and tell him to help me with the withdrawal procedures." The maid was shocked, thinking she had misheard. "Ms. Mia? You mean?" "Yes, I want to drop out of school." "This way." After finishing his meal, Gu Tian strolled leisurely in the courtyard with the tiger. If there was an eagle, it would be holding Huang on the left and Qing on the right. This scene made the guards, special agents and bodyguards all sweat profusely. How can the prince take a Bengal golden-shaded dog for a walk as if it were a corgi? Yu Qi was particularly happy and held Junli's waist tightly with his hands, fearing that something unexpected might happen. "Shishuan, do you think it can ride in a car? It won't get carsick, right?" Walking to the gate of the yard, Gu Tian looked at the big guy and then glanced at Babos at the door. This." Shishuan was speechless for a moment. "The prince is acting like this. Are you really planning to take it out for a walk? If this happened on the main road, it would definitely cause panic among the citizens of Kyoto. If the tiger is hungry, it would be like eating at a buffet. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible. But Mr. Gu, are you really planning to take him out?" "Of course, if others walk their dogs, why can't I walk my tiger?" Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled, still waiting for Shishuan to react. Gu Tianka opened the trunk and folded down all the back seats. The tiger jumped up as if it had telepathy, yawned, and lay there. "All right, let's go." Gu Tian stepped on the accelerator. Babos disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only Shishuan and the soldier on guard with their faces disheveled in the wind. "Captain, what level of security incident is it if the crown prince takes a tiger out on the street?" Shishuan was a little speechless. He just felt that his military journey, which was like walking on thin ice, might not be able to reach the other side. Half an hour later, The car drove towards the Forbidden Garden. This place was originally a royal garden and was later transformed into an open park. In addition, it is located in the core area of Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable and has a reputation of royal blood. So it has become a dog-walking sanctuary and the first choice for many ladies, wealthy wives, and internet celebrities and bloggers to take photos and check in. Especially after dinner every day, this place almost becomes a beauty pageant for canine VIPs. For Gutian, this place is very suitable for walking the tiger. Not bad. Quite spacious. Gutian parked the car steadily, took off his sunglasses, and looked around. Just as he opened the car door and was about to get out. Woof. Woohoo. Suddenly, a dog barked at my feet. Fuck. Gutian felt his feet go soft, and his whole body jumped up on the spot, as if he had been electrocuted. Whose dog is off the leash? Running here to pee. Woof woof woof. He saw a brown teddy dog barking at him, and there was a series of urine stains on the side of the tire. Apparently, he stepped on Teddy's paw when he got out of the car. Woof woof woof. Teddy was very fierce, baring his teeth and barking at Gutian, and kept moving forward. No, why are you barking like a dog? I didn't step on you on purpose. Whose dog came all the way to pee next to my tire? Go, go, go. Gutian waved his hands to try to drive Teddy away so that he could walk to the trunk and release Gubaiwan. But Teddy was not afraid at all. He would rush forward from time to time, looking like he wanted revenge. Woof woof woof. At this time. Oh my little baby. So you're here. Mommy thought you were lost. A noble lady trotted over in high heels. Obviously the dog's owner. As soon as Teddy saw his owner coming, he was instantly possessed by the spirit of drama, and his acting skills came online. He limped away 2 steps, then rolled on the spot, making a whining sound of grievance. Son, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? The lady picked up the throwing tantrum Teddy. My little cub. Who bullied you? Tell your mother quickly. Did someone hit you? Gutian. Woof woof. Teddy released his plaintive sobs into the lady's ears. He also did not forget to turn around and bark at Gutian twice. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. It's him. Mom. He's the one who bullied me. Oi, you. The lady then turned around, holding the dog in one hand and her other hand on her waist, and shouted at Gutian fiercely. Did you bully my son? Did you beat my son? Gutian. When people are speechless, they always want to laugh for no reason. At this moment, he felt the same way. Looking at the lady's aggressive face, Gutian smiled. Yes, that's right. It peed next to my car, and I stepped on it when I got out. The lady didn't buy this explanation at all. Your wheels are so dirty. What's wrong with my son going to pee? Do you know how precious it is? It drinks imported dog milk, eats organic meat, and has a dedicated nutritionist prepare meals every day. What if you step on it and break it? Who will compensate me for my son's psychological trauma? And you have a broken Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so what if you just peed? Hearing this, Gutian almost couldn't catch his breath. This Nima. This is a limited edition Brabus. It was actually called a broken G-Class. Oh shit. I'm going to open the trunk and let you and your son experience what the Wilderness Battle Royale SSS season is like. Chapter 57, I suspect you stole the dog. Go, let's go to the underworld. Just as Gutian took out the key and prepared to open the trunk and release the tiger at 0 frame. However, the front swing was too long, and many people walking their dogs came over to watch and pointed at him. This is what happens if a tiger is released from its cage. Haha, that would be quite life. Grass. The evening of the blue sun, the newborn east sunset. Gutian put away the keys and turned around, taking a deep breath. What do you want? It's just a dog, not to mention you don't have a leash. As soon as the words fell. How dare you? My son is a human being, not a dog. The lady was so angry that she almost threw a dog bag at him. The man walking his dog nearby fell silent after hearing this, and the cattle and horses were frustrated after hearing this. My life is worse than a dog's. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Several ladies who were also walking their dogs knew Lady Teddy and walked up to her to ask her about it. Without a doubt, with the Teddy lady adding fuel to the fire, the few of them quickly formed a united front. Why is this person like this? Hey, you're stepping on someone else's dog and you think you're right? That's right. You lousy G-force, what's wrong with peeing? Woof woof woof. Their dogs also took advantage of the power of their master and barked at Gutian, and the Doberman and Bulldog kept charging forward. Seeing this scene, Gutian was really speechless. Others are praying for wealth. Why are there people praying for death? But he didn't want to make too many comments. If he was really bitten by a dog today, he would just kill both the man and the dog. At this time, Shishuan also drove over with his guards. As a result, as soon as I parked the car not far away, I saw Gu Tian surrounded by a group of barking dogs and aggressive ladies. In an instant. No. What's going on? Surrounding the prince with a dog? Are you going to fight? What the hell is going on? The guards inside the car made a sharp explosion. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it is just my hallucination. Captain, are the buildings where the dogs are being led sheltered from the wind? Shishuan got out of the car and supported Junli on his waist. Okay, no more talking. Let's go see what's going on. There were a lot of people watching, and they didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, no signal was received from the prince. A few people surrounded the place stealthily, but there were soldiers standing there. Gu Tian also noticed Shishuan and the others, and they just exchanged glances. Without a doubt, Gu Tian's look was simple. You don't have to go up. There will be a screen for Gu Baiwan's MVP results soon. All right. How much do you want? I'll compensate you. Gu Tian took out his cell phone from his pocket. Of course, he didn't compensate for the cost of the kick, but for the cremation and cemetery fees for the person and the dog. Just these barking dogs? Gu Baiwan definitely calls him a little teddy. This action instantly ignited the anger of the ladies around him. Anyone who can walk their dog here can earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. What are you pretending for? We're not short of money. Apologize. You have to apologize to this dog. You think you can get away with just paying a few bucks? With the support of a group of celebrities and ladies, the lady holding Teddy also exudes a strong aura, as if she has been injected with chicken blood. Yes, apologize to me. You drive a fucking G-Class. Why are you pretending to be so mean? My son is more valuable than your car. Apologize to my son-in-law. Gu Tian. I've never heard of a Teddy being sold for 30 million. Just when I was about to say something, I found that a few ladies were secretly discussing some tactics. Next second. Click, click, click. Several large fierce dogs broke free from their leashes and charged towards Gu Tian. Holy crap. Start a group directly. Gu Tian didn't expect the opponent to be so unsportsmanlike and was about to do a Qin Wang pillar circling flash around Babos. But the next second. Swish. Just as the dogs rushed to the side of the car, they all suddenly braked, lowered their heads, and sniffed frantically, their expressions changing from arrogant to something wrong. Sudden. The Doberman in the lead seemed to have discovered that the most untouchable creature in the world was hidden in the trunk, and it let out a howl and ran away. The other dogs also triggered the rat and ran into the green belt in a panic. Several ladies were stunned, and the straps of their high heels were broken by the shaking. Hey, my dog, come back. Hey, why did you run away? What's going on? They deliberately let go, thinking they would bite the boy to teach him a lesson. Why did all the dogs collapse? Gu Tian stood there, his lips curled up with an amused look on his face. A dog's sense of smell is very developed. No matter how big the other dog is, in front of his Bengal tiger, it is a pure crushing defeat in terms of bloodline. If he had rushed forward and opened the trunk just now, there would have been a massacre. Ha, such a big dog is so cowardly. I'm dying of laughter. Why were they all scared away by this young man? Is a Doberman so cowardly? Hey, why do these dogs run away when they get close to the car? What's in the car? The onlookers also laughed, which made the ladies feel embarrassed. Tell me, do you have a dog repellent in your trunk? Are you a dog thief? Open the trunk and let us see. What did you do? Why did my dog run away as soon as he got near your car? The ladies spoke more and more outrageously, and their expressions became more and more determined. Gu Tian seldom came to the Forbidden Garden and had no idea that there had ever been incidents of dog theft and kidnapping there. There have been dog kidnapping gangs here before. These people use special equipment to lure, scare, and drive away dogs, and then control the dogs through electric shocks or drugs. They only return the dog after the owner posted a missing dog notice and offered a large thank you gift. Although the den was later busted, these shadows spread widely among the circle of wealthy women, and everyone felt insecure. And just now they saw with their own eyes that their spoiled, even a little arrogant son completely collapsed and ran away after approaching the other car. This is obviously not a normal reaction for a dog. So there is only one truth at this time. The other party's car must be equipped with a device to drive away or attract dogs. Let me tell you, my friend's precious corgi was lost just like that. My Tibetan Mastiff chased it, but it got scared away as soon as it got close to the car. Hurry up and ask him to open the trunk and see if there are any instruments or tools to catch the dog. Several ladies talked at once, becoming more and more excited, and their words were even more convincing. The lady holding Teddy also realized it later and suddenly raised her head to question. Yeah, there are so many cars here. Why is my Teddy peeing next to your car? Did you lead him there? When saying these words, the lady looked Gu Tian up and down with a very unfriendly look. She felt that there must be some button on Gu Tian's body or in his pocket. Just press a button and the device in the car will release a frequency to attract the dog. Pressing it again will release radio waves of other frequencies to scare away the dog. Nima, what kind of imagination is this? Gu Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Okay, I'll open the trunk. Don't regret it after you see it. Chapter 58, Gu Baiwan's First Blood. Who would have thought? The teddy lady started shouting at the top of her lungs. Hurry up. I caught the dog thieves. Everyone come and see. This kid stole a dog. Look at the people. Sisters are connected by heart, and their strength can break metal. The remaining ladies exchanged glances with each other and then began to howl at the top of their lungs. Everyone come and see. We caught the dog thief. He has tons of dogs hidden in his trunk. Everyone smashed the car to save the dog. The people around are enjoying the fun. Several young men playing baseball. Perhaps he had a good impression of these old guys, and with the mentality of not wanting to work hard, he simply handed over his baseball bat to add fuel to the fire. Sister, use this. Sister, this works. Damn it. Dog thief. Sis, use my baseball bat. This bat is thick and big. It works better than a brick. The teddy dog, which had originally escaped to the green belt, turned around and ran back when it saw its owner standing up. It barked wildly at Gu Tian and looked at the trunk in fear from time to time. Woof, woof, woof. There was just a completely black sunshade film on the car windows, so outsiders couldn't see what was going on inside the car. You can't even see the Bengal tiger inside, who is looking at the outside environment with a confused look on his face. Smash the car. Save the dog. Smash the car. Save the dog. Boy, so you're the one who stole the dog. You're so young and working in this business. Damn it. You're the one who stole the dog, right? This broken G-Class. And they modified it into a Brabus. What a show-off. But as the noise from outside became louder and louder, and the trunk space was not that spacious, Tiger was also getting a little impatient and started moving around in the trunk. Inactivity is nothing. The suspicion that the activity is true is even greater. Watching the car creak and shake, several ladies laughed so hard that they almost burst into laughter, and the expressions on their faces were comparable to those of evil cherries. Did you see that? The car is moving. It must be the dog struggling in there. So pitiful. Smash it. Smash the car. Save the dog. Gu Tian's mentality had collapsed at this time. He really couldn't criticize this. They were all idiots. He even had a hard time choosing the person to judge. But it doesn't matter, just smash it. He just quickly thought about the pros and cons, and Shishuan outside the crowd was also trying to wave his hands to calm him down. If he had released the tiger on his own initiative, the tiger would have attacked people, causing panic and casualties. The responsibility must be on him. He was bound to be beaten by his father afterwards, and his grandfather probably couldn't protect him either. But if it was this group of people who smashed the car, causing the tiger to be frightened and open the trunk by itself, then he has nothing to do with the responsibility. Thinking of this, Gu Tian spread his hands and said slowly to the teddy dog lady, Okay, go ahead and smash it. Smash the trunk yourself and save the dog you're talking about. As soon as these words were spoken, Lady Teddy instantly became angry and glanced at the ladies next to her. Okay, sisters, since he said so, let's smash it. I'll compensate for all losses. These words were spoken. The atmosphere in the venue exploded instantly. Smash the car. Sisters, brothers, save the dog. The first to be hit were naturally the ladies carrying baseball bats. Others rushed forward with high heels in hand. The scene was in chaos for a while. Snap, bang, bang, pa, pa, pa. Since the lady said she would compensate for all the losses, there are many people who just want to join in the fun. It is difficult to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but it is easy to destroy one. So many onlookers smashed the car lights and rearview mirrors, and some even prepared to lift the car and overturn it. With such a big commotion, the Bengal tiger in the car instantly lost its composure. Just when a group of people were smashing things vigorously, an earth-shattering roar exploded from the trunk. Everyone's expressions were suddenly shocked. Etc. What's that sound? The baseball guy's stick was still suspended in midair, and for a moment he didn't know whether to put it down or raise it high. Not to mention those noble ladies. Their bodies trembled, and they almost stumbled and fell. Oh my God, what's going on in there? It doesn't seem like it's a dog. I heard. It sounded like a tiger roaring. Lady Teddy smiled instantly. Haha, tiger? Such a niche word. There are tigers in the city? Sisters, this must be a sound effect. It's a tiger roar to scare us and the dogs. The bad guys rack their brains, but the stupid guys have a sudden inspiration. As soon as these angry words were spoken, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Sisters, smash it for me. Keep smashing it. Smash the trunk open for me. Following the order from Lady Teddy, everyone continued to smash and destroy things. The harder they smashed and looted, the louder the tiger roared inside. The tiger even started banging the trunk, making thumping noises. Hysteria is a breakdown, and hysteria is delicious. Seeing the baseball guy start to tug at the trunk handle, Gu Tian raised a playful smile. The next second, he pressed the car key. Crash. Opened the trunk directly. In an instant, a huge tiger head suddenly popped out and fired at the baseball guy's face, causing a visual blow. Oh, hello. A roar. The baseball guy was so frightened that his head almost spiraled up, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. Boom. The whole place exploded instantly, and some people's brains didn't even have time to process what was happening before them. Holy crap. Tiger. Aowa. It's really a tiger. Several ladies collapsed on the grass and howled. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't eat me. I'm horny. Oh my god. I want to go home. I want to go home. Others ran away. Holy crap. Tiger. There's a tiger in the trunk. Run. Run. Dead leg, run. Oh my god. Some people even fainted after running a few steps because they were so frightened. The scene was in chaos for a while, and some people took out their cell phones and called the police while running. Go on. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Gu Tian took a step forward, looked down at the noble lady lying on the ground, a cruel smile on his lips. Come here, Gu Baiwan. Let them see if you are a dog. Gu Tian waved his hand. A tiger shadow jumped out from the trunk. Gu Baiwan appeared like a king. His four hooves touched the ground, and grass debris flew everywhere. No, handsome guy. I was wrong. Several ladies completely collapsed and acted like human mops on the spot. Don't scare me. I'm a coward. Really a coward. You can ask me to do anything. I'll even kneel down for you. Just as Gu Baiwan followed Gu Tian's gesture and was about to attack them. Sudden. Woof, woof, woof. The barking of dogs suddenly broke the deadlock. In the distance, two dogs rushed towards the sky. A Doberman and a Teddy. Is it the awakening of loyalty? Or is it the activation of passionate and immature emotions with a single click? Son, do it. Save mommy. The Doberman lady screamed heartbreakingly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Woof, woof, woof. The Doberman bared its teeth and pounced on Gu Baiwan first, looking like it was not a coward. Teddy was not to be outdone. He jumped up and down behind her, barking at a high frequency that sounded like an alarm. The onlookers in the distance exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! The god of war among dogs. Oh my god! Tai Ritian is rising. Fuck! But the next second. Gu Baiwan suddenly shook his head and bit the Doberman's neck. The Doberman didn't react at all. Crack! It happened almost instantly, and the neck was bitten off like a shark. Immediately afterwards, Gu Baiwan grabbed the Doberman and pounced forward again. Teddy roared and turned to run, but the next second he was beaten into 3 pieces by the tiger's claws. Finally, it's time to enjoy the food. Puff! Gu Baiwan held down Doberman with his claws, bit his head, and swung it violently. Blood splattered. Ah! The Doberman lady made a sharp popping sound. Chapter 59. Bury deeper to prevent yourself from climbing out. I'm Nima. So fierce. If I take a bite of this, wouldn't that mean I lose 20 pounds? Seeing this scene, even Gu Tian felt a little frightened and quickly put on a mask to cover his trembling mouth. Ah! Son. My dog's son. The Doberman lady's voice broke through her head, and she rolled and crawled forward, trying to pick up the half-body of the Doberman from the ground. But Gu Baiwan had no idea what the other party meant. Although it will not actively attack humans, it will protect its food. It was eating meat at the moment, but a female upright ape suddenly rushed over. Did it think it was here to steal its food? With a sudden roar, the tiger's eyes widened, and it pounced directly at the Doberman lady with its bloody mouth. It looked like it was about to bite. Gu Tian shouted, Gu Baiwan, get down right there. There were more and more people watching not far away. If the tiger happened to injure someone, it would be really difficult to resolve. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers not far away exploded. Holy crap, you're really training an animal. This is a tiger, not a dog. Wow, this guy can really train a tiger. Feeling the anger in Gu Tian's voice, Gu Baiwan suddenly stopped in midair and swept his tiger claws across. Bang! With one claw, the Doberman lady was slapped more than 3 meters away. She fell on the grass like a piece of paper on an electric fan, with her arms curled up. Go back and get on. Gu Tian shouted again, and Gu Baiwan, who was lying on the ground licking the blood on his paws, jumped back into the trunk in shame. Handsome guy. I'm sorry. Let me go? Don't let it down. Your G-class is worth over 3 million. I'll compensate you 4 million. Mrs. Teddy had already collapsed after seeing all this horror. If you lose your son, you can buy another one. But she only has one life. Gu Tian ignored the lady and started rummaging through his phone. After a moment, he put the invoice in front of her. Look carefully. This isn't a broken G-Class. This is a Brabus G800 Falcon, an imported, limited edition custom car with a price tag of over 35 million yuan. Hearing this, the lady's eyes widened, but she was more suspicious. Isn't it? That's how circuses make money? Until she saw the amount on the phone screen. 35 million. No, this is really Babos. Lady Teddy was stunned. She just smashed a car worth more than 35 million yuan. You know, the house she lives in is only a little over 30 million. I didn't. I'm sorry. Handsome guy, can you? The Teddy lady rolled and crawled to grab Gu Tian's trouser leg, trying to win his forgiveness. At this time, sirens were heard not far away. I saw 2 police cars roaring towards this side. The crowd watching exclaimed in surprise. The police are here. Great. They are saved. Nah, why are there only 2? Should we mobilize a counter-terrorism operation? Is this a tiger from the circus? Or is it this guy's pet? Damn it. I'm almost Babu's. What's wrong with having a tiger as a pet? The Teddy lady immediately put away her pleading expression, stood up and waved frantically at the police car. Help. Uncle. Help. This guy is raising a tiger. And he's been arrested. This lunatic. He actually keeps a tiger. Catch him now. Who would have thought? The scene she expected did not happen. Several police officers drove over and ran straight towards Gu Tian after getting out of the car. Comrade, are you okay? Did the vicious dog hurt you? Seeing the other party's respectful and nervous eyes, Gu Tian knew that the Bluetooth had been paired successfully and smiled faintly. It's okay. Thank you for your hard work. No, buddy. The Teddy lady was completely confused and pointed at the dead body of her puppy on the ground and said excitedly, No, officer. It's him. He's walking the tiger. Walking the tiger. The tiger bites people. Tiger. Several police officers exchanged glances with each other and looked around pretending to search. Where is the tiger? Why can't I see any tiger? Hearing the noise coming from outside, Gu Baiwan poked his head out of the trunk again. Hiss. Several police officers broke out in cold sweats instantly. Nima, as expected of the prince. Such beasts can be taken out for a walk. See it. It's in his trunk. It's in his trunk. The lady raised her hand and pointed, looking excited. Unexpectedly, the leading police officer's face darkened and he shouted angrily, What are you talking about? It's clearly a cat. The other men nodded rapidly, expressing their agreement with what the captain said. That's a cat, just with skin. Someone come. Take this guy who smashed the car away, the leading police officer shouted. Before Teddy Lady could react, several police officers stepped forward and grabbed her and dragged her into the car. Oh, no. Are you blind? That's a tiger. A tiger. You are calling a tiger a cat. After several police officers handcuffed Teddy Lady into the car, they began to disperse the crowd. The leader walked up to Gu Tian and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Prince. I frightened you in my jurisdiction. Gu Tian waved his hand gently, his face expressionless. It's okay. The car damage is 35 million. Remember to remind her. Yes. We must remind you. The leader nodded repeatedly, his forehead almost buzzing with rhythm. If she doesn't compensate, I'll immediately give her a memory restoration technique. Gu Tian smiled when he heard it and nodded slightly. Well, not bad. The brain is enough. After saying that, he casually glanced at the other person's badge and patted him on the shoulder. Captain of the jurisdiction. You're doing great. I'll talk to the people in your department and get promoted. As soon as these words were spoken, really? The police officer was stunned on the spot and almost jumped up after he realized what was happening. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. When the crowd dispersed, Lady Teddy was taken away. Only then did Shishuan come over with several guards and plainclothes officers carrying a body bag. Should I say it or not? They were so skilled that it was not the first time they had to clean up this kind of mess. Except for the Teddy and Doberman torn to pieces, there was also a Doberman lady who was knocked unconscious, and several ladies and baseball boys who were lying in a mess after being frightened and fainted. Mr. Gu, Shishuan dusted himself off and said softly, Should we handle these, according to the old rules? Or should we go through the trial process? These people have been charged with attacking cabinet family members. According to the special dragon law, the final charge was also eating peanuts. But Gu Tian never troubled the judge. Let's stick to the old rules. Gu Tian flicked the ash of his cigarette leisurely and added casually. But remember to cover it with thick soil so they don't crawl out. Gulp. Shishuan's throat rolled and a layer of cold sweat suddenly seeped out of his back. As long as Mr. Gu wants. The moment these people smashed the car, Nguyen was already dead. But Mr. Gu didn't. But this will Given the most desperate way to die? Okay, I understand, Mr. Gu. Early the next morning, the sun rises as usual. The tiger walking incident in the park was interpreted as a tiger escaping from a circus, and it didn't even make it to the hot searches, although a lot of silver was lost overnight. But Kyoto, the owner of this city, Gu Tian, was not affected at all. He still yawned and got up lazily from the bed. He looked at the message from an auction house about a remittance of 35 million, and then sighed. Sometimes having money is also a kind of trouble. Just as I finished sighing, Wang Haoke called. Brother Tian, do you know? That group of people in the classroom really beat up Xie Bin, and they beat him pretty hard. Xie Bin directly asked the people from the Kyoto General Police Station to help him arrest them. I heard that this guy is still looking for you, and even threatened to kill you. Dear old and new dads, here are some free gifts, balls, to give the author some motivation to write more. Next, the protagonist, Gu Xiao, will go on a killing spree and crush the Xie family. Chapter 60, Crazy Xie Bin. Howsy, you're so long-winded. Who is Xie Bin? Why do you always like to talk about these things so early in the morning? Gu Tian said impatiently. One of the things he hates most is hearing people chattering in his ear right after he wakes up, and his brain hasn't even started working yet. And Wang Hao is such a person. A lot of nonsense. This is the situation, but the specific situation depends on the circumstances. Wang Hao on the other end of the phone was stunned and added, No, Brother Tian, you really don't know? That's the one they call Brother Bin in the classroom. The guy you parachuted down at the school gate was Xie Bin. And the guy in the classroom who said he liked Su Nanxue was also Xie Bin. Those who harassed Su Nanxue and made her go to the hospital were Xie Bin's minions. And then didn't you ask Xie Bin's little brother to go to the hospital and beat Xie Bin up? These people really beat up Xie Bin. Gu Tian responded with a confused look. He never wastes his brain capacity on unnecessary things. After all, his brain is filled with the future development of all mankind. So who is this Xie Bin? Faced with Gu Tiangui's habit of forgetting things, Wang Hao could only give Gu Tian some popular science advice. To put it simply, Xie Juanhao is the eldest son of the Xie family and a wealthy young man born and raised in Kyoto. And what about Xie Bin? He is Xie Yong's illegitimate child in his early years. His biological mother, Huang Cuizue, is a third-tier model. She is good-looking, but has no background or foundation. Xie Yong did not give her any status at all. Later, it was discovered by Xie Yong's wife. Huang Cuizue received the lunchbox. If Xie Yong hadn't protected her, Xie Bin would have gone to find his mother as well. Later, Xie Yong became successful and probably felt guilty, so he took Xie Bin back. As a result, as soon as he came back, the kid started to let himself go and have fun. He is not very smart, and his values are extremely distorted. This is not a child who was raised by his or her biological parents since childhood. Once wealth and honor come out of nowhere, there will be some problems with your mentality. In addition, Xie Bin has an extreme mentality of wanting to make up for what he didn't have before, to the point that the whole person feels a bit crazy and stupid. The worst thing is that Xie Yong still has a feeling of apologetic love for him. After listening to this, Gu Tian yawned lazily. I understand. It means an orphan without a mother, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao, he asked many people to investigate this information. The result was Tian Gu saying, the other person has no mother? No, Brother Tian, Xie Bin is investigating you and wants to kill you. You'd better be more careful in the future. Send more security around you. If he hits you with a brick on the road one day, you'll be in big trouble. Oh, that's enough. Stop talking nonsense. I'm getting up. I'm hanging up. Gu Tian was too lazy to talk so much with Wang Hao. And hit him with a brick? Hee. If he hadn't lifted the brick, it would have been beaten into a sieve by the plainclothes police around him. But it should be said, this Xie Bin really piqued his interest. Crazy, huh? He called him an idiot. Peking University Entrepreneurship Incubation Laboratory Building. The morning sun was still gentle, and people were walking around sparsely. Sudden, boom dash. A matte black Bugatti Veyron suddenly rushed into everyone's sight. The car spun gracefully and stopped steadily in front of the main entrance of the building. Following closely behind were several all-black Land Rovers, lined up in a full row. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Xie Bin walked out from the passenger seat of the Bugatti. In the past, he was not like this. But things will be different in the future. Zhou Yu told him that in order to win the favor of the school beauty Su and establish his authority among his younger brothers, in addition to being ruthless, you also need to be a little cool. He has a stern face and doesn't talk much, which gives people a sense of mystery and majesty. For example now, that's the taste. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a few girls not far away covering their mouths and looking at him in surprise. I guess she has been conquered by his aloofness. Little guys, I'll fascinate you to death. Wow, this car is so cool. Who got out of the passenger seat? It's Xie Bin. Ugh, I don't want to watch it anymore. Let's go to class. This is a high-standard support venue provided by Kyoto University to encourage students to start their own businesses. Xie Bin, with his background in funds, directly acquired a company named Siega Media, which he called a live broadcast startup. In fact, it is an entertainment and leisure place for the children of the powerful and wealthy. When I have nothing to do, I take a bunch of beautiful girls to participate in activities, shoot jokes, and teach them how to behave. Siebin walked into the building, and his younger brothers followed closely behind him. Tell me, how did Sun Wei and the others deal with it? Don't worry, brother Xie, said his younger brother Zhang Tao with a wicked smile. Sun Wei has been crippled by us, and he's still hanging on to his life in the ICU. Also, I've sent someone to approach his nanny and stuffed a box of gold bars into his house. The inspection team should be on their way. As for the gang of little brothers who followed him, they should have developed corpse spots by now. These younger brothers are Xie Bin's true subordinates. I played with Xie Bin in the early days. After Xie Bin was taken back to Kyoto by his biological father, he did not forget them. To put it bluntly, Xie Bin helped them and their families achieve a class transition. Naturally, they were extremely loyal to Xie Bin. Xie Bin nodded with satisfaction at Zhang Tao's report. He just wanted to make Sun Wei experience a feeling that was worse than death. He was beaten, crippled, and sent to the hospital, then beaten, crippled again after being discharged and sent to the hospital again. And has anyone found out about that brother Tian that Sun Wei mentioned? Xie Bin just uttered these harsh words. The elevator door opened. Bang! A muffled sound. A science and engineering man in a plaid shirt, carrying a half-filled box of electronic parts, bumped into Xie Bin at the door. Bang! Screws, circuit boards, and chips were scattered all over the floor in an instant, making the floor tiles crackle. Look at the approaching person. The science and engineering man was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. He didn't even bother to pick up the parts on the ground and quickly bowed to apologize. Sorry, Brother Bin. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to. I didn't see it. I was holding the box, my vision was blocked. Damn it. Are you blind? Xie Bin's face instantly darkened, and he suddenly raised his foot. Roll. Bang. The science and engineering guy was kicked to the ground with a thud. Zhang Tao responded with a few of his younger brothers. Bang. 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 How dare you bump into my brother Xie? Are you tired of living? Damn it. You've been studying that crappy robot of yours downstairs all day. You've gone crazy from studying, haven't you? What a pile of junk. What the hell can you come up with? The science and engineering man was beaten black and blue and watched helplessly as the integrated module he had carefully polished for a month was crushed into pieces. Brother Bin, stop hitting me. That's my graduation project. Please don't step on it. But Xie Bin didn't listen at all. Instead, he laughed ferociously. Hey, graduation project? You keep hammering away downstairs all day. Do you think you can graduate? After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Tao playfully and said, Who is this kid's mentor? Also, notify the person in charge of the incubation building to take back this kid's research space. You've been banging away downstairs all day. It's driving me crazy. Zhang Tao nodded immediately. Okay, thank you, brother. I'll go to the party. Upon hearing this, the science and engineering guy broke down in tears on the spot. What they are studying is artificial intelligence robots. In the future, it will be used in medical treatment, driving, and home use. Now I can throw handkerchiefs to cheer up paralyzed patients. If it succeeds in the future, it will be a huge advancement in scientific research. But now this. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 61, He is Mr. Gu's son. After returning to the office, Xie Bin then began to ask a series of 3 questions. Has the guy called Brother Tian been found? And what is his relationship with Su Nanxue? What's the name of the girl I saw at the school gate? Do you have any detailed information? When these questions were raised, the laughter in the office stopped abruptly. Zhang Tao and his friends looked at each other, and no one dared to say a word. The background was indeed found out, but it was a bit outrageous. They didn't even have the courage to mention each other's names. Xie Bin, who had been looking very angry, suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are all the dear ministers silent? What's wrong? Are you mute? Is this guy more powerful than me? How dare he confront me in Beijing University? Hiss. Hearing this, the younger brothers all gasped. This is not only better than you. You are not even on the same level as him. Why was your brother Tsai Quanho sent to the Arctic? Isn't the reason that he said after drinking that after Gu Tian left, he would be the king of Kyoto? After looking at each other in confusion for 5 seconds. Finally, Zhang Tao took a step forward with gritted teeth. Brother Xie, this Brother Tian, is not an ordinary person. I think you should keep a low profile in the future. Oh, how unusual is it? Xiebin frowned. Explain. Zhang Tao swallowed his saliva and spoke slowly. He is Mr. Gu's son. His name is Gu Tian. He just transferred to Peking University not long ago. The destruction of Qiao Laosan's evil forces in Jiangzhou and the current crackdown on organized crime throughout Dragon Country. I heard it was him who lit the fuse. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, Xiebin only felt his head buzzing and his pupils contracted. What? You? Whose son are you saying he is? Gu, Mr. Gu. Zhang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and repeated with a trembling voice. The other brothers behind him were already sweating coldly and swallowing their saliva repeatedly. Immediately following, Zhang Tao also talked about what happened in the Peking University restaurant when Xiebin was not at school. Gu Tian was simply dissatisfied with the Peking University restaurant, which directly led to the Peking University's senior management renovating it overnight. The more Xiebin listened, the more agitated he became, until he finally collapsed in his office chair. This feels like a sense of helplessness, like being unable to slap someone in the face. Brother Bin, why don't we just forget about this? The girl at the school gate is called Xinyao. Didn't he live in Jiangzhou before? He brought this girl here from Jiangzhou. Anyway, this Xinyao and Su Nanxue are both related to him, and they have a pretty good relationship. Faced with Zhang Tao's advice that may be harsh but helpful, Xiebin waved his hands, feeling a lump in his throat. Stop arguing. I'm thinking. At this moment, he really wanted to mute the world and listen to his defense being broken. I thought the other party was a rich young man with some background. But who would have thought it would go straight to the ceiling? The most important thing is that he has heard a lot about the other party from his father, including the other party who caused too much trouble and was sent to Jiangzhou for reform. And my father joined several members of parliament to jointly advise Mr. Lin. Wait. Oh, that's right. He was sent to Jiangzhou for reform because he caused too much trouble. Now that you're back, you definitely won't dare to cause trouble again? If he causes trouble again, the worst that can happen is that my dad will join forces with other congressmen to advise Mr. Lin again and have him exiled, and that's it. The more Xiebin thought about it, the more proud he became. He went from being listless to being full of confidence. Do you think you can become the crown prince when you come back? Huh. If you dare to mess around again, I'll make you take the Jiangzhou route again. What do you mean, Brother Tian? Are you asking for help? At this time, another younger brother came over with some attendance records. Thank you, take a look at this. Xiebin took it and looked at it without knowing what was going on, and the next second he came up with a plan. Kyoto University is not an ordinary university. Even with his status, he dared not miss some classes. And Gu Tian misses classes almost every day. If these ordinary students knew Gu Tian's identity and his performance at Peking University, wouldn't it arouse public outrage? In addition, the other party injured him by parachuting from a helicopter and even asked Sun Wei and others to come to the hospital to beat him up. He would just exaggerate these things and get some outside reporters to report on them, which was enough to make the other party suffer. But he can't do this openly, as it would arouse suspicion. And what he is best at is to use covert tactics. What we need to do now is to suppress the other party openly in school. Thinking of this, Xiebin took out his cell phone and called. Hey, Mr. Xie, what brings you to our student union? A very cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiebin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Mr. Zhang, how long have you been the student union president? Huh. The other party was stunned for a moment, and then replied casually. It's only been a little over a year. What's wrong? A year is good, it's quite long. How about letting me sit down? Anyone who has been to college knows this. The student union is not an ordinary club in college. Especially in a top university like Peking University, the student union is extremely valuable. Although it is just a student self-management organization, it actually holds a lot of power. There are various scholarship assessments, the allocation of titles such as 3 good students, and outstanding cadres. There are even internship matching, exclusive internal referrals, and other channels for leveraging connections. How does the saying go? If you want to be successful in college, you either have to get excellent grades or join the student union. The student union president is the top figure in this power chain. If you can handle it well, you can act in the name of the students every minute, which is comparable to a small principal, and directly affect the flow of resources of a college or even the entire school. Even if I can't handle it, I can still feel the warmth of power through this identity. Various student connections praise you, various students beg you, and even many female students bow down to you, just for a scholarship. And now, Xiebin wants this position. For no other reason. I just want to bully Gu Tian openly. Wasn't Su Nanxue dating him at that time? Good. I'll deduct your credits so that you'll never be able to graduate. Gigi. This way. Gu Tian said that he didn't take it seriously. But if he hung up the phone, Shishuan would send someone to investigate. In less than a minute, all of Xie Bin's information was sent over. Then he and Wang Hao headed straight for the incubation laboratory building. For no other reason. I just want to see how this motherless guy kills him. As the elevator door opened, the two walked out, and what they saw was complete confusion. A group of students with bruised faces and noses were crying loudly in the corridor. Whoa, this is too much. I'm going to sue Xie Bin. I'm going to sue him. I'm going to sue him to the Kyoto cabinet. Chapter 62. Throw it to Xie Bin. Can I communicate with you? Facing the tearful accusation against Xie Bin by science and engineering man Li Yushu, Wang Hao gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, Xie Bin, that bastard. He can't even eat 4 dishes in his lifetime. Although Wang Hao is careless, he also knows how to distinguish between the important and the unimportant. The artificial intelligence robot project developed by Li Yushu should be an incubation and support project that is being promoted by the Kyoto Municipal Science and Technology Commission and Kyoto University. If the project is successfully completed, it will not only be able to enter the preliminary review of the Science and Technology Award, but it will also serve as a billboard for Kyoto to attract scientific and technological talents. And now, a good researcher was beaten to a pulp, with all his parts broken and his data board cracked. If the data is not backed up, all the achievements of this year will be wasted. And Xie Bin, who threatened to chase someone away just because they were noisy and bumped into him. And then he still thought he was invincible. In his eyes, this is a complete idiot and a cancer. But Gu Tian's mind was not here. He was lost in thought as he watched the humanoid robot in front of him throwing its handkerchief in various patterns. After a long time, he slowly turned his head and looked at Li Yushu. Can your robot only throw handkerchiefs? Can it throw other things? When asked this question, Li Yushu was a little confused. There are many other things that can be thrown away besides handkerchiefs. Anything can be thrown, such as paper airplanes, small sandbags, or small balls. Well, we can throw other things. We just need to modify them a little bit. Who would have thought? Gu Tian blurted out. Can you throw a grenade? As soon as these words were spoken, boom. The other science and engineering men all looked at Gu Tian in shock. No, did you hear that? Did he just say grenade? Really the kind that clicks and counts down after 5 seconds. Are we scientific research or military industry? Who the hell is this guy? Is he crazy? If you are not a classmate, what did you say just now? Throw a grenade. Li Yushu was stunned. Why did you think of letting a robot drop a handkerchief? The reason is because of the song from childhood. Lose the handkerchief. Now this, throw grenades. Brother Tian, what do you want to do? Brother Tian, this is not something that can be studied. Looking at Gu Tian's serious and playful eyes, Wang Hao felt that something was wrong. But Gu Tian didn't care about that. He turned around, stood on the table, and shouted to all the science and engineering men in the office. Everyone, these research results of yours are very good. I just heard from your boss that you are facing a shortage of funds, equipment, and space for your project. Everyone nodded. All right then. Gu Tian spread his hands. I'll invest in your project. You guys continue your research here, and I'll take care of the site and the project funding. As soon as these words were spoken, the air froze instantly. Li Yushu was stunned. No, classmate, aren't you afraid of Xie Bin? Before he could finish his words, Wang Hao interrupted him. Xie Bin is a piece of shit. Later, just tell me Brother Tian's name and see who dares to touch you. Brother Tian? You just mentioned project investment. How much can you take? Li Yushu was not worried about the venue. What he cared about was the funding issue. Gu Tian thought about it and counted seriously. 5 billion. Is it enough? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yushu almost dropped his jaw in shock. No. Who are these two people? At this time, suddenly someone recognized Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao is very active in Kyoto, and there is a lot of content about him on the internet. You are Secretary Wang's son. A female technician came forward excitedly and shook Wang Hao's hand. Wang Hao was so proud when he saw that he was recognized. Yes, he is my father. I am here. Who dares to chase you away? Li Yushu became happy instantly. There is a feeling that my efforts are being noticed. Under the incredulous gaze of all the staff, Gu Tian directly asked for the other party's card number. A call to the bank. Less than a minute. 5 billion yuan in funds were directly allocated. The entire building was filled with sharp explosions. Especially Li Yushu almost knelt down to Gu Tian. 1 second he was a crying scientist who was kicked in the face, and the next second he was promoted to CEO of the ARMS robot project? Oh my god. We have funding. We have funding. Oh my god. 5 billion. 5 billion. This is enough for bulk orders. Oh my God, it really is 5 billion. Many science and engineering men cried with joy. Although it is a scientific research project in cooperation with the Municipal Science and Technology Commission. But you have to know that this kind of emerging technology requires huge amounts of money, and money is spent like water. Therefore, it takes a long time to determine whether the funds are in place each time, and a lot of application materials and reports need to be written. Of course, they are also considering attracting investment from outside companies. But the boss Li Yushu rejected it because he thought the competitors were all idiots. But who would have thought that when I was at the bottom, I would actually meet Secretary Wang's son and his wealthy friends? Brother Tian, have some tea. Brother Tian, have some snacks. As a representative of straight men in science and engineering, Li Yushu didn't know how to use those slick words. He just served tea and snacks with both hands, trying to please with full respect. Gu Tian, sitting in the boss chair, crossed his legs, drank tea, and listened to several science and engineering men in front of him enthusiastically introducing their artificial intelligence robots. Brother Tian, look. The knuckle flexibility of this robot's hand is 90% of that of a human's. We've tested it, and it can throw small balls, sandbags, and frisbees, so throwing grenades shouldn't be a problem for it now. However, it can't recognize the pull ring of the grenade, so human assistance is required to pull the safety device. Oh, Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. So, you mean to say that we can throw one now, as long as we pull the ring, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles of several technicians froze instantly. No. Are you serious, bro? We are just explaining according to your words. Our purpose is to make you happy. It can throw grenades, but where can we get you that scary thing? Am I going downstairs to buy you a toy grenade? Before they could ask the exporter whether they needed to buy a toy grenade for testing, Gu Tianko walked to the window and shouted domineeringly to the people downstairs. Oi Shishuan, send me a grenade. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole office was petrified. Li Yushu's hands were shaking, and the hot tea almost spilled all over Wang Hao's crotch. No, wait a minute. What did I just hear? Send me a grenade? Are investors so crazy these days? Although he was shocked, he was still inclined to give him a toy grenade. Others are just waiting and watching. Only Wang Hao stood up with a look of despair on his face. Brother Tian, come on. These scary things are all human beings. Where are you going to throw them? Gu Tian turned around and grinned, then raised his hand and pointed at the ceiling. Isn't Xiebin upstairs? Of course, throw it to his floor. These words came out. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then, holy crap, awesome. I declare you the wildest man in Kyoto University. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. Everyone. Chapter 63 Playing is real. In less than a moment, Shishu and Ku then handed over a grenade. But for Li Yushu and several technicians, how could this grenade be real? Throw a real grenade. Haha, this is not a question of whether it is possible or not, but whether to punish it or not. However, in order to please their sponsor, they had no choice but to do as Gu Tian asked. Brother Tian, your grenade is so realistic, so heavy. Li Yushu smiled and tossed it a few times in his palm. Wang Hao next to him was terrified. No, don't throw it. Just put it in the robot's hand. Oh. Under the operation of Li Yushu and several others, the robot quickly and firmly grasped the grenade. Just as Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Crack! Gu Tian twisted his hand and pulled out the grenade's safety buckle. Ah! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Brother Tian, what are you doing? Wang Hao was so frightened that he screamed and crawled under the table. Everyone. Is a toy grenade worth being so scared? Secretary Wang's son's emotional value is really on point. Li Yushu walked forward with a smile and started the robot. Brother Tian, where do you want to throw it? That's where we'll throw it. Gu Tian raised his eyelids and looked upstairs. Of course I'll throw it upstairs. Ah. Li Yushu and the others looked at each other, appearing embarrassed. They didn't dare throw it upstairs. Upstairs is Xie Bin's territory. I had already driven them away, and now I show up again. What if they rush down and beat them up? Wouldn't that be unacceptable? Maybe even Secretary Wang's son will be beaten up. Cough, cough. Wang Hao tried hard to calm his panic and coughed. Why are you so cowardly? Just throw it wherever Brother Tian tells you to. After saying that, he patted the technician who was operating the robot. Hurry up, set the route to upstairs. Looking at Wang Hao's determined and dangerous eyes, the technical guy didn't dare to be negligent. It's just a toy grenade anyway. Compared to 5 billion, getting beaten up is really nothing. Okay, throw it upstairs, throw it upstairs. The technical guy immediately lowered his head and started operating on the tablet. In less than a moment, the robot walked out of the office with stiff steps. When the other technical guys in the hall saw this scene, they all laughed. Of course, in their minds, the grenade couldn't be real. All I can say is that Secretary Wong and his rich young friends really love to make trouble. Oh my god. Huh. I'm really going to throw a bomb. Throw grenades. How funny. Sure. Throw a bomb once. 5 billion. As long as the rich boy wants. Our robot can also carry a machine gun. At this time, Xie Bin was petting his Tibetan Mastiff Black King Kong while giving his younger brothers a lecture and encouraging them. The motivation he gave was simple. There is no doubt that Gu Tian's identity is very powerful, but he is a paper tiger. He was exiled to Jiangzhou before, and it was his father who joined forces with many parliamentarians to do it. He also boasted that if it weren't for those 3 votes, it would be his father sitting in that position now. There is no doubt that the younger brothers were excited after hearing this, and kept calling Brother Xie awesome. Brother Xie is the king of Kyoto. Little Gu Tian, if I meet him, I will definitely take him down in minutes. What is this son of Mr. Gu? That's bullshit. Brother Xie is the son of Mr. Xie. At this moment, the Black King Kong, who was originally lying at Xie Bin's feet, suddenly raised his head and pricked up his ears, looking ferocious. All I could hear was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Upon hearing this sound, Xie Bin was furious. Damn it, the people downstairs haven't left yet? Are they still banging and banging? Zhang Tao responded by sitting up from the sofa and walking to the corridor to check. Next second, oh my god, thank you brother. The robot downstairs is running up. Come and see. A man remains a boy until he dies. There's nothing special about a robot that drops a handkerchief. This robot that can run upstairs is undoubtedly attractive. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, a robot walked in from the corridor with stiff steps and walked straight towards the few people. Woof, 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 woof. Black Kong stood up and barked at the robot. Hey, what's going on? This robot knows I'm awesome and just came up to follow me. Seeing this scene, Xie Bin was very proud. Several younger brothers immediately began to flatter him. Yes. Brother Xie is right. Brother Xie, do you have the Conqueror Hockey? Did the robots downstairs hear you calling? Haha, he must want to come and seek refuge with Brother Xie. Just as a few people were joking, Zhang Tao discovered something wrong. The robot was clearly holding a black melon-shaped object in its hand. What is? Holy crap. Thank you, brother. It's holding a grenade. As soon as these words were spoken, the younger brothers jumped up from the sofa. Holy shit. Is this really a grenade? No. What's going on downstairs? The whole grenade. Damn it. Is this guy downstairs trying to scare us? Fuck. How dare you scare us? Xie Bin was also frightened. After calming down, he was very angry. Go. Take the people down. Smash it. Damn it. How dare you tease me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao was about to step forward and kick the robot over. Who would have thought? The robot suddenly raised its arm and swung it, and the grenade flew in a parabolic trajectory towards the few people. There was a crackling sound of smoke after it landed. The Black King Kong Tibetan Mastiff instinctively rushed out, ready to bite and play. As a result, after running just 1 meter, he seemed to realize something, braked suddenly, and ran away. Xie Bin had been to the shooting range and fired guns and thrown grenades before. When he saw this scene, he suddenly realized what was happening and shouted, "Fuck you. Brothers, this seems to be true." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the large refrigerator on the load-bearing wall. What really? Several younger brothers haven't reacted yet. There was a loud bang. Zhang Tao and a younger brother were blown away directly. Glass shattered everywhere, and the office fell into chaos. Gu Tian downstairs heard the explosion, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. It seems that the effect is quite good. At this time, technicians such as Li Yushu had already entered a state of out-of-body experience. No, bro. That explosion just now. Don't tell me, it's a real grenade. The technicians in the hall were all stunned, looking at Gu Tian's office with horror. Obviously, Secretary Wang's rich young friend is definitely not just rich. A long time. Li Yushu's legs went weak and he fell to his knees, stammering as he asked a question. Brother Tian, didn't you really explode just now? Gu Tian sipped his tea and hummed softly. The 5 billion he invested was not in vain. I just called the people from the military district. Chapter 64. Xie Bin got kicked. There is no such weapon at present. It has always been a concept version. These humanoid robots move freely. Since they can throw grenades, can't they also carry machine guns? What if it is used in actual combat in the future? Haha. His industrial chain must not be limited to entertainment bars. That would make him look low. If he achieves some success in the military industry, wouldn't his father recognize him from the bottom of his heart? Seeing the technicians' faces livid, Wang Hao quickly smoothed things over. Hey, Don't be nervous. Brother Tian is testing your ability to withstand extreme pressure. Do you even know what a real-world simulation is? This is called scenario-based experience development. Everyone, we don't know a damn thing. Your thunder is real thunder. This way. Oh, everyone get up. Get up. Kill the people downstairs. Damn it. Siebin stumbled to his feet, furious. People say you should never mess with a chemistry student. Now it seems that people from science and engineering are not easy to mess with. Did they just rub a bomb with their hands? Zhang Tao was covered in blood and blood. He lay on the ground and tried to find his legs with his remaining consciousness. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I have no feeling in my legs. Where are my legs? Several dusty younger brothers came forward crying to support him. Whoa, brother, your legs seem to have flown downstairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao died on the spot. Siebin doesn't care about so many things. Isn't it just that you complain about the noise downstairs and you're so angry? Are you more awesome than Ma Jiajua? If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'll send you to the ICU and then give you a life sentence after you recover. You don't know where the word bin comes from. Accompanied by Xie Bin's anger. The younger brother in the office didn't bother to clean up the mess and rushed down with Xie Bin holding a baseball bat. Faced with a sudden scene, the technical guys in the hall were so scared that they ran away immediately. Damn it. Where's your boss? Where's your boss? Get out here. Were you guys just now? Were you guys just now? Xie Bin picked up a baseball bat and smashed the row of computers in front of him into pieces. Just as the younger brothers behind him were about to rush forward, Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out from behind the frightened technician. Oh, I'm the boss. What can I do for you? Seeing this familiar face, Xie Bin's expression was filled with horror. The younger brothers behind him all subconsciously took a few steps back. Nima. Isn't this Mr. Gu's son? Why is he here? Tell the truth. They were so aggressive just now, but now they clearly felt the air around them become heavy because the other party suddenly walked forward. Even Xie Bin didn't have that kind of pressure from someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Brother Tian, the one who looks very anthropomorphic, is Xie Bin. Wang Hao whispered to Gu Tian. Gu Tian looked over. Good job. No wonder Su Nanxue is so disgusted with this person. It's not that it looks ugly, but it's a problem that even 2 handfuls of glutinous rice flour cannot solve. Glancing at Gu Tian's sharp gaze, Xie Bin didn't dare to breathe. Instead, the black Tibetan Mastiff squeezed out of the crowd and barked at Gu Tian twice. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing this, Xie Bin quickly bent down, grabbed the dog leash, and held it tightly in his hand. If he bites the other person, it will be hard to explain. You are Xie Bin, right? Keep your dog on a leash, and don't let it bite any of my employees. Gu Tian glanced at the other person and said something casually. Xie Bin's mouth twitched violently, and he managed to say, It was you. Your robot went up and threw a grenade, right? He had no way of making things clear now, so he could only tentatively discuss the matter. Unexpectedly, Gu Tian didn't waste any time talking to him and directly admitted everything. Not only did I throw the grenade just now, but I also kicked you at the school gate, and your little brother beat you up. I did all of this. I heard that you wanted to kill me. As soon as these words were spoken, hiss, the younger brothers all gasped. No, the salt is not salty anymore. Directly admitted? Didn't Xie Bin say that he was better than the others? But judging from the situation, the other party doesn't even take Xie Bin seriously. Xie Bin didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct, so he could only reveal his true face and cursed. Fuck, Gu Tian, don't think that no one dares to touch you just because you're so awesome. If I hadn't been so careless back then, I'm telling you, it would have been hard for you to even touch me. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously looked at Gu Tian's waist. Damn it, is this a face-to-face shot? If Brother Tian gets angry and hits me, things will get out of hand. Hey, Xie Bin, we're all in the same circle. There's no need. Given your identities, there's really no need for that. Just talk it out. Wang Hao pretended to be a peacemaker and stepped forward to persuade Xie Bin to put his hand down. He remembers it very clearly. The previous one pointed at Brother Tian and opened fire on him, but instead of sinking him into the river, he was thrown into a blender. Afterwards, it was ground into fish feed and fed to the fish in the office. Who would have thought? Xie Bin stopped pretending and pushed Wang Hao away, angrily cursing. Wang Hao, you are pretending. Don't think I don't know you two have a great time. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his leg and kicked. Bang! This scene happened too quickly and no one could react. Especially the technical guys in the office who were hiding behind the desks and sticking their heads out were all stunned. Fuck, Xie Bin got beaten. No, Is this Brother Tian's identity more powerful than Xiebin's? Oh my god, isn't that too intense? Xiebin was kicked to the ground. Gu Tian, are you crazy? How dare you touch me? Brothers, what are you standing there for? We're in numbers. Why are you afraid of him? Go ahead. It doesn't matter. The younger brothers next to them were stunned and exchanged terrified glances with each other, but no one dared to move. Let's not talk about the other party's incredible identity for now. They can even throw grenades. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid we'll lose our lives, right? While the younger brothers were still hesitating, Gu Tian took a step forward. Swish. Almost subconsciously, Xiebin's brothers all took a few steps back. Gu Tian looked down at Xiebin with a fake smile. You can get back at me if you want. However, first find out if you are qualified. Before this time, I beat your brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the air temperature around me dropped sharply, especially the look in Wang Hao's eyes when he looked at Gu Tian. It was full of admiration. Brother Tian stood up for him. So handsome, I want to talk. Xiebin clenched his fists tightly. His face flushed red, and he couldn't say a word. Gu Tian withdrew his gaze and pointed around the hall. Remember, this is my place. If I see you guys breaking in again, it won't be just a one-kick thing. After he finished speaking, the whole audience fell into silence. Xiebin's breathing almost stagnated. He wanted to step forward and take action, but he knew the current situation better than anyone else. Alone? No way. Bring your little brother with you? His little brother got scared before him. This means that this time, just like before, I was careless. But then again, when he came down just now, he really didn't expect the other party to be there. Let's go, Howsy. Gu Tian waved his hand, and Wang Hao immediately followed. Wherever I go, Xiebin's younger brothers all made way, and more than a dozen of them didn't even dare to breathe. But just as Gu Tian and Wang Hao walked out of the crowd side by side, Xiebin at the back gritted his teeth, stood up, and suddenly shouted, Gu Tian, I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou before? It was my dad who teamed up with other council members to go and complain to Mr. Lin about you. Believe it or not, I'll have my dad team up with other council members to send you even further away. As soon as these words came out, boom, the air exploded directly. Chapter 65, Misfortune Disappears. Oh my god, Xiaogang. Wang Hao's mouth was so open that a light bulb could fit in it. Does that mean that all the suffering Brother Tian endured that year was caused by Xiebin's father? Just when Wang Hao thought that Gu Tian would suddenly take out the truth and hit Xiebin on the forehead. But Gu Tian didn't turn around or speak. Instead, he silently took out his cell phone, turned on the recording, and then put the phone in his pocket. I originally wanted to let this poor motherless kid go. Now, the entire CF family must die. Doesn't second uncle really want to join the cabinet? Xieyang's position is quite suitable. Xiebin thought Gu Tian was frightened and couldn't help laughing wildly. Haha, what do you think? Are you shocked? No matter how awesome you are, what can you do? My father's words can decide whether you will leave Kyoto. If you beg me now, I won't tell my dad about you kicking me at the school gate and stealing my woman. Also, my dad is not like your dad. My dad dotes on me. Hearing these boastful words, coupled with Xiebin's smug expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch his philtrum. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to survive the next second. Oh, Gu Tian slowly turned around, sizing up Xiebin playfully, and said calmly, You mean I was sent to Jiangzhou? It was your father who led the coalition, right? Of course. Xiebin raised his head suddenly, with his eyes slightly closed, accepting the worship from his younger brothers. But the younger brothers didn't do that. Instead, they kept swallowing their saliva in shock. They are not aware of what is happening in the court. The only thing that is clear is, Xie Ji's mental state after this setback is truly worrying. Under the guidance of Gu Tian's words, Xiebin, the big idiot, started showing off. He mentioned the names of all the members of the small gang headed by his father, from some members of the cabinet to the director of the Kyoto police station. At the same time, it was also revealed that his father had been in that position for a long time. Now we are making plans in secret. From now on, the Crown Prince of Kyoto will be Xiebin. Faced with these remarks, all I can say is wow. Everyone in the audience covered their ears spontaneously. I overheard this. It has nothing to do with me. Bad luck, go away. Gu Tian just gave Xiebin a meaningful smile, turned around, and led Wang Hao away. Xiebin thought Gu Tian was intimidated by him, and turned around to show off to his fellow brothers beside him. How is it? How is it? I told you. There's nothing to be afraid of about the Kyoto Crown Prince. Young brothers. In the elevator. Damn it. Xieyong, old thief. So insidious. Brother Tian, I feel like this Xiebin is a little abnormal. Wang Hao cursed. Gu Tian chuckled. If he had been a little more normal, I would have killed him then. When Bin was scolding Wang Hao just now, he intended to kick the other party, and then the other party would get angry and a group of people would start to beat him and Wang Hao. Then Shishuan and others would have a legitimate reason to deal with Bin. Having said that, after all, Bin is the son of a cabinet member. If he had just given the other person a peanut, it would have been a real problem, involving many aspects. But what surprised him was, this Bin not only has no mother, but is also super stupid, huh? It's okay now. The legislators, led by Xie Yong, were secretly persecuting a small group. And there's suspicion they're targeting their father? Oh my god, our house is going to be confiscated. Brother Tian, why did you record that? You weren't going to play it in front of your dad tonight, were you? Exactly. Wang Hao was speechless. He couldn't comment on this matter, let alone speak. After lunch, the two returned to Kyoto University. Before I even reached the teaching building, I heard many students running towards the square with their cell phones in hand. Go check it out. Bin has brought a huge Tibetan Mastiff and is walking it. I heard it was a Tibetan Mastiff bought for several million. Really? Go check it out. No, this idiot has lacked love and attention since childhood. Why is he showing off here instead of going home to choose a coffin? Wang Hao couldn't help but sneer at this scene. Let's go and take a look, Gu Tian said with a smile, and at the same time took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shishuan. Shishuan had Gu Baiwan sent to Beijing University. I want to go for a walk. Not far away, I saw Bin walking with a Tibetan Mastiff in the square, surrounded by a group of people taking pictures, as if nothing had happened. To be honest, he was in a very good mood. After mocking Gu Tianho in the incubation building in the morning, now the way the younger brothers looked at him was full of awe, all from the bottom of their hearts. Can you take a picture? Can you take a picture? Oh my, so majestic. Can I take a picture with the dog? Yes, of course you can take pictures. With Bin's permission, many girls rushed up excitedly. I want to take a picture too. I want to take a picture too. Let me touch it. Look at the camera. Click. Such a scene. Bin was so happy to see this. He liked the feeling of being surrounded by people. A pleasure of being above everyone else. There are too many people. Bin, holding the dog, pretended to be generous and smiled, shouting, "Don't push, don't push. Those who are pretty, come forward. Black Kong likes beautiful women. As for the ones that don't look good, I'm sorry, but my Black Kong is picky and will bite." Should I say it or not? The Tibetan Mastiff seemed to understand. After the words fell, it immediately bared its teeth at the average-looking girls and begged for affection from the pretty ones. The girls watching were instantly diverted. Those with ordinary looks suddenly became stiff in expression, silently shrank back, and even lowered their heads to pull their masks to cover their faces. Several girls with exquisite clothes and graceful figures walked forward boldly, squatted down, and took selfies with Black King Kong. Ouch, stop licking me. It's itchy. This dog is so cute. He looks so fierce, but I didn't expect him to be such a clingy little cutie. Good boy, it's begging for a hug. Bin looked down at them with a smug look on his face, his eyes moving quietly down to the collars of the girls squatting on the ground, and his mouth instantly grinned with joy. Ouch, purple. This blue one. Gu Tian and Wang Hao, who were standing behind him, almost fainted from laughing at the miserable look of Bin in the crowd. At this time, the sound of a V-12 engine came from not far away, startling Black Kong and making him stand up suddenly from the ground. Everyone also looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a Brabus speeding towards this side. Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Here it comes, my pet is here. Pet? Wang Hao was puzzled. Brother Tian, when did you get a pet? What kind of pet do you have? Chapter 66 Shishuan lets the tiger go. Brother Bin is awesome. Brother Bin is so handsome. With so much flattery from all around, Bin wanted to hook his mouth into a pair of briefs and walk around like a cat. But the sudden sound of an engine immediately broke his intoxicated state. The girl's eyes turned away. Oh my god, Babos. Is this really Babos? Isn't this so cool? Whose car is this? Isn't it even more handsome than Bin's Bugatti? This design is very domineering. Different from Bin. Gu Tian is no longer old enough to play with cars. I'm tired of Bugatti's limited edition luxury cars. I only drive a Brabus on a daily basis, and when I'm in a good mood, I'll treat myself to other limited edition sports cars in the garage. No. How much is my Bugatti? How much is this car? Bin's defense was instantly broken, and he was so angry that he grabbed the Tibetan Mastiff and rushed over to pick a fight. Grass. What kind of car are you driving? Can you drive in the square? Didn't you see so many people? Did you know you almost bumped into someone? Before he could finish his curse, Brabus braked cleanly and stopped right in front of him. Next second, the car door opened and a man in a security uniform jumped out. Bin paused. Wait. The students around were also stunned, thinking that it was the guard from Siebin's family. Oh my god. Siebin is amazing. Wow. There are guards. Oh my god. Does he have security guards at home now? Wait a minute. What's Siebin's background? But before they could finish their exclamation, they saw that the guard didn't even look at Siebin, but walked around him and strode through the crowd. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he walked straight to Gu Tian, stood at attention, and saluted. Report to Mr. Gu. Gu Baiwan has been delivered. The loud voice, coupled with the extremely iconic clothes and posture. Boom. The air around them shook. Under the gazes of several people, Gu Tian nodded gently. Well, okay. Next second, the scene was abuzz. The students who were whispering about Gu Tian's identity just now were now all excited. Master Gu, he has guards. No, he's not some wealthy tycoon's son. He's the son of a mercenary boss. Zhao Mengsheng. This is Zhao Mengsheng. This identity. Is it my father, the commander of the army? Seeing Gu Tian and Wang Hao standing behind the crowd, Siebin's face turned green. Damn, are you trying to steal my limelight again? Never changed despite repeated warnings. His father was a clerk in the cabinet, not a military general. Forget about the configuration of guards. They also need to have several drivers and bodyguards and strictly abide by the travel regulations for cabinet members. As for them as children, it is impossible at all. Cartoon fruit card. The art of talking nonsense. Hey, you're already grown up and you still call a security guard when you go out. Aren't you ashamed? Siebin walked over with a smile, holding his Tibetan Mastiff and leading a few of his men. Brother Tian, that idiot is coming. Wang Hao nudged Gu Tian with his elbow and reminded him in a low voice. But Gu Tian ignored him and listened attentively to Shishuan reporting Gu Baiwan's health data today, looking calm and composed. When he saw that he was being ignored, he saw the students around him trying to hold back their laughter. Siebin was very embarrassed and walked straight forward, pointing his finger at Shishuan. Hey, your rank is not low. Which military camp are you from? Tell me about it. After Xie Yong took over Kyoto, he spent his days in debauchery and had no idea about the power structure outside. It is even less clear what Gu Tian's travel arrangements are as Mr. Gu's son. Of course, he is a mentally retarded person and cannot figure out the situation here. The most important thing is that because of Xie Yong's abnormal pampering, Siebin had an illusion that he was the most awesome person in the world. Although my dad didn't climb up, this position will belong to him sooner or later, so you all have to step back a little. Facing Siebin's provocation, Shishuan suddenly turned his head and glanced at the other person sharply, his hand subconsciously reaching for his waist. There's nothing wrong with calling me Shishuan at Gu's house. If you dare to provoke me without calling out Master Shi, as soon as you leave Gu's house, I will beat you to pieces, right? Wait a minute. What is he going to do? Take out the truth. Oh my god. He has the truth. I want to see the truth. I also have the truth. Do you want to see it? Roll. Just then, Gu Tian raised his eyes and cast a casual glance at Shishuan. Subtext. There is no need. There are so many people watching. There is no need to be like this idiot and let the tiger bite his dog. Shishuan understood Gu Tian's eyes and nodded slowly. It was obvious that Gu Tian and the guards did not react at all to Siebin's provocation. The onlookers immediately cheered. Holy crap. Siebin is even more powerful than Master Gu. Did you see that? I told you my brother Bin is awesome. No one in the military camp dares to speak much in front of brother Bin. That's his aura. Listening to the praises flying all over the place, Siebin felt relieved. When beating a dog, you have to consider the owner's face, not to mention that Siebin is Xie Yong's son. So, with the courage of his abnormal narcissism, Siebin took another step forward and looked up and down at Shishuan's guard outfit. Wow, you're dressed quite smartly, aren't you? Were you trying to dig out the truth just now? Ha ha. Do you know whose son I am? Xie Yong, cabinet member. Have you heard of him? After saying that, his eyes fell on the gun on Shishuan's waist. Oh, you really have a gun? Let me play with it, even if it makes a noise. I promise I won't fire it accidentally. This operation, not to mention the students watching, even the soldiers sitting in the back row behind Babos were stunned. Wang Hao's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Crazy. This idiot is really crazy. What is Shishuan's identity? Mr. Gu's personal bodyguard. His rank is no less than that of a military commander. Whenever his father, the secretary of the municipal party committee, saw him, he had to respectfully call him chief. Cabinet officials had to carefully avoid it when they saw it. And Siebin, an old second-generation rich man with an IQ of only half and who is spoiled to death by his father, really thinks he is the supreme ruler. Siebin's hand was about to touch the holster. In addition, Gu Tian spread his hands helplessly. Shishuan's face turned completely cold. I can't stand it any longer. I don't need to stand it any longer. Accompanied by an angry shout. Get out of here. Shishuan twisted his waist, kicked his feet, and did a 360-degree roundhouse kick in the air. Bang. Xiebin didn't even have time to react before he heard a crisp sound of bones breaking. Crack. The whole person was kicked 5 meters away and fell heavily on the tiles of the square. Boom. Dust flying. Everyone was stunned. WDF. Xiebin got kicked again. No. Mr. Gu dares to beat up Xiebin. This kick is either fatal or crippling. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Xiebin's followers rushed over in a hurry, but found that Xiebin was difficult to kill. Puff. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Xiebin, with disheveled hair and a dirty face, screamed miserably. Give it to me. Give it to me. Beat them to death. As soon as these words were spoken, his little brothers all jumped back half a meter on the spot. Beat to death? Who? This is not a question of whether to add money or not. Even if you have a burning brain, you still have to consider the situation. Seeing that his younger brother had failed again and Gu Tianwangho had a silly smile on his face, Xiebin spat out another mouthful of blood. Phew. Black Kong. Bite them to death. The words fell. A huge black Tibetan mastiff roared and jumped out, rushing straight towards Gu Tian. Brother Tian, be careful. Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly and rushed forward to protect Gu Tian. But the next second, Gu Tian pushed Wang Hao away with his backhand and ordered coldly. Shishuan, release the tiger. Chapter 67 Tiger and Mastiff Battle. Etc. What? Release the tiger? What tiger? Am I Brother Tian's tiger? Just when Wang Hao was thinking about whether he should adopt the posture of a tiger descending from the mountain to fight the black Tibetan Mastiff, he turned around and saw the most horrifying thing in his life. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. A majestic Bengal tiger jumped out of the trunk. The crowd of onlookers collapsed on the spot. Fuck you. Tiger. Who brings a tiger to school? Xiebin raises a Tibetan Mastiff. Young Master Gu raises a tiger. Young Master Gu is still the best. What's so awesome about that? The most important thing is to escape. Call the police. Call the zoo. The students fled in all directions, screaming one after another, and ran away like crazy as if they had seen a ghost. Xiebin's younger brothers originally wanted to maintain their momentum. A tiger suddenly jumped out of the trunk, and everyone hid behind Xiebin. Eat me, Brother Xie, and then don't eat me. The most important thing is that Brother Xie has now lost his ability to move. Fuck you. Brother Tian, don't tell me this is your pet. Wang Hao hid behind Gu Tian, hugged his waist, and did not dare to face the scene in front of him. Compared to the people who were fleeing frantically, Xiebin had already been petrified. His mouth opened into an O shape, and his face turned pale instantly. No. Raising a tiger as a pet. This is Kyoto. Ordinary people need to go through layers of approval and various connections if they want to raise a large dog. You just pulled out a tiger? Oh, he is not an ordinary person like me. But that is also against the will of heaven. Looking at the huge patterned creature slowly walking towards it. Although the black King Kong looked ferocious with its fangs bared, its limbs retreated honestly. Xiebin was panicking now. If he retreated any further, he would almost reach him. He roared, thinking that he would rather die than let his friend die. Black King Kong. Come on, UF *** king move. Come on, UF *** king move. Haven't you fought with tigers and lions in the zoo before? You go ahead. Sure enough, Black King Kong stopped retreating and instead bared his teeth and growled around Gu Baiwan. Woohoo, woohoo. However, Gu Baiwan didn't care about this garbage at all. There was only Gu Tian in its eyes, and it was wagging its tail and preparing to walk towards Gu Tian to ask for a hug. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. How did it come here? It's coming here. Wang Hao was almost scared to tears, and his hands wrapped around Gu Tian's waist like a python. Damn it. Get out of my way. Seeing that Gu Baiwan had no desire to fight back, Gu Tian angrily pulled Wang Hao's hand away. Gu Baiwan, go and kill him. That big dog on the left. Kill him. Who would have thought that Gu Baiwan just glanced at Black King Kong lazily, and then turned back to Tiger Head proudly. It's like they throw mud at me, and I use the mud to plant lotus flowers. But at this time, roar. Woof! Black Kong barked wildly and leaped up to launch an attack. Gu Baiwan didn't expect that the dog would really dare to attack him. He subconsciously turned sideways and rolled his huge body on the ground to avoid it. Hiss! The onlookers hiding in the flower bed gasped. Oh my god! It dares to attack a tiger? No. Is this Tibetan Mastiff crazy? No way. This tiger is even more foggy than Gong Baiwan. Such a scene. Xiebin laughed wildly in an instant, completely forgetting the fear he had just felt. Haha. What's your tiger worth? You're just a noob. My Tibetan Mastiff can scare the hell out of you both. Which circus did you pull them from? Huh? Get up. Gu Tian did not respond to Xie Bin's ridicule, but pointed at Gu Baiwan, who was lying on the ground and yawning, and scolded him. If you keep being so lazy, I'll kill you tomorrow. Although this sentence was said to Gu Baiwan. But when Wang Hao heard a gust of cold wind blowing across his neck, he subconsciously let go of the hand that was holding the corner of Gu Tian's clothes. As soon as he saw Gu Tian's serious and angry face, Gu Baiwan's clear and cute eyes disappeared instantly. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The Tibetan Mastiff next to him was still trying to commit suicide. Holy crap. Brother Tian. It understands what you're saying. It understands. Seeing the tiger stand up, Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. And at the same time, the students watching from behind the flower bed also discovered something shocking. The tiger, who had a clear and cute face just now had a scarlet light gradually appearing in his eyes. Oh my god. Why are this tiger's eyes red? Oh my god. It's looking at Xie Bin's Tibetan Mastiff. Oh my god. It's about to attack. Black Kong. Come back. Come back. Xie Bin saw that something was wrong and quickly pushed his younger brother forward to pull the dog leash. But it's too late. Gu Baiwan suddenly jumped up. With a sudden leap, he slammed his claws hard on Black King Kong's face. Bang! Boom! The Tibetan Mastiff, which had been unruly just now, was knocked several meters away. Ah! Oh my god! The fight has started. The tiger is taking action. That's too powerful. He sent the Tibetan Mastiff flying with just one paw. Black Kong was obviously also stunned and was about to struggle to get up. Roar! Gu Baiwan roared, arched his body, and pounced forward again. Bang! The huge tiger body is like a mountain pressing down on you. Woof woof. Before Black Kong could turn around, he bit back. Gu Baiwan's bloody mouth was about to attack its neck. One bite. Crack. Anyone who has been bitten by a tiger knows that the bite force of an adult tiger can reach over 400 kilograms. Just this once, Black Kong instantly ascended into the sky, with only his limbs and muscles flapping instinctively. It never expected that the creature opposite it would be so powerful. Of course, it doesn't have time to think about these things. Ouch! Gu Baiwan shook his head violently again, and threw Black Kong up like the Hulk beating Loki, and slammed him heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 A series of dull explosions. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts almost jumped out. The timid ones had already fled, while the brave ones hid behind the flower beds and watched. 20 minutes later. Ah! Give me back my life. Give me back my life. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to kill you. Looking at the pile of hairy meat in front of him, Xie Bin cried until he almost fainted. Black Kong is not only his favorite dog, but also his father's favorite dog. How can I explain this when I get home? On the other hand, Gu Baiwan was lying beside Gu Tian, licking his bloody paws happily. Wang Hao gasped at this scene and muttered softly, Brother Tian, you have to tell the truth. Do you have any special abilities? Beast taming. I have never heard of such a big tiger before. Now he is so docile and obedient to Brother Tian. He bites when he is told to bite and lies down when he is told to lie down. He was really afraid that someday a strange phenomenon would occur in the sky and the spiritual energy would be revived. Some were flying with swords, some were summoning spirit beasts, and he was standing there disheveled in the wind. Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao. Faced with Xie Bin, who kept cursing and yelling at him, he directly asked Shishuan for his gun. Shishuan was also considerate enough to help him screw on the silencer. Click, click, click. Chapter 68. You can show off your abilities, but you need 2 lives. The bullets were fired one by one. Before Dad made any statement to Xie Yong. He can't do the Xie Bin yet. I saw Gu Tian coming over holding the truth. Xie Bin's younger brothers were scared out of their wits. Others hold guns to show off, but this guy is brave. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. It's not that bad. Brother Tian. It's really not that serious. Let's talk it out nicely. Brother Tian. My brother Xie. My brother Xie was a little impulsive. I apologize to you on his behalf. Oh. Gu Tian didn't fire the last bullet, raised his head, and looked at the little brother with amusement. You said you apologized on behalf of Xie Bin? The long-haired kid nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xie Bin collapsed on the ground, furious. Lu Xuan, you're such a loser. Go and beat him up. Are you afraid of him? He has a gun. I have a gun too. I'm going to have my gun delivered to me right now. The younger brothers around him quickly went up and covered Xie Bin's mouth. Thank you, brother. Stop talking. Stop talking. You have the truth, but you don't have a tiger. Have you forgotten that your Tibetan Mastiff was just beaten into a pulp? Okay, let's play a game. Gu Tian curled his lips into a smile, raised his hand, and thrust the dark truth into Lu Xuan's forehead. You can be a hero, but you need to have two lives. Boom. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Play what game? Lu Xuan was trembling all over. How about playing truth or dare? I ask you a question and you answer it. Okay. Okay, Brother Tian. Before the other party fainted from fright, Gu Tian asked the first question. Have you ever done anything bad? I didn't. Lu Xuan's mind went blank, and he couldn't remember anything. Gu Tian pushed Jinli forward, and Lu Xuan screamed, Brother Tian! Don't. I did it. I've bullied girls, held them against their will. I beat my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend into a vegetable. Very good. Gu Tian curled his lips into a smile and continued. Let's play the second game. I'll predict and you'll answer. How could Lu Xuan dare to disobey? He nodded and pressed his head. I predict that you won't survive today. Do you believe it? Before he finished speaking, Xie Bin roared, Lu Xuan, don't be scared by him. Gu Tian, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Shoot me if you dare. Xie Bin's younger brother. Lu Xuan. Brother Tian, don't. I believe. Lu Xuan, are you such a coward? I'm going to fucking kill you. Xie Bin struggled to get up and teach this useless little brother a lesson. I've already been in such a miserable state, and these cowards didn't even dare to move, and were still being controlled. When Lu Xuan heard Xie Bin's roar, he almost collapsed and was shaking like a sieve. Brother Tian, don't. I don't believe it. I believe it. I don't believe it. Gu Tian raised a cruel smile and stared at Lu Xuan to confirm. Oh, you don't believe it, right? Next second, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Congratulations. Wrong answer. Bang. Lu Xuan fell to the ground. Aawa. Sarlang. The younger brother who was originally standing in front of Xie Bin jumped up from the spot and jumped behind Xie Bin. Xie Bin himself was so frightened by this scene that he almost peed his pants. Really open. Lu Xuan dead. Before he could recover, Gu Tianko walked up to him, bent down, raised his hand, and put the black muzzle of the gun against his head. The hellish horn sounded again. Xie Bin, let's play a game. Boom. Xie Bin's head almost spiraled off. Gu Tian, ew. My Tibetan Mastiff has just been killed by your tiger, and now. I'm telling you, this is no joke. My ribs have been broken by your man. You put this thing away. I promise I won't tell my dad when I get home. We can be brothers in the future. Seeing that Gu Tian didn't react at all, Xie Bin went completely crazy and screamed at the top of his lungs. Gu Tian, how dare you? How dare you touch me? My dad will never let you go. Don't think you're so awesome. You can't escape judgment. Your father will also be implicated by you. The Gu family will also be destroyed. The roar just ended. Gu Tian pulled the trigger directly. Click. No gunshots were heard. Just a cold, empty sound. However, Xie Bin suddenly twitched and fainted against the wheel. There was dead silence all around. Everyone was stunned. Then Gu Tian slowly put away his pistol and glanced at Xie Bin's trembling brothers with a half-smile. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of my sight. As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Bin's younger brothers rolled and crawled, and worked together to lift Xie Bin and Lu Xuan. There were even 2 people holding a Tibetan Mastiff that had already turned into mud. It was a whole big escape scene. After these people left, Wang Hao didn't have time to sigh at how handsome Gu Tiangang was, but instead surrounded Gu Baiwan and exclaimed, Brother Tian, this is really your pet. Oh my god, he was so fierce just now. Now he's so well behaved. You can touch him, he won't bite. Gu Tian said slowly, handed the truth to Shishuan, and deliberately moved sideways to block it. Fortunately, the scene just now was blocked by Xie Bin and the Brabuskar body. Otherwise it would really cause panic. Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao bravely stretched out his hand, touched it, and quickly pulled his hand back. Oh my god, this fur is so smooth. See? I said I wouldn't bite. With Gu Tian's continued encouragement, Wang Hao gradually grew bolder and began to rub the tiger's head with both hands. This scene attracted the crowd on the flower bed to slowly gather around. Oh my god, he's so obedient. He just bit a Tibetan Mastiff to death. Now he's so well behaved. I want to touch it. I want to take a picture of it. Mr. Gu, can I touch it? Just once. Mr. Gu, I'm a college student. Can I touch it? I'm studying veterinary medicine. I saw many girls rushing forward. Wang Hao was overjoyed and shouted in the same tone as Xie Bin just now. You can take pictures with me. You can touch me too. But Gu Baiwan has a little quirk. He likes to look at black silk. For safety's sake, go back and change into black stockings. Come take a picture with it, and get close to it. I guarantee there won't be any problems. The words fell. The air froze for a second. Then, I love this kind of horny tiger. So unique. Great. Wait for me 5 minutes. I have a whole drawer of black stockings in my dorm. Holy crap. I'm wearing light gray today. Am I going to be excluded? In less than a moment, all the girls watching dispersed and ran back to the dormitory excitedly to change clothes. At this time, the fellow countrymen around him could not hold back. They also want to go up and take photos and touch her. They can't go back and change into black stockings, right? The key is that they don't have it. Maybe some will have. Mr. Gu, why do men have to make things difficult for other men? I'd like to take a photo too. How about that? Mr. Gu, are you sure boys also have to change into black stockings? Mr. Gu, I can't do this request. Phew. Gu Tian almost couldn't help laughing and quickly waved his hand for them to come over. Come on, come on. Boys, feel free to take pictures. The words fell. Many boys trotted over excitedly. Oh, thank you, Mr. Gu. You really are my godfather. I want to take a good-looking picture. As a profile picture. At this moment, a delicate and cold voice came from behind. But there was also a hint of shyness. Gu Tian, are you sure that if you wear black stockings, it won't bite? Gu Tian turned around and looked at the sound, and his pupils suddenly shrank the next second. Su Nanxue appeared behind him at some point. The cool school beauty plus JK uniform and black stockings outfit creates a huge contrast. Here, back to the office. Feeling the softness of the sofa below, Xieben opened his eyes suddenly. The younger brothers were completely confused by what they saw. Thank you, brother. You just didn't. Xieben ignored him, took out the broken phone from his trouser pocket, and started dialing. As soon as the phone was connected, he burst into tears. Hey, Dad, come and save me. I'm almost being beaten to death. Black King Kong was also bitten to death. There's a tiger. Send someone over immediately. The other party was stunned for a moment, then angrily confirmed. What? You were beaten? What? A circus tiger? Yes, tiger. Someone come and kill him. All the special police officers come here. Save me. Chapter 69, Seeking Justice for Black Kong. This way. Looking at Su Nanxue's smooth and tight long legs and black stockings, Gu Tian was very surprised. The contrast is really big. It was just a joke Wang Hao made, but he didn't expect Su Nanxue to take it seriously. That's okay, no problem, it won't bite. Gu Tian reacted and quickly waved for her to come over. At this moment, the other boys suddenly sensed an unusual sweetness in the air and turned their heads in unison. Next second, phew, my nose started bleeding. Oh my god, it's Su Nanxue. School beauty Su. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Who can stand this? Is this still the school beauty Su I know? The icy goddess who doesn't care about worldly things. Wang Hao's eyes widened as he watched, and he raised his hands to slap himself in the ears to stay calm. This is Brother Tian's woman. He absolutely cannot have any bad thoughts. This is the most basic conscience as a brother. Get out. Go. Everyone go. Make way for Su Nanxue. Get out of the way. As Wang Hao shouted, Su Nanxue blushed deeply, and she walked forward with her hands unconsciously clasped on both sides of her skirt. Fortunately, Gu Baiwan was very cooperative. Seeing Su Nanxue approaching, he lay down on the ground obediently, his eyes clear. He let her reach out and gently touch his head. The boys next to them instantly lost their composure. Ah! Oh my god! She really touched it. She actually dared to touch the tiger. School beauty Su, are you Nangong Wenya? What kind of dream connection is this? There were constant screams and the sound of camera shutters. Su Nanxue lowered her eyes, blushed slightly, and whispered, Gu Tian, I think I'm too dressed today. Well, Gu Tian was speechless for a moment. What kind of question is that? But, you can wear anything, and you can wear it like this every day. Oh, Su Nanxue blushed and nodded. She didn't know whether Gu Tian was telling the truth or joking, and she didn't know how to respond. Because the crowd of onlookers is getting bigger and bigger. I originally wanted to see tigers. Now, everyone came to see Su Nanxue, making her very shy. She took a few photos and left reluctantly. As soon as Su Nanxue left, the girls who were originally watching from the outside could no longer contain their excitement. Beautiful legs surged forward like a tide, their stiletto heels glistening in the sun. Looking around, almost all of them are girls wearing black stockings. After all, they had to take a photo with the tiger, so everyone put a lot of effort into dressing up. One is to take nice photos, and the other is in case I can attract Mr. Gu or Mr. Wang. Mr. Gu, is this okay? Mr. Gu, can we take pictures now? Mr. Gu, can I touch it? For a moment, the situation was almost out of control. Yes, yes, come take a picture. Yes. Wang Hao smiled from ear to ear, squatted directly in front of Gu Baiwan, and opened his arms. After getting permission, girls in black stockings came around one after another. Without a doubt, Wang Hao is surrounded by a vortex of happiness, and his fingers in black stockings are covered with calluses. In order to make room for photos with others from time to time, Wang Hao also needs to constantly turn sideways or tilt his head. Sometimes it can be buried directly in the soft ocean. Gu Tian stood aside and watched speechlessly. Fuck, this kid is too good, isn't he? After saying that, he turned around and was about to find a quiet place. Sudden, Mr. Gu. A girl with a bun hairstyle and a black silk miniskirt trotted towards him and extended her hand. Gu Tian was stunned, thinking that the other party wanted to shake hands and say hello, so he subconsciously extended his hand. Who would have thought? The girl's hands seemed to have a navigation system. Fuck. Gu Tian's body suddenly arched and turned into a big shrimp. No. What are you doing? The girl blushed and blinked her watery eyes in confusion. No, didn't you just say I could touch it? Gu Tian almost choked to death by these words. I meant to touch the tiger. Touch the tiger. What are you thinking? Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry, Master Gu, I'm sorry. The girl was like a rabbit with its fur standing on end. She covered her face, turned 180 degrees on the spot, and ran away. Seeing this scene, the compatriots around were shocked. The saying that when you have the ability, the girls around you will be very proactive is best interpreted at this moment. This is too proactive. That girl, so kawaii loli. No, it was just like that. Is it such a contrast, even without glasses? The other side. Although Xie Bin was crying loudly on the phone, and his words were incoherent. But Xie Yong was eager to dote on his son, so he immediately picked up the phone and called the Kyoto Police Headquarters. At the command, the entire Kyoto Police Headquarters almost exploded. How can this be? Counselor Xie's son was beaten up at Peking University, and there was a tiger involved? This is a horrific incident. Start all. Ordinary police officers, special police teams armed with real guns and live ammunition, all mobilized to fight terrorism. For a while, police lights flashed and sirens wailed on the streets of Kyoto. Inside the office, what the hell? That old principal. Did my family donate the building for nothing? Did my dog die in vain? You beat me when you didn't know my identity, and you still beat me when you knew my identity. Then was my identity exposed in vain? Xie Bin was furious. Before Gu Tian appeared, not only Peking University, but the whole world basically revolved around him. It's okay now. As soon as Gu Tianyi appeared, everything stopped moving. After he called his father to complain, he called the principal and told him that there was a tiger in the school and that his dog had been bitten to death. The initial reaction on the other end of the phone was shock. Tiger? How could there still be tigers? Lock down the campus immediately. Send security immediately and notify the local police station. Result. After hearing that it was Gu Tian's tiger, the principal was immediately quiet. Say what? This fully reflects the diversity of Kyoto University's extracurricular life and the harmonious coexistence of man and nature. Very educational. Well, what the hell is education? You don't even want to act anymore, right? At this time, the younger brother came over excitedly holding his mobile phone. Thank you, brother. Thank you. The news of your Black Kong being bitten to death has spread on the Beijing University forum. Everyone is talking about it. Xie Bin was furious. He raised his head and frowned, asking, what are you talking about? The younger brother nodded repeatedly and reported quickly. Everyone is talking about how Black Kong is a female, and the tiger on Gu Tian's side is a male. Many people are calling for a voice for women and for justice for Black Kong. The dog-loving community has issued a statement. They want to severely punish the evil tiger. They want justice for Black Kong. There were also slogans. Something like, Black Kong's blood must not be shed in vain. The murderer must be severely punished. Defend the rights of dogs. In the name of love, seek justice for Black Kong. A stream of words came down on me like machine gun fire. Xie Bin's eyes lit up when he heard this. The opportunity has arrived. He slapped his thigh suddenly and almost jumped out of the wheelchair in excitement. Good. Very good. Go. Contact the president of the dog-loving club for me immediately. Tell them, make a big deal out of this, and I'll give each of them a gold bar. With the support of cash power, the dog-loving community group has exploded. Sisters, this is not an ordinary dog bite incident. This is vicious school violence. Black Kong is female. Tigers are male. Behind this lies a female problem. Putting aside the fact that Black Kong was actively attacking the tiger, what if the other party brought the tiger to Beijing for a stroll and it hurt someone? We want to seek justice for Black Kong. Gather at Kyoto University Plaza soon. Protect dogs. Protect mothers. Protect women. The group chat was flooded with passionate slogans. Just half an hour. Dog lovers from various colleges of Kyoto University, animal protection associations, and students with an overflowing sense of justice. There were also a large number of club members who came to take advantage of the popularity and came in a mighty procession holding banners and holding light boards. Chapter 70. Mr. Gu, listen to me. The sunset is beautiful, but it is near dusk. Gu Tian sat on a chair in the square, browsing the nonsense news about Black King Kong on the forum. Haha, it's quite difficult to kill. There is no doubt that this must have been done by Xie Bin. After receiving such a heavy kick from Shishuan, he also witnessed his beloved dog being torn to pieces. You still have the energy to do all this? Not far away, Wang Hao was happily holding Gu Baiwan's hand and flirting with a girl. At this time, a huge team appeared not far from the square, holding banners and light boards and shouting slogans. Punish the evil tiger severely and seek justice for our beloved dog. The female mastiff fell under the tiger's claws. Women's dignity must not be trampled upon. If the evil tiger is not eliminated, the dogs will not be at peace. President, I think we should just forget it. That tiger walker seems to be very powerful. He even dares to go against Xie Bin. A somewhat timid female member couldn't help but tug at the corner of President Wang Lijuan's clothes. Wang Lijuan, who had a face resembling that of Fu Shou'er, raised her head proudly. What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to touch me, I'll sue him for rape and put him in jail for 3 years. Xie Bin said. He remembered clearly who gave him the steamed bun and who gave him the fist. As long as this matter is made a big deal, he will give out gold bars. There are many women in their dog-loving club, and she bet the other party wouldn't dare to touch them. Such a scene left Gu Tianka stunned. Damn it! Is this day so wonderful? Xiuya is getting married. Why are you jumping around so much? Compared to Gu Tian's confusion, Wang Hao was almost jaw-dropping. Grass. Is this causing public outrage? That bitch should attack Gu Baiwan first, okay? What about the Tiger Love Society? Come out and make a bubble. In an emergency, Wang Hao could only hold Gu Baiwan's hand and stand as far away from him as possible, for fear that Gu Baiwan would be frightened, and kept calling him a fragile college student. Under the gaze of many students, Xie Bin pushed the wheelchair slowly to Gu Tian. You can't believe it. Kill me. There are still millions of others. You must give me an explanation today. My Black Kong cannot die in vain. Also, I've already called the police station. Regular officers. Special police officers. They're all on their way. Just wait for your tiger to be killed on the spot. Gu Tian. This man must die today. Even Jesus can't keep him. It's so outrageous. Seeing Gu Tian looking at him as if he was an idiot, Xie Bin snorted and waved his hand. The students, led by Wang Lijuan, shouted again, Give me back my life. The female mastiff fell under the tiger's claws. Women's dignity must not be trampled upon. If the evil tiger is not eliminated, the dogs will not be at peace. Upon learning that so many club members appeared in the square, the school leaders also rushed to the square without stopping. However, after seeing the gloomy face in the crowd, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this Master Gu? Retreat. We can't handle this. The principal slammed on the brakes and turned to run, and the other school leaders lowered their heads and ran out of the crowd. It came, but it seemed like it didn't come. Sudden. Beep beep. Woohoo woohoo. A burst of rapid and shrill sirens came rushing from a distance. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound. I saw police cars and special vehicles roaring towards me. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was surrounded. Right after, a large number of police officers armed with live ammunition quickly jumped out of the car, spread out in formation, and stood ready. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Damn it. This is really the tiger that wants to kill Master Gu. No way. Has the matter become so serious? Support Brother Xie. Chill. Don't talk. We can't take the money for free. Let's stand still. At this moment, the door of a black luxury car in the lead was suddenly pushed open. I saw a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the chief of police hurriedly running out of the car. Following behind him were several adjutants and special agents. Xie Bin recognized the person at first sight and was so excited that he almost jumped out of his wheelchair. Uncle Ho, you're finally here. Quick, the tiger is over there. Kill it quickly. Give me the truth. I will kill it myself. I want to avenge my son-in-law. Ho Ping's heart skipped a beat when he saw Xie Bin sitting in a wheelchair, covered in bandages. If he doesn't give an explanation to the Xie family, he might not even be able to keep his official position. He looked in the direction of Xie Bin's finger, his pupils trembled, and he started swearing. Holy crap, is it really a giant tiger? Ho Ping made a prompt decision, waving his hands and shouting. Everyone attention, kill the target right here. Prepare to fire. Click, click, click. More than a dozen fully armed police officers lined up in a row, guns loaded, and pressing forward with tactical steps. And at this time, Wang Hao, who was holding Gu Baiwan's hand not far away, turned pale and waved and shouted anxiously. Hey, hey, hey. No. What are you doing? Everyone's attention was fixed on the tiger, and no one recognized Wang Hao at all. When Ho Ping saw that there was someone next to the tiger, his heart skipped a beat. Be careful. Don't hurt the hostages by mistake. Gu Baiwan. Xie Xiao, are you okay? Where's the person who beat you up? Ho Ping was about to go forward to check on Xie Bin's injuries and express his concern. At this time, Gu Tian stood up suddenly and took a step forward. Bang! A slap hit Ho Ping hard in the face. You bastard. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock, and it was a bit hard for them to recover. No, young Master Gu is really a bit against the will of heaven. After all, they have skin. Just give a big cunt like this. What the hell? This is outrageous. Ho Ping was about to raise his hand to fight back, but when he saw the person in front of him, his eyes almost popped out. The person standing in front of him was none other than him. It was none other than the renowned Crown Prince of Kyoto, the devilish Gu Tian. Master Gu, are you Master Gu? Master Gu. Gu, you paralyzed. Gu Tian didn't give him a good face and slapped him twice. Xie Bindu personally admitted that the chief of police was involved in his being sent to Jiangzhou. How could he not be angry when he saw this bastard now? Bang. Mr. Gu, listen to me. Mr. Gu, listen to me. Ho Ping was beaten and retreated repeatedly. I hear you're paralyzed. Do you know why the hell you became the chief of Kyoto police? That's because I blew up the old police station before. Bang. Gu Tian scolded him and slapped him in the face, but finally felt unsatisfied and kicked him. Bang. Ho Ping was kicked so hard that he half-knelt on the ground. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The police officers were stunned and their hands were shaking. Only the adjutant was horrified and rushed to the armed police officer to stop him. Put it down. Put it down. Operation terminated. Who the hell dares to shoot? The bullet shot out is running towards you. Mr. Gu, please listen to my explanation. It was Mr. Xie. It was Mr. Xie who said he was beaten up, and the other party also had a tiger, so that's why I came. Chapter 71. Anyone who attacks young Master Gu will be executed immediately. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao rushed forward in one step, also with a big beep. Explain your paralysis. Bang. When Ho Ping saw who was coming, he almost fainted. 3 big Buddhas. These are 3 big Buddhas, standing up for Master Xie and ending up on a path of no return. Wang Hao didn't give him any response at all, grabbed his collar and shouted, Look at me. Tell me, are you from the Kyoto Police Headquarters or the Xie family's personal security? Huh. Answer me. Ho Ping too shook his head like a rattle. Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang, please listen to me. Young Master Wang, please listen to my explanation. Say Nima, get out. Wang Hao suddenly let go of his hand, and Ho Ping, whose legs had already gone limp, fell directly to the ground and began to wonder which prison had better food. Xie Bin, is this all you can do? Gu Tian walked forward slowly, looking at Xie Bin with a half-smile. Xie Bin shuddered in fear when Gu Tian suddenly called out his name. The younger brother behind him subconsciously took a step back. Members of the dog-loving club also exchanged nervous glances. You, what do you want to do? I'm outnumbered. I'm not afraid. Don't mess around. What can I do? Gu Tian smiled faintly and turned to look at Wang Hao. Howsy? Use your phone. What for? Calling someone. Wang Hao was a little confused, but still handed over the phone. Gu Tian took Wang Hao's phone, entered the number, and started dialing. No one answered the first time. No one answered the second time. The third time, still no one answered. No one dared to laugh at this scene, but Xie Bin, the mentally retarded boy, laughed. No. Who are you calling? No one's answering. Are you planning to call someone? Huh. After saying that, he raised his hand and gestured to the members around him. No matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. Do you dare to touch them? Members of the dog-loving club. No, brother. College students are cheap, but they are not dangerous. Do things for others for money. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Protect the lives of dogs and say no to the atrocities of tigers. A vicious tiger hurts people. Give me an explanation. However, these voices were not as loud as before, and the banners were not held as high as before. At this time, the call finally got through. A low, tentative voice came. Hello, who is this? I, Gu Tian. Mr. Gu? Whose number is this? This is Wang Hao's number. Although the other end kept asking, Gu Tian did not show any impatience. Next second, a majestic voice came over. Hey, what are you doing all day? Is your phone broken or something? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled, then said to the other end, Dad, don't be in a hurry to scold me. Let me play you a recording first. Baojianha. Dad. This word dad. Director Ho almost jumped up on the spot. Mima, isn't it time to think about whether the prison food is good? Xiebin was completely at a loss, his face pale. His brain was completely unable to imagine what would happen next. He just felt that this matter seemed to be developing in a direction that he could not control. Okay, go ahead. With his father's permission, Gu Tian clicked on the recording directly. Next second, Xiebin's arrogant words from before floated out from the loudspeaker without any concealment. No matter how awesome you are, what can you do? Do you know why you were sent to Jiangzhou? It was my father who teamed up with other council members to find Elder Lin. Haha, my dad will eventually sit in that position. Do you know that my father is secretly plotting something? Ha ha. Xiebin's voice in the recording was arrogant and domineering, and his sense of superiority almost overflowed from the speaker. No. This. Is it time to write a suicide note? Listening to the recording, word by word came out. Ho Ping's forehead began to sweat profusely. He subconsciously took out his mobile phone and silently began to search for one-stop funeral services and cemetery price rankings. Xiebin felt the pressure from the surrounding air and began to stammer and quibble. Gu Tian, you are not a man. How can you complain to your father? My dad told me this when he was drunk. Maybe it's fake. Gu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued playing the recording with a faint smile on his face. Although Dad didn't say anything, he could feel the anger rising on the other end. Finally, the recording finished. There was still no response from the other end. Gu Tian calmly put away the recording phone and asked with a smile, How's it going, Dad? Well, came a low, suppressed laugh from the other end. That's good. So where are you now? What are you doing? Gu Tian glanced around slowly and casually said, Where else could it be? Peking University. They're surrounded by Xieyong's son and more than 100 people. Oh, why are we surrounding you? Gu Tian brushed off the dust on his sleeves and replied with a smile. Nothing. I just want to be the boss, and by the way, I want to kill Gu Baiwan. The other end was silent for a moment, as if digesting the information, and then asked, How do you surround it? Gu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. How else can we surround it? There were banner protests, sieges, and even police from the main police headquarters were dispatched. They were just about to set up a ring and challenge me. The other end was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, that's good. Then, the phone beeped and then hung up. Only Gu Tian was left standing there, with a slight smile on his face. Ho Ping is not a fool. He will run away as soon as he sees that things are going wrong. After all, if you slip away now, you can still get a suspended death sentence. Then, he could work in prison to get a patent for an electromagnetic magic ray cannon. Maybe he could even regain his freedom before he dies of old age. Uncle Ho, why did you leave? The tiger is still there. Hurry up and kill him. Don't be a coward. Seeing Ho Ping and his men escaping so quickly, Xiebin was so anxious that he almost jumped out of his wheelchair. Hit your grandma's leg. Don't touch the tigers, but... Ho Ping got into the car without even looking back. President Wang, it's your turn now. You can't take the money for free. Xiebin's younger brother tugged at the corner of Wang Lijuan's clothes and reminded her hurriedly. In this situation, even the chief of police has run away. If they don't take advantage of the chaos and run away with Xiebin, they will probably all die here. Okay. Wang Lijuan nodded to Xiebin, her younger brother, with an expression that she was sure to win. She turned around and shouted to the members behind her. Classmates, the female mastiff suffered. We women cannot remain silent. Defend our rights and demand justice from the evil tiger. This voice. The female members who were originally a little hesitant were all ignited. They raised the banners higher, quickened their pace, and moved towards Gu Tian in a mighty manner. Xiebin's younger brother took advantage of the chaos, pushed Xiebin's wheelchair, and started running. Hey, what are you doing? Thank you, brother. If you run away, you can get gold bars. If you stay, you can get an urn. Wang Hao was anxious and quickly patted Gu Tian, signaling, Brother Tian. Xiebin ran away. The chief of police also ran away. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Gu Tian curled his lips and smiled. Run? Can they run away? No one can escape today. The words fell. Boom. A violent roar of propellers exploded from the sky not far away, causing the ground to rise into the air with dust. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dark patch of sky. Several armed helicopters were flying over in a mighty manner. The huge searchlight illuminated the ground in white, and the anti-aircraft machine guns on both sides slowly rose. Fuck. Brother Tian, run. Xiebin's dad has been transferred to the helicopter. When Wang Hao saw this scene, his face turned pale. Gu Tian tilted his head slightly and said with a half-smile, Is there a possibility that these were transferred by my dad? As soon as these words were spoken, before everyone's eyes popped out, the hovering armed helicopters adjusted their positions in unison, and the loudspeakers on their fuselages turned on instantly. According to the cabinet's special dragon law, anyone who attacks Mr. Gu's children will be executed immediately. Boom. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The whole audience was in an uproar. What? Taking care of the elderly and their children? Wait a minute. Before they could wait, several eyes turned to look at Gu Tian. Da-da-da-da. The machine guns on both sides of the fuselage of an attack helicopter opened fire directly. Chapter 72. What kind of pillar are you suitable to be a load-bearing wall? Moment. Several bullets shot rapidly towards the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Flames splashed, smoke billowed, and dust flew. The crowd had never seen such a big scene before. They were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions, screaming and howling. Sorry, Lang. Help! The younger brothers who were pushing Xiebin to run away desperately loosened their grip when they saw the fierce situation. They pushed Xiebin and his wheelchair forward and ran away for their lives. Bang! Xiebin used too much force and fell face down with his wheelchair. He groaned from the shock and struggled for a long time, but couldn't get up. Who would have thought? Gu Tian plays it so seriously. Such a big lineup. Wang Hao hid aside, hugged the pillar, and cried to Gu Tian with a sad face. Brother Tian, stop it! Stop it! If the fighting continues, there will be a river of blood. However, the imagined bloody storm did not occur. When the smoke cleared, apart from the bullet craters on the ground, there was basically no one hit. Just drive away. But the effect of scaring is comparable to massacring a city. Stop! Gu Tian tilted his head lazily, smiled, squinted his eyes, and looked not far away. Why do you want to stop? As soon as the words fell, boom boom, dust was flying in the distance, and several armored vehicles were rushing towards us with great momentum. Along the way, the police vehicles that had not yet evacuated the roadside were directly overturned. After the armored vehicle stopped, the door suddenly popped open. The Special Forces members, all dressed in black tactical uniforms and tight masks, jumped out of the car quickly. Each of them held the dark truth and quickly divided into several groups to surround and search. A murderous aura hits you in the face. Before a thorough investigation is conducted, everyone at the scene is considered a suspect who threatens the prince's personal safety. Don't move. Hold your head and squat down. Take another step and I'll be shot dead on the spot. Some people were timid and ran in other directions out of fear before they even heard the order. Result: bang, 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 bang. Whenever a gunshot is heard, someone dies. When someone dies, someone cries. I'm not running anymore. I'm squatting down. I didn't do anything. I didn't mean it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Our president ordered it. Less than 10 minutes. Everyone was controlled by the black-clad soldiers, holding their heads with their hands and not daring to move at all. Report to Mr. Gu. All those involved in the case have been apprehended, a total of 56 people. Please come over here. Identify the murderer yourself. A Special Forces soldier dressed in black and looking like an officer walked quickly to Gu Tian and reported. Gu Tian nodded calmly and walked towards the group of club members. The footsteps are not fast, but they sound like the god of death knocking on the gate of hell. For these people, it doesn't matter if others misjudge them. But they were wrong, and it really lasted a lifetime. Who would have thought that the person walking the tiger was actually the legendary Kyoto Crown Prince, Mr. Gu's son? If I had known in advance, not to mention giving them 3 courages, even if you give them 10,000 courages, they wouldn't dare. Pity. There are no ifs in this situation now, only results. Although they kept telling themselves that everything they saw might be an illusion. But the cold feeling of the truth pressing against the back of my head is so real that it pierces my bones. Woo woo woo. At this time, some people were already crying softly in fear. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Gu Tian lowered his head and looked down at the group of shivering people, saying with a forced smile, Who ordered this? It must be the idiot Xiebin. Wang Hao walked behind Xiebin with a smile, and without saying a word, pushed Xiebin's wheelchair forward, fearing that Gu Tian would miss him. Brother Hao. I'm sorry. Don't do this. Don't do this. Brother Hao, stop pushing. I don't want to go over there. After witnessing with their own eyes that Gu Tian held the power to mobilize armed helicopters, the Special Forces obeyed his orders unconditionally. Xiebin just realized that in front of Gu Tian, he was not even as good as a rookie. No wonder Xie Juanhao was sent to the North Pole by the Xie family just because he said something wrong. Yes, it was President Wang. President Wang asked us to come. She said if we come, she will give us gold bars. Yes, yes, yes. It's President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Wang Lijuan. Wang Lijuan asked us to come here. It has nothing to do with us. It's President Wang. Yes, President Wang. Wang Lijuan. Where is Wang Lijuan? Which one? Raise your head so I can see you. Gu Tian fiddled with the truth in his hand, and his eyes swept over them like the king of hell calling out his names. Wang Lijuan was escorted out amidst the cries of ghosts and wolves begging for mercy. I'm sorry, Master Gu. I'm sorry, Master Gu. I didn't know. Let me go. Let me go, woo woo woo. Gu Tian didn't bother to look at her anymore. He lowered his head and stuffed peanuts into Jinli one by one, saying with a half smile, let you go. Aren't you going to give out gold bars? I'll give you an urn. Do you want one? The words fell. Wang Lijuan completely collapsed and struggled desperately, trying to escape from the black-clad soldiers. Mr. Gu, don't. Your father once said, we are the pillars of society. We are hope. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang. Phew. The two black-clad soldiers loosened their grip, and Wang Lijuan fell to the ground as soft as a broken sack. The crying in the audience stopped abruptly. Gu Tian took the handkerchief handed over by the black-clad officer next to him slowly, wiped the blood off his face, and said with disdain, others may be pillars. I think you're more suitable to be a load-bearing wall. Before he finished speaking, the two black-clad soldiers understood and lifted Wang Lijuan's cold body as if it were a piece of trash and walked towards the mixer in the corner of the construction site, not far away. Chapter 73. If you are obedient, you will not live. It took less than a moment. All the gang members were taken to the car with their heads in their hands, although this was instructed by Wang Lijuan. But the officer in black suspected that there might be other forces behind this. Gu Tian didn't explain much about this. Brother Tian, don't forget, he's still here. Just as Gu Tian was about to hand over the truth to the black-clad soldier, Wang Hao came over from behind, pushing Xie Bin. Unlike the students in the club, Xie Bin's younger brothers all had bruises on their faces. It should be that when resisting arrest or facing the black-clad soldiers, Xie Bin acted tough again, but ended up getting beaten up. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I was so wrong. I was so wrong. Feel the cold breath of death approaching. Xie Bin finally woke up from his arrogance, and his whole face was filled with despair and a wail for survival. Oh, Gu Tian raised his eyebrows, bent down, and slowly looked at Xie Bin's miserable appearance. Are you scared now? Xie Bin nodded quickly. Yes, I get it. Brother Tian, from now on, you are my big brother. I will only listen to you. I will do whatever you tell me to do. He looked so flattering and humble to the core. Where was the arrogance he had before? Wang Hao grinned, his face full of complexity, not afraid of being laughed at. He was also beaten by Brother Tian in the early days. Back then, he considered himself the boss of the kindergarten until Brother Tian came over. He was beaten from the kindergarten gate to his home and in front of his father. Afterwards, I went to my father for comfort, but he beat me up again. Gu Tian sneered when he heard this, patted Xie Bin's shoulder meaningfully, and whispered, be obedient? If you do, I won't live. After saying that, he took a lazily step back. Click. The four black-clad soldiers moved in sync, raising the black hole of truth in unison, pointing directly at Xie Bin's forehead, heart, chest, and knees. The murderer is Xie Bin. For attacking and threatening the children of cabinet members, provoking conflicts among community members, and arbitrarily mobilizing police stations to enforce the law, multiple crimes, all punished. Execute on the spot. At the command. Bang, 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 bang. Before Xie Bin could even open his mouth to defend himself, or even let out a desperate scream, he was shot into a sieve by the rain of bullets. Blood splattered everywhere. The whole place was dead silent. All that remained was a pungent smell of blood in the air. Wang Hao covered his mouth and almost fainted on the spot. He didn't expect Gu Tian to be so powerful. This is Xie Yong's son. And then, he was killed just like that. Xie Bin's younger brother was so frightened that he fell to his knees. A living Xie brother. Their fearless Xie Gu. Just like that, shot to death on the spot. At this moment, they finally understood. There is always someone better than you. Outside Xie Bin is Gu Tian. And outside Gu Tian, it seemed that there was really no one there. Just as the air was filled with blood and despair, I saw two soldiers in black dragging a man over. He was disheveled and looked extremely miserable. Mr. Gu, how do we deal with this person? He was disheveled and looked extremely miserable. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Director General Ho Ping. However, The uniform that represented his identity had long been stripped off, leaving only a dirty inner lining. The officer in black threw him in front of Gu Tian with a cold face. Mr. Gu, how do we deal with this person? As the chief police commissioner, he ended up becoming the Xie family's personal security guard. How could this be tolerated? When Ho Ping saw Gu Tian narrowing his eyes, he immediately knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, rolling and crawling. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. It was Xie Yong who forced me to do it. Please give me a chance. Don't kill me. I can make a contribution. I can confess all the evidence of the Xie family's crimes. You should know that Xie Bin is Xie Yong's illegitimate son, right? Do you know where Xie Bin's mother went? It was me. Xie Yong told me to get rid of him. Xie Yong told me to get rid of him. Oh no. Is it so exciting? Just as Gu Tian took out his mobile phone to record it and go back to eat melon with his parents. The sound of a cell phone call came from the cloth bag next to the wheelchair. Obviously, it's Xie Bin's. The officer in black immediately stepped forward, took out his cell phone and handed it over. 2 words flashed on the screen, Dad. Xie Yong. Gu Tian curled his lips and took it casually. On the other end of the phone came Xie Yong's familiar and complacent voice. Hey, son, is the problem resolved? I've already informed Ho Ping. He'll definitely protect you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll wipe out his entire family for 18 generations. From now on, walk around like an idiot in school. Don't feel aggrieved. If anyone dares to bully you, why don't you find out who your father is? Also, remember to tell Ho Ping that if I succeed in getting this done, I'll definitely get some benefits from him. By the way, what's going on with Black Kong? Stop scaring me, kid. Perhaps sensing the silence on the other end of the line, Xie Yong's voice suddenly faltered, and he became alert. Hello? Son? Why aren't you talking? Gu Tian sneered. Hello, hello, Counselor Xie. The other end exploded. Who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? Where is he? Gu Tian pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, you're asking about your son? He seems to have been gone for a while. Xie Yong roared. Gone? Where did you go? Where on earth did you go? Who the hell are you? Gu Tian was no longer polite and said coldly, He's dead. Boom. The person on the other end of the phone exploded. My son is dead. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Who are you? Where's Ho Ping? Where's Ho Ping? The sound like thunder almost jumped out of the hoist. Although Ho Ping, who was standing next to him, heard Xie Yong calling out to him frantically, he didn't dare to speak at all. Does he dare to agree at this time? If he just agrees, he can catch up with Xie Bin and cross the Naiha Bridge together in minutes. Gu Tian glanced at Ho Ping and said to the other end of the phone with a half smile. Ask Ho Ping. He seems to be dead too. As soon as these words were spoken, What? Wait a minute. Ho Ping suddenly shuddered. Am I dead? When did I die? Just as he was looking around to see if there was anyone with the same name as him. A dark truth hit him directly on the forehead. Chapter 74 Rest in Peace. The officer in black said with a cold expression, Director Ho, have a safe journey. Hawk. Wait a minute. Can I communicate with you? Bang. The gunshots were deafening. Ho Ping didn't even have a chance to struggle and fell straight down. On the other end of the phone, Xie Yong's roar continued. But no one paid any attention to him. Gu Tian threw his phone to the ground, and it broke into pieces with a snap. Clean up the mess and get going. After saying that, he got into the car and left under the escort of the black-clad soldiers. Not to mention Gu Baiwan. When he saw Gu Tian get into the car, he immediately lay down and didn't even dare to lick him with his paws. The school also issued an announcement immediately regarding this incident. They were afraid that if they were a second late, the whole capital would know about it and they would be in danger of losing their lives. The crew came to film Battle Corridor 4. In order to explain it more realistically, I actually called the crew over. If they don't cover up this matter, they will be the ones being covered up. Until dinner time, news of this farce has disappeared without a trace. Early the next morning, inside the restaurant of the School of Finance and Economics. Ever since Gu Tian intervened, the entire restaurant has been completely transformed. The originally crowded queue area for food pickup suddenly became spacious and bright, and the number of seats increased several times. The quality of food has improved visibly. The most important thing is that the aunt who served the food seemed to have suddenly awakened her professional conscience. The hand that was originally shaking like Parkinson's disease was now as steady as a robotic arm, and the spoon was in place. What was spilled was food, and what fell on your body were peanuts. Many boys were so moved that their eyes welled up with tears, and they almost maxed out their meal cards just to have a few more bites of the light that young Master Gu had fought so hard for. But compared to this delicious meal, the students' attention was all drawn to the 2 figures walking towards the door. Fuck. School Beauty Su. School Beauty Shun. Oh my god. Bingshan and Qin Tian are in the same frame. What kind of magical day is today? Oh my god. Two goddesses are together. In front of me, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao walked into the restaurant arm in arm. Su Nanxue is as cool and elegant as ever, wearing a white shirt and a high-waisted skirt, with a cool temperament. Shun Yao was wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt, sky blue jeans wrapped around her slender long legs, and she had a soft smile. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing. Especially Shun Yao's expression with curved eyebrows and eyes, which made many boys' hearts melt. At first, Shun Yao's title of the new sweet campus beauty was not recognized. The reason is that she doesn't interact much with outsiders, and many girls are jealous of her. After learning that she had a relationship with Gu Tian, everyone's jealousy instantly turned into awe and admiration. As expected, the women who can stand beside Master Gu are all outstanding. One is sweet, and the other is icy. TSK. Which one do you think young Master Gu will choose? I choose both. Amidst the heated gazes and whispers, Su Nanxue and Shun Yao lined up and got their meals very calmly. Their temperaments were completely different, yet they were surprisingly harmonious. Shun Yao, it's settled, it's my treat. Su Nanxue smiled slightly and handed the plate brought by her aunt to Shun Yao. Shun Yao raised her head, blinked her beautiful, watery eyes, and smiled sweetly. Haha. Thank you, Sister Nanxue. As he said this, he took the plate with both hands, very carefully, as if he was afraid of spilling this tenderness. I met Su Nanxue in a restaurant yesterday. We were quite familiar with each other, so I treated her to lunch. Last night, Su Nanxue sent her a message and asked her to go to a restaurant for dinner together. Where should we sit? Shun Yao looked around. The seat by the window over there is good, and the wind isn't too strong. Su Nanxue pointed to a clean table for four in the corner. The two of them walked over in whispers. Not far away, a student quietly turned on the camera on his mobile phone, wanting to capture this scene, but did not dare to be too blatant. Wow, one is icy and the other is sweet. They're so good. I feel like if these two were to team up, they'd blow up our finance and economics forum. Forget it. They are all women around Mr. Gu. You think too much. Hey, Shun Yao. After sitting down, Su Nanxue took a sip of milk tea and asked tentatively, where are you staying tonight? Shun Yao and Gu Tian have known each other for so long, and they have such a good relationship. So she really wanted to know, could it be that Gu Tian had arranged some accommodation for Shun Yao when she came to Kyoto? I live in the dormitory. What about you, Sister Nanxue? You shouldn't live in the school dormitory, right? As for me, I don't live in the dormitory. Su Nanxue smiled slightly. I'm going back to my aunt's house tonight. Oh. Shun Yao nodded obediently, but she was confused in her heart. She had never heard Sister Nanxue mention her family situation, nor had she heard that she had any aunts. But she is gentle and sensible by nature, so she naturally won't ask too many questions. Su Nanxue pouted, as if organizing her words. Hey, Shun Yao, do you want to live with me? To be honest, ever since Gu Tian sent her home last time, her aunt's family's attitude towards her has reached a point where she can no longer adapt. Every day after returning home, her aunt would gather around her to ask about Gu Tian's situation and ask her if the two of them had met that day. Did the other party mention anything about the Qin family? Her aunt also bought her a lot of clothes and jewelry and kept an eye on her every day, requiring her to dress up carefully before going out. That set of JK, with black stockings, was given to her by her aunt. It is said that boys like to wear this kind of outfit. So now, going back to her aunt's house is a bit scary for her. The enthusiasm of this family has reached a point that she cannot accept. Faced with the sudden question, Shun Yao was completely stunned. Her deskmate Xiaowan told her about Sister Nanxue. They say that Sister Nanxue is aloof and keeps strangers away. Not to mention boys, she won't get too close to girls either. Now he's actually inviting her to live with him? This can't be. Oh my god, could Sister Nanxue be a lesbian? Thinking of this, Shun Yao's expression was full of shock. What are you thinking about? How could Su Nanxue not see what was going through her mind? Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she raised her hand and gently pinched Shun Yao's slender waist. Shun Yao couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her voice soft and tender. A few boys who were eating not far away suddenly turned their heads to look. What's that sound? Who's reading study materials in public? Oh my god, please share. What nonsense are you thinking about? Su Nanxue snorted with a blushing face. I mean, if you don't want to live in the dormitory, we can rent a villa or a small building off campus and live together. That way I don't have to drive back to my aunt's house every night. It's too troublesome. Oh. Shun Yao suddenly realized and nodded with a blushing face. Yes. She likes to get along with Su Nanxue, and she also has a good relationship with Gu Tian. Naturally, she had no objection to the two of them living together. Dear dads, the pace is a bit intense. Give me 2 chapters to slow down, and then I'll get off. Chapter 75 North African Oil Prince. Under the threat of Xie Bin, the former student union president had no choice but to resign voluntarily and left in disgrace. Before leaving, he also posted an announcement on the forum. Important notice regarding the re-election of cadres for the Beijing University Student Union. Welcome all students to participate and compete fairly. However, although it appears to be well written on the surface, but those who understand will understand. This announcement was actually the product of Xie Bin's coercion a few days ago. After all, during the intimidation process, Xie Bin had warned him with a cold face and in a fierce manner. Anyone who dares not to vote for him will bear the consequences. So, the student union members all greeted each other tacitly. I'm planning to vote for Xie Bin during the election and just go through the motions. But there are unexpected changes in the weather, and people may be in trouble at any time. At the moment, Xie Bin could not be contacted. Not only Xie Bin, but also a bunch of members of the dog-loving club disappeared. Someone went to inquire, and the official response was, these people didn't have enough credits, so the school expelled them according to regulations. Not enough credits? Dropping out. Dozens of people's credits suddenly went wrong overnight. Even ghosts don't believe this reason. But no one dared to ask more questions. After all, a few days ago, there were people defending their rights in the square, and a film crew was filming. Today, even the shadow of the person can't be found. Although I don't know the whole story, but many thoughtful students felt that a real big Buddha seemed to be about to emerge from Kyoto University. But no matter what, the election of student union cadres was still pushed forward. Have you heard? The student council is re-electing its president. Really? Are there many people running for election? I want to sign up too. I want to join the student union. The opportunity has arrived. The right time, right place, and right people. This way. Gu Tiankai just got up. Shishuan pushed the door open and walked in, holding a thick stack of file bags in his arms, with the words "Top Secret" clearly written in bright red on the cover. Mr. Gu, this is what you requested. It's all the detailed information about Xie Yong from the Xie family. Also, there are transcripts of statements given by some members of the General Police Headquarters yesterday. Gu Tian paused for a moment while washing up. How come you figured it out so quickly? He gave this instruction last night. Logically speaking, investigating a cabinet member, even if others give him face, will take at least 2 or 3 days, right? Shishuan grinned. His smile was quite subtle. Of course. After all, your father personally gave the nod this time. Having said that, Shishuan couldn't help but shudder. Recall the expression on Mr. Gu's face the moment he listened to the recording provided by Gu Tian. Cold, eerie, and murderous. Even though he had been a personal bodyguard for the Gu family for more than 10 years, he was already accustomed to the bloody storms. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. To be honest, he was more or less aware of the dire situation at the top of the cabinet. Although Xie Yong was only 3 votes behind Mr. Gu at that time. But everyone knows it. Even without those 3 votes, Xie Yong would never be qualified to sit in that position. He was short of 3 votes. But a whole mountain. An insurmountable Gu mountain. But I didn't expect that Xie Yong still holds on to this obsession and has been secretly planning for many years, and even his children have begun to have evil thoughts. And now, Gu Lao's attitude is already very clear. If you don't move, it's fine. But if you move, it will be like thunder and lightning. Instruct Gu Tian to do it. He pretended to be unaware and watched Xie Yong jump up and down like crazy with his fangs bared from behind. Wait until the evidence is conclusive and the perpetrator is caught red-handed. He wanted to let the entire cabinet and all the power classes see with their own eyes what it means to make clouds with a flip of the hand and rain with the other. After washing up, Gu Tian sat at the table and flipped through the documents in his hand, frowning slightly. How did that strategic resource cooperation with North Africa, previously agreed upon by Mr. Lin, turn into a massive private oil field? He turned over and sneered. Wasn't Sei Quanho exiled to the Arctic? How come he's now an oil prince in North Africa? Shishuan lowered his head and said nothing, just nodded slightly. Mr. Gu has ordered it. You cannot guide or interrupt. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Gu Tian would act and plan when faced with complex power and huge interests. This is a test to see if he has the ability to take on the responsibility of the Gu family. Who would have thought? Gu Tian closed the file and said in a cold tone, Shishuan, please book a flight for me. I'm going to North Africa. Ah. Shishuan was stunned and completely confused. Given the current situation, shouldn't we deploy some forces first? Find the relevant personnel involved and research who's behind this. Gu Tian didn't finish listening and interrupted directly. Deployment is bullshit. I'm going to go over there and blow up the oil field. Hiss. Shishuan almost vomited blood. Is this a joke? Going to someone else's territory to blow up an oil field? Not to mention Mr. Gu. Even the president of North Africa would be so shocked that he would stand up and hold a general meeting. But Gu Tian looked at his shocked expression and said with a half-smile, "Remember, Shishuan, the enemy dares to bully Lai because they have the capital and territory behind them. What I want to do is to destroy the land on which he makes his living." Shishuan's eyes flashed, and he stood at attention. "I understand. Mr. Gu." Gu Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Shishuan quickly ran out to arrange a private plane and prepare the luggage. "Hey, Mom, do you have any friends in North Africa? Preferably someone in the arms business." There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 seconds, and then the tone was instantly helpless. "No way, son. Why are you so big this time?" Gu Tian recounted what happened to Xie Bin yesterday from beginning to end. Qianhui only had one sentence to say after hearing this. Just do it. She also had a lot of opinions about Xie Yong. Since it was her husband Gu Feng who instructed her to do so, she would definitely support it unconditionally and let Xie Yong, the old fox, know that the Gu family was not to be trifled with. Just a slap is the Tathagata palm. Chapter 76. Wang Hao is running for the student union. Gu Tian and Shishuan had just arrived downstairs at the Tianqi Hotel. A Ferrari came whizzing over. If Wang Hao hadn't gotten off the car quickly, Shishuan subconsciously pulled out the truth. "Brother Tian, Jingda is holding an election for the student council. I want to participate. I've finished writing the manuscript." But his eyes casually glanced at Shishuan's luggage. "Hey, Brother Tian, wherever you're going, I want to go too." Gu Tian smiled and said, "I'm going to travel to North Africa. Do you want to come?" Wang Hao said without hesitation, "I'll go." Looking at Wang Hao's serious eyes, Gu Tian felt a little regretful about revealing his itinerary and could only change the subject. "Why do you want to join the student union? Why do you want to get involved in everything?" Wang Hao explained seriously. "No, Brother Tian, if I became the student union president, I would be able to check the dormitories every day. I would check the girls' dormitories and recommend any pretty girls to you right away." When he heard the word beautiful, Gu Tian immediately thought of Shen Yao and Su Nanxue. "I'm going to North Africa to handle some things, and I don't know when I'll be back. What's more, I haven't seen these two people in the past 2 days. Should I go to school to say goodbye to each other and tell them something?" Thinking of this, Gu Tian turned to Shishuan and said, "Shishuan, I'm going to Jingda University. You can just go there to pick me up later." Shishuan nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Gu." Seeing Gu Tian get into his car, Wang Hao got anxious. "No, Brother Tian, aren't you taking me on a trip to North Africa? Let's go. Let's go to Kyoto University first and let you become the student council president." "No, Brother Tian, being the student council president is something that needs to be elected by the students, not arranged by the school. And the election hasn't even started yet." Buzz. Gu Tian didn't explain too much. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the Tianqi Hotel. Soon, the two arrived at Kyoto University and drove straight to the administrative office area of the main building. At the same time, in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the office building, the student union members were gathered around a long table. Looking at the thick stack of election registration lists, the atmosphere was indescribably subtle. Registration had already closed, and the dozens of thick lists were filled with the names of the candidates. But the problem wasn't the quantity, but the distribution. This Zhou Yu is a wealthy young man from the imperial capital. His family is well known and respected, so we still have to give him some respect. Former Student Union President Zhang Zhe was flipping through the list and making annotations on his own. He was still the Student Union President until the new election began. He's the Vice President. And this guy, his family runs a financial company. He has stable resources, and he's a low-key person. He's the Director of Logistics, so I'll arrange it. The Student Union members looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. "Brother Zhang, didn't you say this was a fair election?" Zhang Zhe glanced at him and sneered. "Do you think the Student Union is a reincarnation bureau? Do you really care about fairness? It's just like the imperial court. No matter how many official positions there are, they're just empty slots. People without connections are just filling in the gaps." Everyone was silent. Of course, what they could not accept the most was that Zhang Zhe not only grabbed high positions for those with connections, but also secretly wrote himself into the list of candidates for president. They said they were going to run for re-election, but in the end the original team still held the top positions. Those who work honestly are actually being optimized out. "President, we, the old members, have always followed you and have made some contributions." The short man with glasses swallowed and spoke carefully. If you really can be re-elected, can you take us with you? Zhang Zhe waved his hand lazily. You don't understand. It's cold up there. The wind is so strong up there. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Everyone. At this moment. Click. The office door was pushed open. Who are you? Why don't you knock when you come in? Zhang Zhe swallowed the words of accusation back the next second before he could finish his words. When they saw the person coming, everyone stood up straight with nervous expressions. No. Why are these two giant Buddhas here? How could a small student union attract their attention? Gu Tian glanced at the people around him, and his eyes fell on Zhang Zhe. Are you the student council president? Yes, I am, for the time being. Zhang Zhe was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Before the new round of elections, I'm still in office. Yeah. Gu Tian nodded and turned to point at Wang Hao. Come, sign him up, Wang Hao, to run for student union president. The air exploded instantly. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Ze's mind buzzed. We couldn't get in touch with young Master Xie just yet, and now young Master Wang shows up? However, as a veteran, he cannot give up his position easily this time. Mr. Gu, this is not easy to handle. Registration for the election has closed, and the list has been posted on the official website. The process really can't be changed, with so many students watching closely. Besides, the students vote in the election themselves. I can't decide on my own. At this moment, Wang Hao became anxious and raised his voice an octave. No way. The registration just closed? You can't afford to play? Zhang Zhe nodded awkwardly. Yes. Mr. Wang, this is the procedure and rules of our student union. As soon as the words fell, bang, Gu Tian took out the beretta from his waist and slammed it on the table. The air was still for a moment. Next second, WDF? Truth. Everyone was so frightened as if they were facing a great enemy and subconsciously retreated several meters away. No, not Mr. Gu, no. Zhang Ze's face turned green and the corners of his mouth twitched as if he had been electrocuted. He had heard that this young Master Gu had a military background, so he pulled out the truth. He really didn't have the courage to question whether this truth was true or false. I'll ask again. Can you decide? Chapter 77 Mysterious Maybach Fleet. Yes. Of course I can add it. I'll add young Master Wang's name to the candidate list. Zhang Ze's fingers trembled as he typed Wang Hao's name on the keyboard. Gu Tian nodded lazily. That's right. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Wang Hao was so excited that he almost danced. Brother Tian, I love you. My ambition is not just for the girls' dormitory. My ambition is for the whole school. Everyone. But the next second, Wang Hao reacted, turned his head and stared at Zhang Zhe, suspiciously saying, Wait, you mean to add me to the candidate list, and then I still need to run for election? That means I might win the election, or I might lose, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Yes, his chicken feet were noticed. Young Master Wang, this is the rule. I've already chosen you. I really can't do that. If you don't believe me, ask them. The words haven't been finished yet. Bang. Gu Tian picked up the beretta on the table, raised his hand, and swung it, pointing the gun straight at Zhang Ze's forehead. Since the rules cannot be changed, let's deal with the people who made the rules. Gu Tian said coldly. Click. The crisp sound of the fuse rang out. Murderous intent instantly filled the entire conference room. Everyone covered their ears and mouths in shock. Zhang Ze's pupils were dizzy and his legs were weak. No, Mr. Gu. I'll change the rules. Whoever you say will be the president will be the president. By then, young Master Wang will only need to attend a campaign meeting and go through the formalities to take office. Gu Tian calmly put away his gun and yawned. That's right. You wasted 2 minutes of my time for nothing. After saying that, he patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and said, Work hard in the future and don't embarrass yourself. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, his voice choking with sobs. Don't worry, Brother Tian. I'll be fair and open in my dormitory inspections, and I'll try to only go into the girls' dormitories. Gu Tian. Everyone. The two had just walked out of the administrative building, and Wang Hao was still immersed in the dream bubble of the highlight of his life. Brother Tian, what do you think is in the girls' dormitory? What are the responsibilities of the student council president? What can I do? Gu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He lowered his head, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and opened the contact. Su Nanxue. I pressed the dial button and the call was connected quickly. The voice on the other end was clear and cold, yet it carried a familiar intimacy. Hello. Are you at school? Gu Tian asked with a smile. Outside the school, Xinyao and I are out looking at houses. We plan to rent a small Western-style building. You too. Gu Tian was stunned. Well, it's Shen Yao and I. Would you like to come over and help us choose? Okay. Gu Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Nanxue and Shen Yao to get to know each other so quickly. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tian opened the door and got into the car. Wang Hao immediately followed him. Where's Brother Tian going? When are you leaving for North Africa? Let's go and look at the house. Su Nanxue and Shen Yao are planning to rent one. Gu Tian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Aren't you an expert in checking dormitories? This is just the right time to check a private residence. Wang Hao. Why do I always feel like you're hinting at me? The vehicle slowly drove out of the south gate of Peking University and prepared to turn right into the city. And just at this moment, at the intersection ahead, an unusually low-key, yet extremely luxurious convoy slowly drove into the main road of the campus. In the front were two black Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars leading the way, followed by several Bentleys. Wow, who is this? This car is bigger than you. Brother Tian, when are you going to get the cars out of your garage? We'll definitely crush this team. Wang Hao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Gu Tian didn't say anything. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the vehicles slowly passing by. And just at that moment, the Maybach passed by him. Gu Tian clearly saw that the rear window was slightly lowered. An extremely cool and beautiful girl sat by the window. Her beautiful eyes showed no curiosity about the outside world, but rather an indescribable arrogance and isolation. Before he could take a closer look, the car drove past. This was followed by Wang Hao's exclamation. Oh my god, Brother Tian, did you see it? Did you see that girl? Oh my god, this is so fucking beautiful. That face is so noble. Wang Hao had said all the adjectives in his mind, and he wanted to jump out of the car and chase after him to take a few more looks. On the other hand, Gu Tian didn't say anything, but his eyes twitched slightly and his fingers subconsciously stroked the steering wheel. Compared to Wang Hao's focus, his focus was on the car window of the Maybach. The car window was lowered slightly, and he could clearly see that the thickness was a full 10 centimeters. There is no doubt that the other party was riding in a bulletproof car. What kind of identity requires riding in a bulletproof car? Let's go and find Su Nanxue and the others. Gu Tian did not speculate too much about the other party's identity, but stepped on the accelerator and left Peking University. This way, Office of the School of Social Sciences. Dean Li was adjusting his executive jacket in front of the mirror. Today is the day when the Minister of Education is visiting, so he naturally cannot be negligent in the slightest. Not long. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Then there was the sound of the door slamming shut. Dean Li frowned and felt a pang in his heart. This rhythm is not right. The Minister of Education will be here soon. Who dares to slam the door so hard? What kind of personality is this? Without thinking too much, he decided to push the door open and stick half of his head out to look out. Just a glance. Hiss. The scene before him made Dean Li gasp. At some point, the corridor was filled with a group of burly men in black suits and wearing wireless headsets. No. What's going on? Dean Li's heart was pounding and he was about to ask. But at the other end of the corridor, he was surrounded by a dozen strong men in black. The Minister of Education followed cautiously behind a young girl, nodding and bowing. Don't even mention how humble it is. Chapter 78 Heading to North Africa. Yes. Such a student is definitely qualified to come to our academy. Looking at the other party's ridiculously excellent grades and resume, Dean Li was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. However, after meeting the girl's cold and indifferent eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. The other party didn't speak. Just sitting there quietly, it felt as if there was an invisible, insurmountable barrier separating me from everyone and everything around me. Okay, since you said so, I'll leave this matter to you. After the Minister of Education finished speaking, he immediately put away his official authority and put on an extremely respectful attitude, carefully saluting the girl who was sitting quietly like an iceberg snow lotus. Ms. Lin, we will arrange the relevant procedures properly. You can come to Beijing University to officially register in a few days. The girl still had no expression on her face. She just nodded slightly as a response, and then walked out of the office under the escort of the man in the black suit. The Minister of Education also followed happily. Only after everyone in the office had left did Dean Li let out a long sigh and slumped back in his chair. Looking at the girl's name on the document, I felt a little dazed for a moment. Lin Shusi. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. But judging from the situation, the background is at least from the cabinet, right? This way. Originally, Su Nanxue and Shen Yao just wanted to rent a quiet small house near the school for convenient study and living. As a result, before they could choose a house, Gu Tianke took out his card to pay. Why rent? Can't you just buy one? No, sir. This villa is almost the price of 3 small goals. The sales lady opened her mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. Gu Tian didn't say anything. He threw the black and gold card that represented his identity on the table and spoke lightly. Swipe the card. I'm in a hurry. Boom. The pupils of all the sales staff in the hall shattered at once. I've seen wealthy people, but I've never seen anyone as wealthy as this. The sales lady didn't dare to have any doubt at all, so Bolt possessed her and went straight to get the purchase contract to make the payment. The other colleagues were almost crying with envy. Please give me a dozen of such incredible customers. Just half an hour later, Gu Tian and others came to this detached villa less than 2 kilometers away from Peking University. The villa occupies a spacious area, and its style combines modern minimalism with retro European style. The courtyard is full of greenery, with a gurgling stream, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Even the swimming pool has its own constant temperature system. The moment she walked through the door, Su Nanxue was completely stunned. It's not that she hasn't seen nice houses before, and her home is also a villa. But this was the first time she had seen such a simple way of buying a house as buying groceries. Gu Tian, are you being a little impulsive? Before Gu Tian could answer, Wang Haoke started to chatter. No. You said my brother Tian was impulsive when he spent 3 small goals to buy a villa. You know what? He spent 5 billion a while ago. He invested in a research team at our Beijing University. What? 5 billion? Su Nanxue covered her mouth in shock. In contrast to the shocked Su Nanxue, Xinyao was obviously much more excited, running around in the courtyard like a happy little bird. There's even a swimming pool. Oh my god. This villa is amazing. Gu Tian, you are so nice. Sister Nanxue, look, there are so many koi in this pond. Wang Hao is so envious of this scene that his back teeth were broken. When will he have such capital? When will I be able to be as popular with girls as Gu Tian? This way. Shishuan also followed Gu Tian's instructions and drove to the courtyard gate to wait. Faced with the news that Gu Tian was going on a long journey. Although the 2 girls were a little reluctant to leave, they had no way of asking more questions. In particular, Su Nanxue seemed to have sensed something from Gu Tian's meaningful eyes and could only give him a gentle reminder. Then, be safe. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Shen Yao followed closely behind, blinking her beautiful eyes and saying mischievously, Gu Tian, remember to come back early. Otherwise, Sister Nanxue and I will take all the good rooms for you. Okay. Gu Tian smiled slightly and got into the car with Wang Hao. Under the reluctant gaze of the 2 girls, the car gradually drove into the villa area. Along the way, Wang Hao was imagining a wonderful trip. Brother Tian, I want to take pictures with the wild animals over there. The most important thing is that I want to catch a lion and fight it with your Gu Baiwan to see who is the overlord of the grassland. Gu Tian glanced at him, too lazy to say anything, just leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, Shishuan's brows were furrowed. While checking the information on the tablet, he reported to Gu Tian in a low voice with a serious expression. Mr. Gu, the situation in North Africa is not as simple as you think. On the surface, it's an emerging resource-rich country, but behind the scenes, there are warlords of all sizes. Whoever has the firepower has the say, especially where you're going. It's a marginal oil field. Although Xie Juanhao is nominally the legal owner, according to data, mercenaries and external capital have frequently intervened in that area in recent years. Moreover, what you're going to touch this time is Xieyang's overseas base. After you land, remember to contact your mother's friends. Yeah, Gu Tian nodded. This time, his mother was very supportive of what he was going to do. She not only gave him a large amount of funds, but also provided him with relevant connections, allowing him to thoroughly investigate the assets behind Xieyang. There used to be a man named Zhang Tiance, who was an old subordinate of the Lao Ma Group. Later, he resigned for personal reasons and went to North Africa to pan for gold. Relying on his courage and ability, he became the boss of a mining company there, and also got to know many warlords. So my mother's meaning is very simple. Just go and contact this person. This person can provide everything he needs or wants to know. The next morning, a private plane from Longwa slowly landed at the North African International Airport. After leaving the airport, an extended Hummer followed by several bulletproof off-road vehicles drove over. As soon as the car door opened, young master, here. A middle-aged man wearing a large gold chain came up quickly, followed by 2 local men in turbans holding battle-damaged AKs. Such a scene stunned Wang Hao. No, Brother Tian, aren't we traveling? This posture doesn't seem like a travel situation, right? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao, looked at the person, and slowly asked, Are you Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang was about to nod when his gaze met Gu Tian's cold eyes, and he felt as if someone had suddenly grabbed his soul. This temperament, this look, this kind of pressure, standing still, seems to be able to stop the desert wind. Picture. They look so damn similar. He already knew who Director Qian's husband was, and he also knew that his son was known as the Crown Prince of Kyoto, a man who sneezed would shake Kyoto. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I feel a little nervous. Yes. It's me, Zhang Tiance. Director Qian arranged for me to come pick you up. Back then, I was in charge of overseas mining at the group, and it was Madam who single-handedly promoted me before I left. I've never forgotten this kindness over the years. Madam, if you give me an order, I, Zhang, will do it even if it means risking my life. The two bodyguards holding AKs became curious about Gu Tian's identity when they saw their boss's reaction. Who is this person? Can you make the boss so nervous? Gu Tian said calmly. I don't need you to fight for your life. I just want you to do the job. Understood. Boss Zhang immediately bowed, respectfully as if he was welcoming a big boss to the earth. Don't worry. Once you get here, your business will be my life. Gu Tian didn't say anything, just raised his hand lightly. Boss Zhang understood immediately and immediately opened the car door. Young master, please come in. The friend next to you? Please too. Wang Hao. I have a name, okay. Everyone got in the car, the Hummer shook violently, and slowly drove out of the airport. Chapter 79 The Young Master Who Can't Use Hot Weapons. I want to get off. I said I want to get off. Wang Hao was frantically grabbing at his seat belt in the car, looking as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. What kind of road is this? A Gobi Rift simulator, right? I feel like my kidneys are being shattered into pieces. He originally thought that this time he and Gu Tian would go on a luxurious and spontaneous trip to North Africa. As a result, it turned into a team-building mission to follow the prince on an expedition to the desert oil fields. Not only did sand fly into my eyes, but my butt also shook on the Hummer seat, revealing my 8-pack abs. Boss Zhang nervously looked at the navigation system and turned back helplessly. Young Master Wang, please hold on a little longer. We've only been walking for half an hour, and there are still 70 kilometers to go. I can't take it anymore. Wang Hao clutched his stomach. I need to pee, and at the same time, I can calm my heart down. Seeing this, Boss Zhang had no choice but to ask the driver to stop the car. The Hummer screeched to a halt. Wang Hao jumped out of the car. Just as he opened the gate to release the water, he heard a rumbling sound not far away. 5 or 6 armed pickup trucks loaded with militants, flying black flags, sped towards them, raising clouds of dust. Oh my god, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he even forgot to pull up his pants. Boss Zhang, is that your man? Boss Zhang didn't have time to answer. Da-da-da-da. The next second, flames flashed and bullets whizzed towards this side. Several bullets landed directly in front of Wang Hao's feet, splashing yellow sand everywhere and almost making his eyeballs pop out. Oh my god, are you serious? I'm still peeing. Young Master Wang, get in the car. Run. Wang Hao screamed and ran back to the car holding his pants, and he peed all over his hands. The car suddenly exploded. The bodyguard cursed and stepped on the accelerator. The other bodyguards quickly rushed to the car windows to block the view and started to draw their guns. Boss Zhang's face turned ashen, and he cursed as he opened the weapons box in the Hummer. What the hell? These bastards are targeting caravans. Seeing us driving Hummers, they must have mistaken us for businessmen coming to invest. No, Brother Tian. I'm here to travel with you. I don't want to die here. Wang Hao started to tremble. With trembling hands, he took the Desert Eagle handed to him by Boss Zhang, and even the loading of the gun was slipping. He has never used the truth, let alone scolded anyone. Don't get excited, don't get excited. You just need to defend yourself. You don't need to fight them head-on. Before Boss Zhang finished speaking, his peripheral vision suddenly shifted and his pupils trembled. I saw Gu Tian opened another weapons box at some point and pulled out a rocket launcher from the bottom. Click. Open the safety expertly. Snap. Buckle the shoulder straps precisely, and your posture will be as steady as a veteran going into the battlefield. Boss Zhang was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. No. Mr. Gu, don't you know how to use weapons? On the phone, Chairman Qian gave many instructions. It is said that Gu Xiao is a reasonable child who does not touch violence, does not play with firearms, and even plays only Plants vs. Zombies as a video game. I hope to ensure Mr. Gu's safety no matter what and not allow him to touch anything dangerous. But this scene now, isn't it too fucking incredible? Even the bodyguards in the car were stunned. Before Boss Zhang could react, Gu Tianka said, Boss Zhang, stop the car. I want to change cars. Boss Zhang was about to ask why, but Gu Tian had already turned around and looked at Wang Hao. his eyes so calm as if he was arranging what to eat tonight. Howsy, is everything okay? You drive, and I'll take on the challenge. Let's work together. Wang Hao was a little scared at first, but when he saw Gu Tian's eyes that showed that they were good brothers for life, he was instantly infected. No problem, Brother Tian. Just do it. Soon, under the protection of bodyguards, Gu Tian and Wang Hao moved to another car. Boss Zhang, run separately. Don't get too close to us. There was a burst of gunfire outside, and Gu Tian shouted into the walkie-talkie. Boss Zhang was so worried about his safety that he kept signaling the Hummer to drive side by side with his car. While this blocked the bullets, it also blocked his vision. I saw Gu Tian slowly lower the car window and extend the rocket launcher. The Humvee immediately moved away. The armed vehicles behind were unaware of this and continued to chase with AKs in hand. In their eyes, there were at least several big bosses sitting in the car in front. If you grab a bunch of these, you'll be rich in no time. Howsy, slow down. The distance is too far. It's hard for me to aim. Gu Tian leaned half of his body out of the window while holding the rocket launcher steadily. Wang Hao understood and immediately slowed down the car. Okay, now, Gu Tian suddenly raised his hand and aimed the rocket launcher at one of the armed pickup trucks that was sprinting at high speed. Bang! The flames burst out, deafening. Boom! The explosion was accompanied by thick smoke rising into the sky, and the entire pickup truck along with the 4 or 5 militants on it instantly exploded into a fireball in midair. The remaining cars slammed on the brakes, seemingly not expecting the other party to carry such lethal weapons. Fuck you, Brother Tian. When did you learn how to use a bazooka? The look in Wang Hao's eyes when he looked at Gu Tian was full of admiration. On this side, Boss Zhang and several bodyguards in the Hummer were all stunned. WTF? You call this not being able to use firearms? At this time, Qian Hui's secretary just called and asked Boss Zhang whether he had received Mr. Gu and how Mr. Gu was doing. Boss Zhang's mouth twitched. Please tell, Director Qian, the young master's performance is a bit beyond the standard. Wait a minute, Boss Zhang. I don't quite understand. Could you explain it in detail? Just as Boss Zhang was about to reply, the bodyguard next to him exclaimed, Boss, boss, your guests turned around and chased after them. Your guests turned around and chased after the militants. This scream startled Boss Zhang so much that he hung up the phone immediately, threw himself behind the rear window, and almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Awa, I just told the chairman that Mr. Gu's performance was a bit out of line, and he just ripped it up. Gu Tian's car turned sideways with a tailspin, and he stepped on the accelerator all the way and headed straight for the militants who had just been stunned by the explosion. It's not about running away, it's about fighting back. It's about fighting back. Hurry, hurry and catch up. If we don't catch up with the young master, he'll be all over the news fighting with the warlords. Boss Zhang slapped the passenger seat armrest frantically while taking out his cell phone to call someone. At this time, Gu Tian's off-road vehicle entered the deserted area as if it were no one. Wang Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face filled with excitement as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Brother Tian, look, they're turning around and running away. Gu Tian ignored him and raised the second rocket launcher steadily. Howsy, drive steadily. I'm going to start locking. Receive. Chapter 80, I need support. Bang! The second rocket whizzed out and locked onto the car that started firing first. Boom! The fireball blasted a huge deep pit in the sand, and the shock wave directly blew away 2 cars following nearby. The scene was comparable to a Hollywood disaster movie. The remaining cars finally realized that today's robbery would not make them rich, but would cost them their lives. WTF. Run. Retreat. Fuck. Why are they carrying weapons like bazookas? How the hell is this a businessman? This is a gangster. The driver almost stepped on the accelerator, leaving snake-like trails on the front of the car as he desperately tried to escape into the distance. They only carried battle-damaged AKs and were destined to be crushed in terms of firepower. Moreover, the enemy's vehicles were bulletproof. Brother Tian, they ran away separately. Wang Hao was so anxious that his palms were sweating. Chase. Catch one and chase it. Gu Tian threw the rocket launcher in the back row, picked up an AK skillfully, and loaded it with his backhand. Okay. Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, chose a shabby armored vehicle that was obviously lagging behind, and followed it all the way. 2 cars running parallel. When the militants showed up nearby, I was scared to death. Fuck. Faster. Faster. Shit. They're chasing us. Right next to us. Hit me. Hit me. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets bit Gu Tian's car window like mad dogs. Pity. Bulletproof glass, made in China, is far ahead. While they were changing bullets, Gu Tian suddenly pressed the car window button, extended the AK barrel, and started firing. da-da-da-da, directly forced the other party to not dare to show their head. Brother Tian, you're too ruthless. This pursuit is driving me crazy. Wang Hao was as excited as a spectator while racing, and the emotional value he provided was very good. It's not over yet. Gu Tian curled up a cruel smile and took out a grenade from the box with one hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's pupils were dizzy. He exclaimed, Brother Tian, stop it. You're going crazy. If this hadn't been thrown away, this day next year would have been the anniversary of their death. Unfortunately, it's too late. Gu Tian suddenly bit off the safety, rolled down the car window, and threw the car towards the back of the armored vehicle next to him. Fire in the hole. The militants squatted in the back of the car, still thinking about how to escape. A grenade rolled smoothly to their feet. Walter, who dropped the grenade. Next second, boom, the explosion was like thunder, and Ho Do and his men were blown away, with burning debris in the air. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Wang Hao slammed on the brakes, then followed Gu Tian holding the truth and walked towards the burning corpse. There were 4 or 5 bodies lying all over the ground. Only the driver in the driving seat was rolling and struggling on the ground in pain. Help! 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 Help me! Help me! Gu Tian walked slowly in front of him. Wang Hao wanted to speak up and say, Brother Tian, this guy is still alive. Why not keep him alive so Boss Zhang can question him? Gu Tian didn't even look at him, picked up his AK and fired a volley of shots. And at this time, Boss Zhang and his men finally caught up and were all shocked when they saw the scene. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on? 2 people wiped out 6 people. It's not that they don't know how to use hot weapons. Their combat power is clearly at the ceiling. Although extremely shocked, for safety reasons, Gu Tian and Wang Hao quickly got back into the car and stepped on the accelerator to leave. As for which tribal warlord these militants belong to, we will investigate it slowly after we return. Early the next morning, the morning sun shines through the palm leaves onto the golden land of North Africa. Gu Tian woke up lazily in Boss Zhang's mansion. I have to say, Boss Zhang's hospitality was luxurious, with absolutely no discounts. After returning yesterday, Boss Zhang immediately ordered a banquet, including roasted whole lamb, Persian spiced rice, and red wine from a private wine cellar. Wang Hao's eyes were shining as he ate. The security in the yard has also been taken to a higher level. Dozens of dark-skinned bodyguards wearing tactical vests and carrying AKs patrolled everywhere. Brother Tian, come quickly. Pick out the gems. Wang Hao sat in front of the stone table, holding a ruby as big as a pigeon egg in his hand, smiling like a little money grubber. A servant was holding a plate full of gems. As soon as he saw Gu Tian walking down the stairs, Boss Zhang immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. Mr. Gu, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. Gu Tian yawned and sat down on the chair lazily. Oh, that's good. Boss Zhang rubbed his hands together and said flatteringly, Mr. Gu, Madam has repeatedly told you that you are here to investigate the background issues of a private oil field. You are so young, yet you have already taken on such a heavy responsibility. You are truly a son of a general, a true dragon sent from heaven. Gu Tian waved his hand gently. It's nothing, the problem is right in front of us. How can we not solve it? When Boss Zhang heard this, he quickly served tea and water. Just as he was about to ask which oil field Gu Tian was investigating, his bodyguard came over with documents. Boss, we found out. The ones who tried to rob us yesterday were MANHUA Kamau's soldiers. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Boss Zhang's face froze. Whose soldier are you talking about? MANHUA Kamau, the bodyguard confirmed. Wang Hao, still chewing a date, asked incoherently, Who is this person? He sounds like one of those people in white robes who threw the backpack. Gu Tian lazily raised his eyes to glance at Boss Zhang. Very impressive? Boss Yang's breathing became a little unsteady, and he nodded with difficulty. Not only is he powerful, he's one of the most formidable warlords in this area. The forces under his command are stronger than the local garrison. He specializes in robbing mines and trade routes. In recent years, he has seized 3 large mines and 2 trade routes in our area alone. I haven't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire outside and explosions were heard everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ground of the manor shook twice. Boss, MANHUA's soldiers are coming. They have armor, armored vehicles, and heavy machine guns. Boss Zhang's face changed drastically, and he waved his hand hurriedly. Quick, take my guests to the underground refuge. Fuck, so soon. You're here to seek revenge so soon. My gem fell. Compared to Wang Hao, who evacuated in a panic. Gu Tian calmly took out his cell phone and dialed. Hey, Shishuan. Exist. I need help urgently. the sooner the better. What support? The kind of firepower coverage, helicopters, drones, vehicle-mounted rocket launchers, portable missiles. If you have tanks, arrange for them as well. Chapter 81 $10 million US. Muchua's troops came with great force. In less than 5 minutes, the entire manor was surrounded. A camouflage-painted pickup truck roared into the main courtyard, without stopping, and directly did a tailspin across the middle of the courtyard, raising a cloud of dust. Several burly black men with bare chests and bullet chains wrapped around their bodies jumped out from behind. The leader, wearing a black robe and a turban, was Muchua himself. "Who is your boss? If you don't come out, I'll kill you all." Boss Zhang was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue as he trotted down the stairs and greeted them with a smile on his face. General, what brings you here? My God, I dreamed of you last night." Oh, it's Mr. Zhang. Yes, it's me. What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding." Boss Zhang smiled and nodded like pounding garlic, sweat dripping down like beans. "Walter? Misunderstand?" Muchua's face instantly darkened, and he slowly reached for his waist. 5 or 6 of his men were beaten to pieces and 2 cars were blown up. Now you tell me it was a misunderstanding. When Boss Zhang saw this situation, he waved to the servant behind him. 5 or 6 servants came forward carrying trays of gems. "General Muchua, these are the newly mined bloodstones and other rare gemstones from our mine. We present them all to you. What happened yesterday was truly a misunderstanding." Muchua's eyes fell on the gem. He picked up a blood-red bloodstone casually, shook it in the sunlight, and his brows relaxed slightly. Boss Zhang's heart almost jumped into his throat. He does business here and only deals with normal warlords. But he has always kept his distance from bandit warlords like Muchua. But what happened yesterday was indeed a bit too sudden. Who knew that the young master's performance would be so amazing? Who would have thought about the next second? Muchua held the bloodstone in his hand and walked up to Boss Zhang with a forced smile. "I didn't expect that Boss Zhang's mind had such good things." One look at his unkind and greedy eyes. Boss Zhang panicked instantly and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, General. This is the only mine I have that still produces some stone. If I give it to you, my business will be over." As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen AKs were raised at the same time, with the black muzzles pointed at Boss Zhang's chest. Muchua's smile slowly faded, and he said coldly, "Are you trying to say that you're just willing to fool me with a few stones and let go of what happened yesterday?" Boss Zhang quickly shook his head. "No, I didn't. That's not what I meant. The words haven't been finished yet." Muchua snorted coldly, pulled out the metal pistol from his waist, swung his arm, and pointed the gun at Boss Zhang's captured bodyguards. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out. The 5 captured bodyguards fell to the ground on the spot. Boss Zhang turned around abruptly, his pupils contracting violently. No. These bodyguards are loyal to him and have followed him for several years. Now directly. This scene. Gu Tian in the building saw it all. "Brother Tian, come in quickly. Stop looking." Wang Hao was extremely anxious at the entrance of the basement, waving his arms to signal Gu Tian to retreat quickly. However, Gu Tian leaned sideways behind the window, watching the scene outside with a clenched teeth. Boss Zhang's bodyguards, who were drinking and chatting happily together last night, were now lying in a pool of blood with their eyes still open. The smoking bullet casings on the ground, and Muchua's condescending expression. "Brother Tian, what are you doing?" Before Wang Hao could react, Gu Tian suddenly ran towards the door. "This way. I'll ask again, are you going to give me this mine now, or wait until you die?" Muchua put the gun against Boss Zhang's forehead, his finger on the trigger, as if he was ready to shoot at any time. At this time, "Stop! Stop it!" A sharp voice rang out. More than 20 guns turned in unison, aiming in the direction where the sound came from. Seeing Gu Tian jogging over, Boss Zhang was stunned. "Young master, didn't I tell you to hide? What are you doing out here? If anything happens to you, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die." Gu Tian did not respond, but walked towards Muchua step by step. "Interesting. Who are you? Boss Zhang's secretary? A worker at the mine?" Gu Tian stood still and said calmly, "I'll talk to you." Muchua scoffed. "You? Talk to me? Do you know who I am?" "Muchua Kumo," Gu Tian said calmly. "The actual controller of the 3rd District of North Africa, controls 4 mining roads, 3 oil fields, and a 3,000-man non-organized armed force." Muchua raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him knew his background so clearly. Gu Tian continued, "I know that yesterday's misunderstanding made you very unhappy. So I ask you, how much does it cost to settle this matter?" As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to have been paused. Boss Zhang was anxious and said in dragon language, "Young master, this guy has a huge appetite. It's not something that can be appeased with a lot of money." He had never seen a balance in Gu Tian's account that was longer than his Longwo identity ID. Muchua looked at the young man in front of him who was ignorant of the danger, was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly grinned. "Okay, then I'll name a price. If you can afford it, I'll pretend that what happened yesterday never happened." After saying that, he raised a finger. $10 million, transfer the money now. If you can't, don't blame me for taking over your boss's mind. As soon as these words came out, Boss Zhang's face turned pale, and he quickly bargained. "General, can you offer a lower price? Even if you take over my mine now, the profit won't reach $10 million in a short time." But the next second, Gu Tian took out his phone, his fingers swiping quickly, then raised his head and said calmly, "Tell me, how much is the account?" The scene suddenly became silent. "Walter, wait a minute." The adjutant behind Muchua subconsciously adjusted his military cap, suspecting he had heard it wrong. He just said $10 million, not 10 million Zimbabwean dollars. Muchua's threatening smile froze on his face. He wasn't frightened, but rather a little confused. $10 million is certainly not a small amount for him. But for this young man in front of me, he didn't even hesitate. Boss Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Although he is worth over 100 million, can he really mobilize 8-digit funds in 5 seconds? Not to mention 5 seconds. Even 50 minutes would be enough. Muchua stared at Gu Tian silently for 5 seconds, then looked at the young man from Dragon Country again. He saw a calm face. There was no panic, no high-profile show-off, no flattery or anger, only the indifference unique to those in high positions. Just as he looked at Boss Zhang and was about to ask the young man's identity. "General, account?" Gu Tian asked again. Muchua didn't speak immediately, but waved his hand. The adjutant behind him immediately handed over the account information. Gu Tian took a look, entered the account information, and performed some operations. 10 seconds later. Bite. "Oh my God. Really?" The adjutant looked at the tablet with a delighted expression and reported in a low voice. "It's arrived. General, $10 million." Muchua grinned, but didn't say anything polite. Instead, he walked forward and stared at Gu Tian's face, which was so close to him. "I'll remember you, young man. You're not ordinary, are you?" Gu Tian raised the corner of his mouth and said nothing. "Next time, if you're not here to give me money," Muchua said, his smile fading, "then don't show up in front of me." After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand. Behind him, a group of shirtless soldiers wearing bullet belts quickly withdrew. Who would have thought this would happen? Gu Tian suddenly shouted, "Wait." Chapter 82 North Africa Investigation Team. Huh? Muchua paused and slowly turned around. Gu Tian put one hand in his pocket, walked forward with a smile, and looked straight at Muchua. "You just said that this is the end of it. But I want to ask, you beat up those bodyguards under Boss Zhang. How are you going to deal with this?" Boom. The atmosphere on the scene exploded instantly. Wang Hao, who had just walked out of the building, widened his eyes and thought to himself, "Oh no, I came out too early." Boss Zhang almost collapsed. "Young master, let's forget about this. Let's forget about this." Muchua grinned, revealing his gold teeth. "Haha, how do you want to deal with this?" He, Muchua, killed people and set fire to the gold belt, but no one dared to ask him for an explanation. And this young man from Longwo in front of me is really courageous. Gu Tian did not rush to answer, but just glanced at the golden pistol in Muchua's hand. "Walter, you mean this?" Seeing Gu Tian nodded, Muchua was stunned for a moment, hesitated for 0.01 seconds, and then handed over the heavy golden pistol. "I am surrounded by my own people. Anyone who dares to attack him will be beaten to a pulp. Take it and see what you want to do with it." As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian reached out and took the gun. Next second, without any hesitation, bang, the golden pistol exploded. Bang, 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 for consecutive gunshots. The 4 soldiers standing next to Muchua had no time to react before blood burst out from their foreheads, and they fell to the ground. Wah! Boss Zhang almost fainted, and Wang Hao almost fainted on the spot. "Thank you, now we are even." Gu Tian returned the gun with a forced smile. Muchua, who had recovered from his shock, didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Gu Tian with a dagger in his smile, then jumped into the jeep. "Go." The rumbling convoy raised a cloud of yellow sand and quickly went away. Until now. Boss Zhang then breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. "Young master, could you please tell me specifically, what exactly are you doing in North Africa?" Director Qian said on the phone that he was ordered to come here to secretly investigate the operations of some local oil fields. He thought it was related to the Qian Group's future overseas business. But now, how could they be here to do business? They were clearly here to start a warlord conflict, weren't they? The two of them just arrived and wiped out an entire vehicle of MANHUA's troops, killed the MANHUA soldiers on the spot because of a disagreement. In the end, MANHUA left without saying a word. Watching the sunset slowly sink into the end of the North African desert, Gu Tian said meaningfully, I came here to do only 3 things. Boss Zhang swallowed and asked cautiously, Which 3? Gu Tian turned around, his figure reflected in the dusk. Blow up the oil fields. Blow up the oil fields. Or blow up the oil fields. Boom. Wang Hao slumped down on the ground. I knew it. I knew it. How could you be so kind as to take me on a trip? In contrast, Boss Zhang was petrified on the spot. At the same time, a meeting in Kyoto headed by Mr. Lin caused a lot of discussion among many cabinet members. More than 20 members of parliament have taken their seats in the conference room. The atmosphere was not hot, but it was suffocating. The members of parliament talked in 2s and 3s in low voices. Oldly, what on earth is the reason why Mr. Lin suddenly asked us all to attend? What else could it be? It's probably related to Xie Yong's super strong son. You mean that Xie Bin? I heard that kid caused quite a stir in Beijing, but what happened? Was he beaten to a pulp by Mr. Gu's precious son? It was more than just a cleanup. The rumors went viral, saying he was shot dead on the spot. He wasn't even taken to the hospital. Oh my, now Xie Yong only has 1 son left. You say, could it be that Elder Lin is using this meeting as an excuse to speak up for Xie Yong? That's impossible, right? If it's for Xie Yong, then why didn't Xie Yong come himself? Yeah, why do I feel like this is more like a prelude to cleaning up the house? As soon as the words fell, da-da-da, the 2 concierges ran quickly to the door of the conference hall and opened it with a swift movement. A familiar figure came into everyone's sight. Mr. Lin. All the members of parliament stood up almost at the same time and saluted him in unison, with genuine awe in their eyes. Elder Lin waved his hand and smiled gently. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. The words fell. The audience chorused in unison. It's not hard. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your hard work. After a brief digression, the meeting got down to business. That is the issue of loopholes in the progress of North African strategic cooperation projects. The meeting room fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of flipping papers. In less than a moment, many members of parliament were so frightened by the contents of the document that they could not even breathe. Mr. Lin was the one who personally decided to initiate this strategic cooperation. Now, a lot of money is missing. The equipment purchase price is inflated by 3 times. Many project leaders have multiple private accounts under their names. This? No way. Who is so bold? Every member of parliament had only one thought in his mind at this moment. That was it. Who the hell was so bold? He actually used Mr. Lin's strategy to openly pocket the money. The specific situation is now clear to everyone. Mr. Lin's tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. So now I announce the establishment of a North African Strategic Cooperation Project investigation team and set off for North Africa. The words fell. The door at the back of the conference room was neatly opened by 2 secretaries. A row of members wearing administrative jackets and inspection and discipline badges on their chests walked in quickly. The leader had a solemn expression, and his demeanor was far superior to that of ordinary inspection team members. But when all the parliamentarians saw the last member, their pupils trembled instantly, and some even covered their mouths in shock, just because the last figure was none other than someone else. It was Mr. Lin's daughter, Lin Shusi. She followed the other members unsteadily, her beautiful eyes as cold as frost and snow, and her calmness revealed an intimidating aura of murderous intent. How could it be her? Master Lin actually let his own daughter take charge. Are you going to clean it yourself? No. What position does she hold now? Does this count as joining the cabinet? Am I seeing things wrong or? Chapter 83 Weapons in Place. Unlike other MPs, these parliamentarians know Lin Shusi very well. Because of some private matters of the Lin family, Lin Shusi has been away for many years, studying economics, finance, and international law. According to many lawmakers in charge of security, she is usually taciturn and calm, with a sharp mind, and handles things quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. This time, Mr. Lin didn't follow any procedures and directly transferred her into the cabinet. I guess this is not a small-scale investigation, right? Perhaps this incident paved the way for Lin Shusi to reach the pinnacle of power? After the meeting, the lawmakers left one after another. In the other end, under the shocked gazes of the secretary and the man in black, Lin Shusi directly pushed open the door of Lin Guoxian's exclusive office. No knocking, no formalities. Lin Guixian was looking through documents at his desk and looked up when he heard the noise. Shusi, you performed very well just now. Facing so many members of parliament, your speech and attitude were very good. Lin Shusi expressionlessly took off the executive jacket that represented the special inspector and casually draped it over the back of the chair. Although she was only wearing a neatly cut white shirt, she exuded a sharp aura that made people feel unapproachable. Seeing that the relationship between father and daughter had not eased, Lin Guixian carefully considered his words. This matter, I asked you to step forward. I hope you can understand my good intentions. What you represent is not only my personal attitude, but also allows many members of parliament to see clearly that after returning from your studies, you still firmly chose this side. Lin Shusi raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze as cold as frost, and looked at Lin Guixian word by word, saying, It's a pity that I have no interest in these. According to our agreement, you will remarry my mother after I return from North Africa. Otherwise, Lin Shusi paused, then opened her red lips again. This will be the last time I appear in your life. After saying that, she turned and left. The air froze instantly. Lin Guixian pursed his lips. Although he still had 1,000 words to say, he finally just whispered, I understand. At this moment, he was no longer the powerful Mr. Lin in the parliament, nor was he the strategic planner who controlled the overall situation. He is just a father who is rejected by his daughter. The door was closed gently, and even the sound was polite to the point of being ruthless. The two black-clad guards standing at the door subconsciously looked at each other. The air temperature didn't drop, but they shivered at the same time. The aura of the returning Kyoto lady is even greater than that of Mr. Lin. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Gu Tian and Wang Hao basically did nothing. Gu Tian didn't have any powerful weapons in his hands, and when he realized that the situation here was more complicated than he had imagined, he didn't dare to take a step easily. This day, Gu Tian was visiting Boss Zhang's mine at his invitation. At this time, the secretary pushed the door open and said that a batch of large-scale engineering equipment and a large number of workers would soon be shipped to our mine. Boss Zhang was very confused. He has never recruited workers, let alone purchased any large-scale mining engineering equipment. The secretary looked at the document carefully again. It was clearly written on it that the purchaser was Gu Tian. Young master, no. When did you purchase the large equipment? With your background and level, there's no need for you to suffer here. Boss Zhang turned to look at Gu Tian, who was calmly drinking tea, enjoying the air conditioning and eating watermelon. Gu Tian took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, Boss Zhang, this is not some kind of engineering machinery. What is that? At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly put down the watermelon and blurted out, This is a weapon. What? Arms. The smile on Boss Zhang's face suddenly fell apart, and he froze in place. What the hell did you say? Say it again. Wang Hao patted the young man, his face serious. Weapons. Boss Zhang. Real weapons. The kind with full firepower. You don't really think that my brother Tian's $10 million is that easy to get? Before Boss Zhang could react, the ground began to shake violently. A few people thought it was an earthquake and ran out quickly. Even Gu Tian, who was mentally prepared, was shocked at this moment. I saw yellow sand rolling up in the distance, and rows of heavy trucks, semi-trailer containers, engineering cranes, and transport vehicles came in like a long dragon, and were heading towards the mining area with momentum like a torrent. What the hell? Brother Tian, what on earth did you bring here? Wang Hao opened his mouth so wide that 2 boiled eggs could fit in it. Boss Zhang sat down on the ground, completely unable to accept the scene before him. It took less than a moment. The cars drove into the mining area. The giant crane creaked and unfolded its robotic arm, starting to lift the containers one by one onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Every time a box fell, there was a cloud of dust and exclamations. When the first 5 boxes were opened, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Those were not excavators or mining drills, but rather neatly stacked vehicle-mounted rocket launchers with their barrels pointing toward the sky. Amnima. Bazooka. What the hell is this? The semi-trailer covered with oilcloth is even more brutal. As soon as the oilcloth was pulled off, 5 tanks painted in sand camouflage appeared in everyone's sight. Click, click, click. As the tracks moved, the air seemed to become tense. Boss Zhang rolled his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. If he wasn't careful, wouldn't his mind become a volcanic crater? WTF? Wang Hao exclaimed, Brother Tian, this is outrageous. Should we establish a new warlord? What's even more shocking is, 6 armed helicopters were disassembled into modules and transported here. A large number of boxes filled with weapons were also hoisted down. Rifles, grenades, rockets, howitzers, Everything is available. But it's not over yet. Another long line of trucks drove in, and the car stopped. Densely packed soldiers in black combat uniforms jumped out of the car, holding new assault rifles, tactical daggers, bulletproof shields, communication helmets, with solemn expressions, and lined up in a timely manner. The team was like a huge black wave, with no end in sight. The leading commander rushed towards Gu Tian, clenched his right fist, and clasped his chest, shouting, "Report to Mr. Gu. The Dragon Royal Special Forces have assembled. 1680 people are expected to arrive. 1680 people are actually here. All preparations are complete. Awaiting deployment orders." The words fell. "Always be prepared." 1,680 people responded in unison, their spears like a forest, and the sound made everyone's feet numb. Even Boss Zhang took a deep breath and muttered, "Young master, should we change the sign at the main gate of my mining area and call it the Longfei Temporary Military Training Area?" As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. The caller was the owner of another mine. As soon as the call was connected, the other party's worried voice came out from the receiver. "Boss Zhang, your mine needs to strengthen security and defense these days. I heard it. Your $10 million has really benefited the MANHUA warlord. They're planning to extort more from you. Different than usual." Boss Zhang didn't exclaim at all, but turned slowly and looked at Gu Tian while holding his phone. The two smiled at each other. "It's okay, let them come. I will make sure they never come back." "What do you mean, Boss Zhang? Are you planning to go all in? You only have one life. Don't do anything stupid." Chapter 84. Is it a reason to dislike him? The next morning, as soon as daybreak came, Kosna Airport was on full alert. On both sides of the special route runway, police cars were lined up and soldiers holding truth rifles lined up solemnly. The red carpet was rolled out early. A group of senior North African officials had been waiting for a long time. The Minister of Finance, the Minister of Energy, and the head of Foreign Affairs were all dressed in suits. The leader was the representative of the North African General Conference, Hamza Baluchi, who was wearing a traditional black robe and had a serious expression. Because today, they are going to welcome a special delegation from Longfang. Although the official reason is to witness and visit the progress of strategic cooperation projects. In fact, everyone knows that the financial sponsors are here for evaluation and supervision. If there is a problem in any link, not only will the cooperation be stranded, but even the existing projects will have to be re-examined. Here it comes. As the tower dispatcher's voice came, everyone involuntarily tightened their stance. A special business jet from Manhwa slowly landed in the morning light. The hatch opens. Flashlights blared all around. Click, click, click. Members of the North Africa Special Investigation Team walked down slowly in neat executive jackets. Walking in front was Chen Hai, a senior team leader of the Cabinet Inspection Department, in his 50s, with countless cases under his belt. According to previous situations, he definitely held his head high and chest out, not to mention that what he represented at this moment was Longfang's reputation. But this time, he walked a little cautiously, and when he turned his head, he would subconsciously look at the figure behind him. This figure was none other than Mr. Lin's beloved daughter, Lin Shusi. The North African parliamentarians originally had diplomatic smiles on their faces, but when they saw Lin Shusi at the end of the team, they couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. This is the accompanying secretary? No, she has too much aura. How come she is so young? The Dragon Nation delegation is all quite senior. Is this girl a special case? Dear distinguished guests, thank you for coming from afar. Hamza stepped forward with a smile on his face and took Chen Hai's hands in his. Let's go to the hotel and rest for a while. I have arranged a sumptuous banquet to entertain you. Thank you, Elder Hamza. Chen Hai responded with a polite smile and spoke in a slightly stiff foreign language. Just when the atmosphere seemed to be entering the diplomatic routine process, a cold voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Hamza. Such a cool and fluent accent startled the ears of all the North African officials around him as soon as he spoke. Only then did everyone realize that the unbelievably young woman was standing at the back of the line, smiling at them politely. I think there's no need for a banquet. Our trip is to rapidly deepen win-win energy cooperation and build a long bridge of friendship. As for celebrating, once things are settled, we'll naturally have enough reasons to raise a toast, right? In a word, it is watertight, and the attitude is tough yet graceful. The smile on Hamza's face froze slightly, and the other MPs were also stunned and exchanged glances. Walter? Who has the final say? Isn't this team leader Chun? This young team member, why does he look like the team leader? To be honest, they are really not afraid of each other's visits and evaluations. What I'm afraid of is the complex and changing external environment. What if you are visiting and suddenly see warlords fighting not far away? First of all, it is unsafe. Secondly, it gives people a very bad impression. This place is unsafe and not suitable for investment. Of course, you may ask why they didn't eliminate these warlords. The reason is simple. It is difficult to fight because there are too many warlords. Some of them not only have money and territory, but also have the support of heavy weapons smuggled from abroad. If a real fight breaks out, this group of regular troops may not be able to win. The other members standing behind Chunhai also looked surprised. They didn't expect that the eldest lady from Kyoto would be so direct and not at all nervous. The level of admiration for him in my heart was growing rapidly. Yes, my team member is right. It's best if we go visit first. Chunhai smiled and nodded. Of course, how could he not nod? Although he is the team leader, everyone knows that what Miss Kyoto represents is Mr. Lin's attitude. Huh? Okakak. Hamza quickly adjusted his tone. Your efficiency and resolute attitude are truly admirable. I'll immediately arrange for a vehicle to head to the first project site. After saying this, he immediately ordered other members of parliament to prepare vehicles. When Chunhai and others got into the car surrounded by media reporters, the secretary walked up to Hamza with a worried look on his face and said, Elder, the first project is very close to the MANHUA warlord. I'm afraid. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hamza waving his hand. It was too late to say this now. The other party was anxious to see it, and he had agreed. So what if we are close to the MANHUA warlord? At worst, we can send more soldiers for protection. The most important thing is that this MANHUA warlord is a notorious bandit warlord who mainly robs, extorts, and kidnaps private caravans. So he bet that the other party would not do anything rash. That's all. Escorted by numerous North African military vehicles and security teams, the convoy slowly drove out of the airport. This way, Boss Zhang was extremely anxious. More than 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers of the young master suddenly stationed in the mining area. Zhang was a serious miner after all, but he woke up one day and found himself a logistics cook. More than 1,000 people, more than 1,000 mouths. And these are more than 1,000 muscular men wearing tactical vests who eat 8 meals a day and fight without taking a breath. 2 more days. His logistics department had to sound the empty warehouse alarm. Of course, he was not afraid of spending money, but it was difficult to transport supplies and food. In the past, he had to ask the warlords to escort food and supplies. How can he get the other party to escort him now? Hey, brother, please help me escort some military supplies over. Yes, rations for nearly 2,000 soldiers. Wouldn't this scare the other party so much that they'd lose their internet connection right there? This isn't about finding someone to escort food. This is clearly looking for an excuse to wipe them out. What made him even more frightened were the piles of weapons piled up like mountains. Last night, everyone in the mine went out to clear out several large warehouses to provide a home for the young master's weapons. The key point is that this thing hasn't been installed yet. There are also tanks, armed helicopters, and military off-road vehicles lying in the open air sunbathing. The wind and sun, the desert heat and scorching heat. If this fails in actual combat, and anything happens to the young master, his ancestors for 18 generations will be punished. If we don't find a suitable place to store it, there will be a sandstorm. He doesn't need to open a mine anymore. He can just turn it into a war relic museum. Gu Tian was also anxious about Boss Zhang's complaints. Boss Zhang, since MANHUA hasn't come to attack us yet, why don't we take the initiative to attack him? As soon as these words were spoken, Boss Zhang was furious. Oh my god, what the hell are you talking about? I'm a miner. You're talking to me about fighting warlords. Is this a dungeon run or a territorial victory? But when he thought of the current predicament, Boss Zhang's expression suddenly changed. Young master, that makes sense. What you said makes sense. Warlord MANHUA's territory is vast, so there's definitely enough food to eat. We can even get back the $10 million. Wang Hao was stunned by what he heard. You guys went from mining to conquering the desert overnight. But Boss Zhang was in business after all, so he was still rational. Young master, it's not that I'm a coward, but fighting a war. At least we need a reason. We have to have a legitimate reason. If you just start fighting right away, that's not very martial. Well, this makes sense. Gu Tian nodded, lit a cigarette in agreement, thought for 3 seconds, and then looked at Boss Zhang seriously. Is it a reason that I don't like him? Phew. Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of old tea. Chapter 85 MANHUA attacks. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. The 3 of them talked about military affairs, justice, and logistics, and turned the map wall on Boss Zhang's mind into a situation map and a desert plate division plan. Boss Zhang's secretary couldn't help but scratch his hair when seeing this. Will the mining business continue in the future? Judging from the pace, it seems that a new warlord is about to rise in this land. At this time, the alarm in the mine sounded loudly. Woo woo woo. I saw several foremen running in with excitement on their faces. Boss Zhang, Muchua's troops are coming. Mr. Zhang, Muchua's soldiers are finally here to rob us. In the past, the mine alarm sounded. There was chaos, and the workers rushed to the bunker. But now, when the alarm sounded, everyone was as excited as an old bachelor seeing a widow. Holy crap, I've been waiting so long. It's finally here. Before Boss Zhang could express his feelings too much, Wang Hao and Gu Tianke rushed out. They saw more than a dozen armed pickup trucks flying the flag of the Mutua warlord, rushing towards them aggressively. There were 5 or 6 shirtless soldiers wearing bullet belts and shouting in each pickup truck. Da-da-da-da. The heavy machine gun mounted on the pickup truck opened fire first, with bullets fired directly towards the mining area. Mutua also leaned his head out of the car window, raised his AK, and fired bullets into the air to boost morale. Brothers, attack! Grab the gems! Collect the dollars! His men also shouted, charge! Steal 3 cars today, marry 3 wives tomorrow. How would they know? Today they didn't enter the mine to steal things, but to give themselves up for dead. Right now, on the hillside, the muzzles of 5 tanks painted in sand camouflage slowly raised. The gunner shouted coldly, lock on the target. Prepare to fire. 6 armed helicopters slowly took off. Thousands of Dragon Guard Special Forces soldiers raised their guns in unison, their black tactical armor glowing coldly in the morning light. As the mining area got closer, the Mutua soldiers felt more and more guilty. Walter? Wait, do you feel something is wrong? Why are there so many people ahead? Oh my god, is that a sea of heads ahead? Oh my god, why? Why is there still a helicopter flying? The leading vehicle slammed on the brakes. Just as the soldiers were about to ask Mutua if they had taken the wrong road or come to the wrong mining area. But the old dog Mutua had already escaped in a jeep. Walter? What's wrong with the general? Oh no, retreat. Something's wrong. We seem to have arrived at a military base. Retreat. Before anyone could react. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were dense and sharp sounds of breaking through the air in the air. Boom 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 boom. Bullets and shells poured down like plowing the ground. The 3 pickup trucks in the front row were hit by rockets on the spot, flew directly into the air, and exploded into flaming fireballs in midair. Oh my god. Shit. WTF. What the hell is this? Oh. Bazooka. How come they have a bazooka? Fuck. Who has a mine and tanks? Retreat. Retreat quickly. This is a military base. Not a mine. Boom. 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 Despite their frantic steering, the artillery fire still hit the target accurately. Such a scene took less than 10 seconds. At the same time, above the mining area, Gu Tian stood on the roof of a rocket launcher with one hand on his waist and a walkie-talkie in the other. Red sand was flying, and his back looked like the god of war descending to the earth. Longyu Special Forces, everyone listen up. Attack Mutua's lair. Pursue the enemy. Eliminate all support bases. Receive. More than 1,000 black-clad Special Forces soldiers descended from the mountains like tigers. The huge armed convoy headed directly towards Mutua's lair, with armed helicopters hovering in the air following. This way, after returning to the camp, Mutua began to question his life. If it weren't for the sound of artillery fire from behind, he would have suspected that what he saw was a mirage. Which big Buddha did I offend? Send out troops directly to kill him? But looking at their specifications, firepower, and accuracy, they don't look like local troops at all. But before he could come to his senses, the adjutant rushed in. General, we have to do something. The enemy might give chase. Mutua slammed the table and stood up, roaring. Everyone prepare for battle. Send out the main force. Fight. Everyone. Yes. At the command. More than 1,000 people in the camp moved quickly, boarding vehicles, setting up machine guns, and loading bullets. Some even started stuffing gas tank rockets into the barrels. But at this moment, on the other side of the distant horizon, yellow sand rolled and roared like a tornado. Sandstorm? A soldier asked in surprise. No. The sentry on the watchtower took a look through the telescope, and his pupils trembled on the spot. It's not a sandstorm, it's convoy. A large number of convoys are rushing towards us. General, they're chasing us. Tank. Attack helicopter. Attack helicopter. The words haven't been finished yet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 4 armed helicopters arrived first, their onboard rockets and machine guns blazing as they bombed the Mutua camp with a devastating barrage. What are you looking at? I'm here to take you away. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets rained down and shells flew everywhere. The camp that was originally busy preparing for the battle suddenly turned into a sea of fire. MANHUA was so scared in the tent that he no longer looked like a warlord. Fire. Retreat. Fight if you can. Run if you can't. After saying that, he jumped into the jeep and fled for his life with his adjutant and several confidants. The Lone U Special Forces and tanks also rushed in and madly poured fire on the counterattacking remnants of MANHUA. At the same time, the Special Investigation Team's convoy was driving on a desert road heading to the first oil field project base. There was a loud bang. There was a loud thunder in the sky. A fire suddenly lit up on the distant horizon. Thick smoke billowed from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Following the sound, we could see 3 armed helicopters circling and bombing. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the car suddenly froze. Hamza grabbed the security minister's sleeve, his face twisted into a knot. Fuck. This isn't even close to the MANHUA warlord. This is a war zone. The security minister's face turned pale. Chapter 86. You have a set of rules. Little did he know that he would unexpectedly witness a shooting between MANHUA and other warlords. But the key is this situation. This is not a warlord melee at all. Tanks and armed helicopters. This is clearly a war. The car was in chaos for a while, and the North African delegation was collectively defeated. In contrast, the atmosphere inside the Special Investigation Team's car was one of pure shock, without any fear. No. Is it so messy? Dragon Country is still safe. At this time, Lin Shusi slowly closed the document in his hand and looked at Chun Hai calmly. Team Leader Chun, there's too much concentrated fire ahead. It's very likely a regional armed conflict. Please notify the North African delegation and have the convoy temporarily stop 5 kilometers away to survey the terrain and establish an observation line. At the same time, you should also record the security level of the visiting passage. I need to reevaluate the risk control level of this strategic cooperation. As soon as the words fell, boom, a mistakenly fired shell exploded nearby, instantly disrupting the convoy's formation. Right after, Hamza's exclamation was heard from the communication equipment in the car. Sorry, Team Leader Chun. The situation is urgent now. We have mistakenly entered the war zone. We need to turn around and avoid it now. He had just finished speaking. Boom, 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 boom. Several shells landed directly on the road, and several defense vehicles were unable to dodge and overturned into the ditch. Fuck, fuck, Mariela, our project is completely ruined. Before Hamza could exclaim, he saw the most shocking thing in his life. I saw MANHUA, the leader of the MANHUA warlords. The bully who was famous for his brutality and ruthlessness in North Africa and even gave the president a headache. At this moment, a blackened and tattered open-top jeep was driving towards this side like a mad dog, howling like a ghost. Oh, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone. The bodyguards escorting the convoy didn't recognize him at all, and their first reaction was to raise their guns and warn him. Da-da-da-da. Warning shots exploded across the desert, but MANHUA's car did not slow down at all, but instead drove faster and faster. Walter, are they crazy? How dare he rush towards us? The security minister's face turned green. Next second, whoosh. MANHUA's car flew straight up, across the road, then crashed heavily to the ground and ran away again. Fuck. That's MANHUA. A North African MP was so scared that he almost tore off his suit collar. The security minister was also dumbfounded. No way. MANHUA, the legendary warlord who made soup with human heads, was beaten and ran around like a hyena. But before they could think about it, Hamza shuddered. Wait a minute. MANHUA is escaping like this. What kind of monster is coming next? As soon as the words fell, look behind me. The other MPs pointed backward in horror. Suddenly, more than a dozen sand-colored tactical jeeps rushed out from the rolling yellow sand and thick smoke. There are 3 armed helicopters hovering in the air. What's even more frightening is, in the leading tactical off-road vehicle, there was a young man with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. He leaned out of the vehicle and roared in the wind and sand. Howsy, stop the fucking fight. You missed. Catch him alive. Catch him alive. We have to catch him alive. Faced with a sudden scene, everyone in the North African delegation was stuck. Wait, not a local? He doesn't seem to be from North Africa. Who is this person? Does this face look North African? Oh my god, could they be foreign mercenaries? Before they finished guessing, bang, boom, Wang Hao fired another rocket launcher that missed the target and exploded on the sand a few dozen meters away from the North African convoy. The sand waves it raised directly hit the escort convoy. Didn't they even read the signs? Fuck, these warlords are so arrogant. They don't even see our Senate logo. Oh my god, turn around. Retreat. Hamza raised his car phone and shouted at the top of his lungs. Protect the Longfang delegation. If anything happens to them, we will all be nailed to the pillar of shame. Request support from headquarters. Call the general staff meeting immediately. Right now. For a moment, the convoy was in chaos and the steering wheels were smashed into pieces. Everyone rushed in the direction where MANHUA fled. MANHUA, why are more and more people chasing us? In order to evacuate better, the North African convoy chose to break out in a dispersed manner. However, during the breakout, chaos continued to escalate. Artillery shells exploded occasionally, and thick smoke obscured the vision. In less than a moment, the special investigation team was completely separated from the North African delegation. The extended Hummer sped between the sand dunes. The terrain was complex. Chenhai in the car had a worried look on his face. He kept lifting the curtains to look outside. What the hell is going on? Didn't he say he was going to take us to visit the first project base? However, what made him most nervous was not the artillery fire, but Lin Shusi in the back row. She no longer looked as calm and composed as she did just now, but instead leaned tightly against the female team member like a frightened little rabbit. Miss, don't be afraid. I'm actively contacting Long Fong right now. Chenhai looked at the satellite phone anxiously while gazing at Lin Shusi's condition. Just as he signaled the driver to drive onto the highway, the sand dunes ahead suddenly rushed down onto several sand-colored jeeps, directly surrounding the extended Hummer. More than 30 fully armed Longyu Special Forces soldiers surrounded them. Grenade launchers, rocket launchers, high-explosive grenades. The whole momentum is at full force. Bang, bang, bang. The butt of the gun hit the car door several times. Everyone get out of the car. Put down your communication equipment. Put your hands up. Wang Hao excitedly jumped out of the car, holding his Desert Eagle. Ha, I finally caught you. How dare you blackmail my brother Tian for $10 million? Because the Longyu Special Forces soldiers were wearing tactical armor and mask helmets. Chenhai and the others couldn't see his face at all, nor could they see any logo on his clothes. Under such threats, I could only get out of the car obediently. Although the team members looked nervous, they still protected Lin Shusi behind them. If the young lady were hurt, it would be the same whether they were alive or dead. When Wang Hao saw that the other person's face looked like his own, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Wait a minute. These are. Before he could ask, Chenhai said in a trembling voice, Hello? We are a delegation visiting the Longfang oilfield project and do not represent any party. But Wang Hao didn't listen at all. His ears were buzzing and his mind was racing. The last time MANHUA extorted $10 million from Brother Tian, he must have tasted the sweetness. This time, they must have made preparations to extort more money. Could these people be MANHUA's translators? Negotiators? Psychologists? A think tank specifically targeting extortionist Longfang merchants. After all, the person who knows you best is always your own person. The more he thought about Wang Hao, the fiercer his eyes became. The most important thing is that he saw it clearly just now. This car was clearly following closely behind MANHUA's open jeep. We're not in the same group. Why are you running with us? Thinking of this, Wang Hao slapped Chenhai in the face. Snap. Fuck. You're one thing in front of me, another behind my back, and another thing after another. Are you selling duvet covers? Chenhai was stunned on the spot. Chapter 87 Xie Juanhao appears. On the other hand, Lin Shusi's white shirt had long been stained gray by the wind and sand, and her hair was messy and stuck to her cheeks. She was like a helpless deer, tightly protected by the other female team members behind her. Miss, don't be afraid. They must have misunderstood our identities. It's okay. Although the female team member was also trembling, she still tried her best to comfort her. Take them all away. At Wang Hao's command, the soldiers quickly moved forward. Lin Shusi subconsciously took a step back, but the next second the black hood was already on his head. Everything in front of my eyes suddenly went dark. Night. The atmosphere in the North African General Conference building was extremely tense. In the entire General Staff Conference Hall, all the members and elders gathered together and paced around the conference room. Especially the president himself. Cold sweat was pouring down his forehead, and 3 buttons of his shirt collar were already undone. Hot, anxious, nervous. Long Fong is their biggest partner and an important investor in their financial and energy lifeline. To put it simply, your financial sponsor is here to give you money. So you sent your sponsor to PUBG Mobile? He escaped by himself, but his financial sponsor is missing and his life or death is unknown. Foreign media have now paid attention to this matter, and many foreign media reporters are on their way. Long Fong just called to confirm, but they replied that they were all rumors from outside. If the meeting with the Longwood delegation in 2 days cannot proceed as usual, the matter will be exposed. Check immediately. The president slammed his palm on the table and roared, "I don't care who did it, or which warlord crossed the line. Investigate it thoroughly. If they didn't do it, let them help find it. If they did, let them release them immediately. If anything happens to this delegation, our energy cooperation will be set back 20 years." All the members looked as if they were dead, and they rushed out of the meeting room holding documents and talking on the phone. A search storm broke out among the high-level officials in North Africa. At the same time, the intelligence networks of major warlords in North Africa were shaken almost at the same time. The news of Manhua's annihilation was like a bomb, directly overturning the entire warlord circle. No signs, no prelude. Overnight, Manhua, the notorious warlord, was completely wiped out. What is even more frightening is that the one who killed him was not some old force, but an emerging force that had never appeared before. Tanks, rocket launchers, armed helicopters, special forces teams. These are not the configurations that these local warlords should have. Even the regular army doesn't have these equipments. What fuck? Is the warlord melee going to happen again? General Moza, what do you think about this matter? Go investigate. Find out the name of this emerging warlord. Who is the leader? Just as many warlord leaders were discussing this, an even more explosive piece of information followed. That emerging force, while pursuing the remnants of Manhua's troops, even accidentally injured the convoy of the Longfang Strategic Cooperation Delegation. As soon as the news came out, the entire North African warlord circle was in an uproar. They were not afraid of Manhua's tragic death, but they were afraid of provoking someone they shouldn't mess with. But now, the emerging forces not only provoked them, but even opened fire directly, accidentally injuring the entire delegation. What is this delegation? That's Longfang's. He's the financial backer behind dozens of mining areas, oil fields, and logistics ports in North Africa. He's the source behind North Africa's financial lifeline. If Manhua was destroyed, it was a fight between warlords. If something happened to that delegation, it would be a catastrophe. It would be fatal. If anything happens to that delegation, there is no need for North African officials to take action, as the Dragon-Side's Air Force bases, drone swarms, and bombing formations may have already taken off. Not to mention the warlords. With the plowing-type firepower coverage, even your airport runway might be destroyed overnight. Just as the major warlords were facing a formidable enemy, they all assisted in the investigation and search. The Khalifa Merchants Group seemed exceptionally calm. The Khalifa Merchants Group is not a warlord in the traditional sense, but a highly commercialized armed interest group. They disdain fighting and killing, and believe that cooperation is not as good as control, and profit is not as good as robbery. Their methods are not bloody but extremely sophisticated, different from the general warlords who want to dominate a region. They are using their vast financial resources to quietly win over tribal elders and neutral organizations, hoping to establish a sovereign nation in the future. Inside the villa, there was a large pile of sumptuous food on the table, and maids were standing in groups around it. The chief Khalifa smiled and raised the red wine glass. "Mr. Xie, what do you think about this matter?" He had no other intention in asking this. "I just want to point out Xie Juanhao. It's such a mess here. Look at these reckless warlords who even dare to touch your Longfang delegation. And your oil fields were able to develop under my protection, with billions and billions of profits bubbling out of the ground. Will you have to pay me more protection fees in the next few years?" If it were ordinary oil fields and minerals, he would completely look down on them. But the oil field that Mr. Xie is in charge of is part of Longfei's strategic cooperation plan. To put it simply, it means borrowing someone else's chicken to lay your own eggs, with basically no investment or cost involved. Xie Juanhao hung up the phone, brushed his fingers on the cuffs of his suit, and said calmly as always, "Mr. Khalifa, I'm a businessman. I don't pay much attention to these things, so I can't express any opinions." After saying that, he raised his glass and took a sip, causing ripples in the red wine. Although he seemed calm, undercurrents were already brewing in his heart. After all, he had just spoken to his father Xieyong on the phone, and Xieyong also confirmed with him the disappearance of the delegation. Ever since Chao Xiong's younger brother Xiebin got into trouble, the Kyoto police headquarters has been uprooted. The cabinet remained silent on these matters and did not hold any meetings. Because of these abnormal behaviors, his father didn't care about being sad and immediately reminded him that the wind and waves were strong and he should be careful. This is most likely a sign that the Gu family is coming to reap the Xie family. As expected, Dad is right. The wind and waves really come without warning. How long has it been? Longfang's Energy Investment Observation Group came uninvited? Observation? Investigation? Joke. It's obvious that they are here to investigate the Xie family. But now it's good. Before he could pay a high price to the Khalifa, The observation group was accidentally injured by this emerging warlord? Haha. What he might do now is to visit this emerging warlord. Since he is a newly emerging warlord, he undoubtedly needs a lot of money. He could just use a knife to kill someone else. The other side. No doubt about it. Everything in Manhua's camp was taken over by Gu Tian. This was also his first experience of being a warlord. Wang Hao was naturally his military advisor. He waved his hand and said, "Come here. Bring Manhua up to me. Let my brother Tian treat him to peanuts on the spot." Soon, several Dragon Guard soldiers came forward with Manhua tied up. Manhua, who calls himself Bloody Fong. But now he looked like a lame dog, his face swollen like a pig's head, cotton pads stuck in his nostrils, and blood still oozing from the corners of his mouth. Sorry. I don't know who you are. I really didn't know you were on this level. That $10 million. I'll return it all to you. And triple the compensation. As long as you don't kill me. All the weapons, jewelry, cash, and territory here are all yours. Gu Tian looked down at him and slowly raised the truth in his hand. I'm sorry, it's too late. If I kill you, these things will be mine too. Finished. Bang. The gunshots were deafening and a bloody mist exploded. Manhua's body fell backward stiffly. The next step is naturally to try the adjutant. But the soldiers said that the adjutant died after being brought back due to excessive blood loss. This undoubtedly made Gu Tian a little disappointed. But Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. Brother Tian. And I also captured a group of people. Manhua's think tank translation team specifically targets our Dragon Country merchants. It seems they are all Dragon Country people. Chapter 88, A Huge Misunderstanding. Oh, you also captured people? And they are from the Dragon Country. This Manhua really only targets merchants from our Dragon Country. Gu Tian said in surprise. Just when Gu Tian asked Wang how to bring the person up, the cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call was connected, Gu Feng's urgent voice came over. Boy, how are you doing? Are you safe? Our cabinet has received news. A new warlord has emerged in North Africa with astonishing momentum. He directly wiped out an old warlord. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Gu Tian's face was quite interesting. This emerging warlord probably, is himself. But he definitely can't tell this. Especially when it comes to weapons. I asked Shishuan to bypass his father and contact his mother directly to get the resources. Dad doesn't know. I'm still investigating. The oil fields that Xie Juanhao is in charge of are protected by a warlord, an armed group called the Khalifa Merchant Group, and this armed group has also invested. Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Hurry up. Lin Guoxian is also making plans. I heard that he has already sent a special investigation team, under the name of a cooperative investment delegation, to investigate the oil field issue. What? Elder Lin is also going to take action against the Xie family. When Gu Tian heard this, he was completely stunned. Xie Yong, this old fox, has stirred up too much trouble. Even old Lin has to take action personally? Of course, he didn't dare to comment on Mr. Lin's actions easily. After all, he, like his father, is a strategist of the older generation, and every step he takes is not aimless. Being able to get old Lin to come forward. This shows that the Xie family really violated the heavenly law. Gu Feng continued, but now a big problem has arisen. Lin Guoxian's daughter is in that delegation. She said she and other members went missing during the tour and are suspected to have been accidentally kidnapped by that emerging warlord. The entire parliament is in an uproar. Lin Guoxian has personally ordered a complete blockade of information, an investigation into the truth and the location of the delegation. The words fell. Boom. Gu Tian felt a buzzing in his head and almost threw his phone away. Delegation. Mr. Lin's biological daughter. Accidental injury? I wipe. Recalling what happened yesterday, he didn't attack any delegation? Those rockets. Those howitzers. That charge, was it aimed at Manhua? Could it be that a few rocket launchers really missed the target? This is even more inappropriate. At this moment, Gu Tian suddenly thought of what Wang Hao had just said about the think tank. Click. There was a flash of lightning in my brain. Gu Tian was struck by lightning. Dragon people. Prisoners. That dad. I won't tell you anymore. I'm hanging up first. Just hung up the phone. Wang Haoka, with a smug look on his face, directed his men to bring in several men who were tied up, wearing shirts and suits, and black hoods. The last one who was tied up was clearly a beautiful figure. He was tall, his white shirt was covered in dust and scratches, the red marks left by the ropes on his slender neck were dazzling, and his breasts were about to burst out from being strangled. But Gu Tian was in no mood to appreciate these. Spicy meatballs. How the hell can a warlord and a gangster have such a brilliant think tank? The think tank all in suits and shirts. You really caught me. Before Wang Hao could open his mouth to take credit, Gu Tian rushed forward, covered his mouth, and dragged him out. How's he? You're fucking crazy. Do you know who you've captured? Wang Hao was also confused by Gu Tian's reaction. No, brother Tian, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Looking at Wang Hao's clear and confused eyes, Gu Tian could only tell Wang Hao everything his father had just said. Without a doubt. Oh my god. Holy crap. Mr. Lin's biological daughter. Wang Hao's legs went limp on the spot, and he was so scared that he almost fainted. But Gu Tian still had some hope. What if the person Wang Hao arrested was not a member of the delegation? How's he? Go. Ask them. Ask them what the girl's name is. But how could Wang Hao dare to go there? He clearly remembered that the man introduced himself and said that he was a member of the delegation. Not only did he not believe it, he also gave the other party a big slap in the face. Hurry up. Ask. She's wearing a blindfold and can't see your face. Ask in a roundabout way. Under Gu Tian's death-threatening gaze, Wang Hao could only stagger back into the house, walked up to Lin Shusi, and said in a hoarse voice, Hi. How are you? What's your name? The girl trembled slightly, and the next second a nervous female voice came from the mask. Mia and you? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't let his guard down, so he responded reflexively. He himself wanted to rush up and slap himself in the face when he heard the name. Jamal Abdul Suzuku Xuanwu's decree. Gu Tian. Even the soldier holding the hostage tilted his head in confusion. Ding dong. Gu Tian's cell phone rang. He had just asked Shishuan to investigate Lin Shusi and sent all of her photos and information. When he saw the picture, Gu Tian's pupils trembled. Isn't this the girl sitting in the car at the entrance of Beijing University? Look at the name again. Hiss. Take a breath of cold air. Also known as Mia. Holy shit. It's really her. He brought back Mr. Lin's daughter. Brother Tian, her name is not Lin Shusi. Her name is Mia. Maybe we really made a mistake. At this time, Wang Hao walked out cautiously and came forward. Brother Tian, I don't think it's necessarily her. She said her name is Mia. Gu Tian turned the screen of his mobile phone and let Wang Hao take a look at the information. Next second, thump. Wang Hao knelt on the spot. Chapter 89 Confrontation between the two sides. Although the confirmation rate has reached 80%, but Gu Tian still had hope. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? How could Mr. Lin send his precious daughter here? It is said that a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket. How dare Mr. Lin throw his little girl to North Africa to wade into this muddy water? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So the soldiers took Lin Shusi to a room alone, took off the mask, took a photo of it, and then took it out to show him. Then, the confirmation is 100%. It's Lin Shusi, not her father's little cotton-padded jacket, but his underpants. Ha. How's he? You're done. You're so stupid. You brought Mr. Lin's daughter back home. When people are extremely speechless, they inexplicably want to laugh, and Gu Tian is no exception. Wang Hao, on the other hand, turned pale as he hugged Gu Tian's legs. Brother Tian, save me. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean it. Or I should just bomb myself. If old Lin knew about this, his Wang family would really kill people according to the family tree. Gu Tian kicked him away with a look of disgust on his face. Don't be so king anxious to die for your country. Think of a way to remedy the situation quickly. If Mr. Lin really knew what we did, you, the close observer of the nuclear bomb, I will have to be exiled again. It's not right to release it now, and it's not right not to release it either. Dad has already said that the cabinet has already conducted a secret investigation. He is almost becoming a warlord here. It won't be long before the investigation will definitely lead to him. Go, lock these people in a comfortable room, provide them with food, drink, and daily necessities. Don't tie them up so tightly. Keep an eye on them and don't let them escape. Yes. The soldiers immediately carried out Gu Tian's order. Early the next morning, Gu Tian woke up groggily. He tossed and turned all night long. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could only see Lin Shusi's cold and beautiful eyes. His dreams were filled with the scene of the cabinet unanimously voting to execute Wang Hao on the spot. Rather than investigating Xie Juanhao, he is more anxious about how to get rid of Lin Shusi, this hot potato. Besides, he and Wang Hao can avoid being exposed. On the other hand, Wang Hao had already given up and was sitting in the camp yard, staring at the sky and muttering to himself. Brother Tian, I've thought about it. If I die soon, you can scatter my ashes in North Africa. Remember to erect a tombstone for me and write, I accidentally captured a celestial being and died in North Africa. Just then, a soldier ran over and reported. Report to Master Gu. There's a group of armed men outside who want to see you. Among them is a businessman from Manhwa who calls himself Xie Juanhao. He says he's the head of a local oil field and has long admired young Master Gu's name and wants to meet him in person. Bang! Gu Tian didn't fasten his cufflinks properly and almost strangled himself on the spot. Who are you talking about? The soldier spoke each word with emphasis. Thank you, Junhao. Wang Hao jumped up on the spot, and his face changed from the gloomy look of being about to die to the shock of picking up a gold bar in an instant. Brother Tian, Xie Juanhao. Xie Juanhao is here. He actually came to my door on his own accord. We'll knock him out, lock him in a small dark room, and report the Xie family's crimes. After we're done, we'll blow up the oil field and return home. As for Lin Shusi and the rest of this, we'll just pretend we don't know anything. As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian hit him on the head with a chestnut in soy sauce. Shut up. You've already kidnapped Lin Shusi. Do you still have the qualifications to give me advice? Xie Juanhao came here on his own initiative. Could it be that he heard some news? Or maybe Xie Juanhao didn't know he was here. After some thought, Gu Tian decided to go and meet him. But at the same time, a plan emerged in his mind on how to get rid of the hot potato of Lin Shusi's observation group. This way, Xie Juanhao looked at the soldiers and their clothes in the room and felt a sense of familiarity. The equipment and weapons used by the soldiers are not indigenous at all. More like, they are from Dragon Country. Of course he had no suspicions. What's more, people are amazed at how awesome this emerging warlord leader is, as he can even purchase weapons and equipment from Dragon Country, accompanied by the sound of footsteps coming from outside the house. Xie Juanhao couldn't help but look up. As soon as the door opened, he jumped up as if struck by lightning. No. You. Why are you here? Gu Tian walked in with a smile and said playfully, What? Are you so excited to see me? Don't you know I'm here to take you in? As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Juanhao's face turned pale and his throat tightened. This is not the rise of a new warlord at all. It is clearly the Gu family's liquidation of their Xie family. How did I offend you? Nonsense. Gu Tian sneered as he glanced at the bodyguards behind him. You've even hired bodyguards. It seems like you're making a lot of money from your oil field. Xie Juanhao knew he had been exposed, so he simply stopped pretending and sat back in his chair with a cold snort. I guess young Master Gu has already found out everything, right? Gu Tianyi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're quite cooperative? Then I'll be frank. We're here to investigate how much money your Xie family has made from this oil field. Take me back? With just a few of you? Do you know who's protecting me? It's doubtful you can even get out of North Africa alive. Xie Juanhao looked disdainful, crossed his legs, and said coldly. Gu Tian pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's the Khalifa armed group that's protecting you, right? No wonder they're so confident. After saying that, he took a step forward and looked at Xie Juanhao with contempt. Go back and tell the leader of the Khalifa armed forces that I, Gu Tian, will destroy him tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Juanhao suddenly raised his head and burst into laughter the next second. He was still worried that Gu Tian would attack him now. I didn't expect that the other party was still as arrogant and domineering as before and looked down on everyone. Haha, you don't really think that you, a few rocket launchers, and a few tanks can defeat the Khalifa armed group? Do you know how much arms he buys in a year? Do you know how many mercenaries, hired guns, and foreign instructors he has under his command? Do you think you're playing CS? As soon as the words fell, Gu Tian suddenly raised the truth in his hand and pointed it at Xie Juanhao's forehead. At this moment, the air froze. Crash. All the soldiers in the room followed Gu Tian's action, raised their guns in unison, and aimed at Xie Juanhao. Certainly, Xie Juanhao's bodyguards were not there to sit around and do nothing, and they also pointed their AKs at Gu Tian. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly exploded. Xie Juanhao's smug smile froze on his face. I originally wanted to intimidate and suppress the other party, but this actually happened. Chapter 90 Shocking Plan. Brother Tian, why don't you just shoot him dead? Take him under control and interrogate him properly. Can't we just go back directly? As soon as Xie Juanhao and others left, Wang Hao ran in with a look of confusion. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian was instantly ashamed and glared at Wang Hao fiercely. Who do you think I am? Yan Shuangying. If we had fought just now, wouldn't I have been beaten into a sieve? Wang Hao was stunned, scratching his head awkwardly and muttering. Then you. Were you so tough just now? You said you were going to destroy the Khalifa merchant group. Gu Tian smiled faintly and said, Howsy, you don't understand this. I didn't even think about breaking up with the Caliphate merchant group. Someone like Xie Juanhao will naturally be accepted by others. After saying that, he looked at the soldiers and ordered, Everyone, get ready now. We will retreat to Boss Zhang's mining area later. What? Retreat? Brother Tian, We went through so much trouble to occupy this place. Why should we retreat? Gu Tian didn't explain so much to Wang Hao. He was able to bring Lin Shusi back, but his thinking was simply unreadable. Accompanied by Gu Tian's order, vehicles began to drive out of MANHUA's camp in a mighty stream. The other side, the top leaders of Long Fang's cabinet also fell into unprecedented anxiety. The delegation's loss of contact has exceeded the safety window period, and external public opinion continues to ferment. Speculations about the North African War, hidden secrets in strategic cooperation, and suspected kidnapping incidents have become hot searches one after another. Faced with these pressures, the cabinet issued a warning-level ultimatum directly to the North African General Staff Conference. The words were sharp and the attitude was clear. The whereabouts of the delegation must be explained immediately. Otherwise, all cooperation will be terminated, damn you. As soon as these words were spoken, the North African General Staff was struck by lightning. Under pressure from the authority of its financial backer, the General Staff had no choice but to bow its head and make its first official response. The confession delegation encountered a sudden warlord melee on the way, and the specific location is unclear, but they have mobilized all forces to investigate and have sent an ultimatum to all possibly related warlords, requiring them to hand over the people within a time limit. As soon as this news came out, it instantly set off the internet in Manhwa. Hot searches directly bombarded major social platforms. Hashtag the Longfang Cooperation Delegation went to North Africa for a visit, but was suddenly caught in a war between warlords and lost contact. Hashtag shocked. The Long Africa Cooperation Delegation has been missing for 24 hours. Hashtag. Netizens' comments were all filled with shock and horror. Fuck. These warlords are too rampant, aren't they? Good fellow. How dare you set your sights on our Longfang? Damn it. Throw one punch in the open, lest 100 punches come. The United States is definitely involved in this. Absolutely. Pray that they are safe. Pray. Take it. Take it. Take it. Fuck you. You're taking everything. Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Longfang was not satisfied with this statement. If it were an ordinary visiting group, such a statement might gain some understanding. But the problem is that this delegation is fucking extraordinary. The person sitting inside is Mr. Lin's own daughter. All the members of the cabinet understood that Mr. Lin and Mr. Gu were big figures who controlled the economic lifeline in one hand and the military-political network in the other. One is the godfather of tactics, the other is a giant of power. If something happens to either of their children, it will not be resolved by a misunderstanding. What's more, she is still a girl. Then, in order to make the North African General Staff Conference truly feel the importance of the impending disaster, many members of the parliament directly submitted Lin Shusi's true identity through private channels. It took less than a minute for the intelligence to be conveyed to the North African General Staff meeting. The entire North African General Staff Conference was directly blown up. Shock. Silence. Stunned. Terrified. Pass my orders. Pass my orders. All armed forces from all major departments, mobilize. Find her for me. Dig deep into the ground to find Elder Lin's daughter. If anything happens to these people, come back to me with your heads. The president's roar echoed throughout the conference hall. This way, just as Gu Tian guessed, his wave of provoking hatred almost made Xie Juanhao explode with anger. This means that Gu Tian's appearance completely disrupted all his plans for the oil field industry. Not only was he the prince who had once trampled on his Xie family in Kyoto, but he was also a variable that he had never expected to appear in North Africa. Now this variable, armed with tanks, rocket launchers, and thousands of troops, is openly encroaching on his most core oil field territory. He didn't have any time to hesitate, nor did he dare to wait and see, waiting for his father's orders. So the funds began to flow quickly. An urgent remittance of up to $200 million quietly jumped through the encryption system and finally arrived at the military financial account of the Khalifa Merchant Group. $200 million for nothing else. I just want to get Gu Tian's head and make him shut up forever. After confirming the arrival of the funds, the Caliph immediately summoned the core members of his armed group to prepare for a raid on Gu Tian's camp. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the camp, most of the Longyu soldiers have retreated to Boss Zhang's mine. But Gu Tian frowned. After all, what he was about to do was really a gamble. He has noticed the news from foreign media. A large number of international journalists have rushed here to report on the warlord conflict that shocked the country and the world, as well as the news that the delegation had lost contact. At the same time, he also received death threats from Tsai Quan-ho. His plan was simple. After confirming that Lin Shusi was tied up, he gave up the idea of confronting Xie Juanhao head-on. A mad dog cannot tear people apart directly. It has to be guided to bite people. Didn't say Kwanho cooperate with the Khalifa armed group? Then put the blame of kidnapping the delegation on the other party. Dad also said that the delegation was ostensibly visiting, but in reality, they were investigating the Xie family's interference in the strategic oil fields. Then it is completely understandable that Sei Kwanho kidnapped the delegation. All he has to do is to lay out plans, lure the enemy deep into his territory, release information, and then close the door and beat the dog. In this way, the situation will turn to his side. The first step is to evacuate all troops to Boss Zhang's mining area to create the illusion that the camp is short of troops. The second step was to deliberately abandon the delegation and wait for Tsai Kwanho to discover it. The third step is to inform domestic and foreign media that the Khalifa armed group has kidnapped the delegation. The fourth step, Tsai Kwanho cooperates with the Khalifa armed group. This is easy to investigate, and North Africa also knows it. What if Mr. Lin found out that his precious daughter was kidnapped by the Xie family? Haha. If Lin Shusi died, it would be the Xie family's fault. If he hadn't died, he would have just been a hero and rescued Lin Shusi himself. By that time, the Xie family was finished, old Lin was grateful, my father was satisfied, and the family was at the peak of its popularity. At this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside, the sound of artillery shells breaking through the air was heard. Immediately following, boom, boom, boom. Several fireballs suddenly rose outside the camp, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Brother Tian, retreat, retreat. The Khalifa armed group is coming. Xie Juanhao and his men are coming to kill us. Retreat. Chapter 91 Final Settlement. Da-da-da-da. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the camp was filled with artillery fire and the sound of chaotic footsteps. Under the cover of the soldiers, Gu Tian and Wang Hao jumped into the jeep and fled. At the same time, I heard the sound of gunfire coming from outside. Chen Hai and others in the room were in a panic. Team leader, what happened? Is there anyone coming to rescue us? Team leader, can we get out of here alive? Woo woo woo. Some of the female team members had already begun to sob quietly. As people living in a happy dragon country, how could we have ever witnessed such a scene of war? What's more, there is such a heavyweight figure in the team, Mr. Lin's daughter. One can imagine the pressure and fear in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Team Leader Chun, I've untied the rope. Suddenly, a cold and excited voice was heard from the corner. Lin Shusi suddenly broke free from the rope, took off his hood, and ran towards the other team members. With a glance, he found a sharp dagger on the table. Miss, have you untied the rope? Miss, I'm here. Be careful, young lady. Miss, is it really you? The originally frightened atmosphere in the house instantly turned into joy. The reason why Lin Shusi was able to break free from the rope was actually because Gu Tian did it on purpose, and the dagger was also left there on purpose. Yes, it's me. I untied the rope. Don't panic, everyone. Lin Shusi picked up the dagger without hesitation and helped all the team members cut the rope in no time. Miss, are you okay? Oh my god, how did you do that, miss? The horrified voices instantly turned into thunderous cheers. At this moment, how could Lin Shusi look like a young lady from Kyoto? The white shirt was no longer recognizable, and the originally fair and delicate neck and wrists were left with red marks from the rope, which was shocking. Chen Hai's eyes turned red, and he almost knelt down. I'm sorry, miss. We've made you suffer along with us. Lin Shusi raised her hand to push away the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes swept across everyone with determination, finally landing on Chen Hai. Team Leader Chen, we have to leave here as soon as possible. First, find the communication tools they took away and see if we can get in touch with the outside world. Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and nodded. Right. Find a cell phone. Find a satellite phone. Yes. Find the phone. The team members quickly recovered from their shock and immediately scattered. Outside, because there were basically no soldiers in the camp, the Khalifa armed group was able to advance with great force. Xie Juanhao rushed in with his bodyguards in an armored vehicle. Where are you? My Master Gu, why are you running? Huh? Aren't you very tough? At this moment, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of several figures fleeing from a house not far away. Go, catch him alive. Bang, bang, bang. Following Xie Juanhao's order, the soldiers moved out in full force. In less than a moment, Chen Hai and others were caught again, tied up and brought before Xie Juanhao again. Hey, he's my friend, Mr. Gu. Chen Hai was completely desperate. He had just escaped, and now he was caught again. What on earth is going on? Are you in middle school? Hello. We are the Longfei delegation. Before Chun Hai could finish, Xie Juanhao looked at the soldiers coldly and said, "Go. Take all these people away." Gu Tian was not caught, but Gu Tian's men were caught. Then he threatened the other party to come to his house in person, otherwise he would let the other party see how his people died one by one in front of him. And here, after learning that Xie Juanhao had really controlled the delegation and others, Wang Hao and Gu Tian were overjoyed. The hot potato has really been handed over. Especially Wang Hao, who was so happy that he jumped up and down. He had even written his will. This is awesome, thanks to Brother Tian's cleverness. Under his shocked gaze, Gu Tian directly dialed his father's number. After Gu Feng learned all this, he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck." In order to make what he said more true, Gu Tian sent the photos of Chun Hailan, Shu Si and others taken by the soldiers in advance. In less than a moment, the cabinet was shaken. Many members of parliament almost dropped their jaws in shock. Holy crap, is the Xie family so brave? Fuck you. All 18 generations of the Xie family's ancestors must die this time. OMG, so crazy? However, more members of parliament were surprised by Gu Feng's foresight and his quicker planning than Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin hasn't made a move yet. Mr. Gu has arranged for Gu Tian to conduct a secret investigation. Without Master Gu's secret investigation, how could they have such a precise grasp of the delegation's location and situation? Of course, these news were deliberately avoided from Xie Yong. This means that most cabinet members know about it. Only Xie Yong was still wondering what was going on. And here, faced with accurate information about his daughter's whereabouts and irrefutable evidence that Sei Quan Ho was collaborating with the Khalifa armed group, there was a storm in old Lin's eyes. He has always been as calm as a mountain. He has been in power for decades. What kind of storms has he not seen? But this time, for the first time, his bloodshot eyes flashed with unconcealable shock and admiration. He never expected it. All of this was done by Gu Tian, the little devil who caused the most trouble for the Gu family and was regarded as the epitome of a dandy by the powerful. Think of this. Elder Lin slammed the table and ordered directly, "Pass on my order. Notify North Africa immediately. Inform them of the crimes of the Khalifa armed group and the whereabouts of the representative group. At the same time, notify the Ministry of Security and the highest level inspection team to initiate a final liquidation of the Xie family. Control all direct and collateral relatives, including Xie Yong. As for Xie Juanhao and others, immediately request troops from North Africa. At the same time, mobilize the Fengyi Special Forces to immediately depart for North Africa to rescue the investigation team and escort all team members back home safely. No one must fail." Yes, the secretary's response echoed throughout the office. Chapter 92. Gu Tian's identity is exposed. And Gu Feng did not let down either. This time, his son really won him a lot of face. He originally wanted to wipe out the Xie family in one fell swoop, shock the entire cabinet, and let everyone see his thundering skills. As a result, the Xie family had not been wiped out yet, and his series of actions directly gave him the right to speak. Especially my son's idea, it was a stroke of genius. It's okay now. Gu Feng's son went to North Africa to investigate the Xie family oil field. He was not afraid of powerful enemies and also found out the truth about the kidnapping of the investigation team. What we need to do next is not only to fully support our son in attacking Sei Quan Ho, but also to fully support our son in rescuing Lin Guixian's daughter. Let Mr. Lin and all the cabinet members open their eyes and see that the Gu family is really not a pushover. Pass on my order. Mobilize all members of the Longyu Special Forces to depart for North Africa immediately. Follow Gu Tian's command. Gu Feng stood up suddenly, and his majestic voice resounded throughout the office. Yes, Mr. Gu. Cece responded with a big smile on her face. I was worried that Mr. Gu would mess things up. Now I really have to look at Mr. Gu with new eyes. After making all these arrangements, Gu Feng immediately called his wife. In this situation, they certainly cannot take open military measures. That would cause external public opinion, and the United States would definitely jump out to criticize. But providing support to Gu Tian is urgent. Qian Hui on the other end of the phone naturally understood what he meant. As the queen of the business world, she had already secretly mobilized a lot of resources to support Gu Tian. Now is a critical juncture. How can we hesitate for a moment? After hanging up the phone, Qian Hui immediately convened a board meeting at the highest level and ordered several of its business groups to quickly transport engineering equipment and heavy materials in the name of business investigation and development of the North African strategic market, and to fly directly to North Africa on bombers and large transport planes. After doing all this, Qian Hui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the boardroom. her eyes penetrating the tall buildings of the city, as if she was looking at the distant North African desert. The secretaries behind him held their breath and dared not say much. Go ahead, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang. I don't want Xiao Tian to be a nobody and serve others. He was born to rule the world under the gaze of all. As soon as these words were spoken, the secretaries looked at each other, and the next second they all responded in unison. Yes, Chairman. Next second, everyone left the office quickly. 10 minutes later, hot searches landed on major social platforms, completely detonating the entire Dragon Country network. Even the news that the delegation was kidnapped in North Africa was suppressed. Hashtag panic. Kyoto Crown Prince Gu Tian fights the Khalifa forces in North Africa. Hashtag Kyoto Prince rushes to North Africa. Carry out rescue work for the delegation. Hashtag oh my god. The delegation members actually include Mr. Lin's children. Kyoto Miss hashtag. At the same time, the previous hot searches about Gu Tian were also released. Hashtag Xiao family's evil forces. Being wiped out by the Prince of Kyoto. Hashtag. Among these hot searches, there are also high-definition and uncensored photos of Gu Tian. In an instant, the internet exploded, and so did the comment section. Millions of netizens flocked directly to the comment section. The people and students in Jiangzhou suddenly reacted. They once drank water from the same river as the Crown Prince of Kyoto. Are they schoolmates of the Kyoto Crown Prince? The students of Kyoto University also reacted. The legendary and mysterious Prince of Kyoto is right before my eyes. Of course, I even petted his tiger. Oh, the Prince of Kyoto. Oh my god. He really is. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm in the same class with the Prince of Kyoto. Oh my god. The Kyoto Crown Prince is going to rescue the Kyoto lady. Oh my goodness. What an explosive plot. Young Marshall has entered reality. Wow. Meanwhile, Gu Tian, who was far away in the mining area of North Africa, was sitting with his legs crossed, chewing a watermelon, scrolling through the comments, and cursing as he did so. Damn it. When did I ever say we'd wipe out the Khalifa in 3 days? When did I ever say, give me 3 days and I'll give you a clean North Africa? Wang Hao laughed so hard while watching the marketing account's video that he took off laughing. Haha, Brother Tian, you're so famous. If Mr. Gu doesn't make a move, Gu Tian will be swept away. Gu Tian's words frightened the North African warlord into self-destructing. Haha, these comments are hilarious. Office. Sei Quan-ho was still proudly discussing future cooperation plans with Khalifa. The secretary ran in stumbling with a pale face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look at the trending searches in Manhwa. Look at the trending searches in Manhwa. What? Xie Juanhao was very unhappy when his meeting was interrupted by his secretary. He took the phone with an impatient look on his face. Next second, a word fuck popped out of his mouth. The screen clearly stated that Mr. Lin's daughter was in the delegation, and the text about Gu Tian fighting against the Khalifa armed group and rescuing the delegation. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nima. One Gu Tian is enough. Add an elder Lin's daughter, and there's going to be an earthquake in North Africa. But the next second, Xie Juanhao found something wrong. The earliest information he obtained was that MANHUA was wiped out by the emerging warlords, who accidentally injured the delegation, causing its whereabouts to remain unknown. And this emerging warlord was Gu Tian. That's what it means. Gu Tian accidentally injured someone from the delegation. And this time when they went to attack Gu Tian's camp, Gu Tian fled without a fight, and they easily captured a group of Long people. Now the hot search suddenly revealed that Gu Tian fought with the Khalifa armed group and launched a rescue operation for the delegation. So there is only one truth. This group of dragon people are exactly the members of the delegation, and Gu Tian deliberately threw them to him. Holy crap. Holy crap. Gu Tian taught me a lesson. It was Gu Tian who kidnapped the delegation members. He also kidnapped Elder Lin's daughter. He made me take the blame for this. Clang. Xie Juanhao slammed the table and stood up, pointing at his secretary and shouting, Quick! Quick! Release them! Release all the captured dragon people! Quick! Release them! The secretary hasn't run out yet. Many more secretaries ran in with panicked faces. Mr. Xie, reporters are coming. Reporters are coming. Lots of reporters are coming. Before he finished speaking, all kinds of blonde-haired and blue-eyed international reporters rushed in with cameras and microphones, and the microphones were almost hitting Xie Juanhao's face. Mr. Xie, are you aware that your father has been secretly taken away? May I ask if you are dissatisfied with the fact that you kidnapped the delegation and Mr. Lin's daughter? Mr. Xie, are you aware that Long Fong has ordered North Africa to take military action against you and the Khalifa armed group? General Khalifa, Are you aware that the person you recently fought against was Gu Tian, the son of Elder Gu from Manhwa? Faced with the sudden scene, Khalifa was completely stunned. Walter? Mr. Xie? Walter? You mean, the man you asked me to beat up is the son of Mr. Gu from Manhwa? You mean, among those captured alive by my soldiers, there was the daughter of Elder Lin from Manhwa? Chapter 93, Fengyi Special Forces. Who is Mr. Gu? Who is Mr. Lin? If he offended any one of these two people, his armed group would face a decapitation operation. Look what happens now. This caliph actually took care of all the other people's children. One to capture alive, the other to besiege. The king bomb is all here. Khalifa suddenly felt that he was not commanding an armed raid against other warlords, but gnawing on the fuse of a nuclear bomb with his teeth. He received $200 million to protect Sei Quanho, but ended up being met with an annihilation of his entire family. Without waiting for Sei Quanho to explain or interview reporters, Khalifa rushed out of the office as if he had lost his soul. Call all tribal leaders of the armed group. Have them immediately evacuate the camp they just occupied. Everyone retreat. At the same time, hold a press conference to convey to the outside world that this incident has nothing to do with the Khalifa armed group. If North Africa requires cooperation, the Khalifa armed group will fully cooperate. With Khalifa's admission of defeat, overnight, Sei Quanho went from being a behind-the-scenes financier to a hotly searched wanted criminal. On the other side, the Xie family also received a big gift package of condemnation and was put under the spotlight of the inner circle. Kyoto's circle of friends, the circle of the powerful, and many forums exploded at the same time. Damn it, the Xie family is ruined. No, it was his family tree that collapsed. I heard that Xie Yong turned the oil fields approved by Mr. Lin into private property. Fuck you. Isn't that too arrogant? At the same time, Xie Yong was still sitting in the conference room in a neat suit, having a meeting with a few of his confidants, and his tone was very serious. Next, we need to strengthen our overseas investment. At the same time, please help me collect information about Gu Feng's son in recent months. Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open by soldiers armed with real guns, and they rushed in with a look of despair that said you were finished. With so many confidants watching, Xie Yong directly adopted the temperament of a cabinet member and shouted angrily, "Hold on. Do you know who I am? I am a cabinet member. If you want to touch me, I must go through the cabinet procedures. You are illegally enforcing the law." The response was not, "Sorry to bother you," but snap, snap, snap. Several big bags hit him in the face, almost turning him into a spinning top. At the same time, the Xie family's genealogy was also put into quick freeze mode. Direct and collateral relatives, even distant relatives, and even the dog at the village entrance were taken away overnight. The Xie family's ancestral home, many assets, and the projects he was in charge of were all sealed and suspended. The only thing missing was an announcement prohibiting people with the surname Xie from being in the area. What is even more outrageous is that Xie Yong's confidants and the parliamentarians who supported Xie Yong were sent to the execution ground that night. There was no notification, no phone call, only a large number of black-clad soldiers breaking into the house in the middle of the night. Some were still learning foreign languages in bed when they were put on black hoods and taken away. After all, Mr. Lin was not just angry. He was so angry that his head was smoking. He has already determined that the behind-the-scenes manipulation in North Africa is definitely not the work of Xie Juanhao alone. This is obviously the result of Xie Yong's long-term planning. Including the kidnapping of the delegation, this time was also instructed by Xie Yong. At the beginning, Xie Yong joined forces with many members of parliament to privately advise against weakening the Gu family and restricting the Gu family's children. Now, the seemingly reasonable suggestions are all just chess moves. How big is this chess game? At least it has to shake the imperial court. Early the next morning, several transport planes and private planes of various models landed at the airport. The tourists thought that some international tycoon had arrived and all stretched their necks to watch. But the next second, a row of beautiful figures in uniform, armed with real guns and cool equipment, emerged from the cabin one after another. Fengyi Special Forces Brigade. Immediately afterwards, the door of another transport plane slowly opened. Members of the Longyu Special Brigade quickly ran out of the plane and quickly lined up. Captain Lung Feng shouted angrily, "Quickly launch a rescue operation. Support Master Gu immediately." Yes. The team members' unanimous response shook the sky. Many tourists were trembling all over after being yelled at. It took less than a moment. Everyone got on off-road vehicles and armored vehicles and drove out of the helipad one after another. Such a scene left the North African parliamentarians not far away stunned. Hamza was particularly troubled as he watched numerous vehicles rushing out of the airport, sweat pouring down his forehead. Who would have thought that when we were receiving a visiting delegation, we would end up with 2 Special Forces units? Fengyi, Longyu. This is the most mysterious cabinet strategic combat team of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they heard from Counselor Long Fong that Mr. Gu's son, the Crown Prince of Kyoto, was a person who would make Kyoto tremble if he got angry. The Crown Prince of Kyoto and the Miss of Kyoto are both here now. If people get angry, won't North Africa suffer a tsunami or earthquake? At the same time, on the other side, the mine, dozens of armed helicopters equipped with heavy firepower descended from the sky, and the entire mining area was suddenly filled with wind, sand, and dust. It's even more exaggerated on the ground. Teams of North African regular troops and armored convoys came from all directions as if they were free. Looking at this horrifying scene, Boss Zhang was completely stunned. Fuck you, Master Gu. I'm just a miner. Your mom didn't tell me to do anything like that. Are you here to save people, or are you here for a military exercise? If you keep doing this, my mind will really become a forward command post. Gu Tian rubbed his wrist and said slowly, What's the matter, Boss Zhang? Didn't you say you were good in North Africa? Are you scared by this scene? Boss Zhang looked desperate. Mr. Gu, I'm not as successful as you think. As soon as the words fell, each of them was wearing North African military uniform. A man who was obviously a regular general came in front of Gu Tian, raised his hand to salute, and reported in fluent dragon language. Reporting to Mr. Gu, the commander of the 5th Brigade of the North African Regular Army reports to you. Wang Hao next to him widened his eyes. Nima. Brother Tian, what a face. Regular generals have to salute. But judging by the accent and the posture, he obviously graduated from an international village. Hello, I'm Gu Tian. Gu Tian immediately put away his relaxed expression and raised his hand firmly in response. Although the Khalifa armed group issued a statement claiming that this incident had nothing to do with them, they would not get involved and would not obstruct the rescue activities. But who knows whether these people keep their word? What if he went to say Quanho's oil field alone and was ambushed? Just as Gu Tian was explaining the rescue details to these officers, the Longyu Special Forces Brigade and the Fengyi Special Forces Brigade drove over in armored vehicles with great momentum. Looking at the dense traffic and the dust that looks like a sandstorm, the local regular army soldiers couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Is this Long Fong's speed? Is this Long Fong's organizational ability? It is like an arrow piercing the clouds, bringing thousands of troops to meet you. When they got out of the car, Long Yun and Lung Feng were still bickering. The Fengyi Special Forces Brigade and the Longyu Special Forces Brigade are incompatible. Captain Lung, it seems your Dragon Royal Special Forces Brigade isn't strong enough this time. Are you the only one who sent so many people? Our Fengyi Special Forces Brigade has at least twice as many people as you. Lung Feng smiled faintly upon hearing this, and directly took out his intercom and ordered, All Longyu Special Forces members, come out and meet up. Next second, tramp, tramp, tramp. The sound of uniform footsteps came from all around the mine. Suddenly, explosion-proof nets were pulled up at the 4 corners of the mining area, revealing underground bunker passages. The members of the Dragon Guard team, dressed in black armor combat uniforms and equipped with the latest models of thermal weapons, rushed out like a tide. Team 1, 2 teams. Team 3, 10 teams. The crowds were dense and the sound of combat boots clanged. In less than a moment, a team of more than 2,000 people was formed, stretching as far as the eye could see, a dark mass. The expressions on the faces of the Fengyi female team members changed from to holy crap to fuck. Where did these people come from? Hatched from the ground. Lung Feng glanced at Long Yun and said playfully, We, Long Yu, follow the practical and tactical style. We have already brought over 1,600 people here in advance. You Fengyi are amateurs. After saying that, he ran towards Gu Tian, fearing that Long Yun would hit him on the head with his helmet. Chapter 94. The battle begins. Master Gu, these are your people? The North African officers were so confused that their eyes almost fell to the ground. Suddenly, a dense crowd of black-armored warriors appeared, one team after another. They were armed to the teeth, and even their eyes were sharper than their sniper scopes. When on Earth was this transferred here? This means that so many people have already been transferred here right under their noses, but their security department is completely unaware of it? The general staff was worried that the other side was short of manpower, so they specifically asked them to come and provide support. Now look, support is a hammer. Gu Tian saw their shock and could only smile and nod. If you see through it, don't say it out loud. We can still be good friends. Master Gu, Lung Feng from the Longyu Special Forces reports to you. Lung Feng stopped talking nonsense with Long Yun and trotted to Gu Tian. Master Gu. Long Yun from the Fengyi Special Forces Brigade reports to you. Long Yun followed closely behind, although they and Long Yu were incompatible. But in front of Gu Tian, she still had to lower her arrogant attitude. Are they all here? Gu Tian lowered his head and adjusted the military watch on his hand, then said casually, "Then let's start closing in." This sentence immediately boosts the aura. Even the North African officer next to him couldn't help swallowing his saliva in shock. Picture. So similar. They truly saw in the young man before them the image of the powerful old man Gu, who dominated the international power arena with his lightning-fast tactics. Everyone, let's go. With Gu Tian's order, the huge team drove directly to the oil field where Xie Juanhao was. Although the Khalifa armed group has declared that it will not send troops, will not interfere with any rescue activities, and has distanced itself from Sequanho. But people die for money and birds die for food. How could the old fox Khalifa miss such an opportunity to make a fortune? Despite Xie Juanhao's pleading, a large number of weapons and mercenaries who were about to retire were still sold. When these mercenaries retire, he will need to pay a large amount of resettlement fees. But if you die in battle, the compensation will be much less. What's more, many mercenaries are desperate criminals who have no relatives. All right, since we're going to fight for real, I, Xie Juanhao, am no pushover. Despite facing the situation of a large army approaching, Xie Juanhao had already become indifferent to life and death, and fell into a state of madness and confidence. Of course, the reason is simple. He has Lin Lao's daughter in his hands, so the other party will definitely not dare to attack desperately. Afterwards, he could hold Mr. Lin's daughter hostage and ask the other party to send a special plane to escort him to a country that had no cooperation with the North African side and the Long side, and apply for asylum there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With the fire coverage of armed helicopters, the battle started directly. Boom, boom, boom. There was gunfire and thick smoke. The defense line around the oil field was torn apart in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. The mercenaries on the ground fought back hastily, and rocket launchers whizzed towards the group of helicopters. While releasing jamming bombs, the pilot turned around again and fired his anti-aircraft machine gun, taking out many mercenaries with a single shot. Brother Tian, this firepower is too strong. Xie Juanhao is even more sinister than his father. How much money did he make? How many weapons did he buy? Wang Hao stood behind the armored vehicle holding an AK, dodging bullets from the front. Gu Tian held the telescope like an old dog. What are you afraid of? He only has this much money. If we weren't afraid of hurting Lin Shusi, we would kill him in a minute. In the telescope, the Longyu and Fengyi Special Forces performed exceptionally well, advancing in sections, with tactics and cooperation, advancing forward like a tide. Sometimes it's a 3-3 tactic, sometimes it's a lightning attack. Those mercenaries who fought back frantically were nothing but rookies in front of them. Some were shot into sieves before they even opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Aim at me. The bullets fired from a distance created sparks on the armored vehicle, and Wang Hao was so scared that he lay down directly. Lung Feng, there are snipers on the watchtower. Find a way to kill them for me. Gu Tian shouted into the walkie-talkie. Lung Feng was a straightforward person and raised the walkie-talkie to signal. The next second, the armed helicopter in the air fired several shells. Boom, boom. The watchtower was blown to pieces. Perhaps frightened by the attack just now, Wang Hao suddenly thought of serious matters and looked at the time. Spicy meatballs. It's bad. This should be the time to run for student council. Although he has been selected, he still needs to go on stage to introduce himself according to the procedure. He knew his speech by heart. Brother Tian, something happened. Something happened. Wang Hao ran over from the thick smoke, holding his cell phone, his face full of panic. What happened? Lin Shusi is dead. Gu Tian exclaimed in shock. No, this is supposed to be the student council election time. I've missed it. Looking at Wang Hao's anxious look like a cannon fodder, Gu Tian was speechless. There's so much gunfire going on here, I don't even know if I can get back alive. You still want to be an official? If you rescue Lin Shusi, no one will dare to touch you even if you run for the student union and walk all over the cabinet. Well, of course Wang Hao is not cut out to join the cabinet. Just send them a message and say you'll be video chatting later to introduce yourself. Tell them to get ready. After saying this, Gu Tian put on his hood, picked up his AK, and rushed forward. Wang Hao was left disheveled in the wind, and after a long moment, he suddenly realized, Brother Tian, what you said makes sense. Fighting and running for the student union don't seem to conflict. At this time, in the conference room of Kyoto University, the place was bustling with people. After Gu Tian's identity as the Crown Prince of Kyoto was exposed online, it caused an uproar. Many Peking University students called it awesome. And he learned that Wang Hao, the brother of the Kyoto Crown Prince, was on the list of candidates for the student union. Good job. A large number of student union members flocked into the conference room to watch the student union election. Hey, why isn't Wang Hao on the candidate list? Has anyone seen Mr. Gu? It seems that Mr. Gu didn't come to Jingda. Didn't you watch the news? Mr. Gu is in North Africa. He's negotiating for the delegation. No, what about Wang Hao? Did Wang Hao give up? How is that possible? I heard that Wang Hao and Gu Xiao went all the way to the president to ask to run for election. How could they give up so easily? Chapter 95, A Life or Death Campaign. No way. Didn't he promise us this? Now he doesn't even reply to our messages? He doesn't even answer our calls. Did he come back or not? Shen Yao pouted and stared gloomily at the green glowing phone screen. Su Nanxue didn't know how to answer, so she just looked around expectantly. How she wished that Gu Tian would suddenly walk behind her and say, "I'm back." After all, the news has reported that there was a melee among warlords in North Africa, and the Longfei delegation was trapped in the war zone, with their lives uncertain. And Gu Tian, the prince who used to bask in the sun lazily at the gate of Peking University and said that studying was boring, went deep into the North African war zone and followed other staff members to negotiate. The other party came from a family at the top of the pyramid. He was the son of a powerful noble who was gilded from birth. He was a prince who could lie down and enjoy glory all his life. But it was such a person who took on the responsibility without hesitation and went deep into North Africa alone. He could have been so high and mighty, but he used his actions to tell everyone that not all the children of the rich and powerful would just hide in the shade. He, Gu Tian, used his figure to embody the most imposing image of the three words Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Su Nanxue's heart tightened little by little, and those scenes of laughter and playfulness in the past suddenly became distant. Gu Tian, I hope you returned safely. Wang Hao was not present, and Gu Tian was not present. Former Student Union President Zhang Zhe and other candidates were overjoyed. It's better not to attend. Without attendance, their chances of winning would have gone up. Originally, Zhang Zhe was thinking of just being the vice president and giving the presidency to Wang Hao. It's okay now. With the support of so many former student union members, he will definitely be elected again. As for the rich brother Zhou Yu, he can just be the vice president. Facing the urging eyes of candidate Zhang Zhe and receiving signals from the leaders in the spectator seats, the host announced the start of the campaign meeting. The first people to come on stage to run for election were a group of rookies who spoke eloquently. The students and judges in the audience side. Next is Zhang Zhe. As the former president, he was naturally aware of the problems in serving the Peking University student population. The judges nodded in praise of the high-quality speech. Next was Zhou Yu, who was also in good shape on stage. Just when Zhang Zhe and others thought that everything was settled, the judges suddenly received a message from Wang Hao. Without a doubt, the judges exchanged complicated glances with each other and called the host down directly. After some communication, the host ran to the stage with excitement on his face, raised the microphone, and said excitedly, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Our last candidate, Wang Hao, didn't give up." As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room was in chaos. Everyone was here to watch the prince's friend Wang Hao campaign, so how could they not be excited? Zhang Zhe, Zhou Yu, and others' expressions changed drastically. What? How can we run for election if Wang Hao doesn't even come? Could it be that? Haha, salt is no longer salty. Just as everyone was curious, the host pointed to the screen behind him and reminded, "Okay, everyone, please look at the big screen. The last candidate is Wang Hao." Video connection started. Bang. The big screen lights up. The next second, everyone's expression changed. Where the hell is this? Not a dormitory. Not a study. This is not even a scene that a normal Peking University student would experience. But it's a war scene. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded directly on the screen, and the sound system in the conference room could have caught fire. Attack helicopters were circling in the sky, raining down bullets crazily. In the distance, smoke billowed, dust flew, and even the horizon was shaking. The camera was shaking wildly, and even the on-site projector had earthquake effects, which almost made the students in the first row think they were sitting in 4D seats. The host's mouth twitched, and the school leader crushed the mineral water bottle directly. What the hell? Holy shit. Where is this? A battle scene. What the hell? Isn't this a campaign video link? Why do I feel like I'm watching Wolf Warrior? Before everyone could recover. Then Wang Hao himself finally appeared from the screen. He was wearing camouflage, Half of his face was covered with cannon fodder, and his hair was blown into a battlefield slicked-back look, but his eyes were as determined as if he had just joined the organization. He quickly held up his phone in front of him, a confident smile on his face that said he was the best soldier. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Hao from Class 1 of the School of Finance and Economics. I'm running for Student Union President. As soon as the words fell, call out. A shell flew past him with a trail of fire, the camera shook, and a mushroom cloud rose directly behind him. Help, 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 help. This isn't a speech. This is a life or death campaign. God damn it. This is a campaign for Student Council President, not a campaign for Warlord. The expressions of the other candidates on the podium were more exciting than each other. Some tore up their speeches on the spot. Zhang Zhe's eyes were dazed and his soul was out of his body. Is this Wang Hao? Is this Wang Hao? Is this really him? Where's Gu Tian? Gu Tian should be with him. Shen Yao almost jumped up from her seat, grabbed Su Nanxue's sleeve with her pink hands and asked. Su Nanxue's face was already filled with helplessness and worry. Just then, a sharp-eyed classmate suddenly screamed, "Look! The guy behind Wang Hao wearing a hood and carrying a bazooka. He looks like Master Gu." What? Master Gu is here too. Ah, Master Gu. It should be Master Gu. That figure and physique is definitely Master Gu. Wait. It doesn't seem like it. In the picture, the man carrying the rocket launcher flexibly changed his position behind the armored vehicle. After firing the rocket launcher, he picked up the AK and shot at the Faith in front. Duh. Sometimes it fires in bursts, sometimes it fires automatically, and his gun control is extremely steady. Anyone who has been to the battlefield knows that you cannot cheat in real combat. This scene made all the Special Forces soldiers in the conference room doubt their lives. Professional. This is so fucking professional. Still believe in shooting? This shouldn't be Master Gu. How can Mr. Gu be so professional? Are you risking your life like this? This guy in the picture is clearly a combat veteran, right? Just when everyone was speculating, the man in the picture who looked like Gu Tian suddenly pulled off his hood, revealing a familiar and defiant handsome face. He turned around and cursed at Wang Hao. How's he? Come on, fucking here. The video isn't finished yet. I already have 12 KD. These voices struck the conference room like thunder. The whole place was dead silent. Next second, boom, the conference room exploded. Everyone stand up. Shocked, fanatical, and boiling. Ah, it really is Master Gu. Fuck you. Master Gu. It's really Master Gu. Mr. Gu, please take me to play PUBG. Compared to these excited and cheering students, the school leaders in the audience seats were pale-faced. They said nothing, only filled with fear. Chapter 96, A Call from Mr. Lin. Such an explosive student union election scene will definitely be recorded in school history forever. It really is Master Gu. Wang Hao. I choose Wang Hao. The prince's brother is my brother. Gu Tian. It's really Gu Tian. He is actually doing such a dangerous thing. Shen Yao jumped up directly, and her expression was even more anxious than herself at the front line. On the other hand, Su Nanxue's face was already filled with complex emotions. On one hand, she was worried, but on the other hand, she also had a sense of inexplicable pride and numbness. She knew that these two people were abnormal, but she didn't expect them to be so abnormal. No doubt about it. The election result will definitely be Wang Hao. After all, no one can refuse to vote for a student council president who has participated in a real-life PUBG game. What's more, the brother of this student council president is the famous Prince of Kyoto. The other side. After learning that he was successfully elected as the student union president, Wang Hao was so excited that his hands were shaking. Brother Tian, let me do it. Not only did I, Wang Hao, win the election today, I'm also going to take Tsai Quanho's life. Gu Tian sat next to the armored vehicle with his eyes narrowed, drinking coffee. It won't be long before you see soldiers escorting Xie Juanhao out. At the same time, Tsai Quanho was completely panicked. The defense line he painstakingly built was directly broken down by the opponent's powerful offensive. The mercenaries hired at high prices were either seriously injured or died, and some even surrendered on the spot. Thank you, Director. Oh no, they're rushing in. Our oil fields have been completely surrounded, and they will be here soon. The secretary rushed in like a madman, completely terrified. Xie Juanhao was so crazy that he grabbed the table and started Glock. Go, bring the hostages out to me. Let's get out of here together. Soon, facing the black muzzles of guns and densely packed soldiers, a group of mercenaries, barely surviving, came out trembling and escorting the delegation. The figure that Xie Juanhao was escorting in the front was heartbreaking at first sight. Her slender wrists were tied, Her chin was trembling, and she was sobbing barely perceptibly. She is none other than Lin Shusi, the highest protected person of Fengyi's Special Brigade. The moment Gu Tian saw her, he subconsciously looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao also turned his head away guiltily. Fengyi Special Forces Captain Long Yun's eyes instantly turned red, and he ripped off his tactical helmet. Xie Juanhao, let the young lady go. I'll be your hostage. Hearing Long Yun's voice, Lin Shusi immediately cried out from under the mask. Long Yun, you came to save me. Whoa, don't be afraid, miss. He can't get away. Xie Juanhao, you can't escape. Hurry and release the young lady. When I get back, I can find Mr. Lin alone and plead for leniency in you. Xie Juanhao went crazy, pressing Glock against Lin Shusi's temple as he gasped. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Gu Tian, if you dare take a step forward, I'll bury all of you with me today. After saying that, he lifted up his clothes with one hand, and the interlayer was full of detonators and explosives. Wang Hao, Gu Tian, and others subconsciously took a step back. Lung Feng said nervously, Master Gu, what should we do? Gu Tian didn't say anything, his brows furrowed in thought. To be honest, Lin Shusi's death had nothing to do with him. But it will affect Dad to some extent. This is just like how Mr. Lin is seen everywhere in the cabinet. Your son returned safely, but my daughter died in North Africa? How presumptuous. Cough, cough. It wasn't me who tied him up. It was Tsai Quan-ho who tied him up. At this moment, Gu Tian's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. To be precise, it is an extremely special encrypted number, which is completely encrypted and has no affiliation. Gu Tian frowned and moved his fingers reflexively. Next second, a hurried but intimidating voice was heard. Gu Tian, is that you? I'm Lin Guosian, your Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin. Holy shit. Mr. Lin. Gu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost shouted out loud. Lin Shusi, your father called me. What should I say? Ah yes. Uncle Lin, it's me, Gu Tian. Gu Tianjin didn't expect to receive a call from the first-generation target in such an occasion. There was silence for a moment, followed by a deep sigh. Gu Tian, you should know everything. Lin Shusi, my daughter, she just came back and encountered all these things. I, Lin Guosian, have never owed anyone anything in my life. But this daughter, I owe her so much. Ah. Gu Tian held the phone and looked down at the Desert Eagle in his hand. No. Is this starting to get sentimental? The one who kidnapped your daughter was Tsai Quan-ho. Why don't you say a few words to Tsai Quan-ho? Uncle Lin, the current situation, your daughter, has been kidnapped, that. What Gu Tian wanted to express was to say something useful, such as how to save your daughter, rather than being sensational. But Elder Lin did not respond to Gu Tian's words, but continued sadly. You may not know, Lin Shusi's mother, we divorced a long time ago. Your father probably doesn't know these things either. It's me. I've been focusing on my career and the public, neglecting my family. She's been complaining about me since she was little, but I chose to ignore it. Divorce? Hiss. Gu Tian took a breath of cold air. This melon is so big. He could already imagine his father's stunned expression if he knew. As Gu Tian was shocked, old Lin told him everything about the Lin family. Hearing this, Gu Tian almost had tears in his eyes. Who would have thought that Mr. Lin, who was as powerful as his father, would be such a negligent father? A father who is afraid to face his daughter? Come to think of it, it's better for him to take care of his father. Gu Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes became more determined than ever before. Uncle Lin, don't worry. This time, I will definitely rescue Lin Shusi and hand him over to you safely. A barely audible sound of gratitude came from the other end. Thank you, Xiaotian. Uncle Lin begs you to bring her Shusi back safely. Click. The phone was hung up, under the gazes of everyone eagerly waiting for his orders. Gu Tian slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily the next second. Everyone get ready, including Xie Juanhao, and all the hostages. Shoot them all. Boom. This order was like thunder shaking the earth, shocking everyone to the point of their souls leaving their bodies. Chapter 97 Gu Tian as a hostage. Wang Hao almost fell off the roof of the car, and Lung Feng almost fainted from fright. If the team members hadn't pulled Long Yun back, Long Yun would definitely have rushed forward and grabbed Gu Tian's collar. The scene exploded for a moment, and everyone had only 4 words in their minds. Mr. Gu is crazy. This is a Kyoto lady. Has the battle for the crown prince always been like this? Brother Tian, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao, took a step forward, stared at Xie Juanhao, and sneered. Gu Tian, are you crazy? Do you know who I kidnapped? Lin Shusi, Mr. Lin's daughter. If you kill her, You won't survive. After saying that, he pulled off Lin Shuxi's hood. Watch out, Lin Shuxi. This man is Gu Feng's son. Gu Tian. He wants to kill you. In the sudden dazzling light, Lin Shuxi slowly saw the figure standing against the light. He had a radiant aura on his shoulders, an imposing presence, a sneer on his lips, and a suffocating sharpness in his eyes. For a moment, the feeling of trance was greater than the fear in my heart. He is Gu Tian? Is he the prince of the Gu family who his father talked about when he was a child? The one who was always causing trouble, but could never accomplish anything? Fengyi Special Forces Captain Long Yun broke free from the restraints of his team members and stopped Gu Tian with red eyes. Master Gu, she's the eldest daughter. Are you crazy? Your order. We can't carry it out. If you dare to shoot. Before she could finish her words, Lung Feng rushed over and grabbed her tightly. Long Yun, calm down. Do you think Master Gu doesn't want to save your eldest daughter? Did you really think he would shoot? Long Yun struggled and refused to give in. He was almost at his wit's end. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at Gu Tian. And what about Gu Tian? Still standing there calmly, holding the truth in one hand and putting the other hand in his pocket. Lung Feng understood instantly. Young Master Gu is going to use psychological tactics. As expected, as Xie Juanhao roared and threatened, Gu Tian pointed at him and started to attack. Xie Juanhao, I find you to be such a fucking idiot. You're just like your superhero brother, with an impressive IQ and outrageous brain circuits. When you took a hostage, why didn't you pick someone valuable? Why did you choose Lin Shuxi? Did you know she's an orphan? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone. Gu Tian raised his eyes, spoke faster, and each sentence was precise. Her father, Mr. Lin, divorced her mother a long time ago, and the split was very clean. Mr. Lin hopes that she won't return to China. Do you think he cares about his daughter? Come on, he doesn't even remember her birthday, okay? You kidnapped her. Who can you threaten? Boom. The atmosphere at the scene exploded instantly. Everyone's expression was uniformly shocked. Orphan? What? No. Mr. Lin divorced his wife? This unofficial history is too wild and cruel. Nima. No wonder I've never heard of Madame Lin. Sei Quanho was stunned and his face turned green. You're talking nonsense. How could she be an unwanted orphan? Mr. Lin is her father. Everyone in the cabinet knows it. Gu Tian took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled suddenly. Yes, I know that too. If her father loved her, how could he have left her overseas for so many years? Is this something a normal father would do? Your father, Xie Yong, dotes on your supermanly, idiotic little brother like a treasure. And she is unwanted by everyone. Neither her father nor her mother loves her. Now she has been kidnapped. Is there any news about her in the news? No. Did anyone come to save her? No. Do you know why I brought so many people with me? My mission is to fight your Khalifa armed group, seize your oil fields, and bring you back. That's all. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were so wonderful. There is shock, fear, doubt about life, and curiosity. There is also the saying that bad luck will go away. It was all said by Master Gu alone. I heard it by accident. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Shuxi pretended to be calm, wondering how the other party would save her. But this series of hurtful remarks exploded her into a small fountain. Gu Tian, you are talking nonsense. No one wants you. No one wants your whole family. Gu Tian watched her crying, still looking as if it was none of his business, and glanced at Long Yun, Lung Feng and others in a pretentious manner. What are you dawdling about? Follow my orders, kill them all, and go home after the fight. At this time, Long Yun already understood what Gu Tian meant, and waved his hand along with Lung Feng. Click, click, click. All the troops present were aimed at Xie Juanhao and others, as if they were about to pull the trigger in the next second. Now Xie Juanhao was completely panicked. I was originally doubting Gu Tian, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If Mr. Lin really loved his daughter, why did he send her away for so many years? Moreover, he had never seen Mr. Lin's other half since he was a child, and had never heard any news about him. If Lin Shuxi is really the eldest lady of Kyoto, how dare these people point guns at her? How could Gu Tian say such heartbreaking and outrageous words? Before Xie Juanhao could think too much, a large number of soldiers approached step by step, holding the truth. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Seeing Xie Juanhao gradually collapsing, Gu Tian raised his hand, and everyone behind him stopped immediately. Xie Juanhao, don't you just want to run away? How about this? You can just kidnap me. My father loves me, and my mother dotes on me too. If you kidnap me, I guarantee no one will dare to touch you, and I guarantee you'll be able to leave here successfully. How about you let me go once you're safe and write off everything? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shuxi's crying stopped abruptly, and she looked at Gu Tian in disbelief with her beautiful eyes blinking with tears. She never expected it anyway. This man, a total stranger to her, who was extremely foul-mouthed and had just called her an orphan in public, would actually stand up for her at this critical moment? In an instant, the warm feeling of being moved and surprised masked the fear in my heart. Just as Xie Juanhao was hesitating, Long Yun started to act, pretending to be reluctant and begging. Master Gu, don't. You can't be a hostage. Mr. Gu and your mother are still waiting for you to come home. Our mission this time is to kill Xie Juanhao. How could you gamble your life for a woman who is not even related to you by blood? These hostages are dead, so be it. Your safety is the most important thing. Other members who were held hostage. Lin Shuxi. Seeing this scene, Lung Feng was so angry that he wanted to go up and give Long Yun a flying kick. What's going on? Your master's life is important, but my master's isn't. Xie Juanhao believed it and shouted, all right, put down your weapons. Come here. I'll let her go. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, Gu Tian put all the equipment on his mobile phone on the ground, then raised his hand and walked towards Xie Juanhao. And Tsai Quan-ho can be considered a gentleman. When Gu Tian came closer, he pushed Lin Shuxi out violently and quickly grabbed Gu Tian with the muzzle of the gun against his temple. Don't come over here. I'll really kill him if you move. Chapter 98. Returning to China. Lin Shuxi was pushed out unexpectedly, staggered, and almost fell. But she did not run to the opposite side immediately. Instead, she stopped and turned her head to look at Gu Tian, who was held by Xie Juanhao. The wind blew Gu Tian's slightly messy hair, and the sunlight cut cold lines on his cheeks. Meeting Lin Shuxi's gaze, Gu Tian smiled faintly. Go back. Lin Shuxi bit her lower lip fiercely, her eyes red as if about to explode. No one had ever treated her like this since she was a child. No one would say this in a life-or-death situation. She was neglected by her father for more than 10 years and grew up in a cold overseas environment, where she received a rational education and learned to weigh the pros and cons. But now I suddenly realized that this man was not playing the hero. He really did see her as someone worth protecting. An unfamiliar emotion hit the softest corner of her heart like a tide. Without a doubt, seeing that the eldest lady was safe and sound, Long Yun and other team members hugged her with tears of joy. In contrast, the expressions of Wang Hao, Lung Feng, and others were all rolling their eyes. Xie Juanhao, are you not going to release these hostages? Upon hearing this, Xie Juanhao tilted his head and sneered. Let them go. Let them go too. The mercenaries were stunned for a moment, then released the members of the investigation team. After all, Mr. Gu's son is the most valuable and can definitely help them leave here successfully. Captain Long, I have a method. Not very mature, but it should be effective. Looking at Gu Tian, whose forehead was pressed tightly by Xie Juanhao, Wang Hao anxiously tugged at the corner of Lung Feng's clothes. Lung Feng tilted his head slightly, and his brows gradually furrowed as he listened to Wang Hao's story. How to say it? Although Wang Hao's method is a bit childish, it is indeed worth a try. You can't just watch the other party take Gu Tian hostage and board the plane, right? Lung Feng hesitated for a moment about Wang Hao's suggestion, but still ordered people to do it. The sniper should be in position when necessary. You only have one chance. If you miss it, it's all over. Half an hour later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A business helicopter slowly landed. Xie Juanhao finally showed a satisfied smile on his face and retreated step by step, holding Gu Tian hostage. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Whoever dares to move will die. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly jumped down from the roof of the car, pointed into the distance, and shouted, Xie Juanhao, look, your dad is here. Your dad is really here. As soon as these words came out, Xie Juanhao subconsciously turned his head to look. It's this very second. Gu Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he suddenly exploded. He turned around abruptly and hit Xie Juanhao's jaw with his right elbow, breaking free from the restraints. You lied to me. Xie Juanhao roared angrily and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Gu Tian was hit in the leg and fell heavily to the ground. Lung Feng seized the opportunity and shouted angrily. Fire! Da-da-da-da-da! Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The firepower was full, and bullets poured down like a rainstorm. Xie Juanhao and the mercenaries were beaten into pieces. Brother Tian, Wang Hao roared and rushed forward, and together with other team members, carried Gu Tian to a safe area. Immediately following. Whoosh! 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 This area became sure hell. The helicopter that was about to land turned into a fireball in an instant before it could even take off. As for Xie Juanhao, He couldn't even find any scum. As for Gu Tian, as soon as he was carried over, a large number of medical staff rushed over. Lin Shusi also staggered forward and knelt in front of Gu Tian, her eyes red. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Wang Hao also rushed up at this moment, fell to his knees with a thud, grabbed Gu Tian's hand, and began to cry. Brother Tian, what will I do if you die? I will never say such a mean thing again. If you want to kick me, go ahead. Just don't die. This scene moved Long Yun and her special forces team members, and some even had tears in their eyes. Is this still the little devil Gu Tian from Kyoto among them? He would rather be shot himself than save Lin Shusi. Even if the other party is from another family, even if they know it is a trap, they will still face death calmly without hesitation. That moment, the estrangement, misunderstanding, and hostility between Feng Yi and Long Yu seemed to have quietly disintegrated. The next morning, Kyoto airport is closed. Before dawn, dozens of meters of red carpet had been rolled out to the end of the tarmac, and state guest cars were lined up. A special plane returning from North Africa slowly landed. The cabin door opened, the gangway lowered, and everyone held their breath. Gu Tian was the first to appear, sitting in a wheelchair. Black suit, white bandage, knee still bloody. Behind him were Lung Feng and Wang Hao pushing the wheelchair themselves. Standing in line on both sides of the red carpet were the cabinet elders and parliamentarians of the Dragon Kingdom. The expressions they made when they looked at Gu Tian were all full of admiration, even a bit of awe. One reason was that they had heard of the name of the little devil a long time ago, and the other was that this time the other party really refreshed their three views. At the end of the red carpet stood two majestic figures. One is Mr. Lin and the other is Gu Feng. Gu Tian, this time, Uncle Lin really is sorry for you. I have so many words to say. Old Lin walked quickly to Gu Tian's side, looking very guilty, and choked up a little while speaking. Many members of parliament saw this scene and were shocked. Being the son of Mr. Gu is already amazing enough. Now that he has rescued Mr. Lin's daughter, will he be completely invincible from now on? Become a god on the spot, with a max-level father and a destiny scenario. Who can resist? Gu Feng stood aside, and although he didn't say much, he kept staring at Gu Tian. There was not only recognition in his eyes, but also hidden pride. Good boy. Awesome. I'm not only half-hearted. I'm completely convinced. Lin Shusi secretly returned to Kyoto that day under the escort of the Fengyi Special Brigade. He is currently receiving fully enclosed treatment from a psychological counselor and is resting peacefully, with no one allowed to disturb him. Gu Tian was injured by a gunshot wound in the leg and was delayed for a day, and only returned to Kyoto today. After some greetings, Xiaodian, it's time to go. As several special cars drove to the edge of the red carpet, Gu Feng gave instructions in a calm voice, and the secretary immediately stepped forward to push the wheelchair. But at this moment, Elder Lin suddenly said, Gu Feng, let Xiaodian take my car back today. As soon as these words were spoken, what? The secretary was stunned, his hands frozen on the wheelchair handles, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. The rows of parliamentarians on both sides of the red carpet all turned their heads to look at Mr. Lin in astonishment. What? Wait a moment. What did Mr. Lin just say? In the power field, who picks you up, who drops you off, and whose car you ride in are never superficial matters, but rather a naked signal of power. Especially Mr. Lin's car. It is the symbol of the top of the power pyramid. It is not a car, but an extension of identity and a projection of power and ability. To put it bluntly, this action is telling everyone present clearly. I, Linguisian, recognize Gu Tian as a person. I will protect him from now on. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Elder Lin had already raised his hand and personally took a black brocade box from the guard's hand, saying gently, Gu Tian, I haven't prepared any formal medals. Logically, I should give you a Medal of Honor, but since you're still a student, so? I was going to give you this. The words fell. Old Lin slowly opened the brocade box. Moment. A sharp silver light shot out. Inside the brocade box is a badge with a very visually impactful shape. Its silver wings are like knives, gathered into an arc, and in the middle is a phoenix with its wings spread high in the sky. Everyone thought it was a medal with an empty title. But the next second, when he saw the words engraved on the badge clearly, his eyes almost popped out. Oh my god. Phoenix badge? I'll go. No. I gave the right to mobilize my own guards to Gu Tian. Chapter 99 Su Nanchua's Concern. Fengyi Command Badge. The Fengyi Special Forces Brigade is a special warfare system personally established by Mr. Lin. Just like the Longyu Special Forces, it is only to protect the people and bloodlines at the top of the pyramid. Since Fengyi was founded, there have only been two badges. One is held by Gue Lin himself. The other one is in Lin Shuxi's hand. And now, old Lin actually handed his own to Gu Tian. This represents more than just trust. He even gave away the key to the Lin family's lifeline without reservation. Gu Feng next to him was also shocked. He didn't expect that Elder Lin would be so grateful to Gu Tian this time. At this rate, Gu Tian will be able to do more than him in the future. This, Mr. Lin, this gift is a bit too expensive. Gu Tian looked down at the badge in the box with a bitter face. He can now mobilize the Lone Yu Special Forces. With this badge, wouldn't it be possible to mobilize 2 of the highest level cabinet guards? Lin Lao laughed and said, if you don't accept it, I might have to put it in your pocket myself. Having said that, Gu Tian didn't dare to refuse anymore and quickly reached out to take it. Then, under the astonished gaze of Gu Feng and a group of congressmen, he got into Mr. Lin's car. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Although it is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, this does not apply to Gu Tian. What about tendon repair, nutritional input, and lying down to rest? Just kidding. The injury he had was just a slightly dirty corner of his clothes. It didn't penetrate, it just grazed the leg, leaving a battlefield tattoo. But the point is not that his injury was minor, but that he spent a week lying in the hospital bed, and the ward was the hottest check-in spot at the peak of power. Cabinet members of all ranks came to visit him in an endless stream. Even my father joked that his ward was almost becoming a mobile cabinet office. Anyone who dares not come to visit him would be going against Lin Lai and his father. Brother Tian, when will you come to Kyoto University? You've become a legendary figure there. The principal came to me yesterday and asked if I could build a statue for you. He also said he wanted to name the square in front of the teaching building after you. Wang Hao's voice on the phone was very excited. After returning from North Africa, his father, the municipal party secretary, seemed to have changed his chip. Whenever he returned home, his father would treat him as a traitor and look very disappointed in him. Now, I can't wait to serve him tea and rub his shoulders. Gu Tian was happy. Su Nanxue and Shun Yao kept asking him when he would go to Peking University, so he just got dressed and got up. Okay, stop pushing me. I'm going to Kyoto University now. News of Wang Haolei's uproar came immediately from the other end of the phone. Really? I'll be waiting for you, Brother Tian. Just as Wang Hao said. As soon as Gu Tian appeared at Peking University, exclamations surged like a wave, and there were crowds of people wherever he went. It's him. That man is back. Oh, it's really the prince. Oh my god. Guard vehicle. Oh my god. It's really the prince. Students poured out from teaching buildings, dormitories, libraries, and playgrounds. Even the school leaders surrounding Gu Tian were rushed to the ground by the students. Finally, a large number of police officers showed up and managed to maintain the atmosphere at the scene. They escorted Gu Tian into the large lecture hall in the main teaching building. Brother Bu Tian is awesome. Your status and aura are definitely triple Andy Lau. Sitting in his seat, Wang Hao's face was still full of excitement. Different from those students outside. The students in the classroom had already accepted Gu Tian's identity. Before, they thought that the other party was the son of a big boss in a certain military region. But now the truth is revealed. The other party is the son of Mr. Gu. But no matter whose son it is, for them, he is something they can only admire from afar and not get close to. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame him for not being born into a good family. Gu Tian ignored Wang Hao and lowered his head to send a message to Su Nanxue. Originally, Su Nanxue planned to take a leave today. When he heard that Gu Tian was coming to school, he instantly felt revived and no longer depressed. Su Nanxue, today is a finance class. Don't go to the wrong classroom. Gu Tian, I'm already here. Su Nanxue, wait for me. I'll be there soon. As soon as Gu Tian received the message, there was a gasp from the front row of the class. Immediately following. Oh my god. School beauty Su. What the hell? What kind of outfit is this? JK. Black stockings. Absolutely stunning. Oh my god. My nose is about to bleed. Oh my god. This must be specially dressed up for Master Gu. At the door of the lecture hall, an eye-catching figure slowly walked in. Su Nanxue, wearing a white and blue JK uniform, black stockings under a short skirt, and small leather shoes, ran towards Gu Tian. At this moment, it seemed that even the air was tinged with a layer of sweet and soft light. Gu Tian, how are you? Are you feeling better? Under everyone's gaze, Su Nanxue had bent down and squatted in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on the bandaged area on his leg. Does it still hurt here? Gu Tian patted his leg and grinned. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. You just know how to be tough. Su Nanxue muttered softly, then reached out and gently pressed the area near his injury. Rubbing it will make it feel better and help the wound heal better. Gu Tian was stunned for a moment and was about to tease her, but when he looked up, He saw that the girl's cheeks were flushed and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. The expressions of all the boys at this moment were no longer dull, but a collective collapse. Shouldn't an NPC like me be born into this world? I'm really just a tool. I'm not too much in the classroom, and I won't affect the plot if I'm too little. Wow, wow, wow. She squatted down, and my youth couldn't even stand up. Oh my God, did you take my Cupid's arrow to the barbecue? Why can't you hit me? Master Gu, try harder. I'll push you from now on. Don't ask me my name. Jingda Fiangyang. Chapter 100. Your legs are 1 meter and 1 meter long, right? Su Nanxue ignored the outside voices. At this moment, she only had heartache in her eyes. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sit on the seat. Squatting like this is a bit too much. Gu Tian smiled dotingly and raised his hand to pat the seat. Su Nanxue was stunned for a moment, then hummed softly and stood up. At that moment, the temperature in the classroom rose by several degrees. Spring didn't come, but young Master Gu did. In class, the professor at the podium read the PPT content incessantly. The classroom was silent, as most of the students had already left their bodies and were no longer in use. Gu Tian also supported his head, half opened his eyes, and dozed off. But the next second, his sight slipped and the sleepiness disappeared instantly. Under Su Nanxue's skirt, the pair of long black silk legs just stopped quietly in the middle of the field of vision. The perfect proportions and the refraction of light directly triggered tactical level awareness. Well, the kind that makes me feel refreshed. Su Nanxue was concentrating on taking notes when she suddenly heard Gu Tian's low and curious voice coming from beside her. Hey, have you ever learned dancing before? Hey, how did you know? Su Nanxue was a little surprised. She turned her head slightly, and then her face turned red like a sunset glow. Gu Tianjing lowered his head and measured the length of her legs in the air. You, what are you doing? Su Nanxue leaned back in her chair in embarrassment and looked at him helplessly. This isn't a classroom. There are so many people around. But Gu Tian looked serious and continued to gesture with his fingers. One of my spans is 20 centimeters. According to the proportion, I think your legs should be about 1.1 meters long. Well, Su Nanxue was a little speechless. She had never really calculated the length of her legs, so after hearing this, she suddenly wanted to know the result. Can I measure it? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Nanxue was completely stunned. She didn't expect Gu Tian to be so direct. Oh, I don't know. Su Nanxue's ears felt slightly hot, and she turned her head away and muttered softly. She couldn't just say, okay, you touch it. No, you measure it. Then I'll measure it. Let me see if my guess is right. After Gu Tian finished speaking, he actually lowered his head and began to measure the other person's legs with his hands. No, this. Gu Tian. Hurry up, it's class time now. You should measure it after class. Su Nanxue's face flushed red, and she lowered her voice and pleaded helplessly. As soon as the words fell, suddenly a shadow appeared on the table. Su Nanxue turned around and saw that the professor had stood next to her at some point, with shock and confusion written all over his face. At this moment, Gu Tian's head was still stretched out on the table. One of my cubits is 20 centimeters. If your leg is 1.1 meters long, then I only need to measure 5.5. The professor's face changed drastically when he heard this. No. What is this doing under the table? What 20 centimeters? Gu Tian. Su Nanxue's voice was almost crying, and one hand kept pulling at the corner of Gu Tian's clothes. But Gu Tian didn't know this and was still immersed in the great cause of measuring data. No. What is Master Gu doing? What's he doing under the table? Oh my God. No. I'm serious. My mind is running wild with the plot. I'm completely stunned. Did he mistake the lecture hall for his bedroom? Next, isn't it going to be paid content? Is this a finance or biology class? For a moment, there was an uproar all around. The professor's face gradually turned pale. He didn't dare look down. I was afraid of seeing something I shouldn't see and ruining my reputation of 40 years of teaching. What's more, he knew the girl in front of him. Sue, the campus beauty of Peking University, has a permanent poster in the teaching building, and I always hear many teachers talking about her in the office. But at this time, the other person's cheeks were red and his eyes looked panicked. This is clearly harassment. Terrified and helpless. And the boy hiding under the table must be a rogue student who doesn't know his place. Thinking of this, the professor was furious. His sense of justice built up over 40 years of teaching erupted like a volcano, and he slammed the table. Snap. The student under the table. You're feeding the chickens. Get out here right now. Follow me to the academic affairs office. Otherwise, I'll call security. As soon as the words fell, bang, an infrared laser spot landed precisely on the center of his forehead. Immediately following, swish, Swish, swish. A series of red dots hit his forehead, chest, and shoulders. The professor was startled and turned around to scan the students in the classroom. Who? Who is shining a laser at me? The students' faces were filled with fear, and they kept raising their hands to point toward the building outside the window. There, there, you're locked up. The professor followed his gaze and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fog grass. Sniper. I saw several figures in black appearing on the rooftop of the opposite building at some point, flashing quickly, obviously in a sniper posture. Holy crap. Is the professor going to trigger the prince's security mechanism? Oh my god. Is this the prince's security ability? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't let that old man's blood get all over us. The students exclaimed in surprise, and even those near the window subconsciously shrank back. At this time, Gu Tian finally slowly poked his head out from under the table and looked at the professor with a confused look on his face. Professor, why are you walking without making any sound? You scared me. I was just measuring my leg length. Seeing this familiar and highly recognizable face, the professor was suddenly struck by lightning. Holy shit. Isn't this Master Gu, the Prince of Kyoto? No wonder I was targeted by the red dot. Sorry to bother you. 3 seconds later, the professor used all his life's cultivation to force out a mechanical smile. Gu classmate. Well, please continue. Oh. Gu Tian looked at him in confusion and just sat up straight. The professor stumbled down the stairs with his hands behind his back. Just as he was leaving, he turned back and asked calmly, I have a tape measure. Do you want it? After saying that, he actually took out a ruler from his pocket. Boom. The classroom exploded. This is outrageous. This is too outrageous. The professor is indeed from the system. There's so much life in his eyes. You're not measuring your legs. You're measuring your own lifespan. Young Master Gu was born with a halo around him. I was born with my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck. Master Gu measured a girl's legs, and the professor handed me a ruler. I measured a girl's legs, and I should be sentenced to 3 years. Gu Tian took the tape measure, hooked it with his index finger, and slowly pulled it open a few centimeters, making a slight clicking sound. Thank you, Professor. I'll return it to you when I'm done. Su Nanshue's face was already red with shame at this moment. She covered her face tightly with her hands and whispered between her fingers, Gu Tian, stop talking. Can we talk about it after class? She didn't want to lift her long legs and let Gu Tian measure them with a ruler in front of everyone in the classroom. This is too social. She is a girl. Chapter 101 Lin Shusi arrives. As the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, the professor let out a long sigh, as if he had made some kind of decision, and ran out of the classroom with his notebook in his arms. But the aftershocks in the classroom had not yet subsided. During breaks, students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing only one topic, Gu Tian. Just now infrared. Did you see it? I thought I was seeing things. But then I looked over, and holy shit. The 3 of us are right next to our professor. No, our Master Gu is making such a fuss. Is he here to attend class, or is he raiding Jingda? Don't even mention it, bro. Even sitting behind him now, I feel like I'm going to be a part of history. As everyone was talking, the classroom door was slowly pushed open. The originally noisy sound suddenly stopped. All eyes turned to the door. A tall girl with an aura of great power slowly walked in. She was wearing a well-cut off-white shirt dress with a waist, black high heels, and a pearl bracelet on her wrist swayed gently, making a crisp sound. Intellectual, cool, and noble. This entry directly refreshed and reconstructed the aesthetic ceiling of all the boys in the class. Oh my god. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Holy crap. Where did this fairy come from? Isn't she prettier than Campus Beauty Sue? This is too rich, too cold, too killer. It's full of that Missy vibe. Is she here to walk the red carpet? Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Gu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized the person at once. Lin Shusi. But he was a little curious. Why did the other party suddenly appear here? While the other people in the classroom were preparing to gather around to see where the goddess was sitting, Lin Shusi stopped and swept her beautiful eyes coldly across the rows of students, her aura like a spotlight, until her gaze fixed on the last row. That's right. When she saw Gu Tianshi, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and then she walked towards the back row without hesitation. When he left, the whole place exploded. Everyone can see that this person is obviously here for Mr. Gu. Voices of envy and complaints about not being born into a good family are heard one after another. And at this time, Wang Hao was still sleeping soundly on the table when he suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze on his face. He sat up with a start, and a figure of fatal level passed by him. Slender waistline plus long legs plus high heels plus dangling pearls. Brother Tian. Look, beautiful girl. Lin Shusi paused, turned around, and smiled. Hello, Wang Hao, long time no see. These four light words were like silk sliding across the throat, immediately making all the boys in the classroom lose their composure. Wang Hao's face fell on the spot. I'm fucking. Lin Shusi, are you here to pick on me? Hello, Miss Lin. Lin Shusi nodded slightly, but her eyes had already passed him and walked straight towards Gu Tian until she sat down elegantly beside him. She crossed her legs and adjusted her skirt with skillful and restrained movements. Hello, Gu Tian, how is your injury? After saying that, her eyes lightly swept over the place where his leg was bandaged. There was no gratitude or guilt in her beautiful eyes, only a little scrutiny and a calmness as if you were not dead yet. Gu Tian leaned back in his chair and chuckled. The injury is nothing serious. Hey, why are you here? Lin Shusi covered her lips and smiled, and the cold demeanor of a noble lady instantly reappeared. Why? Can't I come to Kyoto University to study? Gu Tian stared at her for 2 seconds, his eyes darkening. The contrast is so fucking huge. He remembered very clearly that when they were in North Africa, the other party was crying and looked pitiful. Now look what happens. Hee, you're acting like a young lady? Yes, of course you can go to school wherever you want, but I almost didn't recognize you. Gu Tian looked at her outfit and teased her in a half-seriously, half-joking tone. Lin Shusi didn't respond, but just gently pushed the hair by her ear, her tone indifferent. Are you free after class? Let's have dinner together. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly paused. It seemed like everyone was checking their phones, taking notes, or pretending to discuss, but in fact, their ears were all perked up in tacit understanding. Especially the boys' pupils all trembled. Holy crap, such a beautiful goddess took the initiative to invite Master Gu to dinner. No, who is this girl? Master Gu, if you're having dinner with her, can I have dinner with School Beauty Sue? If you don't want to go, can I go for you? I want to be the top scorer in the department. I want to be as good as Master Gu. I'll pee on you to wake you up. You're the top scorer in the department, but you're probably not even worthy of being Mr. Gu's driver. Wang Hao kept giving Gu Tian sure glances. Brother Tian, the Hongmen banquet. Think twice. Although Wang Hao was the one who set the bamboo forest on fire, he was still a bachelor. But just now he had been stealing glances at Lin Shusi's body language and facial expressions. Finally, the conclusion was reached. This girl is a mixture of a cool queen and a tsundere young lady. What made him even more uncomfortable was, let's put aside the fact that Lin Shusi was accidentally kidnapped in the beginning. Brother Tian was shot later, but it was for her. But what about her? The way she looked at Brother Tian was just a casual glance, as if it was natural for Brother Tian to save her. Gu Tian didn't see Wang Hao's warning in his eyes. He frowned and thought about it, then shook his head after a moment. Probably not. I have plans after class. Lin Shusi's beautiful eyes were slightly startled, and she curled her lips and smiled softly. Why? You want to accompany your girlfriend? As soon as the words fell, ding dong, a pop-up window popped up on Gu Tian's phone. Su Nanxua, what flavor of coffee would you like? Macchiato? Or maybe a different flavor? Gu Tian's eyes shifted. His thumb tapped the screen a few times, and he said calmly, No, I have a date after class. Although it is very impolite to peek at other people's chats. But at this distance, she still caught a glimpse of the person on the screen who had a playful tone and asked with concern, and it was obviously a girl. Lin Shusi pursed her lips, appearing indifferent, but feeling extremely unhappy inside. She said, All right. After she stood up, the arrogance of a young lady came back. She turned lightly in her high heels and looked at Gu Tian with a smile. Then I wish you a happy date. After all, the girl that young Master Gu can arrange a date with in advance must be extraordinary. After saying that, she flicked her hair, her profile was as cold as ice, and she walked down the stairs in her high heels. Background killer. The whole classroom was frozen in time for a few seconds by this scene. Gu Tian didn't look up, his fingertips were still on the reply message interface, but his brows were slightly frowned. Is this really inexplicable? I saved you, but you don't even speak properly. You act like a spoiled little lady. Who are you trying to show off to? Wasn't it the time when you cried your eyes out? At this time, there was another sound of light footsteps at the classroom door. Su Nanxue came back with 3 cups of coffee. As soon as they entered the door, many of Fiang Yang's envious back teeth were broken. Every day with Master Gu is truly their whole life. Just now, the arrogant and domineering sister came over to invite me to dinner. Is it possible that the aloof and beautiful Su from Peking University is running errands to buy coffee? No. For Mr. Gu it is coffee, but for them, it is stimulant for cattle and horses. Oh my. I know I have 1 cup here. Needless to say, Wang Hao suddenly rushed forward to take the coffee. Su Nanxue handed him a cup with a smile, then walked to Gu Tian and gently handed him his cup of macchiato. Hey Gutian, I just met a very beautiful girl in the corridor. She seemed to have walked out of our classroom. Did you see it? Chapter 102. Check this woman. Regarding Su Nanchua's words, Gutian just smiled and didn't answer. After all, boys understand. 99% of girls ask this question. Everyone wants to hear a textbook answer. That's what I didn't see. Even if I saw her, she wouldn't be as beautiful as you. The afternoon sun was just right, and the warmth sprinkled on the ends of Lin Shuxi's hair. When the breeze blew, a few strands of hair were gently lifted up and fell on her lips, making her feel itchy and annoyed. She was the only one who refused others' requests, and no one dared to tell her that they were busy. But today, Gu Tian's words that he had an appointment after class were like a piece of ice, scratching from her neck to her chest, making her feel completely cold. It's hard to say whether I was angry or uncomfortable, but I felt very twisted and really wanted to hit someone. If anyone dares to make her angry again today, she will give her enough peanuts. If one bag is not enough, then give her 2 bags. Because there are 2 big Buddha statues at Kyoto University, there are more stalls selling fried chicken, barbecued skewers, and pancakes near the school gate. Maybe you will think that these are just for the convenience of Mr. Gu and Miss Lin to use some technology and work hard? Then you are wrong. The owner of the pancake shop was wearing a headset, had a crew cut, and was scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. He didn't even notice that the eggs were burnt. The college student with clear eyes was still questioning aggressively. Fuck, give me your money back. It tastes worse than 9-turn large intestine. But what he got in return was the stall owner saying, "Get lost. You haven't paid yet." The innocent girl was stunned and immediately said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the code to scan?" After turning around, "Sisters, stay away. The pancakes made at the entrance to Peking University are terrible." The owner is also very aggressive. At this time, "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." An exclamation. Many students gathered around instantly, their eyes drawn to Lin Shuxi as he walked towards the parking space. But Lin Shuxi has gotten used to it. She attracts a lot of attention wherever she goes. Just as she opened the car door and was about to get in, a boy riding an electric scooter and holding an egg-filled pancake came towards us. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the boy nonchalantly said, "Beautiful lady, do you want a date?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. To be honest, asking a beautiful girl out for a date is the lowest and outdated way to pick up girls. Nowadays, those who try to flirt with others are all yellow-skinned people who are asking for titles. "Beauty, do you think I look like your boyfriend or your husband? Or a beautiful lady, how about I go with you? They say there are gangsters in this area." Ah, holy crap. This guy is so brave. No, this guy's face looks like corpse spots. Where does he get the courage? Classmate, please don't judge a person by his appearance. He just looks a little disgusting, that's all. Please don't be so hostile. No, such a vulgar way of picking up girls. Oh my God, the passenger seat is a rich girl. Her car is an Aston Martin, right? Faced with the strange discussions around her, Lin Shuxi thought she had misheard and pointed at herself. "Are you calling me?" "Yes, beauty, I'm calling you." The boy nodded like pounding garlic, staring at Lin Shuxi with a crazy look on his face and swallowing his saliva. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. And now he doesn't want to work hard anymore. He is from Beijing Technical College. He heard that there are suddenly more snacks around Peking University, so he rode an electric scooter to the city. I bought a hand-pulled pancake, and it tasted like my grandma's who passed away over 10 years ago. It tastes just as bad as his grandmother's, not so much like ashes. Just as he was about to argue with the stall owner, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a beam of light from the school gate out of the corner of his eye, which almost made him unable to open his eyes. Beautiful, so beautiful. He had never seen such a royal and noble beauty before. Anyone who looked even a little bit like her would be a sure kill. The ancestors said that if you see someone beautiful, chase her. If you can't catch her, just find another one. Anyway, life is long. What if you succeed? Just when the boy was fantasizing about holding hands with a beautiful, rich girl and reaching the peak of his life, Lin Shuxi spoke, glancing at the boy with disdain. "I'm sorry, I don't have a dog." As soon as these words were spoken, social death in 1 second. The crowd cheered and wowed. Fuck. This sentence is extremely lethal. Sisters, copy this down. If anyone dares to mess with you next time, just use this sentence. "Sister, you think too much. No one is teasing me." Haha. The warrior who charged for love turned into a clown. Fuck you. The Joker's mainstay. Batman's biggest client. Amidst the mocking voices, the boy sat on the e-donkey, his mouth twitching, and his soul slowly left his body. But just when everyone thought he would leave in embarrassment, The boy's face suddenly showed the determination of me planting lotus flowers with mud when they threw it at me, and he shouted, "You don't like raising dogs? Then I can be your cat." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and acted cute like a cat. Meow meow. Obby, so embarrassing. Boom. The surrounding atmosphere was directly blown away. The boys cheered collectively. Brother, you will succeed in everything you do with your perseverance. I'm gone. I'm not clean anymore. Brother, start a live stream and become an internet celebrity. Stop it. Stop it now. If you continue, I'm going to beat you up. Some people also tilt their heads back 45 degrees and spray milk tea. This is no longer a matter of whether it's disgusting or not. This is a physical limit challenge. Lin Shuxi's pupils trembled, and she looked around and said, "Where is he? I don't want to see him. Make him disappear immediately." As soon as the words fell, boom, there was a sound of breaking wind not far away. A dump truck loaded with construction waste rushed towards the man on the electric scooter. Before everyone could exclaim, bang! The E-Mule man completed an indescribable arc in the air in an instant, and then fell heavily to the concrete ground in the distance. Oh my God, the person is gone. No, no, it's gone just like that. Wait a minute, I suddenly miss him. Everyone rushed over to check and saw 8 big characters printed on the back of the dump truck. Kyoto Environmental Protection Garbage Collection Truck. On this side, Lin Shuxi opened the car door with a look of disapproval on his face and got in. When I was about to start the car, I suddenly saw Wang Hao, Gu Tian, and a girl walking out of the school gate, talking and laughing. The girl's ponytail swung lightly. She looked simple but bright, with a faint dimple when she smiled. Gu Tian held a cup of coffee in his left hand, put his right hand in his pocket, and tilted his head slightly, as if listening to what the girl said. The distance between the two of them was too close. It's like the kind of ambiguous distance where you can kiss if you just lower your head. The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned cold. Lin Shuxi's slender fingers unconsciously gripped the seat belt, her expression frighteningly cold. At this time, the bodyguard knocked on the car window, leaned over and whispered, "Miss, the man just now has finished cleaning up." Lin Shuxi didn't care about this matter, but raised his hand and pointed towards Gu Tian. The girl next to him, "Help me check his background." The bodyguard didn't react at first when he heard her words, but when he followed her gaze, his pupils suddenly trembled. No, the eldest lady actually wants to investigate the women around Mr. Gu. This is Chapter 103 Happy Fruit Xinyao. Night. The moonlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa and spills into the living room. Gu Tian slumped on the sofa, holding the remote control and looking for a TV program that he liked. I had planned to go home in the afternoon, but Su Nanxue invited him to the villa and said that his room had already been decorated for him, and Shun Yao was cooking at home to celebrate his safe return. Since both girls have done this much, how could he refuse? So after dinner, I collapsed on the sofa to digest the food. Gu Tian, do you think my new socks look good? A sweet voice called out from the stairs. Shin Yao ran down from upstairs wearing a halter dress with floral patterns. The spring scenery on the chest and the white calves are clearly visible. Looking at the 2 little bare socks in the other person's hand, Gu Tian said leisurely, "No matter how beautiful they are, it won't stop you from wandering around." He found that Shen Yao no longer treated him as an outsider. When she was at Kyoto University before, how should I put it, the other party gave her the impression of an obedient and well-behaved girl next door. Now, she is just a smart little girl with lots of creative ideas. She dared to walk around in front of him in a bikini in the villa, not treating him as a man at all. Humph, you're not even looking at me. Shen Yao ran to the sofa angrily and sat down. Gu Tian ignored her little emotion and said calmly, "Where's Su Nanxue?" Hearing this, Shen Yao showed a sly smile, came over and winked. "Sister Nanxue is taking a shower. The bathroom door is not locked. Do you want to go and take a look? She has no clothes on." Gu Tian was speechless. "Look my eyes. Come home to me. Who washes clothes after taking a shower? You? Do you believe that I'll tell her when she comes out?" Gu Tian immediately put on airs and shouted upstairs, "Su Nanxue, Shen Yao said you left the door open while showering, so I went to check." Upon hearing this, Shen Yao immediately panicked, jumped up and started to block Gu Tian's mouth, saying pitifully, "No, no, 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 you are wrong. Gu Tian, Master Gu, let me rub your legs." After saying that, she jumped down from the sofa, kneaded beside Gu Tian's legs, gently kneading them with her small hands, and blinking her beautiful eyes from time to time to observe Gu Tian's reaction. She was afraid that Gu Tianjin would betray her. Well, not bad. That's pretty good. Feeling the numbness in his legs, Gu Tian smiled with satisfaction, and his eyes wandered over the girl. The next second, they undoubtedly fell on Shun Yao's proud place. Of course, he didn't mean to look there. The suspender pajamas themselves are loose. Plus, the other person kneels down to give him a calf massage. Just a glance, and your sight will set up camp there. Should I say it or not? Compared to when she was at Jiang University, Shin Yao has really grown up a lot. Now that I'm at Kyoto University, I eat well. Maybe it's more nutritious. What's more, he saw a box of papaya milk in the refrigerator. I don't know whether she or Su Nanshua drank it. Maybe both of them. Shen Yao noticed Gu Tian's reaction, then looked down at his chest and instantly understood. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely cover her clothes in the next second, then jump up and shout that you are a hooligan. But Shen Yao is not an ordinary girl. She will never miss any opportunity to tease Gu Tian. Seeing that Gu Tian's gaze hadn't shifted away, Shen Yao's cunning almond-shaped eyes turned, and she said delicately, Mr. Gu, how about I pull my collar down a little more so that you can see more clearly? As soon as these words were spoken, Fog Grass, are you polite? Gu Tian's face turned red instantly. No, what are you talking about? Am I, Gu Tian, that kind of person? I was just thinking about something. Do you understand? I tell you, Shin Yao, don't try to test me. I only accept tests from the government and the people. Shin Yao chuckled at his reaction and pretended to believe it. Yes, you were thinking about it. I believe you. At this time, Su Nanshua also changed into pajamas and walked downstairs, wiping her wet hair. Like Shin Yao, she didn't care too much about how conservative her clothes were. Her white silk pajamas were so loose that when she bent over a little, her sexy features would show through. But Gu Tian glanced at them calmly and made an objective comparison in his mind. Su Nanshua's legs are indeed much longer than Shin Yao's. What interesting things are you talking about? I can hear it from upstairs. Looking at the girl's exquisite body, Gu Tian smiled gently. What else can we talk about? We must be talking about your delicious cooking. After saying this, he looked at Shin Yao in tacit understanding. Shin Yao nodded rapidly and said adorably, Yes. Sister Nanshua's cooking is the best. Okay, if it tastes good, I'll make it for you every day. After Su Nanshua said that, she looked at Gu Tian's injured calf wrapped in gauze. Shin Yao, have you changed his medicine? As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Yao was stunned for a moment, then spit out an embarrassed tone and said, Mariela, I forgot. After saying that, he stood up and ran quickly to get the medicine. Before Gu Tian could say it was okay, Su Nanshua gently poked his forehead with her slender fingers. Could you please be more careful? You don't even know how to change the medicine. Well, you cook so deliciously that I forget about it after we eat. Gu Tian curled his lips and simply lowered his head without looking at her to avoid her nagging him. As a result, when he lowered his head, he saw Su Nanshua's straight and glowing white legs, and his hands seemed to have consciousness and touched them along his line of sight. Slippery, nice legs. It would be a shame not to ride a tricycle. Su Nanshua tilted her head and glanced at him, without moving or speaking. She just leaned against the sofa, watching the TV with a dull gaze. We are in a villa now, which is different from the classroom. She wouldn't be so stingy with Gu Tian. At this time, Shin Yao's footsteps were heard on the stairs. Su Nanshua leaned over, met Gu Tian's eyes, and said coquettishly, What? Haven't you measured it yet? Is your leg 1.1 meters long? Gu Tian was about to speak. I got the medicine. Is it in this purple bottle? Shin Yao ran down the stairs carrying a medical kit. When I saw the two of them standing so close to each other, Su Nanshua was sitting on the edge of the sofa with her long white legs folded over her. The picture was as seductive as it could be. Shin Yao immediately exploded, her voice rising sharply. Hey, are you two doing something secretly? Gu Tian didn't have time to speak. Shin Yao pointed at the corner of his mouth with sharp eyes. Why do you have lipstick on your lips? Gu Tian was stunned for a moment, and instinctively raised his hand to wipe his mouth. Huh? Shin Yao suddenly laughed wildly. Ha, I fooled you again. You actually believed it. I didn't even notice there was lipstick. Gu Tian squinted at her and said, Shin Yao, are you looking for trouble? I'll accept it even if you hit me. Anyway, I can be happy for a whole day if I lie to you once. Shin Yao was not afraid at all, and smiled as if she had successfully stolen an electric bike. Su Nanshua had a calm expression on her face. She slowly fastened her suspenders, sat back on the sofa, and glanced at Shin Yao. You're crazy all day long, and you don't feel tired. I'm not tired, Shin Yao said confidently. I can still change the medicine for Mr. Gu. You are not allowed to snatch it from me. After saying that, he knelt down in front of Gu Tian and opened the medicine box with skillful movements. Gu Tian and Su Nanshua looked at each other, both feeling tired and helpless. After all, Shin Yao is like a happy fruit, never wasting time, and What the hell? Xinyao, why the hell are you pouring alcohol on the wound? Ah. Chapter 104 Watching a movie in the villa. Two women and one man. This atmosphere is so wonderful. Although it was already 11:30 at night, everyone was still watching TV without feeling sleepy at all. At this time, Xinyao drank papaya milk with a straw and said indignantly, "No, we are all adults. Still watching these childish variety shows. Adults should watch adult movies."